Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 443, The Target, Earth. Rockin's claws tore through the space where Quick had stood. And met nothing. There was no resistance or impact, just empty air. The force of the strike carried through regardless, raking across the fractured ground and splitting it open in a violent arc, stone and earth erupting outward as the shockwave rolled across. The sound lingered for a moment too long, echoing into the vast emptiness of the dimensional crack. Rockin froze at the end of his attack, his massive frame still hunched forward, claws embedded deep into the ruined terrain. Then his eyes widened slightly. Son of a. He snapped his head back, scanning the space where Quick had been, his senses flaring outward in search of the shadow's presence, but there was nothing left to find. Not even a trace. Yogimunt's form shifted beside him, his distorted silhouette rippling faintly as his voice emerged. The Shadow Monarch has withdrawn his soldier. There was no surprise in his tone. Silid said nothing at first. He stood exactly where he had been, unmoving, the frost that had spread across the ground now thickening further, creeping outward in jagged, crystalline patterns. When he finally spoke, his voice was a bit too quiet. So, he said, his gaze fixed on the empty space before them. That is his answer. He never intended to listen. He doesn't wish to ally himself with us or aid us in our cause. The frost beneath his feet cracked audibly. Arrogant bastard. Rockin ripped his claws free from the ground with a violent motion, straightening as a low growl rolled from his chest, his irritation far less contained. I said it before, he snapped, turning toward the others, his golden eyes burning with aggression. We should have hunted him down together and ended this before it reached this point. His claws flexed again, as if itching for a fight that had just been denied to him. We can still do it now. Coratia let out a soft, amused laugh, as she folded her arms loosely. Oh, listen to him, she said, her voice filled with mockery. Straight to tearing things apart, as always. Her gaze drifted toward where Quick had stood, her smile thinning slightly. And yet, the shadow thinks we should kneel. She tilted her head, eyes narrowing just a fraction. He is strong, yes, but does he truly believe he can face all of us at once? Yogimunt answered before anyone else could. He can. All eyes shifted toward him. His form twisted faintly as he continued, his voice steady. I don't know if you are all blinded by pride, but his power rivals that of the Dragon Monarch. If he chooses the battlefield carefully, if he avoids direct confrontation, and if he isolates us, one by one, our death is certain, and this one doesn't seem to be stupid. His army is not merely an advantage, Yogimunt added. It is a compounding force. Every loss we suffer becomes his gain, and the longer a direct conflict drags on, he finished, the stronger he becomes, and the weaker we grow. Rockin's expression darkened further at that, though he did not interrupt. Yogimunt's gaze shifted slightly, as though looking beyond the physical. For that reason, I advise against engaging him openly even in this dimension. Silid exhaled slowly. The frost around him stopped spreading. Not because the anger had faded, but because it had been contained. He turned his head slightly toward Yogimunt. Then we do not fight him on his terms. Yogimunt inclined his head slightly. Silid's eyes sharpened. I have an idea. That alone drew the others' attention. He has changed, Silid said. That much is clear. His gaze drifted upward slightly, thoughtful. He refrains from harvesting the humans of his world, despite their abundance. Coratia's lips curled faintly at that. Which means, Silid continued, they are not merely resources to him. They matter to him, and that, he said quietly, is a weakness. Rockin's grin returned, slow and sharp. Now you're speaking my language. Silid ignored the comment, continuing without pause. His earth is within our reach. It is unstable, unprepared, and weak. His eyes flickered briefly toward the others. If we strike it, he will respond. Not strategically, but personally. Coratia's smile widened, something eager flickering behind her eyes. He will be angry. And distracted, Silid added. He turned slightly, his gaze moving between them. We do not all need to act. One of us, with their army, will be sufficient to devastate that world and draw his full attention. Rockin stepped forward slightly, his presence flaring with anticipation. I'll do it. There was no hesitation. My beasts will tear that world apart. We'll reduce it to ash before he can even think. He paused, then glanced at Silid. But why not lure him here instead with a different plan? Why go through the trouble? I'm sure there are plenty of other weaknesses we can exploit. Yogimunt answered again, because here, he is prepared. His form shifted subtly. There, he is not. A brief silence followed. We do not have the luxury of a prolonged war, Yogimon continued. Nor can we rely on the Dragon Monarch's return to resolve this for us. His voice dipped slightly. Unless, he added, almost idly, you would prefer to wait under his shadow rather than act on your own pride. Rocken's expression snapped toward him instantly, a low snarl escaping his throat. You. Quaratia laughed, the sound light and cutting as she stepped forward between them just enough to break the tension. Oh, don't start now, she said, her tone playful despite the sharpness in her eyes. We're all on the same side, for now. Her gaze shifted toward Rocken, her smile turning more conspiratorial. I'll join you. Rocken glanced at her, one brow lowering slightly. My poison spreads faster than fire, she continued, and far more effectively. For a brief moment, something darker flickered in her expression. My world fell quickly, she added. I learned what works thanks to a certain she-human who loved poison as much as I do. Her smile returned. The defenders of his earth won't last long. Rocken grunted in approval, rolling his shoulders slightly. Fine. We'll do it together. Scyllid watched the exchange in silence before speaking again, his tone thoughtful. My only concern is the rulers. That drew a brief pause. Yogimon's answer came without hesitation. They will not intervene. Scyllid's gaze sharpened slightly. With both our presence and his, Yogimon continued, they will hesitate. That world has not yet stabilized to mana. They will not risk triggering a premature war with us. A slight distortion passed through his form. They will rely on him to act. The implication was clear. He would stand alone. Scyllid considered that for a moment longer, then gave a slow nod. Then it is decided, we will proceed with this plan. A tear of shadow opened without warning. It simply appeared. Quick stumbled out of it. One moment, he had been standing before 4 monarchs, claws descending toward him with the promise of annihilation, and the next, he was here. Alive and well. He landed in a low crouch out of instinct, red lightning flaring wildly around him as his senses snapped outward, searching for the attack that should have followed. It never came. The lightning flickered, then stilled. Slowly, he looked up. Arthur stood a few steps ahead of him. Floating just slightly above the ground, his long ashen-white hair shifted with the faint, unnatural wind of the dimension, and those glowing violet eyes were already looking out across the vast expanse. As if nothing had happened. As if everything had gone exactly as he intended. For a moment, Quick said nothing. Then the realization settled. He lowered his head immediately, dropping to one knee, one hand braced against the fractured ground beneath him. My king, he said, his voice tight, you pulled me back. I was prepared to die for you. Arthur didn't turn immediately. For a moment, he simply stood there, gaze fixed on the horizon, then, faintly. He smiled. You really thought, he said, that I would let those bastards kill one of my soldiers. He turned his head slightly, just enough for his gaze to fall on Quick. Not today, he continued, and not ever. Quick didn't move or lift his head after hearing those words. Arthur stepped forward. As he passed, his hand came down briefly on Quick's shoulder. A king acknowledging his soldier. Then he moved past him, gaze lifting once more to the endless expanse of the dimensional crack. At least now, Arthur said, his tone returning to that calm, calculated cadence, they understand. He exhaled faintly. What I want from them. They'll move, he continued. But not recklessly. A faint scoff followed. They're too prideful for submission, and too cautious for open war. His eyes narrowed slightly. And even with the Dragon Monarch absence. The sentence didn't need to be finished. Quick rose slowly to his feet behind him, the last traces of red lightning fading as his posture straightened. They will strike my king, he said. Arthur gave a small nod. That's just how they are. The air shifted, just enough to signal another presence entering the space. Bellion emerged from the shadows behind Arthur, his form materializing authority, armor gleaming faintly beneath the violet light. He lowered his head the moment he appeared. My liege. Arthur didn't turn. Bellion. Take a squad of the heavenly soldiers, Arthur said, his tone precise, already moving beyond the monarchs, beyond their schemes. And move on the demonic specters we located earlier. Bellion's head lifted slightly. Arthur's gaze remained forward. We need that kind of force within our ranks, he added. Their nature, their adaptability, they'll serve well once they part of our army. Bellion bowed deeper. It shall be done, my liege. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 444, Before the Invasion. A new war tent stood in the emptiness of the dimensional crack. It was not cloth and rope in the traditional sense, but something woven from shadow itself, vast, anchored into the fractured ground by spears of blackened energy. Inside, the space was far larger than it had any right to be, stretching into a dim expanse lit by slow-burning violet braziers. A massive table dominated the center, its surface formed from hardened darkness, shifting subtly to reflect terrain, distances, and presences across the dimension. Arthur stood at its head. His ashen hair falling past his shoulders, violet eyes calm and distant, around him stood his marshals, each one a force in their own right. Arthur's gaze swept across them once. Speak. It was not a request. Baru was the first to step forward. We crush them, my king. This is the only way to approach this. He was simple and direct. His claws flexed, a faint hiss escaping him. They gather together, yes. Good. We descend upon them before they scatter, overwhelm them with numbers, drown them in shadow before they can act. Ultra tilted his head slightly, his tone calm but firm. That assumes they will allow themselves to be cornered. His eyes glowed faintly. They've already demonstrated restraint. They are thinking beyond brute force. Hell stepped in next. They will avoid direct confrontation unless they are forced. If we press too aggressively, we risk walking into a prepared counter. Galatea pushed herself off the table slightly, folding her arms as she spoke, her tone carrying a hint of amusement. So we don't rush them. We control the battlefield instead. Spread our forces, limit their movement, force them into engagements they can't win, piece by piece. Her eyes flickered toward Arthur. They'll make mistakes eventually. Arthur said nothing. Igris, who had remained silent until now, finally stepped forward. My liege. Arthur's gaze shifted to him instantly. They may not attack us at all. That drew a slight shift in the room. Arthur's eyes narrowed a fraction. Explain. Igris inclined his head slightly, his tone as steady as ever. They have already seen your strength. They know direct engagement carries a big risk without the help of a stronger ally. So they will seek to change the battlefield. Arthur's gaze did not leave him. By going around us. Igris met that gaze without wavering. They may target Earth instead. The words settled heavily. Arthur's expression darkened. Earth is protected, he said after a moment. The shadow lanterns are stationed there and Nyx remains watching. His gaze flickered briefly, distant for a fraction of a second. The Justice League is present as well. They are useful. Igris did not argue, instead, he took another step forward. That is true, my liege. Then. In the case of a single monarch attacking, they may hold. But what if it is not a single monarch? The question lingered. Arthur didn't respond immediately. Igris continued. If they commit to a full-scale invasion to provoke us. His voice remained calm, but the implication behind it was not. They will draw us there. Baru's claws tightened slightly. And we will respond, Igris finished. Because we have to. A silence followed. Arthur exhaled slowly, stepping back from the table, his boots making no sound against the ground. That is, a good point. We already know what they are, he continued, his tone cooling slightly. Prideful. Arrogant. And cowards when it suits them. He turned slightly, beginning to walk, the shadows beneath his feet shifting with each step. They won't meet us head-on. Not unless they believe they've secured the advantage. His eyes darkened faintly. And they can access my Earth whenever they want. The words trailed off. He moved away from the table, toward the open edge of the tent where the vast, broken horizon of the dimensional crack stretched endlessly outward. I'll think about it. It wasn't dismissal. Behind him, none of the marshals spoke. Arthur stood there in silence, his gaze fixed on the distance. If I divide my forces further. The thought formed cleanly. I give them an opening. His army was vast, overwhelming even, but it was not infinite in function. Every split, every deployment, every decision was important in this war. I can't afford to be careless with them. His eyes narrowed slightly. I may be stronger than most of them, but that doesn't make me untouchable. And I won't drag Earth into this. For a moment, nothing moved. Then. The shadows behind him stirred, conceptually. Arthur closed his eyes briefly. And in that moment, his entire army unfolded within his awareness. And then. The system answered. Shadow Army status, complete manifestation. Supreme Commander of the Shadow Legion. Grand Marshal. None assigned. Primary Command Units, Marshals. Doom, Shadow of Doomsday, rank, Marshal. Ultra, Shadow of Ultraman, rank, Marshal. Hell, Kryptonian Entity, Shadow of Hell, rank, Marshal. Galatea, Enhanced Kryptonian Clone of Kara Zor-El, rank, Marshal. Baru, Ant King, rank, Marshal. Igris, Blood Red Knight Commander, rank, Marshal. Belian, right hand of the monarch, rank, marshal. Kamish, dragon class entity, rank, marshal. Secondary command, generals. Zod, general of Krypton. Fora-ul, Kryptonian warrior. Surtur, fire giant. Quick, speed type shadow, Johnny Quick. Hermes, Greek god divine speed entity. Hercules, Greek demigod. Empress, shadow of superwoman. Tusk, high orc shaman. Elite knight grade, strategic forces. 5,000 heavenly soldiers. Jima, Naga elite. Baruka, ice elf commander. 20 giants, shadow giants. 10,000 elite demon knights. 40,000 hell demons, high-tier demonic entities. 5,000 elite high orcs. 20 Kryptonians. Knight grade, core army. 100,000 high orcs. 200,000 demons. 5,000 ants. 20,000 knights. Normal grade, mass forces. 500,000 orcs. 300,000 monstrous humanoids. External deployment, City of Nyx. Command. Marshal Zeus, shadow of the King of Olympus and overseer of Nyx operations. Generals. Sinestro, shadow of Sinestro, General Shadow Lantern. Atrocitus, shadow of Atrocitus, General Shadow Lantern. Larfleeze, shadow of Larfleeze, General Shadow Lantern. Ring, shadow of Power Ring, General Shadow Lantern. Forces in Nyx. Full legion of Shadow Lanterns. Integrated Living Shadow Lantern Core units. Earth, active observation and defense. Owl, shadow of Owlman, strategic control. Lex, shadow of Lex Luthor, tactical intelligence/resource allocation. Hephaestus, Greek god, weapons development /blacksmith and creator. Location, Justice League Watchtower. Kaisel, Wyvern class aerial commander. Blade, shadow of Deathstroke. Location, Blackwind's family estate. 50 demons. Joker, shadow of the Joker. Location, Gotham/Arthur Blackwind's estate. Arthur stood there, eyes open now, the faint glow returning, but something behind it had changed. If they strike Earth. His army responded instantly in his mind, formations shifting, paths unfolding, outcomes branching one after another. Dividing the army further weakens my pressure here. The numbers were overwhelming, but not limitless in function. Leaving Earth exposed is not an option. His jaw tightened slightly. Reinforcing Earth too heavily gives them the opening they want here. Arthur finally spoke. Igris is right, all I have to do now is wait. Belian is going to finish his task, Arthur continued, as if assembling reality into sequence. The demonic specters will be added to our forces soon enough. A faint pause followed. Then we will see if they truly intend to strike Earth. The mention of Earth changed everything to Arthur. I cannot rely on the Shadow Lanterns alone, he said. And the Justice League, for all their capability, are not prepared to face a Monarch-class invasion at full scale. His eyes narrowed slightly as he continued, the Hunters will not change that outcome either. Not against Monarchs, the strongest of the Hunters will be useless against their strongest lieutenants. Arthur exhaled slowly. This is not how I wanted to approach this. It would have been far better if the bastard Antares had been present here. A subtle shift passed through him at the mention, his gaze lifted slightly, toward the open violet skies. I would not hesitate as much, I get to kill him and the others will be easy targets. His voice dropped just slightly. Where the hell are you and what are you preparing to do? //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece /The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 445, Omen over Gotham. Gotham, Batcave. Multiple screens of the Bat computer flickered across the cavern walls, each one tuned to a different news channel, each one telling the same story from a slightly different angle. Helicopter footage swept over crowded city streets where civilians gathered around barricades just to catch a glimpse of Hunters in motion. Panels of analysts argued over statistics they barely understood, their voices a mix of fear and fascination. Bruce stood in front of the largest screen, arms crossed. And what we're witnessing here is a global shift, the reporter was saying, her tone carefully balanced between excitement and caution. For many years, the Justice League has been the first line of defense against existential threats. But now, with the emergence of Hunters, the individuals with ranking systems and rapidly increasing numbers were seeing a redistribution of power. The screen shifted to a street interview. A man in a suit leaned toward the camera, speaking with animated conviction. I mean, look, I respect the League, sure. But these Hunters. They're everywhere. They're faster to respond, they're organized, and some of them are just, he gestured wildly, searching for the word, monsters. In a good way. Another cut. A younger woman this time, eyes bright with excitement. They cleared a gate next to my home. A team with an S-rank hunter just showed up out of nowhere and cleared the whole thing in minutes. I didn't even see the League there. I'm just saying, maybe it's time for something new. The broadcast transitioned again. And of course, the anchor continued, there's still the mystery surrounding the so-called The Shadow. We've seen him during the Metropolis incident involving the demon and later during the Blackest Night event have only fueled speculation. No official statement has been released by the Justice League regarding his identity or allegiance. Bruce didn't react to this, but his eyes narrowed slightly. The screen cut to a live interview. A hunter stood there, clad in a sleek, reinforced combat suit. He stood arrogantly in the way only someone very aware of their own strength could. The insignia on his shoulder marked him clearly, S-rank. The interviewer held the microphone carefully, as if even proximity required a degree of caution to this fellow. You've been called one of the strongest hunters currently active, she said. Some are even comparing you to the strongest members of the Justice League. What do you think about that? The hunter smirked. Comparing, he scoffed, rolling his shoulders like the question itself bored him. Look, I'm not here to disrespect anyone, but let's be real for a second. He leaned slightly toward the mic, half of them aren't all that anymore. Then, with a casual shrug. Even Superman. He's not exactly untouchable. He ain't shit compared to what some of us can do now. There was a split second of silence before the interviewer forced a tight smile. And we apologize for the language, she said quickly, turning back to the camera with professional recovery. But as you can see, confidence among top-ranked hunters is. Bruce muted the screen. The cave fell into a quieter kind of noise. Alfred, standing a few steps behind, watched the now silent screens for a moment before speaking. Lovely bunch. Bruce didn't turn. It doesn't matter what they say, he replied, voice even. Public perception shifts with visibility. It always has. I expected this kind of outcome. I even discussed it with the League. He stepped closer to the central console, one screen changing to display a structured layout: names, ranks, locations, threat assessments. They don't know the truth, he continued. They don't know the Justice League is still overseeing everything. That the Hunter system was designed, categorized, and stabilized under our supervision. Alfred folded his hands neatly behind his back. And yet, he said, glancing toward the frozen image of the smirking hunter, some of them seem quite convinced they've outgrown their supervision. Bruce allowed himself the smallest exhale. We classified them for a reason, he said. S, A, B, C, D, E. And F for baseline humans. Structure will prevent chaos. His gaze shifted slightly, focusing on a specific profile that hovered above the rest. The one we just saw, he's part of a guild I personally made. Well, it's made by Bruce Wayne. He is an S-rank, Bruce added. At that level, they're not just assets. They're potential disasters. Each one of them. Alfred raised a brow slightly. And this particular disaster? He's strong, Bruce admitted. But arrogance like that creates blind spots. And he is very mistaken, he's not on Superman's level, not even close. Another screen flickered to life beside it, displaying data that didn't quite resolve the way it should have. But there are exceptions. Alfred's attention sharpened slightly. Oh. 2 of them, Bruce said. In the whole world, only those 2 stand out from the others. He tapped the console once, bringing up distorted readings. The device Arthur Shadows developed in the Watchtower, it reads every single awakened person, and it displays their power level, and that's how we determine their rank. Bruce paused for a second. It couldn't read those 2. They register, Bruce continued, but not in a way we can quantify. Their output fluctuates, spikes beyond S-rank parameters. Alfred was quiet for a moment. Then, he added carefully. If your concerns are accurate, he said, and we are indeed approaching an invasion of sorts, something beyond the scale of what we've already faced in the past. He glanced at Bruce. Do you believe what we currently have will be enough? Bruce didn't answer immediately. His eyes moved across the screens again, the hunters, the civilians, the damage reports, the projections. All of it. I hope so, he said at last. It wasn't doubt, but he wasn't certain either. Alfred nodded once, as if that answer alone told him everything he needed. And Master Blackwynd, he asked after a moment. Has he returned from his excursion? Bruce's gaze shifted slightly upward, toward nothing in particular. Not yet. And now, he added, quieter, I'm starting to consider the worst-case scenarios. Alfred exhaled softly. As usual. Bruce turned his head just enough. What? Nothing, sir. Alfred responded. The Batcave was quiet for some time until a sharp, violent pulse cut through the cave. Then. Red. Every monitor in the cavern flared crimson as the alert system engaged. Warning signals cascaded across the displays in rapid succession. Bruce's hand already cutting across the console, fingers pressing into a sequence of commands so precise it looked instinctive. Location, he said, voice calm and controlled. The system responded immediately. Coordinates locked. Feed acquired. The central screen shifted, even Bruce went still, the alert was in his city. Gotham City filled the display. But it wasn't the skyline that held the image together. It was what stood at its heart. A gate. Not like the others, not even close. It dominated the city block it had chosen, a towering distortion of space that stretched upward into the sky. Its surface was deep crimson and black, layers folding over each other. Lightning cracked silently within it. It wasn't just large. From the camera's angle, high above the city it was already clear, this thing could be seen from anywhere in Gotham. People filled the streets below, some frozen in place, others running, cars abandoned mid-road as panic spread faster than any official response could contain. Alfred stepped closer to the screen, his usual composure thinning just slightly as he took in the scale of it. "What is that?" he began, the question trailing off. Bruce's eyes remained fixed on the gate, studying it, not just its size. When he finally spoke, his voice had shifted. "I think this is it, Alfred." "That one." He continued, eyes narrowing just slightly, "That's what I was worried about, the entities I told you about." The feed zoomed in automatically, focusing on the surface of the gate. "Arthur warned me about them," Bruce said, more to himself than anyone else. "About individuals we couldn't measure, entities that bring war and death, beings that cannot be reasoned with. This feels like it will spit out one of them." Alfred's gaze lingered on the screen, his expression tightening. "Well," he said quietly, "that is deeply unfortunate." Bruce was already moving. The chair behind him slid back as he stood, turning toward the armor platform without hesitation. The batsuit began assembling around him in segments, mechanical arms moving with precision as each piece locked into place. Alfred watched him for a moment, then spoke. "And where exactly do you believe you're going, sir? Surely not in there." Bruce didn't stop. To get a closer look. The cowl settled into place, sealing with a soft click. Alfred exhaled. "With respect, Master Wayne," he said, stepping forward slightly, "that appears to be the sort of situation where closer may not be the wisest course of action." Bruce reached for his gauntlets, securing them with efficiency. "If this is what I think it is, I need to confirm it. And if your suspicions are correct?" Alfred pressed, his tone sharpening just slightly. "If this is indeed one of these Monarch-level threats you've been anticipating." Bruce finally paused. Just for a fraction of a second. "Then we don't have time to guess," he said. Alfred studied him, then gave a small, resigned nod, the kind that came from long experience rather than agreement. "Very well." He adjusted his posture slightly, hands folding behind his back once more. "Then I suppose there is little point in attempting to dissuade you." Bruce stepped toward the platform exit. "None." Alfred allowed himself a sigh. "Please be careful, sir," he said, quieter now, though no less firm. "I don't often indulge in such sentiments, but—" His gaze flicked briefly back to the screen, the massive, unnatural gate looming over Gotham like an omen. "I find myself with a rather poor feeling about this. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 446, The Monarch's Gate. The world had found something new to look at, every major network, every independent stream, every shaky phone camera pointed in the same direction, toward Gotham. Helicopters circled at a cautious distance, their rotors chopping through the air as pilots refused to get any closer than necessary. Even from miles away, the gate dominated the skyline. On one broadcast, the anchor leaned forward slightly, her voice sharpened with barely contained excitement. "What you're seeing right now is unprecedented. Since the first appearance of gates across the globe, we have never recorded anything of this magnitude. This is on an entirely different scale." The feed cut to aerial footage, the gate filling the frame even from a wide angle, Gotham's buildings reduced to silhouettes beneath it. "We're being told that high-ranking hunters are already en route," another reporter added, speaking over the roar of a helicopter. "S-rank teams, possibly multiple guilds coordinating. If there was ever a moment to demonstrate the true extent of their power, this is it." A split screen appeared, showing a panel discussion. One of the commentators, a former military analyst turned media figure, spoke with firm confidence. "Let's not forget, hunters have been dealing with gates for 2 months now. They've adapted, and in many cases surpassed expectations. Some of these individuals are being compared to the Justice League's strongest members." He gestured toward the footage. "Yes, this is bigger. Yes, it's different. But if anyone can handle it, it's them. This will be the ultimate test, not just for hunters, but for the protectors of this world as a whole." The tone across every channel was the same. Confident, almost arrogant. But blind. None of them knew what they were looking at. High above the city, at the very top of Wayne Tower, the gate loomed just as large. It didn't matter how far you were. You could see it anywhere. Superman stood near the edge, his gaze fixed on the distant anomaly, eyes narrowing slightly as he took in details no camera could fully capture. Beside him, Batman remained still, cape barely shifting in the wind, while Kara stood a few steps ahead, arms loosely at her sides, her expression more focused than concerned. Behind them, other members of the Justice League gathered, quieter than usual, their attention drawn to the same impossible sight. It's not like the others, I tried to punch through it but... Kara said at last, I can almost sense the calamity behind this one. Batman didn't look away from the gate. It's sealed, he said. No fluctuation in the entry point. No partial openings. Nothing has crossed over, so yes, it is different from the usual gates. Superman frowned slightly. So all we can do is wait. For now. Kara exhaled slowly, her eyes still locked on the swirling mass. If Arthur was here. She murmured, almost to herself. He'd know exactly what this is. And what we're supposed to do about it. Batman's voice followed, calm. He already told us enough. That pulled Superman's attention toward him. When he left, Bruce continued, he shared everything he could about the entities behind the gates. The ones above the regular monsters we've been dealing with alongside the awakened hunters. He paused for a moment. This matches his description. Kara's expression tightened slightly. A monarch. Batman gave a small nod. Worst case scenario, he said. One of them is on the other side of that gate. The wind shifted around them, carrying the distant noise of the city, sirens, helicopters, the restless movement of people who didn't fully understand what they were standing beneath. Superman's gaze dropped, scanning the streets below. They're still there, he said quietly. Civilians, reporters, and hunters. From this height, the crowd looked small. But there were too many of them. Evacuation isn't complete. Batman's tone didn't change. It won't be. Superman glanced at him. People are leaving, Bruce clarified, but not the ones who think they belong there. Hunters, media, and of course government officials, you know how it is. The closer the danger, the more valuable the story. Superman's jaw tightened slightly. We should clear them out, this is no time to cover a story. We can't force them, Batman said. We can only be ready to save them. That settled between them for a moment. Then Superman straightened slightly, his gaze lifting back toward the gate, something resolute settling into his posture. If it opens, and something comes through, something like what Arthur described. He didn't hesitate. I'll engage it alone. Kara turned her head toward him. I'll draw it away from the city, toward the sea, toward space even, he added. Keep its focus on me. Batman didn't react immediately. But Kara did. You're thinking too small, she said. Superman frowned slightly. What do you mean? These monarchs, she continued, her eyes returning to the gate, they will not come alone. You've seen Arthur's vast army, she said. His shadows. She looked at him again. These beings. They're the same. Each one commands an army of its own, Arthur is currently fighting them, alone. The realization settled quickly. If that gate belongs to one of them, Kara finished, then we're not just dealing with a single threat. Superman's expression shifted. We're dealing with an invasion. He looked back down at the city. At Gotham. I don't know if the city can survive that. Kara didn't look away from the gate. It won't, she said quietly. Not if it comes to that. Then, she added firmer. But we'll stop them here before it gets worse. Batman finally turned slightly, his gaze sweeping across the city beneath them, then back to the gate. Gotham has been destroyed before, he said. More than once yet it's still standing. He stepped forward slightly, the wind catching his cape as he did. I've already deployed teams across the city, he continued. Strategic points. Evacuation corridors. Defensive positions. Superman glanced at him. For what scenario? Batman's eyes remained on the gate. The worst one. Then Superman allowed himself a small, almost amused smile. That's your plan, he asked. Hold the line and hope for the best. For a second. Batman almost smiled, but it wasn't humor. You might represent hope, he said quietly, but hope to me is never the plan. He turned his head just enough. There are contingencies in place. Kara huffed faintly under her breath. Of course there are. From a certain rooftop where the Titans had taken position, Robin stood near the edge, his stance rigid, staff resting lightly in his hand as his eyes traced every movement the gate made. How long will it take, he asked without turning. Before it opens. Cyborg, a few steps behind him, had his arm partially transformed, a holographic display flickering above his palm as streams of data ran across it in rapid succession. His systems were working overtime, cross-referencing every known gate event, every recorded anomaly. If we're going by standard gate behavior, he began, they stay active for about 7 days. He paused, adjusting something in the display, his mechanical eye narrowing slightly. If we don't clear them within that window, you get a dungeon break. Everything inside spills out into our world, it happened a few times already. Robin glanced back at him briefly. And this one? Cyborg hesitated for a second. This one's different, he admitted. It's already sealed. No entry point, no fluctuation, nothing we can interact with. His gaze shifted toward the gate again, something uneasy settling beneath his usual confidence. If we assume the same timeline still applies, then we're not at the start of the clock, we're somewhere in the middle. Robin's grip on his staff tightened slightly. How much? Cyborg exhaled slowly. 4 days. Maybe less. The number didn't sit well with anyone. Starfire hovered just above the rooftop, her hair drifting like a living flame as her green eyes studied the gate with open concern. That is, not much time, she said softly. If what emerges is as dangerous as the others have suggested. Her voice trailed off, but the implication remained. Blue Beetle shifted beside her. Yeah, no kidding, he muttered, glancing up at the thing. That's not a send in a team and call it a day kind of situation. Then Raven spoke. I wonder if Arthur has something to do with this. Her voice was quiet, but it pulled everyone's attention toward her. She stood slightly apart from the others, her cloak still despite the wind, her gaze fixed on the gate in a way that felt deeper than simple observation. Robin frowned. You think he caused it? Raven shook her head faintly. No, she said. Not that he caused it. Her violet eyes narrowed slightly. But he would know, he should be able to feel something like this, she continued. Something on this scale, it's not subtle for someone like him. Blue Beetle tilted his head slightly. So can you reach him? Like, magic call or whatever you do. Raven's expression shifted just slightly. I've tried, the moment this thing appeared I tried to contact him but that was enough to change the tone. There's nothing, she said, quieter now. No connection and no response. Her gaze dropped for a moment in frustration. Even his shadows here. She added, her voice tightening just a fraction, they feel disconnected. Like they've been cut off from him entirely. Cyborg frowned. That's not normal, is it? No, Raven said. Which means wherever he is. She looked back up at the gate. It's interfering with everything. Blue Beetle crossed his arms. And what kind of place does that? He asked. I mean, what kind of place is your boyfriend in right now? I don't know, Raven said. There was no hesitation in the answer. And that, more than anything, made it worse. He didn't tell me much, she continued, her voice steady. Not because he couldn't, but because he knew I'd try to reach him if he did. A faint breath left her. He wants to fight this on his own. Starfire's expression softened slightly. And you respect his choice? Raven nodded once. Of course I do, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. Her gaze lingered on the gate. Because if something like that is appearing here. She murmured, almost to herself, I have a terrible feeling that he. She didn't finish. Robin stepped forward slightly, his voice firm. Whatever it is, we deal with what's in front of us first, Arthur can handle his own battles. He looked at each of them in turn. We hold this position. We follow Batman's orders. And when that thing opens. His eyes shifted back to the gate. They will be the ones trying to survive. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 447, The Monarch's Gate. The city below Wayne Tower no longer looked like Gotham in the usual sense. It looked emptied, hollowed out, streets that once crawled with traffic were now lined with barricades, military checkpoints, and abandoned vehicles that hadn't been moved in days. The skyline was still dominated by the gate. It didn't open yet. A colossal oval shape that can be seen even from orbit. And around it, humanity had gathered anyway. Hunters from across the world stood on rooftops, highways surrounding the sealed anomaly. Armor glinted, weapons reinforced with mana and egos. They were the famous ones too, ranked S-class hunters who had survived dozens of gates, smiling for cameras, talking loudly enough for the live broadcasts still running from abandoned news vans. This is it, one of them said into a microphone, grinning as helicopters circled above. The biggest gate yet. If anything comes out of there, we'll be the ones to kill it. Another voice cut in from a different channel, equally confident. Forget stopping it. This is a chance. Whoever clears this will be remembered forever. A reporter, standing far too close to the barrier line, turned to the camera. Officials are calling this the Red Crown Gate. Hunters from over 20 nations are now present on site. Many believe this will be the ultimate test of humanity's new defenders. Some are even calling this the moment hunters surpass the Justice League. That comment alone rippled through the crowd. Pride flared and their smirks deepened. Some hunters actually laughed at the idea, rolling their shoulders as if already imagining the glory. High above them, the real old defenders of Earth watched in silence. Superman hovered in the air, cape shifting gently in the wind. Beside him, Kara floated with her arms loosely folded, eyes fixed on the gate. For a moment, neither of them spoke, then Superman asked, quietly, "Any news of Arthur yet?" Kara didn't look away from the gate when she answered. Her voice came softer than usual, "No." Then she finally turned her head slightly toward him, offering a small smile. "That's all right," Superman said, "he'll be fine. He's pretty tough. All we need to do is handle this. When he comes back, it'll be with good news from both sides." His gaze drifted down toward the hunters below, and then toward the gate that had everyone pretending they weren't afraid of. "It would be a shame if he returns and we can't even defend our own world from something like this." Kara exhaled slowly, then shook her head. "I'm not worried about Arthur, Cal." That made him glance at her. "Besides, he's helping even now. Look." Superman followed her gaze upward. High overhead, toward the sky above the gate. The Shadow's lanterns were there. Weaving through the clouds like living ink, at their front hovered a menacing figure, Arthur's Marshal Zeus, wreathed in crackling violet lightning that snapped around him like contained thunder. The lightning cast fleeting purple highlights across the clouds, and right next to him a human girl, in Shadow Lantern uniform. That one presence stood out even to Superman. "Interesting, an Earthling Shadow Lantern, and that lightning shadow looks strong," Superman murmured, more to himself than anyone else. Then, after a pause, "I've seen them across different reports, across different worlds. They're organized and intelligent. The Shadow Corps is known to all now, active across the stars, holding the line where even the Green Lanterns sometimes falter. They are truly a formidable force." Kara's eyes stayed on them a moment longer before she answered. "They are part of his power," she said quietly. "That's how I know he's fine. Even if he's not here, and even though these guys were brought here by Raven." Superman nodded once, still watching the shadows drift across the sky like an unseen army. He lowered his gaze then. "A while back, I thought badly of him. Same as Bruce did. We saw the shadows, the power that didn't fit our neat little boxes of light and justice. I judged him too quickly and so did Bruce." He let out a soft chuckle, "But I've come to respect him. Deeply. The way he fights for Earth and for his loved ones, not for the spotlight, not for the cheers of the people. Just because he thinks it's right, it is truly commendable." Kara crossed her arms, hovering in place with a playful huff that sent a stray lock of hair dancing across her forehead. "You guys are the worst judges of character sometimes, you know that, right? Especially Bruce." She uncrossed one arm to jab a finger toward the shadows overhead, her voice rising with the bright, unwavering love that colored every word when she spoke of Arthur. "Arthur might not be bright and shiny like most of the so-called heroes are. I mean, just look at these idiots down there, hunters in shining armor. Most of them would run the moment they feel their life is in danger, but he never did and never will." She glanced at the Marshal again, violet lightning flashing in her eyes, and her smile turned soft, almost shy. "He's my everything, Cal." Superman chuckled lightly. "You really love him, don't you?" Kara tilted her head just a little and said proudly, "I do." Superman floated a bit closer, then, with a small smile, he said, "Speaking of you guys, we can celebrate later once this is over." Kara blinked once. "Celebrate what?" He tilted his head toward her with a certain look, not saying it outright. "She see." Then Kara's eyes widened just slightly, followed by a slow exhale that turned into an embarrassed laugh she tried, and failed to hide. "Oh, that. You noticed." Her voice was quiet, almost wondering, like she still couldn't quite believe it herself. Superman laughed softly. "You didn't tell anyone." "I haven't told anyone yet. I wanted to wait until Arthur returns." Kara said quietly. "I see. And of course I noticed," Superman cut in gently, his grin widening into that boyish, "Big brother. I'm Kryptonian too, remember? Heat vision, super hearing, and apparently the ability to pick up on tiny heartbeats that aren't mine or yours." He winked, the gesture light and teasing, easing any awkwardness. "It's strong and healthy. Just like its supermom." Kara said nothing for a moment, just floated there blushing harder, the smile on her face bright enough to rival the sun. She bit her lip, eyes shining with a mix of joy and the quiet ache of missing the one person she wanted to share this with most. Superman's expression grew tender. "We'll celebrate properly once Arthur's back. All of us. Maybe a cake too, bad jokes, and no shadows. Kara met his gaze again, her blush deepening. I'd love that, she said softly. Then, suddenly a sound came. At first, it was so low it barely registered, conversations faltered mid-sentence. The confident laughter of hunters scattered across the barricades died out one by one, replaced by a creeping silence that spread through the evacuated streets. Then the gate answered. A deep crack rolled outward from its center. The surface of it rippled unevenly. Light bent wrong around it. The sky above Gotham seemed to dim by degrees. Every head turned. Weapons came up almost instinctively, blades and firearms locked into place, reinforced by mana that surged visibly across the bodies of high-ranking hunters as they braced themselves. The bravado from earlier didn't vanish, but it did change. Because they all understood the same thing at the same time. The gate was about to open and unleash whatever it is holding. High above the city, Superman's expression shifted before the second crack even finished echoing. Kara. She was already looking at him. There was no softness lingering from their earlier exchange. Another sound followed, louder this time. A fracture. Superman inhaled slowly, and when he spoke, his voice carried that same calm strength he always shows. This is it. Kara nodded once, her eyes narrowing slightly. Yeah, she said under her breath, quieter. Below them, the gathered hunters shifted into formation. Some shouted orders. Others activated abilities that lit up the streets in flashes of color and power. Defensive barriers rose. Teams clustered together. A few of the more arrogant ones still smirked, but even those smiles were less convincing now. The gate pulsed again. And this time, a thin line of distortion traced across its surface, like a crack in glass. Miles away, atop Wayne Tower, Batman stood unmoving at the edge of the rooftop, the wind pulling faintly at his cape as his eyes remained locked on the gate. He had been watching it for days, analyzing and preparing for every possible outcome. And now, it had begun. The sound reached him a fraction of a second later than the others, but his reaction was immediate. His gauntlet lit up under his touch. A series of commands flickered across the interface as his fingers were inputting sequences he had prepared long before this moment ever came. Protocol Omega-7, he said quietly, his voice calm. Authorization, Batman. Then. Secondary confirmation accepted. High above Earth, beyond the reach of the naked eye, in orbit. The Watchtower. Systems that had remained dormant came alive in sequence. Massive internal mechanisms rotated with deliberate precision, energy routing through channels designed for a single purpose. A weapon. From Gotham, it wasn't visible in full, but a faint, distant glow began to gather in the upper atmosphere, subtle at first. Almost mistaken for a trick of the light. Batman didn't look up. He already knew. His eyes remained fixed on the gate as the distortion across its surface deepened, spreading like fractures. For only a moment his jaw tightened. Then he spoke again, not to anyone listening. A last resort. / Arthur Blackwynd. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 448, The Hour of Beasts. The gate finally opened, the fractured surface peeled back in layers of warped light, and for a brief second nothing happened. Then the first beast stepped through, and the illusion of control shattered completely. They came in a flood that defied reason, pouring out of the gate in numbers so vast that the mind struggled to keep up. Massive wolves the size of armored trucks slammed into the streets, their bodies plated in jagged bone and their glowing eyes scanning for prey with frightening intelligence. Sleeker shapes followed them, jackals with elongated limbs and split jaws, their movements too fast, too fluid, racing across vertical surfaces and collapsing distances in blurs of motion before tearing into anything that moved. Warcats leapt down from above, their metallic hides glowing with mana as they crashed directly into hunter formations, scattering them. And still they came. Towering humanoid beasts dropped in groups, their forms wrapped in fur and bone plating, wielding crude weapons. A creature resembling a bear, if one ignored the glowing runes shifting across its body and the unnatural density of its mass, hit the ground hard enough to send a shockwave through the surrounding streets, then rose and swept an entire squad of hunters aside in a single, brutal attack. A wall of wolves slammed into a different line of A-ranks and S-rank hunters, screams rose instantly. A man who had laughed about easy paydays moments earlier was lifted 10 feet in the air by a warkat's jaws, armor crumpling like foil. Another A-rank hunter watched his friend dissolve into red mist as a jackal's venom hit him square in the chest. Eyes that had burned with courage widened in animal terror. Mana rifles clattered to the dirt. Men and women hunters who had faced monsters and demons alike inside dungeons turned and ran, boots pounding, voices cracking into sobs. Fall back. Fall back. It's too many of them, Jesus, there's no end to this. And then something larger forced its way through the gate, its presence alone enough to draw the eyes of everyone, even those in battle. 3 heads. One massive body. Each maw lined with teeth that burned faintly with heat as it exhaled. The Cerberus landed already attacking, its combined roar shaking the air as it tore into the nearest hunters, scattering who had only moments before been boasting into cameras about glory and recognition. That confidence died quickly. One hunter charged forward with a shout, blade blazing with mana, only to be intercepted mid-step by a wolf that closed the distance faster than thought and tore through him in a spray of blood that painted the street. Another raised a shield, a tank screaming for others to regroup, but the jackals hit him all at once, their bodies slamming into the shield until it fractured and collapsed, leaving him exposed for less than a second before they dragged him down. The lines of hunters broke almost immediately, into pure chaos. Commands turned into shouting. Shouting turned into panic, and some tried to rally, forcing themselves to stand their ground despite the overwhelming tide, but many simply froze as the scale of the army before them finally sank in. Others turned and ran, abandoning formation entirely as instinct overrode pride. High above, Superman didn't allow himself even a fraction of that hesitation. The moment the first wave made contact, he was already moving, his descent cutting through the air breaking the sound barrier before he struck the ground with enough force to send a shockwave rippling outward. Several beasts were thrown clear from the impact, their bodies slamming into nearby structures as he surged forward, fist already streaking through the advancing mass. "Kara," he called, already shifting his stance as more beasts closed in. "I see it," she answered, her voice sharp with focus as she veered toward the largest threat on the field. The Cerberus turned toward them, all 3 heads snapping in unison before splitting apart, each one tracking a different target. Kara met it head-on, colliding with one of its heads and driving her fist into its jaw with a crack that echoed across the battlefield. The impact twisted its neck violently, but the creature barely seemed to register the damage before the second head lashed out toward her. Superman intercepted it, his hands clamping down on its jaws and forcing them apart with visible strain as heat vision erupted from his eyes, carving across its massive body. The beast roared, all 3 heads joining in a sound that reverberated through the city, but Kara was already moving again, twisting through the air and slamming both feet into the third head, driving it into the ground hard enough to crater the street beneath it. "Bastard can take hits," she snapped, pulling back just as the creature surged again. "I will not pull my punches then, leave it to me and help the others," Superman replied. Across the battlefield, the rest of the Justice League had engaged with equal intensity. Martian Manhunter, phasing through incoming attacks before reforming behind his targets, his telepathic power slamming into clusters of beasts and disrupting them long enough for him to dismantle them with powerful strikes. Overhead, green light cut through the sky as Hal Jordan and John Stewart coordinated without needing to speak much, constructs forming and reforming in rapid succession, massive barriers locking down advancing waves while concentrated blasts of energy tore through anything that broke formation. "Too many damn angles," Hal called out, his construct shifting under the pressure of repeated impacts. "I know," John replied, his own constructs boxing in a group of warcats before compressing inward with crushing force. On the ground, Wonder Woman advanced, her blade flashing with lethal grace as she cut through anything that stood in her path, her presence alone holding back a portion of the tide that would have otherwise overwhelmed the hunters entirely. Not far from her, lightning struck in repeated bursts as Shazam moved through the battlefield with raw, explosive power, each impact scattering enemies and buying precious seconds for those still trying to regroup. Then the shadows descended. Their impact was immediate. The Shadow Lanterns moved as one, their forms cutting through the battlefield with unnatural coordination, weapons of pure darkness carving into beasts that moments before had seemed unstoppable. Where they advanced, the tide slowed, in a way that gave the defenders room to breathe. At their forefront, the Shadow Marshal Zeus dominated the battlefield. Violet lightning tore from the sky in blinding arcs, each strike annihilating entire groups of beasts in an instant. The air itself seemed to fracture under the force of it, the ground splitting and burning where the lightning made contact. High above it all, the Batwing cut through the smoke-filled sky now, its systems processing more data than most would have thought possible in such a short time. Batman watched the battlefield through layers of analysis, his gaze moving constantly as he tracked numbers, patterns, emergence rates, and threat levels. There were too many variables. Too many unknowns. But one thing was already clear. Overwhelming numbers, he said, his voice with a tension he rarely allowed to surface. Far exceeding initial projections. Another wave poured from the gate even as he spoke, the flow of beasts showing no sign of slowing. His eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned for anomalies, for anything that stood apart from the rest. Anything that seems like the leader. But there was nothing, only the army. No central figure, he murmured, more to himself than anyone else, his focus sharpening. No dominant presence among them, except for those S-rank beasts, but they can't be the monarch. His grip tightened slightly against the controls as the realization settled in fully. The monarch isn't among them. From their position, a partially collapsed high-rise several blocks away from the main impact zone, the Titans had a clear, elevated view of the battlefield, and somehow that made it worse. Distance turned the entire war into something visible all at once, something impossible to ignore or rationalize. The gate still open, still bleeding monsters into the world. Even from here, the scale of it was overwhelming. Cyborg stood one arm transformed, cannon glowing as it discharged shot after shot into the advancing swarm in the distance. Each blast cut through the air with mechanical sound before detonating against the beasts, knocking some back, tearing through others, but for every one that fell, more took its place. He adjusted his aim slightly, targeting a beast pushing too close to a defensive line of hunters, and fired again. Damn, he muttered under his breath, we planned for numbers, we knew it'd be bad. Another shot. Another explosion. His jaw tightened. But this, he continued, his voice lowering as he watched yet another wave pour from the gate like it had no end. This is seriously bad. Behind him, the others were watching too. Raven stood slightly apart from the group, her hood casting a shadow over her face as her gaze remained fixed on the chaos. The gate pressed against her senses in a way the others couldn't fully understand. Her hands tightened slightly at her sides. I'm not staying here, she said quietly, though there was nothing uncertain in her tone. Robin turned immediately at that, already stepping toward her. Raven, wait. He reached out, not grabbing her, but close enough to stop her. The plan, he said, we hold position. We will move when we're needed, not when we feel like it. Raven didn't even look at him. Her eyes were still on the battlefield. On the hunters breaking, on the creatures tearing through lines that were supposed to hold. On the League already engaged, already stretched. Then she exhaled slowly, and for a moment it almost looked like she might listen. Almost. Sorry, she said. And then the shadows around her shifted. Robin's hand moved instinctively, but he was already too late. Raven dissolved into a dark blur, her form collapsing into shadow before vanishing completely from the rooftop. Blue Beetle blinked, looking from where she had been to Robin, then back again. And she's gone. Beast Boy, who had been crouched near the edge but very deliberately not too close, let out a slow breath. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna be honest, he said, raising his hand slightly like he was making a personal declaration. I'm actually feeling really good about staying right here. He glanced at the battlefield, where a massive wolf tore through a group of hunters before being intercepted by a blast of green light. Like, super good, he added quickly. Plan sounds great. Love the plan. Big fan of the plan. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 449, Two Armies. The battlefield became more defined, where there had been panic, there was now resistance. The League held the center, the shadow lanterns carved through the flanks, and the hunters, those who hadn't fled began to remember why they had been called hunters. And then the shadows deepened. They didn't fall from above like the lanterns. They spread, a ripple of darkness slipped across the ground between the beasts, flowing unnaturally fast, slipping through claws and teeth and trampling feet without resistance. It gathered at the heart of a group of humanoid wolves and humanoid beasts that had just broken through a defensive line. Raven emerged from that darkness, her cloak flared outward, eyes glowing faintly beneath the hood as she lifted one hand, fingers curling slowly as if gripping something invisible. Azarath. Metrian. Zinthos. The beasts nearest to her froze as reality itself had tightened around them, their bodies compressing inward under an unseen force. Bone cracked. Armor split. The sound was wet as they imploded, crushed into nothing under the sheer pressure of her magic. She didn't stop, a jackal lunged at her from the side, its jaws wide, moving too fast for a human to react. A tendril of darkness snapped upward and caught it mid-air, suspending it for a second before slamming it into the ground hard enough to shatter it on impact. Raven's expression didn't change. If anything, it grew colder. Another wave came. She raised both hands this time. A sphere of black energy formed around her, expanding outward in a sudden surge that tore through everything in its path. Giant wolves were lifted off their feet and hurled back, their bodies twisting unnaturally before crashing into the remains of shattered buildings. For a moment, a clear space formed around her. And then she moved again. Above her, Superman ended his fight. The Cerberus roared one last time, all 3 heads snapping wildly as it tried to overwhelm him through sheer ferocity, but it couldn't overwhelm Superman, who was catching one head by the throat, then the second, then the third. He snapped them. 3 sharp cracks echoed almost simultaneously, the force of it sending a shock through the creature's massive body as it went limp. He released it without ceremony, letting it collapse into the ruined street below. He was already turning toward the next threat. Not far from him, Kara Zor-El didn't fight like Superman and she didn't hold back like Superman. She tore through the battlefield like a storm, her strikes brutal and relentless, each one driven with enough force to send massive wolves skidding across the ground or straight through structures. One warcat leapt toward her, claws glowing. She caught it mid-air and drove it into the pavement, the impact sending cracks racing outward before she lifted it again and hurled it into an oncoming group of beasts. "Come on," she shouted, almost daring them as they surged toward her again. "Is that all you've got?" A blur of movement caught her eye. Small and fast. Too fast for most to notice. Her head snapped to the side just in time to see a familiar shape dart between the legs of a towering beast before leaping upward, dark energy claws glowing faintly as it tore across its throat in a clean, precise strike. The creature collapsed. Kara blinked. What? The small shadow lantern landed lightly on a broken piece of concrete, tail swaying lazily as if it hadn't just taken down something 10 times its size. Her eyes widened. "What the hell are you doing here, Dexter?" The shadow lantern cat didn't even look at her. It simply flicked its tail once, then launched itself forward again, weaving through the battlefield with impossible agility before pouncing onto another beast and ripping into it. Kara stared at it for a second longer, completely thrown off. Then she let out a short breath, somewhere between disbelief and amusement, shaking her head as she turned back to the fight. "Great," she muttered to herself, though a smile was on her face despite everything. "Now I've got to babysit a suicidal cat." And then she was moving again, keeping pace not just with the enemy, but with the one she wanted to protect. Across the battlefield, something changed. The hunters felt it before they understood it. The defensive line that had nearly broken began to stabilize. The overwhelming tide didn't feel as absolute anymore. The League was pushing. The shadows were holding. The monsters were still coming, but they were being stopped. A hunter, bloodied and breathing hard, watched as Marshal Zeus descended in a storm of violet lightning, annihilating a great number of beasts that had been seconds away from overrunning his position. "We're still alive," he muttered, almost in disbelief. Another nearby, gripping his weapon tighter now, let out a shaky laugh. Yeah, we are." His eyes lifted, watching Superman tear through another wave, watching Wonder Woman carve a path through the battlefield, watching the shadow lanterns. "We might actually survive this." Others began to echo the same sentiment. It was enough to stand again, enough to fight. And then, the gate itself changed. Again. As a different sound emerged from it this time, not the thunderous presence of beasts, now it was higher, a chittering, skittering noise that crawled under the skin. Another wave poured out, and it wasn't the same. They were smaller. But worse. Winged insects burst from the gate in swarms, their bodies glistening with unnatural colors, their wings vibrating fast enough to create a constant, oppressive sound. Some resembled massive hornets, their stingers dripping with glowing venom. Others crawled, ant-like creatures with armored bodies and serrated mandibles, moving in coordinated numbers that flowed like tides. And then there were the others. Plant-like horrors with segmented bodies, their forms covered in thorned growths that pulsed faintly as they released clouds of toxic spores into the air. Every eye turned upward. "There's more," someone shouted, almost desperate. A hunter further back staggered slightly as he recognized them, his face draining of color. No, that's not just more." His voice cracked. "Those are A-rank boss monsters." The word spread faster than the insects. "We faced one of those in a gate. Just one. And it wiped half our team with that poison," he continued, almost forcing the words out now. "We had an S-rank with us, it still killed him." The swarm descended. And for a brief moment, fear returned as well. A single bolt of violet lightning tore downward from the sky, striking the center of the swarm with devastating precision. The impact alone annihilated dozens of the creatures instantly, their bodies disintegrating under the sheer force. But it didn't stop there. The lightning spread. Jumping from one insect to another in rapid succession, chaining through the swarm in a cascading wave of destruction that burned through them faster than they could scatter. The hunters stared upward. They didn't say anything. The Shadow Marshal hovered above, lightning still crackling around him. And they understood, so they kept fighting. High above the battlefield, inside the Batwing, Batman's focus had changed entirely. His screens flickered with new data, new readings, new patterns that didn't align with what he had already established. His mind moved faster than the systems around him, connecting pieces, discarding assumptions, rebuilding the situation in real time. "Arthur mentioned that each monarch governs an ecosystem of monsters," he said, his voice low. "The initial wave was beasts, wolves, warcats, even a Cerberus, a unified structure." His eyes narrowed as he watched the insect swarm continue to pour from the gate. "But these don't fit." Then, realization hit him like a truck. His grip tightened slightly. Unless they're not supposed to fit. His head tilted just slightly, gaze sharpening. 2 ecosystems. The words settled heavily. 2 monarchs. He didn't waste another second. "Superman," he said into the comms, his tone cutting through the chaos with urgency. "There's a high probability we're not dealing with a single monarch." Superman's voice came through, steady even as the sounds of battle raged around him. Go on. The beasts and the insects don't align under one hierarchy, Batman continued. Different structures, different compositions. This isn't reinforcement, it's coordination. Two monarchs are deploying their armies simultaneously. Superman adjusted mid-flight, his expression tightening slightly as he processed that. And neither of them is here. Not yet, Batman replied. And that's the problem. Another screen lit up. No anomalies, no clear signatures. They may not come through the gate at all, he added, voice lowering. If they operate independently, they could emerge anywhere. Anytime. This battlefield might just be a distraction. A second of silence. Then Superman exhaled slowly. I understand. He hovered for just a moment longer, eyes narrowing as his senses stretched outward, pushing beyond the battlefield, beyond the city. I'll expand my range, he said. If there's something out there, I'll find it. Batman's gaze remained locked on the data, already searching for what even Superman might miss. I'll do the same, he replied. A beat passed between them. Then, quieter. I'm counting on you. Superman allowed himself a smile. You can. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 450, Monarch's Arrival. The battle was a collision of forces, of wills, of power so overwhelming that the very air seemed to tremble. The gate still open, vomiting wave after wave of beasts and insects into Gotham, but the ground below no longer belonged to them alone. It was contested, violently and relentlessly. And for the first time since the invasion began, the defenders weren't just surviving, they were pushing them back. Kara tore through the sky like a streak of red and blue, her movements more decisive as she intercepted airborne insects before they could reach the hunters below. Heat vision lanced outward in controlled bursts, carving through swarms with lethal precision, while beneath her, Green Lantern and Shadow Lantern's constructs reshaped the battlefield into barriers, corridors and zones of control. Wonder Woman was forcing the enemy back, her blade flashing in arcs that cut through both chitin and bone alike. Shazam crashed down nearby in a thunderclap, lightning exploding outward from his landing point and scattering armored ant-like creatures that had begun to overwhelm a defensive line. And the Flash was not easy to monitor, he was simple blurs that appear every moment, leaving behind him broken bodies. And through it all, the Shadow Lanterns struck with coordinated brutality, their forms weaving through the battlefield, cutting down anything that slipped past the League's reach. Above them, their marshal commanded the storm itself, violet lightning tearing through the sky in devastating arcs that reduced entire swarms to ash in seconds. And then, Raven landed in the middle of a charging wave of beasts, her cloak flaring outward as shadows surged around her. Azarath. Metrian. Zinthos. The ground beneath the advancing monster split open, almost spiritually, a rift of pure darkness swallowing the front line whole as the beasts were dragged downward into nothingness, their roars cut off mid-sound. The ones behind them barely had time to react before tendrils of shadow lashed outward, impaling, crushing, tearing through them in a violent cascade of destruction. She stepped forward into the aftermath, eyes glowing faintly, already reaching for the next monsters. Hey! A familiar voice cut through the chaos. Raven turned, and a blur of gold and red slammed into a massive wolf just to her right, sending it skidding across the ground before it could even reach her. Kara hovered there for a second, fist still clenched, before glancing sideways at Raven with a grin. I thought you'd show up eventually, it was odd enough that you agreed to Bruce's plan. Raven's expression softened just slightly. You didn't think I'd stay back and watch them kick your ass, did you? Kara snorted lightly, brushing a strand of hair back as another insect dove toward them. Raven caught it midair with a flick of her fingers, crushing it into a compact sphere of dark energy before letting it implode silently. Okay, yeah. Kara admitted, smirking. You can help. There was a moment of silence between them. Then Kara raised her hand. Raven looked at it, then, without a word, she lifted her own. Their hands met in a quick, sharp clap, a high five that felt almost absurd in the middle of a battlefield tearing itself apart. And then they attacked. Together. Kara launched forward first, slamming into a beastman with enough force to scatter them in every direction, while Raven followed a step behind, her magic expanding outward in a wave that locked the beasts in place just long enough for Kara to tear through them completely. An insect swarm descended toward them. Raven's shadows surged upward, catching the front line and holding them. Kara flew straight through the rest, fists blazing, ripping through the formation in a storm of raw power. They didn't need to speak again, they fell into rhythm almost instantly. Two forces, completely different, but perfectly aligned. Not far above them, Shazam hovered midair, momentarily distracted from the immediate fight as another bolt of violet lightning tore through the sky, obliterating an entire swarm of airborne insects in a single, devastating strike. He blinked. Okay, hold on. Another bolt followed, even larger this time, chaining through dozens more creatures with terrifying efficiency. Shazam frowned, glancing down at his own hands as faint lightning crackled across them. That's... He shot upward, fast. The Shadow Marshal Zeus didn't slow down at all. He barely even seemed to acknowledge the battlefield anymore, his focus was absolute as he called down another storm. Shazam pulled up beside him, hovering just outside the immediate radius of destruction. Hey, quick question. Another bolt crashed down. Shazam flinched slightly. Right, bad timing. I got it, but I just wanted to ask how are you'd. Move. The word hit Shazam harder than the lightning. Shazam blinked. What? The Shadow Marshal didn't even look at him. Move out of my way, boy. Another strike followed immediately, forcing Shazam to shift aside as the lightning tore past where he had been hovering a second earlier, incinerating another wave of insects. Shazam hovered there, staring at him. Boy. He glanced down at himself instinctively, the suit, the lightning emblem, the very adult form he was currently in. Then looked back up. Wait. His eyes narrowed slightly. You can see through that. No response. The Shadow Marshal had already shifted his focus, raising a hand as another storm gathered above, his attention completely back on the battlefield as if Shazam had never been there at all. Okay, Shazam muttered, floating there for a second longer before shaking his head. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Another bolt came down. Still kinda rude, though. And then he dropped back into the fight, lightning exploding outward as he slammed into a group of advancing beasts, leaving the Shadow Marshal to his storm. Asterisk. Far from the battlefield, far enough that the thunder of war became a distant, constant tremor, the city stood hollow and abandoned. Smoke drifted between the skyscrapers in thin trails. Up here, on one of the tallest towers overlooking Gotham, there was only wind. And then... the air split as a thin line carved itself into existence, glowing red, jagged and uneven like a beast claw. It stretched, widened, peeled apart with a low, tearing sound. A portal, but not like the one down in the city. From within it, something stepped forward. Rockin'. The beast monarch emerged. He stood tall, broad-shouldered, his expression was calm and focused, his beast eyes lifted immediately toward the distant battlefield. He watched. For a few seconds, he said nothing. Then, beside him, another tear opened. This one was different. Green. Sickly. Pulsing with a toxic glow that bled outward into the air around it. The edges of the portal writhed slightly. And from it, she stepped through. Quaratia. The Queen of Insects emerged with a grace that contrasted with the energy surrounding her. Her posture was almost elegant, her smile already present as she glanced out over the city, taking in the distant destruction with amusement. Her eyes flicked toward the battlefield. Then back to Rockin'. Well, she said lightly, her voice unsettling warmth. They're putting on quite the show. Rockin' didn't look at her. His gaze remained fixed on the horizon, on the clash of forces barely visible from this distance. They were prepared, he said after a moment, still not impressed. More than I expected. Another distant explosion lit up the skyline. But it doesn't change anything. His eyes narrowed slightly, tracking the movement of the armies, the shifting lines, the resistance forming against the tide. They've barely scratched 10% of what I've sent through. Quaratia let out a soft laugh, stepping closer to the edge of the building as if she were watching a performance. How generous of you, Shadow Monarch, she murmured. Leaving so many alive. Rockin's expression didn't change. This Earth is different, he continued, almost as if speaking to himself. I can't really put it into words. Then, he added. In any case, the Shadow Monarch was sleeping here apparently. My Earth. He went on, his voice becoming darker slightly, that one became my personal hunting ground. I left just enough alive to keep it interesting. A place to return to. To entertain myself. Quaratia tilted her head, her smile widening just slightly. How cruel, she said, though there was no disapproval in her tone. Only amusement. I didn't see the point in keeping anyone alive. She lifted one hand slightly, examining her fingers as if recalling something pleasant. I wiped mine clean. Every last one. Then I turned it into something useful. Her eyes glowed green faintly. A nest. A place to grow my children without interruption. She glanced back toward the distant battle, where the swarms she had unleashed were now clashing with forces that refused to break. And now, she added softly, they get to experience them. Rockin finally shifted his gaze toward her for a moment. There are strong presences here, he said. Stronger than my Earth, I'm prepared but we need to be careful of them. His eyes tracked something unseen from this distance. The Kryptonian especially, he noted. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. And the Shadow Monarch's influence is here, even in his absence. Quresha's smile didn't fade. Which makes this all the more interesting. Rockin's smirk widened slightly, something feral beginning to show through. I've faced them all before, he said, his voice lowering. On my world. And I've killed them all, before I even claimed my own primordial darkness. Quresha exhaled softly, almost bored. Yes, yes, she said, waving a hand dismissively. We've both conquered our worlds. That's not why we're here. She turned fully toward the battlefield now. Then suddenly, a voice grabbed their attention. Nice view. It was calm, almost casual. Both monarchs turned. Superman hovered behind them, not far, but close enough that the distance between them meant nothing. He was relaxed, arms crossed, but his eyes were sharp, locked onto them with an unwavering focus. I'm going to go out on a limb, he continued, and say you're not just here for the scenery. Rockin's gaze sharpened instantly, recognizing him immediately. You. Quresha's smile widened, her interest piqued as she studied him more closely. Well, she said softly, this one does feel different from the one I knew. Superman didn't react to either of them. He simply hovered there. I'm guessing, he said after a moment, you're the ones behind all of this. Rockin's lips pulled back slightly, revealing jagged teeth as something more predatory surfaced in his expression. A feral laugh escaped him. Your guess, he said, is correct. Superman's expression didn't change. Then we're past introductions, monarchs, he said, his voice firm now. His eyes starting to glow red. Just understand something. You're not the predator here. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 451, Superman vs. Rockin and Quresha. Rockin attacked first. There was no warning, just a blur that shattered the rooftop beneath his feet as he launched forward, the force alone cracking the skyscraper. The distance between them vanished in an instant, his claw already arcing towards Superman's head. Superman didn't dodge. He caught Rockin's hand. The impact alone detonated the air around them, a shockwave ripped outward, glass exploding from every surrounding building as the skyline shuddered under the collision. The rooftop beneath them collapsed instantly. Rockin kicked Superman, but Superman didn't let go as both of them dropping through concrete and steel, crashing down through multiple floors in a storm of debris before bursting out the side of the building in a violent eruption. They hit the street, hard. The asphalt cratered beneath their feet, the ground splitting in fractures that spread outward for meters. For a second, they stood there locked, Rockin's claw pressing down, Superman's arm holding it back, muscles straining against something that shouldn't have matched him. Then Rockin smiled, a smile of hunger. Superman. It'll be a pleasure killing you again. Superman's eyes narrowed, heat vision flickering for a second before he drove his fist forward. It connected with Rockin's jaw like a missile. The sound wasn't a punch. It was an explosion as Rockin's body tore through the remains of the street, plowing through abandoned cars and smashing into the side of another building, the entire structure buckling inward from the force before partially collapsing on top of him. Superman didn't wait, he was already moving for a follow-up attack. He shot forward, breaking the sound barrier, fist drawn back again, but the moment he closed the distance, something hit him. From the side. Invisible and violent, it slammed into his ribs like a concentrated blast of pressure and acid combined, sending him skidding across the ground, tearing through concrete and steel alike before he caught himself mid-slide, boots carving trenches into the street. He looked up. Quresha stood far above, perched on the edge of a distant building, one hand raised delicately as faint green energy coiled around her fingers. Her smile widened. You shouldn't ignore me, handsome. Superman then moved just in time. A second blast carved through where he had been standing, slicing clean through the street and leaving behind a bubbling, corrosive trench that hissed and smoked violently. This was strong magic, something he couldn't shrug off. Superman's expression shifted as he processed it. Behind him, the rubble exploded outward. Rockin rose, but he wasn't the same. His body twisted, expanded, reshaping as something far more primal forced its way to the surface. His skin turned pale, almost white, stretching over a frame that grew larger, denser, more monstrous with each passing second, and his eyes burned red. A monstrous sound escaped him as he rolled his shoulders, the ground beneath his feet fracturing again under his transformed beast body. This is better. He stepped forward once. The street collapsed beneath him. Superman launched, fist aimed straight for Rockin's head again, but this time Rockin met him halfway. Their collision shattered the air. They disappeared from the ground in a violent blur, rocketing upward through the skyline, smashing through the sides of buildings as they climbed, each impact sending debris raining down like meteor fragments. Superman drove a punch into Rockin's torso. Rockin answered with a claw that raked across Superman's side. And this time, it cut. It wasn't deep, but enough for Superman to feel it. Really feel it. His eyes sharpened and Rocken grinned wider, his blood spattering across the air between them. Yes, that's it. They crashed through another building, bursting out the other side into open sky before slamming into each other again midair, blows trading faster now, heavier. Below. Koresha didn't rush. Her eyes tracked the fight above with a calm look as her fingers danced slightly, weaving something far more complex than simple attacks. The swarm responded. From the gate, from the battlefield, from the shadows of the city itself, winged horrors and venomous constructs peeled away from the main fight, drawn toward her like extensions of her will. Her smile turned sharp. Let's see how long you last. Kryptonian. Above. Superman grabbed Rocken mid-swing and drove him downward. They hit another skyscraper. The entire structure folded inward around them, glass vaporized and floors collapsed one after another as they tore through the building from top to bottom in a single, unstoppable descent. And then exploded out the base in a storm of dust and fire. The ground shook. Superman rose from the crater first, chest rising steadily, eyes locked forward. Rocken stood up seconds later. Laughing. And around them, the city burned. Superman staggered. It was subtle, so subtle most wouldn't notice, but for him it felt like his veins had been set on fire from the inside. Dark lines crept along his skin, faint at first, then spreading across his jaw and down his neck. His breath hitched. What is this? Across from him, hovering just out of reach, Koresha smiled. You feel it, don't you? She purred, one of my finest creations. A human wouldn't last 5 seconds. You. Her eyes gleamed, studying him like a specimen. You might have 5 minutes. She tilted her head slightly, amused. My world's Superman died in less. Then Superman's eyes hardened with resolve. I don't know how you managed to hit me, but I'll make those 5 minutes count. He vanished. The air detonated where he had been, and Rocken barely had time to turn before Superman slammed into him like a meteor. The impact sent a thunderclap across the city, and drove the Beast Monarch straight through 2 skyscrapers in a blur of collapsing steel and pulverized concrete. They burst out the other side still locked together. Superman didn't stop as he drove Rocken higher, faster, fists crashing into him one after another. I'm not. Crack, letting you, boom, touch anyone on Earth. Rocken snarled, claws raking across Superman's side, drawing blood this time, but Superman didn't slow down. If anything, he hit even harder. The sky itself seemed to tremble under the assault. You think? Rocken growled, trying to force himself back into control. You can kill me alone. Superman didn't answer as he grabbed him by the throat and drove him down. They crashed back into the city, carving a crater into the streets that swallowed cars, asphalt, and everything in between. The shockwave flattened everything in a 100-meter radius. Dust exploded upward. For a moment, nothing moved. Then Rocken's jaws snapped shut around Superman's fist. A savage grin spread across his bloodied face, teeth digging in, drawing more of that bright red. Got you. Superman's expression didn't change. Good. His other fist came down, it connected with Rocken's jaw. The sound wasn't a crack, it was something even more brutal as bone shattered. The Beast Monarch's entire lower jaw exploded off his face, fragments scattering across the ruined street as his body was driven deeper into the crater beneath them. For a second, even Koresha went quiet. Rocken lay there, stunned, blood pouring freely, his form flickering between humanoid and something far more monstrous. Superman landed in front of him, chest rising, his breathing uneven now. The black veins had spread further, curling along his cheekbones, pulsing faintly. He could feel it eating at him. Burning him from the inside. But his eyes were still steady. Rocken coughed, blood spilling from his ruined mouth as his jaw began to reform, flesh knitting back together with sickening speed. He pushed himself up slowly, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, breathing heavier now. Damn you. He flexed his fingers once, then opened a small, jagged portal beside him. It tore into existence, unstable and violent, and he plunged his hand inside. Superman's gaze sharpened. Something felt wrong. Not just wrong, familiar. Rocken pulled his arm back out. Green light followed. The moment it appeared, Superman's entire body reacted. His muscles tightened involuntarily. His breath slowed. His vision flickered for half a second as something instinctive screamed danger through every cell in his body. Rocken grinned. This time, it was pure savagery. Claws extended from his fingers, curved, glowing and unmistakable, sickly green. Kryptonite. Yeah, I'm not waiting 5 minutes for you to die on your own. Rocken's voice came out low, almost pleased as he flexed them, letting the deadly light reflect in his eyes. We know your weakness. He took a step forward, slowly. And your little friends too. Another step. After all. His grin widened, feral and cruel. We've killed you before. We'll do it again. For the first time since the fight began. Superman didn't move forward. He stood his ground, poison burning through his veins, kryptonite in front of him. 2 monarchs behind it all. And still, he didn't take a step back. His fists clenched. You underestimate me and my friends, but you don't understand what we're capable of, together. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 452, Blood of the Monarch. Superman hovered unsteadily, his chest rising heavier than it should, his body no longer responding with the same way it always had. The calm in his ear crackled. Superman. Batman's voice cut through. I'm reading your vitals. There's a foreign agent in your bloodstream. Your system is destabilizing. Clark exhaled slowly, his eyes locked on Rockin, who stood across from him with blood smeared across his jaw, casually licking it from his knuckles like he had all the time in the world. The green glow of kryptonite flickered along his claws. Yeah, Clark replied, quieter than usual, the strain creeping in despite himself. I've been poisoned. And from the way it feels, I don't think I've got much time left. There was a brief pause on the other end. Hold on, Batman said immediately. Just hold on. I might be able to synthesize a counteragent. I need data, I need a bit of time. They've got kryptonite too, Clark cut in, his gaze narrowing slightly as Rockin tilted his head, clearly aware of the conversation even without hearing it. They came prepared. They know exactly what I am, and how to kill me. Another breath, heavier now. And this one. Clark added, voice lowering, he said something. That he's killed us before. I don't know what that means, but... His eyes hardened. I don't think I can extract that information from him, and I'm not about to let him get away. Clark, don't. Batman's voice sharpened. Wait. I need you to. The comm went dead. Superman had already torn it from his ear. He didn't even look at it as he crushed it in his hand, the metal folding like paper before drifting away in pieces. Silence settled around him. Just him, and the monsters in front of him. Rockin's grin widened slowly, blood still fresh on his lips, claws flexing as the green glow intensified. Finish talking. Clark didn't answer, he just looked at him. And then, simply. The ground below shattered, the sound barrier broke instantly. Superman launched forward. Rockin's eyes widened from surprise, as Clark slammed into him with explosive force, the impact carving a shockwave through the air and driving him backward before he could react. 2 hands locked onto him like iron restraints, and then they were flying up, fast, faster. The city vanished beneath them in seconds. Rockin snarled, claws digging into Clark's arms, tearing through his suit and skin alike, blood scattering into the rushing wind. Just die already, he growled, struggling against the grip. Clark didn't respond, he just kept going. Through the upper atmosphere, into the dark of space. The world fell away, replaced by silence and stars, the vast emptiness of space swallowing everything. Still, Superman pushed forward, forcing his failing body to hold together just a little longer. Then his strength faltered. Just enough, and Rockin took that advantage instantly. A clawed hand drove forward and punched through Clark's abdomen, the kryptonite slicing into him like poison. Clark's body jerked, his breath hitching, not from lack of air, but from the overwhelming surge of pain and weakness flooding through him. But even then, he still didn't let go. With a strained, guttural effort, Superman grabbed Rockin's arm, and ripped it clean off. The limb tore free in a violent spray, drifting into the void as Clark wrenched the embedded claw from his own body and hurled it away into the darkness. Rockin pulled back slightly, watching his severed arm float away before glancing down at the stump, already beginning to regenerate. Were you trying to make me suffocate out here? His voice echoed directly into Clark's mind, amused and mocking him. Fool. Superman hovered there now. Weakened, the poison spread deeper, the kryptonite still taking effect, his strength bleeding away faster with every passing second. For the first time in a long while, he looked so vulnerable. Rockin stepped forward, his remaining claw lifting, aiming straight for Clark's chest. This ends now. He attacked and it was immediately intercepted. 2 forces slammed into him at once, sending his body spiraling violently through space. Rockin twisted mid-flight, regaining control as his eyes snapped forward. Kara. And beside her, a figure wrapped in crackling violet lightning. Shadow Marshal Zeus. Rockin's lips curled into a slow grin. The girl Kryptonian, he said, speaking directly inside their minds, and the Shadow Monarch's slave. Behind them, Superman struggled to stay upright, but he still could show concern for others. Kara, why did you come? Can't you see what he... Shut up, Cal. They didn't talk, but their eyes said everything that needed to be said. I can see exactly what he is, a son of bitch who fights in a dirty way, she thought, her eyes never leaving Rockin. And I'm not letting him kill you like this. Rocken watched her carefully now, something in his expression changed, but the amusement didn't disappear. He took a slow step forward. Then he paused. His gaze narrowed, not at her face, he focused his vision lower. He tilted his head slightly, as if sensing something deeper than sight could offer. Then he inhaled slowly, and whatever he picked up made something click behind those red eyes. Wait. The word came out quieter. You. Kara didn't move. But her jaw tightened just enough to notice. Rocken's grin changed into something even more feral and monstrous. I smell him on you. His gaze dipped briefly toward her abdomen before rising again, and in that moment, there was no mistaking it. He understood. How interesting, the Shadow Monarch's blood runs deeper than I thought. Kara knew exactly what he meant. And the way he looked at her made it very clear, this fight had just become personal. Rocken, even in space, even after everything, he still looked like something that refused to die properly. Kara's voice came out calm, but there was nothing soft in it anymore. I'm going to kill you, she said simply. You know that, right? Rocken wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, rolling his shoulder as his partially regenerated arm flexed again. The green glow of kryptonite still pulsed along his remaining claws. He actually smiled. Be my guest, he replied, voice almost relaxed, as you can see. I can still take a few more hits. Kara stared at him for a moment longer, something colder settling behind her expression. Then she spoke again, quieter this time. I'm not my cousin. The change was immediate. Her eyes shifted as a deeper red ignited behind her gaze, the vacuum of space around her trembling as her restraint finally stopped pretending to exist. Without warning, she fired. Heat vision erupted from her eyes in a concentrated beam so intense it tore through space and the atmosphere of Earth itself, the light stretching all the way from space to Earth in a single, unbroken line of destruction. The sky below lit up like a second sun had been born in orbit. Rocken barely had time to react. The blast hit him dead center, his body was thrown downward like a meteor ripped from orbit, burning through clouds, breaking the sound barrier on impact alone, and slamming into the earth below with a shockwave that split the ground open in a crater the size of a district. Kara turned slightly, her gaze shifting to Zeus. A simple motion of her hand was all it took. No words. Zeus understood immediately. At once, my queen, he said, voice calm, almost reverent, as he grabbed the barely conscious Superman from the void of space and shot downward like a violet comet, vanishing toward Earth in an instant. Kara followed faster and angrier. She broke atmosphere like it wasn't there, descending in a straight line of crimson light, and hit the ground moments after Rocken had tried to recover. The impact alone turned the crater into something worse. Dust exploded outward. Stone turned to vapor. And Rocken was driven deeper into the earth as Kara slammed into him again, this time on the ground itself, her hand grabbing him by the collar and forcing him back down into the ruin he had just crawled from. But then, that green glow flared again. Kryptonite. Her body reacted instantly. A tremor ran through her strength. Not enough to stop her, but it was enough to slow her. Rocken laughed through bloody teeth. Are you willing to die as well, he said, voice rough but amused. Both of you are stupid. With you gone, this world is doomed anyway. His grip tightened slightly as he looked up at her through cracked stone and smoke. You were the most troublesome back then, he continued, almost conversational now, but killing you proved easier than the bat. That fool tried everything, and it didn't matter. Kara's jaw tightened. Sweat formed faintly at her face now, her distance carefully adjusted from the glowing claw in his hand, her body instinctively resisting the kryptonite's pull. What the hell are you talking about, she snapped. Before he could answer, a second presence moved. Behind her, quietly. Quaratia appeared, stepping out of nothing, and her eyes flicked between the two of them, taking in the damage, the state of Rocken. You don't have to know, she said softly. Kara turned slightly, just enough to see her from the corner of her eye. Quaratia smiled. And then glanced down at Rocken. You're in a sorry state, Beast Monarch, she remarked lightly, almost amused. So much for all that preparation. Rocken spat blood to the side, forcing himself upright slightly despite the crater trying to swallow him back down. Shut up, he growled. I'm the one doing the fighting here. Besides, they were powerful. That's all. Also take a good look at her. His grin returned, sharper now, we hit the jackpot. This will get his attention. Quaratia's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Kara, focusing more carefully now. Then she laughed a far more wicked laugh. Oh, how wonderful. This is unexpected, he really does love this planet, doesn't he? Her smile widened. I'll enjoy this. Kara straightened slowly, her eyes fully locked onto both of them now, heat still faintly flickering behind her gaze as the ground around her cracked under the pressure of her presence. Try me, bitch, she said. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 453, Kara and Raven vs. Rocken and Croatia. Glass rained from shattered skyscrapers of Gotham and fire bled into the night from ruptured infrastructure. Kara Zor-El's chest was rising and falling, cape torn at the edges, eyes burning red, with rage and focus. The green glow of kryptonite reflected faintly across her skin, weakening her, eating at her strength, but not nearly fast enough to stop her. Across from her, Rocken rolled his shoulder with a sickening crack as his torn flesh slowly knit itself back together, his jagged teeth smeared with his own blood. "You're slowing down, girl," he taunted, voice feral. "That glow's getting to you. I can see it, in the way you breathe." Kara wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, smearing blood across her cheek, and gave him a sharp, humorless smile. "Is that so?" Then she vanished, the air detonated where she had been standing, and she reappeared in front of him with a punch that folded the space between them. Her fist slammed into his jaw hard enough to twist his entire body sideways, the shockwave flattening what remained of a nearby building. Before he could even hit the ground, she followed, driving her knee into his ribs and sending him crashing through concrete, steel, and earth. But she didn't stay, she pulled back instantly, eyes flicking to that glowing green claw, carefully as she couldn't afford a single mistake. Rocken rose from the crater with a laugh that sounded more like a growl, bones snapping back into place as his form shifted, muscles swelling, white fur tearing through his skin as he leaned further into his beast form, larger, faster, more monstrous. His red eyes locked onto her with a predatory look. "You're protecting something," he realized, voice dropping. "That's it, isn't it?" Kara didn't answer. "And I'm not talking about Superman." He attacked, and this time, his strikes were different, less wild, more precise. As every swipe and every thrust of that claw angled not for her head, not for her heart, but lower. Her eyes widened for a second as she twisted her body, letting his strike graze her side instead of landing clean. Pain flared instantly, sharp and burning, but she ignored it, countering with a brutal elbow that cracked against his skull and forced him back. "Bastard!" she hissed under her breath, now fully aware of his intentions. Rocken's grin widened, teeth slick with blood. "You can't protect everything and everyone," he said, almost gleeful. "So which do you choose? Yourself, or his blood?" Before she could answer, the air behind her shifted, a subtle movement. Croatia was already there, her broken arms having twisted back into place, her smile wide and venomous as her stinger lashed forward, fast and lethal. Kara felt it, the intent and even the poison. She turned, but not fast enough to fully evade. So she did the only thing she could, she grabbed it. Her hand clamped around the stinger mid-strike, the tip piercing just enough to break skin, and her eyes flashed with fury as she drove her forehead straight into Croatia's face with a crack that echoed across the sky. "You're not touching me with that light, Cal." She didn't let go. Instead, she attacked hard, bone shattered and the flesh tore apart. Croatia's scream was cut short as Kara ripped her arm clean off and spun, hurling her through a line of buildings like a missile. 6 structures collapsed in sequence as the Monarch of Plagues disappeared into the wreckage. Kara exhaled sharply, her grip tightening for a moment as she checked herself. Still standing, still fighting. But not safe. "You're getting reckless, girl," Rocken's voice came again, closer now. She barely had time to turn before his claw came for her again. She blocked, but the kryptonite burned the moment it came close, her strength faltering just enough for him to stab her in the hand and push her back, boots carving trenches into the asphalt as she skidded across the street. Reckless gets results, one way or another, she shot back, forcing herself forward again despite the weakness creeping into her limbs. And then the sky darkened as hundreds of insect-like monstrosities surged forward, a living wave of chitin and venom, shrieking as they descended toward her. Croatia's laughter echoed from the ruins. "Let's see how long you last like this, little Kryptonian." Kara braced, but the swarm never reached her. They froze midair. Pierced. Dozens, hundreds of them impaled by long, black, razor-like constructs that erupted from the shadows themselves. The insects shrieked as they were torn apart, shredded, annihilated before they could even touch her. Even Croatia was caught off guard, one of those constructs slamming into her, driving her violently back into the rubble. Rocken's expression changed. Someone strong had arrived. Kara didn't even need to turn. She felt it. That presence. That familiar, cold power, and she smiled. "Took you long enough." Behind her, darkness folding into itself as Raven stepped forward, cloak shifting like living shadow, eyes glowing with a deep violet light. Dark energy curled around her hands, dense, controlled and lethal. "Sorry," Raven said calmly, her voice quiet despite everything. Got held up dealing with the rest of their mess. Her gaze moved past Kara, settling on the 2 monarchs with a sharp intensity. "And it looks like you found the worst of it." Kara rolled her shoulder, stepping slightly to the side, putting space between herself and Rocken's claws while keeping her stance ready. Cal's in bad shape, she said, more serious now. Poison and kryptonite. The whole package. It's hard to deal with this bastard who seems to be eating punch after punch and he keeps regenerating. Raven's expression didn't change. Then we should end this quickly faster than he can regenerate. Quaracia rose from the rubble again, her face partially regenerated, though slower this time, her expression twisted with irritation and anger. His horrors are even more insufferable than he is. Raven tilted her head slightly, glowing violet gaze narrowing. You've met my Arthur. Quaracia opened her mouth, and something invisible hit her and hard. The impact folded her body mid-sentence, obliterating her jaw entirely and sending her skidding across the ground in a spray of broken flesh and blood. Raven lowered her hand slowly. On second thought. I don't want to hear it. Silence fell for a second. She is this strong. Even Rockin paused, his eyes flicking between them now, recalculating. Kara cracked her knuckles, her red gaze locking onto him again, sharper now. Raven stepped forward beside her, dark energy coiling tighter around her arms. I'll take the little white cat, she said, eyes already shifting toward Rockin. You handle the currently shocked bug. Kara's smile came back. Yeah, she said, stepping forward, heat beginning to build behind her eyes again despite the pain. That sounds fair. Rockin, for the first time since the fight began, he wasn't looking at prey anymore, he was looking at a serious problem. Rockin was still for some time, his head tilting ever so slightly as if listening to something no one else could hear. The feral grin on his face twitched, then tightened, irritation creeping into his expression. A voice cut through his mind. You're taking far too long. What is delaying you, Rockin? These are Earthlings. Kill what needs to be killed. Draw him out. That was the plan. Instead, I see you bleeding and you have yet to accomplish your task. Rockin's jaw clenched, his claws flexing as his eyes flicked toward Kara, Zor-El and Raven, both of them standing their ground without a hint of retreat. Annoyance and frustration burned through his gaze. Yogimunt, he growled back internally, his thoughts sharp and edged. I am dealing with them. Pain crossed his face as his regeneration faltered again, the torn flesh along his torso refusing to close as cleanly as before. They're not what we expected, he admitted, they were ready. Stronger than anticipated. But that changes nothing. His eyes drifted back to Kara. We are still fortunate, he continued. The two I'm facing, they belong to him. One of them. His gaze dipped for just a moment, a predatory look, carries his child. There was a pause on the other end. I see, that is indeed good news for us. Rockin smiled. This will draw him out. It has to. And while he makes his move, our armies will do what they were meant to do. Mine. Quaracia's. They'll grind this planet down piece by piece. The defenders are already stretched. In the distance, another explosion rippled through the city, followed by the distant roar of battle. They won't last, he finished. Not against what's coming next. A faint chuckle echoed in his mind. And Quaracia's servants? Yogimunt asked. Rockin exhaled through his nose, eyes narrowing slightly. Her little pets will spread their poison soon enough. Once that starts, it won't matter how strong these defenders are. Silence lingered again, then. See that it happens quickly. The voice sharpened. We cannot afford mistakes. Not now. Not when everything is aligning in our favor, and Rockin. Do not fail. The connection severed. Rockin's expression darkened instantly, the last word echoing unpleasantly in his thoughts. His claws tightened, muscles tensing as he glanced down at his own wounds again, at the blood that hadn't stopped flowing, at the regeneration that wasn't keeping up the way it should. TCH. His lip curled. Damn it. High above the battlefield, hidden behind layers of data streams and tactical overlays, Batman watched everything unfold in real time. The Batwing hovered at a controlled distance, its systems feeding him every piece of information it could gather, heat signatures, movement patterns, energy fluctuations. He didn't need all of it. He only needed enough, and one thing terrified him more than anything. He opened a secure channel immediately. Kara. The comm crackled to life in Kara Zor-El's ear just as she stepped forward again, heat vision beginning to glow faintly in her eyes. What? She shot back, breath slightly uneven but steady enough to fight. Make it quick, I'm a bit busy here with Miss Bug Lady. I need you to disengage right now. She froze for half a heartbeat. What? Why? Her tone dropped in disbelief, she glanced upward instinctively. No, she said immediately, sharper now. No, I'm not backing down. Not now. Not when they're right here, they are strong, only I can fight them, besides I can't let Raven fight them alone. Below her, the Monarch of Plagues shifted her stance again, clearly preparing to strike. There's no one else strong enough to handle them, she continued, voice rising slightly with frustration. If I don't stop them here, they're going to tear through everything. I'm not worried about them. Batman's voice cut cleanly through hers, more urgent than usual. That made her pause. What? I don't understand. I said I'm not worried about them, he repeated, quieter now. I'm worried about you. That stopped her completely. Even the heat building behind her eyes flickered for a second. What's that supposed to mean? She asked, slower now, more guarded. Batman didn't answer immediately, and then he finally said, Please Kara, you have to listen. Their threat means nothing to me. What comes after you're harmed, that is what should terrify anyone. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 454, The Bloom of Plagues. The calm crackled again in Kara's ear, Bruce's voice still there, still trying to hold the line before things slipped too far. I know what you're thinking, Kara Zor-El said, her eyes locked forward, breath steadying. There was something softer in her voice. It almost sounded like an apology. I really do, and I thank you for considering that. For a split second, she closed her eyes. Then she exhaled. But I'm sorry, Bruce. I can't do that, I have to stop them here. Up above, inside the Batwing, Batman's expression hardened instantly. Kara. His voice sharpened. Damn it, you need to. The line stayed open. She just stopped listening. Because the moment he raised his voice, she attacked. The ground shattered beneath her feet as she launched forward like a missile, red torn cape snapping violently behind her, a streak of heat and fury cutting straight toward Croatia. Croatia barely had time to react. Kara hit her like a missile. The impact detonated the street, sending a shockwave that flipped cars, blasted even faraway beasts off their feet. Croatia's body folded under the force, her back slamming into the ground hard enough to crater it before Kara drove her deeper, fist already coming raining down on her. Each strike landed cracking bone, tearing flesh, smashing the monarch's form apart faster than it could properly regenerate. You talk big game, but you can't handle this, can you? Kara snapped, grabbing her by the throat and dragging her through the ruined street, carving a trench through concrete as sparks and debris erupted around them. You come here to my world, threatened to datering it, and worst of all, you insulted my one and only. She slammed her into the side of a building so hard the entire structure groaned and began to collapse. How about you try surviving me first? Croatia hissed, her body already knitting itself back together even as pieces of her still fell away. Her smile returned, twisted, but she was clearly angry. Oh, I am enjoying this. Seeing your pathetic resistance. Her abdomen split open unnaturally, and from it poured a swarm, hundreds of insectoid horrors spilling out in a churning mass, wings buzzing, stingers gleaming with venom. They surged toward Kara in a wave. Kara didn't step back, her eyes ignited. A beam of heat vision tore through the swarm, vaporizing entire sections instantly. She spun with it, carving a burning arc through the sky, incinerating hundreds, before they could even reach her. Still they came. Croatia attacked through her own swarm, her stinger snapping forward again, faster this time. Kara caught it mid-strike. Again, but this time, Croatia anticipated it. The stinger split. Multiple barbed tendrils shot out from it, wrapping around Kara's arm, tightening, trying to pierce. Kara's expression hardened. Not happening. She pulled her hard. The force alone ripped Croatia forward, dragging her straight into Kara's waiting fist as it collided with her face, the impact sending her flying through another row of buildings in a violent chain of destruction. Kara didn't chase immediately. She hovered there, chest rising, eyes flicking briefly to Rocken and Raven. These monarchs were a problem. Across the battlefield, Raven stood facing Rocken, her cloak billowing as dark energy coiled around her. Rocken circled her slowly, claws flexing, his white beast form towering over her, blood still dripping from wounds that refused to fully heal. You're not like the other one, he said, voice low, assessing. You seem much more calm, despite that you are facing a superior being, one that will kill you shortly. Raven didn't respond to that, her eyes glowed brighter. Spare me the bullshit, she said quietly. The shadows beneath Rocken's feet shifted. And then something within them erupted. Dozens of black constructs, spikes, chains, blades shot upward, piercing through him from multiple angles, locking him in place. The force alone lifted him off the ground, suspending him in a display as dark energy surged through the constructs, tearing at his form. Rocken roared. The ground cracked beneath the pressure of his strength as he forced his body to move, muscles bulging, claws tearing through the constructs one by one. Even as they shattered, more replaced them, binding, restricting him. Raven raised one hand. Azarath. Metrian. Rocken vanished. Her eyes widened a fraction, he then reappeared behind her. Too fast. His claw tore across her side before she could fully turn, the strike ripping through her defenses and sending her crashing across the ground, dark energy scattering like broken glass. Raven slid to a stop, one hand pressing briefly against the wound, her expression tightening a bit. "Shit," she murmured. Rockin didn't give her time to recover. He was already on her again. This time, she moved first, the space between them warped as she blinked out of existence, reappearing above him, both hands raised as a massive sphere of compressed dark energy formed instantly and slammed down onto him. The explosion swallowed him whole. The shockwave rippled outward, flattening everything in its path. For a moment, there was silence. Then he stepped out of it. Burned, torn, and bleeding, but the beast monarch was smiling. "Lovely," Rockin growled, rolling his shoulder again as bone cracked back into place. "That's more like it." Raven's eyes narrowed. Her attack had worked. It had hurt him. But it hadn't killed him. They weren't just strong. They weren't just fast, they kept coming back. Again and again. "Immortality, is that it?" she whispered, more to herself than to him. "Close enough," Rockin replied, lunging at her again. This time, Raven didn't try to overpower him. She outmaneuvered him. Every strike he threw met empty space, every movement countered by precise, controlled shifts in position, her magic bending distance, redirecting force, turning his own momentum against him. A gesture of her hand sent chains wrapping around his arm mid-swing, redirecting it into the ground. A flick of her wrist twisted gravity around him, forcing him off balance just long enough for her to strike back with concentrated blasts of dark energy, and she even managed to get rid of the kryptonite claws, teleporting it away from his hand. She wasn't stronger, but she didn't need to be. She was smarter, but even that had limits. Rockin adapted. His next strike came from an angle she didn't expect. His claws clipped her shoulder, just enough. Just enough to break through. Raven staggered back, her breath catching for a moment as dark energy flickered around her unevenly. Rockin noticed. "There it is," he said, grin widening. "Human limits." Raven straightened slowly, her hand lowering from the wound, her expression settling back into a calmer look. "Yes," she said. Then her eyes flared brighter. "But I wouldn't say that I'm human." Suddenly the ground beneath Gotham didn't just crack, it erupted as concrete split apart under pressure as something vast moved beneath the city. Then came the roots, massive, writhing and alive, bursting upward in violent surges that tore through streets, skyscrapers alike. Hunters were thrown back instantly as the earth itself rose to meet them, panic spreading through their ranks as entire blocks were swallowed in a rising forest of twisting, armored roots. Some fired instinctively. Kara hovered midair, eyes narrowed as she took in the impossible expansion below her, while Raven floated beside her. And then, Coratia laughed as she stood amidst the rising corruption like a queen witnessing her garden bloom at last, arms loosely crossed, smile stretching wider as the roots spread further and further outward, consuming Gotham piece by piece. "Finally," she said, almost lovingly. "It took long enough." Kara's gaze snapped to her instantly. "What the hell is this?" she demanded. Coratia tilted her head slightly, as if entertained by the question. "One of my works," she replied calmly. "Or rather, the result of one of my soldiers. A lovely girl from my Earth." Kara frowned harder. "I don't care whose Earth it's from, what is it doing?" The monarch's smile widened. "Spreading." The roots were growing faster now, crawling outward like an infection. "It will cover this entire planet," Coratia continued softly, almost fondly. "And once it does, there will be nothing left worth calling life." Raven's eyes narrowed, her head turning slowly as she assessed the expanding destruction below. "This is bad, Kara. I don't think she is bluffing. This thing looks like it'll unleash something toxic," she said quietly. Coratia chuckled again, as if she could hear every thought they were having and didn't say. "Oh, it is worse than you think." Far above, inside the Batwing in Gotham's smoky skyline, Batman was already watching it unfold through layered telemetry and ground feeds. The roots. The spread pattern. The biological readings. His voice cut immediately through encrypted comms. "Martian Manhunter." Then Martian Manhunter responded, calmly. "Bruce. The anomaly we detected before the gate opened. This is it, isn't it?" Batman's eyes narrowed slightly as he zoomed in on the corrupted zones expanding beneath Gotham. "Yes," he said flatly. "That's it." Then John again, "So you did go to her, as you said you would, I assume, dot." "Of course I did." He brought up a separate feed, Arkham containment protocols, sealed biocell readings, isolation wards reinforced with anti-spore dampeners. I identified the growth signature beneath Gotham the moment it surfaced. There was only one known meta on Earth capable of that kind of systemic botanical corruption. His eyes flicked briefly to a secured file. Poison ivy. But whoever did that was not our poison ivy. John's tone sharpened slightly. An alternate variant, I assume. Exactly, Batman confirmed. Which led me to the conclusion that these monarchs aren't native to a single reality. They're pulling assets, biological, magical, tactical, from multiple Earths, that wolf-like monarch used kryptonite to fight Superman is another proof of that. He leaned forward slightly as the roots surged again on the feed. And now our poison ivy is the countermeasure. Fear not, he added, she can contain it. At least long enough for us to stabilize the field. His gaze shifted briefly to another monitor, Fortress of Solitude Diagnostics, Kryptonian vitals fluctuating dangerously. John followed his line of thought instantly. What of Superman? I've developed a partial countermeasure for the poison that infected him. Yellow sun radiation can stabilize his system, but that woman monarch's toxin is unlike anything on record. It's adaptive and very potent. It's worse than Ivy's. He paused for a moment. And that's an understatement. John's voice lowered slightly. So he will survive. Batman's jaw tightened. We can't lose him right now, so I'll do whatever I can. A silence followed that statement. Then John spoke again. From our side, we will hold the line. The Shadow Lanterns and the Hunters are performing above expectation despite their initial mental collapse. Many are no longer thinking. They are fighting on pure survival instinct. Batman's eyes tracked a group of hunters regrouping beneath collapsing infrastructure, firing in synchronized bursts as instinct replaced fear. That's what war does, he said quietly. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 455, Yogimunt's Arrival. The Monarch of Plagues Quaracia drew a cloud of toxin from the massive roots, and the moment she did that it wasn't just poison anymore, the swirling green haze that had bled from the roots did not disperse, she absorbed it all obeyed her, drawn into her lungs in a slow, savoring inhale. And her body changed, veins lit beneath her skin, glowing a sickly emerald that pulsed in time with her heartbeat. Her pupils thinned into slits, reptilian. When she smiled, it stretched too wide, revealing teeth that no longer fit a human mouth, and when her tongue flicked out long, thin, serpentine. Raven hovered beside Kara, her cloak rippling as her magic instinctively flared in response. She glanced once, unimpressed, before muttering flatly, she looks uglier now. Quaracia's head tilted slightly, that monstrous smile never fading. Oh, little witch, this is only the beginning. Kara's eyes burned brighter, red bleeding into the edges of her vision as her fists clenched. As if I'll let you get past us. Kara then vanished, the air detonating behind her as she shot downward like a meteor, heat vision already tearing forward in a blazing beam aimed straight through Quaracia's skull, and something slammed into her from the side. The impact was violent enough to shatter the street beneath them, Kara's body carving a trench through asphalt and concrete before she crashed into the ruins of a building. Dust and debris exploded outward as Rocken landed where she had been, lowering his leg slowly, the glow of kryptonite still seeping from his claws. How reckless, he muttered, rolling his shoulder as his wounds continued knitting together at an unnatural pace. Raven's hand snapped forward. Kara. Don't rush them blindly. Kara rose from the wreckage, shaking dust from her shoulders, her gaze locking onto Rocken with a cold look, that bastard's getting stronger. But Raven wasn't looking at Rocken anymore. Her eyes had widened slightly, violet light flickering within them as her senses stretched outward, sensing another presence, a strong magical one. No, she whispered. Her head turned, scanning the battlefield for something hidden around them. Magic, she said, that isn't theirs, someone else is here. The realization came a bit too late. Something was targeting her, not in a way most could perceive, but Raven felt it, the shift in space, and then the attack hit. It slammed into her side, a surge of foreign magic that broke through her guard and sent her spiraling across the sky before she barely managed to halt herself midair, boots skidding against nothing as she steadied. Her eyes snapped toward the source. A figure stood there now, as if he had always been present, as if reality had simply corrected itself to include him. Yogimunt regarded them with disdain, his expression calm, almost bored, as residual magic curled around his fingers like smoke. Kara's gaze sharpened immediately. Another one. Rocken exhaled sharply through his nose, irritation flickering across his features as he glanced at Yogimunt. What the hell are you doing here, Yogimunt? Yogimunt didn't even look at him at first. His attention remained on Kara and Raven, calculating, dissecting, as though they were nothing more than variables in an equation. Scylla suggested this, he said finally, and I agreed. You two have taken far too long to accomplish something so simple. His eyes shifted, finally landing on Rocken. We cannot afford incompetence, not now. Rocken clicked his tongue, but didn't argue. Fine, he muttered. Then stay out of my way. Yogimunt smiled, though there was no warmth in it. Hardly. His hand lifted. The spell formed instantly. Kara didn't even see it coming, only felt it. Pressure, from everywhere at once. The ground beneath her surged upward in response to something unseen, and in the next instant, invisible forces grabbed her limbs, her torso, locking her in place. Her body strained, muscles tensing as she tried to break free, but nothing gave. What? Her voice cut off as she pushed harder, veins standing out along her arms. What the hell is this? Yogimont didn't answer. Rockin smiled, and it was not a pleasant thing. Raven's head snapped toward Kara immediately. Careful, he is going to attack. But it was too late. Rockin didn't charge blindly this time. He stalked forward with terrifying speed, until suddenly he wasn't walking anymore, body cutting through the air like a blur with lethal intent, claws aimed directly for Kara's abdomen. Kara's eyes flared red, and her heat vision erupted outward in a desperate counter, but he twisted past it. So close, he growled, already within striking distance. The claws came down. And Raven moved. She didn't think, but she didn't hesitate either to take Kara's place. The claws pierced through her side instead. The impact drove her to one knee instantly, blood spilling from her lips as the force of it tore through her defenses, her magic flaring violently in response even as she felt incredible pain. Raven! Kara screamed. Raven extended a hand and the spell binding Kara shattered. Kara felt the binding snap, and in the same instant, she moved. Her fist collided with Rockin's face with enough force to distort the air around it, sending him hurtling backward through layers of ruined buildings before he crashed into the distance with a thunderous impact. Kara didn't chase him. She dropped immediately to Raven's side, catching her before she could fall fully. Raven. Why did you? Raven exhaled sharply, blood staining her lips, but her eyes were still clear, still focused. Shut up. I've had worse, she managed, though her voice was tight. Focus on the caster, he's the real problem. Yogimont lifted his hand again, expression unchanged, as if none of that had mattered. I'm honored you acknowledge that I'm the real threat here, but this ends now, he said calmly. Magic gathered in his hands, denser than before. And then, a loud sound cut through the battlefield. Yogimont's head snapped back as something tore through it clean, brutal, a high-caliber round infused with mana that punched through his skull and exploded out the other side, taking a portion of his face with it. For a single, suspended moment, everything froze. Even Rockin, still rising from the rubble in the distance, paused. Even Quiratia's twisted smile faltered slightly. Yogimont's body remained standing before the damage began to mend, flesh knitting back together with eerie smoothness, bone reforming, skin sealing as though time itself had reversed. His now angry gaze shifted slowly toward the origin of the shot. Far across the battlefield, perched atop the shattered remains of a skyscraper, barely visible through the smoke and chaos, a man lowered a rifle. Jason Todd stood there, half hidden, the faint glow of a modified mana scope fading as he exhaled through his helmet. Well, he muttered to himself, adjusting his grip, that would have been too easy if they were not so immortal. A faint, almost amused breath left him. Guess I've got his attention now. Back on the battlefield, Kara stared for half a second longer than she should have. Is that Jason? Yogimont didn't so much as glance at the damage to his face once it had finished knitting itself back together. His attention was now locked onto the distant man that just shot him. There was a pause before he spoke, his voice filled with irritation. I'll be back, he said, turning slightly toward Rockin. I have a pest to remove. Rockin exhaled through his nose. Do what you want, he muttered, wiping blood from his jaw with the back of his hand. Yogimont's form distorted and then he was gone. Rockin clicked his tongue, glancing in the direction of the sniper's perch with a faint, humorless smile. Must have really pissed him off. I almost feel sorry for him. Kara didn't find any humor in it. Her eyes snapped toward the skyline, jaw tightening. No, he'll kill him. She moved immediately, body tensing as she prepared to fly towards him, and then a hand caught her wrist. Raven. Wait. Kara turned sharply, frustration flashing across her face. Raven, we don't have time. I'll go. There was no hesitation in her voice. Kara's expression faltered when she truly looked at her, at the blood staining her side, at the way her breathing wasn't quite steady, at the strain hidden beneath her composure. You're in no condition to. I said I'll go. Raven's gaze softened just slightly, though her tone didn't. He uses a very advanced form of magic, she continued. Which makes him my problem, not yours. For a second, Kara didn't respond. Then Raven added, almost casually, besides, if you die here, I'll drag you out of hell myself, so I'm not really worried about you. That earned a smile. You're insufferable, Kara muttered, but there was warmth in it. Raven's lips twitched, then she was gone, her form dissolving into a ripple of dark energy that vanished into the air. Kara exhaled once, steadying herself, and that was when Quiratia struck. She didn't give Kara time to think, her transformed body cutting through the air with terrifying speed, claws laced with venom and her glowing veins pulsing as she lunged forward. Finally, Quiratia hissed, her voice layered and inhuman, "You're alone again, little bitch." Kara twisted midair, barely avoiding the first strike as it carved through the space where her head had been. She didn't retreat. Her fist slammed into Kurasha's face with a crack that echoed across the ruined city, sending the monarch hurtling backward through a row of shattered buildings before she could even react. Kara followed. She didn't give her time to recover. She was on her in an instant, driving her deeper into the wreckage, fists landing one after another in a relentless barrage that shook the ground with every impact. "Even if you can't die, I'll keep you all bastards pinned here for as long as I can," Kara snapped, grabbing Kurasha by the throat and slamming her into the remains of a collapsed tower hard enough to crater the ground beneath them. Kurasha's body bent unnaturally under the force, and then snapped back into place, her regeneration already working. She laughed, even with half her face momentarily gone. "Oh, I like you better like this," she said. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 456, Death Descends. Rakan re-entered the fight. Kara barely had time to register the shift in the air before his clawed hand tore through the space beside her, forcing her to release Kurasha and twist away. She adjusted herself instantly. She stopped trading blows head-on and instead danced around him, striking from angles, targeting joints, disrupting his balance, forcing him to react instead of dictate the fight. Her knee drove into his ribs hard enough to cave them in, and she followed with a spinning back fist that snapped his head to the side, sending him skidding across the street. Before he could recover, she was already on him again. Her hand clamped around his wrist and she twisted hard. The sound of bones snapping was drowned out by Rakan's snarl as she tore the arm clean off at the joint and hurled it away, the claws clattering uselessly across the ground. "You're slower," Kara said coldly, stepping back before the kryptonite's proximity could drag her down. "And you're getting weaker." Rakan staggered back, blood pouring from his shoulder as his regeneration struggled to keep up. "You." He didn't finish. Because Kara was already attacking again. She hit Kurasha next. This time harder. A punch to the abdomen that folded her in half, followed by a rising strike that launched her skyward before Kara blurred upward after her, grabbing her by the leg mid-flight and slamming her back down through 3 consecutive rooftops before letting go. The city shook with the impact. For a moment it looked like Kara was overwhelming them. Dominating them. Even Kurasha, even Rakan, both of them were being pushed back, forced to react, forced to endure her relentless attacks. But monsters like them didn't fight fair. Kurasha rose slowly from the rubble, her body twisting back into shape, her expression no longer amused, her lips parted slightly. And she exhaled. At first, it looked like nothing. Just a faint mist, colorless and harmless. Kara didn't recognize it for what it was until it was already too late. The moment it touched her, everything changed. Her strength vanished in an instant. She dropped, hard. Her knees hit the ground with a crack, one hand bracing against the shattered pavement as her breathing hitched violently, her vision blurring. A faint, sickly green glow lingered in the air around her, the invisible mist turned green in an instant. Kryptonite. But not solid, gas. Kara's fingers dug into the ground as her body trembled, every cell screaming as the radiation tore through her system. "How did you?" Her voice broke, breath catching as she tried to force herself back up. Kurasha smiled, a satisfied venomous smile. "Adaptation. This is how I killed your cousin, by the way. You should be honored to die like this as well," she purred. Rakan stepped forward slowly. He was in terrible shape, his body still broken in places, his regeneration lagging, but it didn't matter anymore. He raised his foot and brought it down hard against Kara's face, slamming her into the ground again. "This bitch," he muttered, breathing heavier than before, blood still dripping from his mouth. "You weren't this strong back then." His foot pressed down harder, pinning her. "But it doesn't matter," he continued, lifting his leg again, preparing to crush her skull completely. "It's over." He brought it down, and stopped. His red eyes widened. Something instinctive made him stop. Kurasha tilted her head, her smile faltering slightly as she noticed the shift. "Why did you stop?" Rakan didn't move. His foot remained pressed against Kara's face, pinning her into the fractured concrete, her strength bleeding away under the kryptonite gas that still lingered in the air, but his posture had changed. The feral confidence, the savagery that had defined him moments ago, cracked. His head turned slowly. His eyes, those predatory, blood-red eyes, widened. "You don't sense this?" he asked, his voice lower now, strained in a way that didn't belong to a creature like him. Kurasha frowned, irritation written all over her transformed features as she glanced around, her enhanced senses stretching outward. "What?" she snapped. "What are you talking about?" She saw nothing and felt nothing. Only the prey beneath them. Her gaze dropped back to Kara, lips curling. "Stop stalling and kill her. We've wasted enough time." Kara barely heard any of it. Her vision blurred, her breath shallow and uneven as her body fought a losing battle against the poison and radiation eating away at her from the inside. Her fingers twitched weakly against the ground, but even that felt like too much effort. Rockin didn't move, didn't press down harder, and he didn't finish it. Because what he was feeling was seriously wrong. Across the city, the war had turned. What had begun as a battle was now a flood of monsters. The gate still stood open, a monstrous tear in reality that continued to pour out wave after wave of beasts, giant wolves crashing through buildings, horned war beasts trampling entire streets, insect swarms blotting out sections of the sky. The defenders had pushed back at first, carving through the initial waves with force and coordination, but now the numbers were suffocating, fatigue was building up. Hunters who had arrived with bravado and arrogance were being forced back, their formations breaking under the sheer pressure. "This is insane," one of them shouted, firing spells desperately into a swarm of creatures that simply replaced themselves as fast as they fell. "They're not stopping. The fucking insects are multiplying. Fall back. Fall back." Above them, the Justice League fought. Wonder Woman cleaved through towering beasts with her blade, her lasso snapping around a winged creature and dragging it violently into the ground. Green Lanterns pushed back entire hordes with constructs of blinding light, their willpower forming barriers that flickered under the strain. "Too many." Hal barked, reinforcing a collapsing wall of energy as a wave of monsters crashed against it. "We're getting overrun. Damn it, OA needs to send reinforcements." "We will still hold this line," John replied sharply, his constructs hardening. "That's our job." But even they felt it, the pressure of an army that didn't care how many it lost. Then the ground itself betrayed them, massive roots erupted from beneath Gotham, tearing through streets and buildings alike, twisting upward like pillars. Thick, pulsing vines spread across the battlefield, and from them, gas, clearly toxic, started emerging. Hunters stumbled as it spread, coughing, choking, their bodies reacting instantly. "What the hell is this?" one of them gasped, dropping to his knees as the toxin filled his lungs. "Don't breathe it," another shouted, pulling his mask over his face too late as his vision blurred. Even the League faltered for a moment. Martian Manhunter telepathic senses stretching as the sudden spread of unnatural life overwhelmed the battlefield. "Bruce needs to hurry while this thing is still in Gotham." Far from the chaos, the Batwing cut through the sky, and it didn't slow as it approached the frozen expanse of the Arctic, didn't hesitate as it descended toward the crystalline structure of the Fortress of Solitude. Batman was already moving before it fully landed. The moment the ramp dropped, he was out, boots hitting the ground at a run as he moved inside without wasting a second. He found him exactly where he expected. Superman lay within the healing chamber, his body still, his condition far worse up close than any screen could convey. The yellow sunlight bathing him should have been restoring him, should have been purging anything foreign from his system, but it wasn't enough. The poison of the Monarch was still in his blood. Standing guard nearby was Marshal Zeus. The Shadow turned his head as Batman entered, violet lightning flickering faintly across his form. For a moment, the two simply regarded each other. Then Zeus gave a single nod. "I will return to the battlefield," he said, his voice calm but absolute. "He is in your care." Batman's gaze lingered on Superman. On the state he was in. On the fact that this Shadow had stayed behind to guard him. "Thanks for bringing him here," he said at last. Marshal Zeus was gone in the next instant, vanishing in a streak of lightning. Batman stepped forward, already pulling out a specialized injector. "Glad I got here when I did," he muttered, scanning the readings as the fortress systems fed him data. Worse than expected. But he didn't hesitate, the injector pressed against Superman's neck and discharged. "It'll take time," Batman said quietly, watching the readings shift, however slightly. "But it'll work." Back in the ruined city of Gotham, Rockin stepped back. Slowly and instinctively. His foot lifted off Kara as if the contact itself had become irrelevant. Horatia stared at him now, her irritation turning into confusion. "What are you doing?" Rockin didn't answer her, he was looking around. Breathing heavier, sweat beginning to form despite his monstrous nature. "Why am I the only one who feels this?" he muttered, voice tightening. Then he turned, and ran. He ran like something was behind him. I must go," he snarled, shifting into his beast form fully, dropping to all fours as he tore through the ruined streets, abandoning everything. "Wait." Horatia snapped, but he didn't stop. Her attention snapped back to Kara, rage replacing confusion. "Fine," she hissed. "I'll kill this bitch myself." She moved, and never reached her. Lightning fell from the sky like a spear of judgment. It struck Horatia, driving her into the ground with a deafening crack as the energy pinned her there, her body convulsing as she let out a shriek that echoed across the ruins. Far away, Rockin ran. His beast instincts howled. What is this presence? He thought, terror creeping in despite himself. This isn't what we sensed in the dimensional gap, this is. He looked up but it was too late. Something descended. Extremely fast, a foot came down and crushed him. The impact obliterated the ground beneath him, a crater forming instantly as his skull shattered under the weight, his body pinned like it was nothing more than an insect beneath a boot. Silence followed. When the dust settled, he stood there. Dark armor wrapping around him like living shadow, a cape of darkness flowing behind him. His ashen white hair moved gently in the air, untouched by the destruction around him, and his violet eyes burned with something far worse than anger. It was sheer disappointment, as he glanced down at what remained beneath his foot. "I think I stepped on trash," he said calmly, almost absent-mindedly, lifting his foot slightly and looking at the blood staining it. "My shoes are ruined." Then his gaze lifted. "Prepare yourselves," Arthur said, his voice quiet, yet it carried across the ruined city. Those glowing violet eyes sharpened. "Because I'm about to end all of you. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 457, An Execution. Rocken didn't die cleanly. Even with his skull crushed into the shattered pavement, even with his body broken beneath that single, effortless step, he still moved. Slowly. The remains of his head twitched, then pulsed, flesh knitting itself together in layers as bone reformed beneath it. His jaw snapped back into place with a wet crack, his teeth regrowing in jagged rows as his breathing returned in ragged bursts. He dragged himself forward. Crawling, and Arthur let him crawl, it was far more humiliating that way. By the time his eyes reformed, they no longer held that feral arrogance. They flickered, unfocused for a moment, before locking onto the men standing just ahead. Arthur Blackwynd was simply watching. Rocken swallowed, forcing his broken body to respond as he raised both hands slowly, carefully, like a cornered beast that knew exactly what stood before it. "Wait," his voice came out hoarse, uneven. "Shadow Monarch, we don't have to do this." Arthur said nothing and Rocken pushed on, words spilling out faster now. "If we work together, if we combine our forces, then we can wipe them out. All of them. Even the Dragon Monarch, he will tray." He never finished. There was no wind-up and no warning. One moment he stood still, the next, he was in front of him. The spear manifested, already in his hand, already driving forward with a speed that cracked the air apart as it struck. It pierced Rocken clean through the chest. Through his heart, the impact pinned him to the ground, the force behind it sending cracks spidering outward across the ruined street. Rocken's body jolted violently, his mouth opening as a choked sound escaped him. Arthur leaned slightly forward, his grip tightening on the weapon as his violet eyes burned with colder. "I know what you did. You tried to kill my woman," he said quietly. There was no anger in his voice. "And my child." The shadows around him deepened. "Nothing you say will keep you alive." Rocken's body began to break apart, erased piece by piece. His hands twitched weakly against the ground, his voice barely forming as the darkness consumed him. "Curse, you." And then, he was gone. Not even ash remained. Arthur straightened slowly, pulling the spear free as it dissolved back into shadow, his gaze already shifting away like the matter had never been worth more than a second of his attention. Elsewhere, Yogimon stood frozen for a second, his senses flaring violently as something, or rather someone with an overwhelming presence entered the field. His head snapped in that direction. And for the first time since his arrival, his composure cracked. "He's here," he muttered, disbelief all over his voice as his eyes widened. That wasn't how this was supposed to go. Scylla is supposed to be watching him, monitoring him and waiting for the right moment, and that he would warn us in case the Shadow Monarch leaves the dimensional crack so we can be ready to ambush him. This wasn't it. "This is wrong," Yogimon whispered, his mind racing. "We were supposed to bring him out together. Corner him and control the battlefield however we desired." His thoughts cut off. Because the realization hit him all at once. They had lost control. And in front of him, Raven stood still, her cloak settling around her as the tension in the air shifted. She felt it too, and unlike Yogimon. She smiled, her eyes glowed faintly as she tilted her head, watching the monarch with amusement. "You guys are so fucked now," she said, her voice calm. Yogimon's jaw tightened. TCH. He didn't argue, didn't even threaten her. Because for all his arrogance, he wasn't stupid. His form twisted sharply, then he vanished without another word. Raven watched the space he had occupied for a moment longer, her expression unreadable, before the faint glow in her eyes faded. Then she exhaled. Finally, she muttered under her breath. The spell she had layered on someone next to her there dissolved like mist, revealing what it had been hiding. Red Hood. He was leaning against the broken remains of a wall, one hand pressed to his side where blood had soaked through his armor, his breathing heavier than he'd like to admit. "Yeah," he said, wincing slightly as he straightened. "About that." He glanced toward where Yogimon had been, then back at Raven. "Sorry," he added, almost sheepishly. "Kinda got in your way there. I didn't realize these things were immortal. Raven stepped closer, her expression softening just a fraction as she extended a hand toward him. Don't be. He hesitated for half a second before taking it, letting her pull him upright. In a way, she continued, a faint smile forming now, you just helped us more than you think. Jason huffed out a quiet breath, rolling his shoulder as he steadied himself. Yeah. His gaze shifted toward the distant battlefield. I'm guessing that means he's here. Raven followed his gaze. And this time. Her smile didn't fade. Yes, she said simply. He is, and they are about to discover that they are not so immortal. One moment Kara lay there, her strength fading, kryptonite gas burning through her lungs and weakening every cell in her body. The next, he was there. Right beside her. Arthur Blackwynd stood in the middle of the toxic haze as if it didn't exist. The poison was nothing to him, his violet eyes scanning everything in an instant. Not far from them, Quaratia was no longer moving freely. She was suspended, locked in place within a cage of violent, crackling lightning, bands of energy wrapping around her body, tightening every time she struggled. The current coursed through her relentlessly, silencing her, suppressing her, turning even her regeneration into a sluggish, failing process. Arthur didn't even look at her. His attention was entirely on Kara. He stepped forward through the gas, kryptonite. He murmured to himself, alongside other harmful substances mixed into it. His gaze flickered briefly toward Quaratia, cold and unimpressed. Lethal. Not just to Kara, but to everyone on this planet as well. She was planning to spread this globally. The shadows at his feet shifted. Then rose a massive shadow dragon. Kamish emerged behind him. Arthur didn't turn. Burn it, he said simply. All of it. Kamish didn't waste time. Flames erupted, a sea of draconic fire swept outward, consuming the monstrous roots and vines that had spread across the battlefield. They writhed, shrieking as they burned, their toxic output cut off almost instantly as the source was reduced to ash. The air began to clear. Arthur knelt carefully like the destruction around him didn't matter, like none of it existed. His hand slid beneath Kara's head, lifting it slightly from the cracked ground. Her eyes fluttered focused, and the moment they found him. She smiled. Arthur. She whispered, voice weak but it was warm. I. He smiled back, softer than anything else he had shown since arriving. Hey, he said calmly, I saw everything, he continued, brushing a strand of her hair back gently. Every second of how you fought, and I believed in you. His hand moved, resting lightly against her abdomen. And how you prioritized protecting this, even when it cost you. Her breath caught slightly, her strength returning just enough for her to meet his gaze fully now that the gas was dissipating under Kamish's flames. The fact that two monarchs couldn't bring you down, he added, a faint note of pride in his voice, even with every cheap trick they had. That's impressive. Her lips parted, ready to respond but he leaned in first. The kiss wasn't rushed. Kara's hand rose almost instinctively, fingers brushing his cheek before sliding to the back of his neck, pulling him closer as she kissed him back with everything she had left. For a moment, the war didn't exist around them. When they pulled apart, her smile lingered, softer now. I missed you, she said quietly. Arthur exhaled faintly, his forehead resting briefly against hers. It's been longer for me, he admitted. Her eyes flicked up, noticing it now, the length of his hair, the subtle changes in him. I can tell, she murmured. That you've been through a lot. Her fingers brushed through his hair lightly. I like it this way. A flicker of amusement passed through his eyes. Then suddenly, Yogimont appeared beside them, his magic unraveling the lightning prison around Quaratia in an instant. She dropped, catching herself as her body rapidly restored, her gaze snapping toward Arthur with a venomous intensity. Yogimont stepped forward slightly, his voice carrying that same arrogance. Shadow Monarch, he said, as if nothing had gone wrong. We can still end this the right way. His gaze swept over the battlefield briefly, then returned. We can wipe out humanity right now, he continued. Or you can finally make the correct decision. A mocking smile touched his lips. You care about this world. About these people. That much is obvious. His eyes narrowed. You may have killed Rockin, but that changes nothing. There are still 3 of us and while we waste time speaking here, our armies are slaughtering your humans. His tone hardened. And you are alone. Kara's grip tightened slightly around Arthur's hand. Arthur, there. He silenced her with a single finger pressed gently to her lips. He didn't even look at Yogimont right away. Instead, he smiled at Kara. And then, he laughed. 3 against 1, he repeated, almost like he was tasting the words. Then his gaze lifted, violet eyes locking onto Yogimont. Did you really just say that? // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And You can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 458, Arthur vs. Quaratia and Yogimont. Arthur rose to his full height and the spear in his hand wasn't summoned with spectacle, it simply appeared, already formed, already crackling with lightning, shadows gathered around his boots. His gaze settled on Yogimont, and when he spoke, he was calm in a way that made it far more threatening than anger ever could be. Good work, he said, almost thoughtfully. You managed to drag me out of the dimensional rift, your plan worked. He took a slow step forward, the ground beneath him darkening as the shadows followed. A place where you couldn't run from me, where you couldn't scheme your way out of a fight. His eyes flicked briefly across the city, taking in the destruction, the fires, the chaos left behind by the invading armies. And instead, you came here, to my home. There was a smile on his face, but it held no warmth. You thought this would make me hesitate and jump here immediately, send my army to stop the invading armies, while you gang up on me and try to defeat me or seal me. He took another step. I wouldn't have needed to come at all, he continued, the people I left behind here would have handled you, there were some losses but you stood no chance. His gaze returned to Yogimont, steady and unblinking. But you don't fight in a clean way. You never have. Yogimont let out a laugh and he spread his arms slightly, gesturing toward the battlefield as if presenting undeniable proof. You really believe that, he said, his voice laced with disdain. That these humans stand a chance against us? He stepped forward, eyes glowing red. Rockin's beasts and Quaratia's insects alone pushed them to the brink. Look around you. This world is already breaking. Once the toxin of Quaratia unleashes, this will mark the death of the humanity. His expression hardened. This planet cannot withstand the full might of the monarchs. Nothing can. He studied Arthur carefully, as if trying to understand something that refused to make sense. And yet you refuse us. For what? For them. Both you and the Dragon Monarch are what we need in the upcoming war, yet both of you are absent, but he at least promised to aid us. A scoff slipped through. While here you are, wasting your time with these fragile creatures. You will outlive them. You know that. His voice dropped, more insistent now. We didn't come here for this world. We don't care about it. But if you won't stand with us, then they die. His eyes narrowed. And so will you. Arthur didn't respond immediately, though there was no real consideration in his expression. You wouldn't understand, he said at last. Then his gaze sharpened. But let me ask you something, you said there are 3 of you, you are smart Yogimon, so clearly you didn't mean Rockin because I just killed him, so. He tilted his head slightly, almost amused. Where's the 3rd? Yogimont's expression shifted, his focus flickered for just a second as something uneasy stirred in the back of his mind. You. He started, narrowing his eyes. No. That's not. Arthur's smile widened just enough to make it clear he'd seen that reaction. He's alive, he said. Don't you worry, just not in any condition to help you. The shadows around him pulsed once, I was about to kill him before he slipped away. Turns out the Monarch of Frost was more of a coward than I expected. His eyes locked onto Yogimont. You really thought leaving him alone with me in the dimensional gap was a good idea? That he could watch me and report back to you? His tone got colder now. You underestimate me. There was no warning or visible build-up. One moment Arthur stood several paces away, and the next he was right in front of Yogimont, the distance erased so completely it felt like reality itself had failed to keep up. The spear drove forward with brutal speed, punching through Yogimont's abdomen. The impact forced the air from his lungs, his body folding around the weapon as a violent surge of shadow and lightning erupted outward. Arthur didn't even pause, he ripped the spear free and the force alone sent Yogimont flying, his body tearing through the air before crashing into the ruins in the distance with enough power to scatter debris in every direction. Quaratia reacted instantly, but there was only fury in her. Die, she shrieked, lunging forward, her power flaring as she struck. Arthur caught her wrist before she could reach him. His grip tightened, and the sound of bone breaking echoed sharply as her arm gave out under the pressure. Her scream tore through the air as her legs buckled, forcing her down to her knees. He looked at her without any trace of emotion. You've lived long enough, he said quietly. His free hand moved, and the blade of shadow formed along his fingers in the same motion. It cut cleanly through her neck, separating her head from her body in one swift strike. For a moment, her body remained upright, suspended in that unnatural stillness before it began to fall. Arthur released her wrist and stepped forward at the same time. His hand drove into her chest before she could even hit the ground, piercing through flesh and bone as though neither existed. His fingers closed around her heart, still pulsing faintly with life. He held it there for a brief moment, his gaze fixed on her fading expression. Then he crushed it, completely. Whatever unnatural force sustained her unraveled instantly. Her body went slack, the remnants of her power dissipating. Her eyes found his one last time, whatever arrogance she once held gone entirely, replaced by the fear and understanding of what stood before her. Monster. She whispered. Arthur let her body fall, already turning his attention elsewhere, as if she had never been more than an obstacle in his path. Kara was just staring. Her eyes were locked on Arthur, on the aftermath of what he had just done. One monarch, gone, completely erased by him. And the other, broken, hurled aside like something insignificant. Her lips parted slightly. Arthur. The name slipped out of her like she wasn't entirely sure he was even real in that moment. He turned at the sound of her voice immediately. The tension in him shifted, the cold, merciless presence that had crushed a monarch moments ago softened at the edges as his eyes found her. He crossed the distance between them in a single step. One arm slid behind her back, the other steadying her as he pulled her upright with care that felt almost at odds with the violence he had just unleashed. Kara winced despite herself, her strength still drained, her body struggling to keep up with everything it had endured. Arthur didn't say anything at first. His gaze moved over her quickly, assessing every injury, every weakness. Then, without looking away, he spoke. Burrow. A shadow tore itself free from the darkness behind him, reforming into the towering, chitin-armored figure of Burrow. The moment his eyes fell on Kara, something shifted in him, something reverent and fiercely protective. He didn't wait. My queen. He was already moving, already kneeling beside her as a surge of green glowing energy gathered in his hands. It flowed into her mending, restoring, pushing back the damage that had been tearing her apart from the inside. Please remain still, Burrow said, his voice vibrating with restrained fury. I shall heal you, and then I will personally tear apart the ones responsible for this transgression. Kara blinked at him, still a little dazed, then let out a soft breath that almost turned into a laugh. Silly ant. Arthur exhaled quietly through his nose, the faintest hint of a smile touching his lips before it disappeared just as quickly. You'll get your chance, Burrow, but this one is mine, he said. His gaze lifted, sweeping briefly across the battlefield beyond them, where the chaos still raged, the beasts, the insects, the defenders holding the line. You two go, he continued. Help the others push them back. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked toward the distant gate. That gate won't stop unless all of them emerge. I know how to end it, I'll be there once I make sure no other monarch is still breathing or nearby. Kara's hand tightened slightly against his arm. Be careful, she said with worry. You just got back. I don't want you to. I know. He cut her off gently, his thumb brushed lightly against her arm, grounding, reassuring. Go, he added. Help Raven and the others, I've already sent the marshals ahead to help out alongside a large number of my legion. Burrow didn't wait for anything else. He carefully lifted Kara into his arms, before launching into the sky with a powerful burst of speed. The wind howled around them as they ascended. Even then, Burrow couldn't help himself. My liege, he called back, his voice echoing faintly through the air, it pains me greatly that I must depart at such a moment. To witness you demonstrate the difference between a false monarch and a true king. Arthur just stood there for a second longer, watching them disappear into the distance, making sure, absolutely sure she was out of immediate danger. Then he turned. And the air around him changed again. The warmth, the restraint, the concern, it all vanished as though it had never existed. What remained was something far less forgiving. Across from him in the distance, Yogimon was already pulling himself back together, his body knitting, reforming, rage and unease mixing as he steadied himself amidst the rubble. Arthur began walking toward him. Come on now, Yogimon, he called out, his voice carrying easily across the ruined landscape. This is it. Yogimon straightened slowly, his expression darkening as he faced him, power gathering around him again despite the damage. Arthur stopped a few paces away. The spear in his hand tilted slightly, its edge catching the light. But before you die, he continued, his tone dropping, there's something I want from you. His eyes locked onto Yogimon's. Violet light flickered within them. Some information. He said with a humorless smile. And just to be clear. This isn't a request. The smile faded completely. You will answer then die, he said, one way or another. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 459, A Higher Being. Yogimon's laughter grew wild, echoing strangely around them as his body finished knitting itself back together. There was blood still on his lips, still dripping from his chin, but the confidence was still there, returned piece by piece as if pain itself meant nothing to him. You really believe you're in control of this, he said. I have my ways to escape, Shadow Monarch, I always do. His gaze flicked briefly toward the distant battlefield, toward the creeping devastation still spreading across the city. And besides, he added, a cruel smile forming, you don't have time to play interrogator. Quaracia's little gift is still taking root. Every second you waste here is another step closer to this planet choking on it. He spread his arms slightly, as if inviting the conversation. But why not, he went on, with an amused tone. I'll entertain you. Ask your questions. His eyes gleamed. What is it you wish to know, before you're left grieving over your planet's ashes? Arthur exhaled slowly, almost tired, as if this entire exchange had already outlived its usefulness. The Dragon Monarch, he said. You mentioned he's absent. That he agreed to stand with you against the rulers. His eyes narrowed slightly. Where is he? Yogimun's smile twisted, his entire look changed to that of annoyance, perhaps even resentment. He goes where he pleases, Yogimun replied. That's always been his nature. He let out a short, humorless chuckle. Even though he agreed to help, he wants to kill everything that dares stand in his way. Rulers, monarchs, it doesn't matter anymore. He looks at them now and sees nothing worth his time. His expression darkened. And that irritates me. We've been locked in this war since the beginning. Endless conflict with an endless purpose. He leaned forward slightly. And now he acts like it's beneath him, all of it. Yogimun clicked his tongue. I don't know if it's arrogance, or if he truly believes he's risen above all of it. But as long as he stands with us when it matters, I don't care. His eyes sharpened again, focusing back on Arthur. But you. A sneer pulled at his lips. You refused us outright. And when he hears of that, even the Dragon Monarch won't look kindly on it. Arthur stared at him for a moment. Then he laughed. It wasn't loud, but it cut through the air in a way that made Yogimun's expression falter just slightly. Oh, Arthur said, almost to himself. That answers everything. He lifted his gaze again, settling into his eyes. So that's how it is. He took a step forward. The only ones left with true autonomy are me and him, it seems. A faint smirk formed. I doubt he even calls himself Antares right now, just like I don't call myself Ashbourne. His gaze hardened. Not like you. Yogimun's brows drew together. What are you even talking about? You inherited names, Arthur cut in, voice becoming colder. Inherited will, inherited purpose. He tilted his head slightly. But you are not yourselves. The spear in his hand lowered just enough to point directly at Yogimun. And there it is, Arthur said quietly. You don't even realize it, do you? His eyes burned faintly violet now. The moment you gained that power, the person you were before disappeared. Yogimun's expression tightened, something unsettled flickering beneath his irritation. Arthur's voice dropped. You have no will of your own, you're not even original. He paused for a moment. You guys are nothing but echoes of the past. For the first time since the conversation began, Yogimun didn't immediately respond. His eyes narrowed, tension creeping into his stance as something about those words struck deeper than he wanted to admit. Arthur didn't give him time to think. He moved and the spear cut forward in a lethal arc. And struck nothing. Yogimun vanished, his form dissolving into warped space just before the attack could connect. Arthur's strike carved through empty air. For a fraction of a second, there was silence. Then Arthur smiled. You really think that works on me? The shadows at his feet surged, and he disappeared. High above the world, where the air thinned and the clouds stretched endlessly beneath the sky, space itself twisted as Yogimun reappeared, already moving, already trying to put distance between himself and what he now understood was far more dangerous than he'd accounted for. His breathing was uneven now, he didn't make it far. Arthur stepped into existence directly in front of him. Yogimun's eyes widened, instinct screaming as he raised his arms. Too late. Arthur's leg snapped upward in a brutal arc, the impact landing square across Yogimun's face with crushing force. The sound alone cracked through the sky. Yogimun's head whipped to the side as the strike connected, blood spraying into the air as his entire body was launched backward, spinning violently as he tore through the clouds. The sky swallowed him as he tumbled, rotating uncontrollably, his vision blurring from the sheer force of the blow. Arthur remained where he was, suspended in the air, completely still. Yogimun didn't fall for long, he tore himself out of the spin mid-air, body snapping back into alignment with a violent twist of magic as the sky itself warped around him. He vanished again. A moment later, he reappeared above an endless ocean, boots skimming the surface as waves roared beneath him. The horizon stretched wide and empty, the world momentarily calm. Then Arthur stepped into existence behind him. Without delay, he was inevitable. Yogimun's eyes widened as he twisted, barely bringing up a barrier of warped mana before Arthur's spear struck. The impact cracked through the shield, shattering it like glass and forcing Yogimun back across the water in a violent skid that split the sea itself in his wake. How? Yogimun hissed, vanishing again before the follow-up strike could land. I'm covering my mana. They were in the mountains now. He reappeared high above jagged peaks, cold air biting, clouds drifting lazily around him as he steadied his breathing. His hands ignited with magic instantly, layers upon layers of spells forming in rapid succession, defensive, offensive, spatial distortions stacked on top of each other. Arthur appeared again. Closer this time. Yogimont didn't even hesitate. He unleashed everything. The sky turned violent. Firestorms roared into existence, massive torrents of flame twisting like living beasts as gravity itself bent under his will, crushing downward in invisible waves meant to pin, break, annihilate massive numbers. Lightning split the sky, arcane constructs forming and collapsing in rapid succession as he threw everything he had into overwhelming Arthur before he could close the distance. Arthur walked through it. He was never untouched, but unaffected in the way that mattered. He moved between the spells, weaving through collapsing gravity wells and twisting firestorms with grace, shadows trailing his every motion. The flames curled around him but never consumed him. Yogimont's breath hitched. "How are you doing this?" Arthur didn't answer him. He raised his spear and hurled it. The weapon tore through the firestorm like it didn't exist, piercing straight through the heart of Yogimont's largest spell. The entire construct collapsed in an instant, the flames dispersing violently as the spear punched through them. And into Yogimont's chest. The impact was catastrophic. The force alone drove him backward like a meteor, his body dragged across the sky as the spear carried him for miles, tearing through clouds, shattering the air itself with the sheer velocity. Yogimont tried to get rid of it but failed. Until it pinned him against a mountainside. The explosion that followed split the peak. Stone erupted outward, the mountain face collapsing in a thunderous cascade as Yogimont's body was driven deep into it, the spear anchoring him there. For a moment, there was only the sound of falling rock. Then Arthur stepped through the smoke. The wind howled around him, carrying ash and dust as he emerged, clad in shadow armor, his ashen white hair moving with the storm as violet light burned steadily in his eyes. He stopped in front of Yogimont, too close. One boot came down, pressing firmly against Yogimont's face, forcing his head back against the shattered stone. Arthur reached forward and gripped the shaft of his spear. With a sharp pull, he ripped it free. Yogimont's body jerked, blood spilling as the wound began to close, but slower now. Much slower. Arthur tilted his head slightly, studying him. "I understand your frustration," he said, voice calm despite the devastation around them. "But like I told you." His gaze sharpened. "We might both be monarchs." A faint pulse of shadow spread outward from him. "But I'm a higher being compared to you. That's all you need to understand." Yogimont coughed, blood spilling from his lips as he forced a grin through the pain, even as his body struggled to regenerate properly under the pressure of Arthur's presence. "Higher being," he muttered, almost laughing. "Arrogant, even now." Arthur didn't react. He simply lifted his spear again. "Die with dignity," he said. Then, almost as an afterthought, "If it's any comfort, the rulers will follow you." Yogimont's eyes flickered. Arthur's voice didn't change. "If they become a threat to me, I'll erase them too." For a second, something unreadable passed through Yogimont's expression. Then, slowly, he smiled, accepting of his fate. "So, be it." His eyes closed. Arthur then drove his spear forward in a single, decisive thrust, straight through Yogimont's heart. The impact echoed through the mountain sending an electric wave all over it, then Yogimont's body began to break apart, dissolving into fragments of fading mana, the remnants of his existence scattering into the wind like ash. The smile never left his face. And then, he was gone as Arthur stood there in silence, the spear still in his hand, the storm slowly settling around him as the mountain finished collapsing in the distance as another monarch was gone, // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 460, Shadows Take the Field. Gotham turned into a war zone, claw marks on the streets, bodies, fire, monsters prowling. The ground pulsed in places where Queratia's growth had taken root, veins of toxic green crawling through the streets, choking the air with a sickly haze. And still, the fighting didn't stop. Superman had returned to the field, still weakened, still carrying the remnants of poison in his veins, but he was moving anyway, he didn't want to rest. Every strike he threw had that same relentless intent, even if his breath came a little heavier than before now. A massive beast attacked him, jaws wide enough to swallow a car whole, and Clark met it head-on, catching both jaws with his hands and forcing them apart with a strained exhale before snapping them sideways and hurling the carcass through a swarm of flying insectoids. "Keep them off the evacuation routes. We cannot let these monsters leave this area," he shouted. Nearby, Kara moved like a storm-given form. Even with the lingering effects of kryptonite and toxins still clawing at her system, she refused to slow down too. Her heat vision carved through a cluster of armored beetle-like creatures, melting through chitin and flesh alike before she dropped from the sky and drove her fist through the torso of a massive war beast, the impact splitting the ground beneath them. "Is that all you've got?" she snapped, breath sharp, eyes burning. Baruhu was following her, flying right next to her, raised both of his hands trying to get her to rest and stop fighting. "Please, my queen, you shouldn't." Not far from her, Wonder Woman spun through a large number of towering insect creatures, her blade flashing in arcs of silver as limbs fell away from bodies in clean, decisive strikes. Her lasso snapped out, wrapping around a flying creature and dragging it violently into the ground before she crushed its skull beneath her heel. "There is really no end to them," she called, voice unwavering. Green Lantern constructs filled the air, Hal Jordan and John Stewart working in tandem, massive constructs of energy slamming into the incoming tide, holding them back where numbers alone should have overwhelmed them. Cyborg's cannon fire echoed from a distance, cutting down wave after wave, while Shazam crashed through a group of beasts in a burst of lightning, laughing even as the pressure mounted. But even with all of that, it wasn't enough. The monsters kept coming, they were relentless. And then something changed. It was so sudden, but the beasts hesitated. The insects faltered mid-flight, their movements stuttering as if something had suddenly seized control of their instincts. A low, uneasy ripple passed through the entire invading force, like a silent command had been issued across all of them at once. Martian Manhunter hovered above the battlefield, his eyes narrowing, focusing his telepathic senses. "This is new," he murmured. The creatures weren't retreating, but they weren't the same anymore. Before he could voice it, the sky darkened, but it wasn't nighttime. It darkened with shadows. They came out of nowhere, a wave of darkness pouring into the battlefield from above, silent at first, then deafening as they descended. Massive forms hit the ground with enough force to crack it open. Giants, towering shadows landed among the invading beasts and immediately began tearing them apart, their massive limbs crushing entire packs of wolves and war beasts beneath sheer weight and power. And then came the marshals. Doom was the first to land. His massive body crashed into the ground like a falling meteor, sending a shockwave through the surrounding battlefield before he rose, violet lightning crackling violently across his body as his eyes burned with overwhelming hostile intent. He attacked, and everything in his path ceased to exist. A single swing of his arm erased a line of insect creatures in a burst of shadow and energy, their bodies disintegrating before they even hit the ground. Hell descended next, landing with grace that contrasted sharply with the devastation around him. His gaze swept across the battlefield once, before his eyes turned red and unleashed a precise burst of heat vision that cut through a swarm of airborne creatures. Galatea followed, she smashed straight into the warcats and dragging one across the ground before launching it into another with enough force to turn both into mush. And then Igris, he simply appeared. One moment he was far away, the next, he stood at its center of the chaos, his blade moved in clean arcs, everything in front of him fell apart, monsters losing their limbs and heads without realizing. Behind them, the Legion followed. Thousands, tens of thousands. An army that didn't tire, didn't bleed and didn't fear, they surged forward, colliding with the invading forces and immediately turning the tide. For the first time since the gate had opened, the monsters were really being pushed back. For a moment, the defenders were stunned. A hunter, standing amidst the chaos, lowered his weapon slightly, staring at the overwhelming display. "What the hell is that?" Another one laughed in disbelief. "No way, that's real. I heard those were only rumors. And that the Shadow Lanterns were the only exception." High above, Hal Jordan blinked, watching as an entire section of the battlefield was cleared in seconds. "Okay," he muttered. "I'm officially not the biggest gun in the room anymore." John Stewart crossed his arms slightly, watching the precision, the coordination, the sheer scale of the Shadow Legion. "That's some power," he said quietly. "I can't get used to it." Wonder Woman smiled as she cut down another creature. "He has returned." Superman hovered for a moment, taking it all in, the shadows, the marshals, the impossible shift in momentum. A breath escaped him, Arthur. Even Kara, mid-fight, paused just long enough to glance upward, a grin breaking through despite everything. "Why is everyone even surprised?" she muttered under her breath. Martian Manhunter's eyes softened slightly as he watched the tide turn. Then he reached out with his telepathy. "Batman," he said calmly, even as the battlefield roared beneath him. "I assume Arthur is back." Then Bruce's voice came through, steady as ever. "Yes." Martian Manhunter nodded faintly, watching as another wave of monsters was crushed beneath the advancing shadows. "He might have an answer to the gate, so once he is there, you should all retreat. Our work is done." Bruce continued. "And I'll handle the rest. I'm on my way back from the Fortress of Solitude." Superman flew off immediately after waking up, even though I told him to rest, but no matter. Ivy is en route, guided by Robin. She'll deal with the root system and the toxin spread. John's gaze shifted toward the horizon, toward where the corruption had already begun creeping beyond the city, stretching outward. "They'll need to be quick," he said. It's spreading into the ocean now, and you weren't exaggerating. This is a global threat. Bruce didn't respond immediately. But when he did. I know, good thing we were prepared. Even with the arrival of the Shadow Legion tipping the balance, the sheer number of creatures pouring from the gate kept the pressure relentless. Until a presence settled over Gotham, one by one, heads turned toward him. Hunters who had been mid-swing paused without realizing it. A man with blood running down his face lowered his blade just enough to glance upward. What the hell is that? Above them all, near the towering gate, a man stood suspended in the air. Clad in shadow-forged armor, the edges of the armor bled into the air like smoke, like darkness refusing to stay still. His hair, longer now, pale as ash, moved softly in the wind, and his eyes burned violet. But with a steady, terrifying calm. For a moment, even the monsters hesitated. On the front lines, Superman slowed mid-flight, his gaze was fixed on this man. Relief written all over his face. He really is here. Not far from him, Kara hovered in place, chest rising and falling as she stared at Arthur. So the other two Monarch are. I was not worried at all, she muttered, crossing her arms, though the warmth in her voice gave her away. Wonder Woman lowered her blade slightly, eyes narrowing as she looked at him. It seems there is power in him now, much more than before. Hal Jordan glanced up, blinking. Okay, I'm always glad he's on our side. Martian Manhunter watched in silence for a moment before speaking. There he is. He looks a bit different. Arthur didn't even acknowledge the battlefield. His gaze was fixed entirely on the gate. The massive, swirling tear in reality before him, still vomiting out creatures in endless waves, he hovered beside it, close enough that the violent currents of energy brushed against his armor. And did nothing. For a moment, he simply watched it, then he raised his hand slowly. His voice carried, heard by everyone who needed to hear it. I could wait, he said, tone almost thoughtful, kill everything that crawls out of you, and let you collapse on your own. He paused for a moment, like he was actually considering it. Then a small exhale. But we've had enough noise for one day. His fingers flexed slightly. Let's end this. The gate reacted instantly. The moment his will touched it, the entire structure trembled, violently. The swirling energy destabilized, collapsing as if something had just seized control of it from the inside. The gate imploded, its massive form shrinking in on itself with terrifying speed. Creatures still pouring out of it didn't even have time to react, they were caught mid-emergence. Split and severed, erased as the space they occupied simply ceased to exist. The closing force generated a shockwave that rippled outward, flattening debris, scattering the remaining monsters, and forcing even the strongest fighters to brace themselves against it. Then, there was silence. Where the gate had stood. There was nothing now. For a few seconds, no one moved. A hunter dropped to his knees, staring at the space where the gate had been, his weapon slipping from his hand. It's gone. Another let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. He just, closed it so simply. Hal Jordan blinked again, slower this time. I'm sorry, what? He could do that. Where was he all this time? Superman hovered in place, eyes still locked on Arthur. A small, genuine smile tugged at his lips. That makes things a lot easier. Arthur lowered his hand, only then did he glance down at the battlefield, at what remained. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 461, The Queen of Poison. The moment the gate vanished, the battlefield didn't end, but what had once been a desperate defense became an execution. Arthur descended slowly, the remaining beasts surged forward in one last chaotic wave. Giant wolves with fractured bone armor, insect monstrosities dripping with venom, hulking abominations that had taken entire squads of hunters to bring down, now all of them turned instinctively toward a single point. Toward Arthur. A hunter, bloodied and barely standing, stared as a massive S-class beast, a horned monstrosity that had torn through an entire formation minutes ago, charged straight for Arthur. Move, the men shouted hoarsely. Arthur didn't. He didn't even raise his voice. He simply looked at the charging beast and that was all. The shadows beneath his feet exploded outward like blades, hundreds of razor-thin tendrils erupted from the ground in a violent surge, slicing through the incoming wave with so much brutality. The beasts didn't even get the chance to roar. Their bodies were carved apart, torn into fragments that scattered across the battlefield in a storm of black and crimson. The horned S-class didn't even reach him. It was reduced to pieces before its front claws touched the ground. And Arthur kept walking. Another wave descended from above, winged insect horrors, thick with armor and poison, creatures that had forced even high-ranking hunters to retreat. Arthur glanced up once. Then he moved his hand, and a massive spear of condensed shadow formed above him that made the air tremble. He didn't throw it with force. He released it. It dropped, and a section of the sky itself seemed to collapse as the attack punched through the swarm, obliterating hundreds of creatures in a single instant. The shockwave rippled outward, catching more in its wake, tearing them apart as if they had never been meant to exist in the first place. Hunters who had struggled against even one of those creatures stood frozen. That thing. One of them whispered, staring at the empty sky where the swarm had been. He just wiped them out. Another said, voice unsteady with fatigue. Even the Justice League paused, watching as Arthur continued forward, the battlefield clearing with every step he took. Superman exhaled slowly. He is clearly much stronger than before. Wonder Woman's grip tightened slightly on her sword, her eyes locked on Arthur with a warrior's recognition. He has grown. Within minutes. It was over, the last beast fell. The final insect was crushed beneath shadow or steel. And silence, true silence settled over Gotham for the first time since the gate had opened. Arthur stood at the center of it all. Surrounded by corpses and by ruin. By the remains of an army that during their emergence threatened the world. He looked at them for a moment. Then he spoke. This will be useful. His voice wasn't loud. Arise. The ground answered. Darkness spread across the battlefield, crawling over bodies, seeping into wounds, into broken limbs and shattered remains. And one by one, the shadows rose. A hunter stumbled back, eyes widening in pure disbelief as the corpse of a beast he had barely survived fighting began to rise again as a shadow, its form twisting. No way. More followed. Dozens. Hundreds. Then thousands. Creatures that had moments ago been enemies now stood again, silent, obedient, their eyes glowing faintly with that same violet light. A woman dropped her weapon entirely, staring at the growing army. They are becoming like the rest who helped us. A man beside her swallowed hard. They're his now. Even seasoned heroes didn't hide their reaction. Hal Jordan let out a low whistle. That's still terrifying to witness. Jon Stewart didn't disagree. Well, that's my first time seeing it in person, he said quietly. Martian Manhunter watched in silence, but there was no fear in his eyes. Then, as suddenly as they had risen, the shadows receded. The entire army dissolved, pulled back into Arthur's own shadow like it had never existed at all. The battlefield was empty again. Arthur turned. And only then did he seem to notice the eyes on him. Kara landed beside him, boots touching the ground with a soft impact. She looked around briefly, the scattered hunters, the distant helicopters hovering in the sky, cameras pointed directly at them. Arthur, she said, lowering her voice slightly, though there was amusement in it. You know that you've got an audience, right? A big one. Arthur glanced past her, finally acknowledging them. The hunters, the League members, and even the world watching from afar. He didn't look concerned. Oh, he said simply. You shouldn't be out here, Kara. I even ordered Baru to keep you away from fighting. Kara raised a brow. And let you have all the fun. He gave a small smile. Stubborn as ever. Well then, to answer your concern, the Justice League already knows what I can do, and the people who remember what happened during the Blackest Night. And if they didn't? His gaze flicked briefly toward the helicopters. They do now. It doesn't matter to me. There is more important things to worry about now. Behind them, the last traces of his shadow armor faded, dissolving into nothing as his appearance shifted back to something far more human and casual. Almost ordinary if not for what happened moments ago. It's over, he said. Kara crossed her arms slightly, glancing toward the creeping growth still spreading in the distance. Not entirely. That toxin, that woman's spell or whatever, it's still active. Arthur followed her gaze. It won't be for long. You're counting on Bruce? Arthur huffed lightly. I left him my best minds and everything he needed to know. If anyone can figure it out, it's him. Kara nodded, then glanced back at him. And those monarchs, I assume we won't hear from them anymore. Arthur's expression didn't change. Of course. He paused. But that wasn't all of them. Before Kara could respond, a familiar presence descended beside them. Superman landed with a soft impact, his posture steady despite the lingering strain in his body. There was a tiredness to him, but also relief. Arthur. A small smile formed on his face. Good to see you back. Arthur looked him over once, noting the subtle signs, the stiffness, the lingering weakness. You don't look so great. Clark let out a short laugh. Yeah, that poison was no joke. He rubbed the back of his neck slightly. They knew exactly what to use against me. Kryptonite too. And, they said some things I didn't quite understand. Arthur's gaze sharpened slightly. We'll talk about it later. Clark nodded. I figured you'd know. Then his smile returned. They almost had me, but we held out, with Kara's help, and your shadows. Bruce too, we managed. Arthur gave a small nod. Even though we were prepared. His gaze shifted briefly across the battlefield, the fallen hunters, the damage, the cost. We still lost people. His voice lowered slightly. I should have left more marshals behind. Kara shook her head immediately. No. Her tone was firm. You had your own war to fight. She stepped a little closer. If we can't protect our own world while you're gone, then what's the point of any of us being here? Arthur didn't answer right away. Not far from them, a group of hunters stood frozen, watching the exchange. One of them leaned slightly toward another, his voice barely above a whisper. That's him, isn't it? The shadow guy. I saw him in Metropolis during that space zombies invasion. Another shook his head slowly. So, these shadow lanterns belong to him. A younger hunter, eyes still wide, stared at Arthur. He killed everything, turned them into his army. That's necromancy. I wonder if there are hunters out there with the same kind of power. And Superman's just standing there talking to him like they're teammates, someone added. Then, quieter. Is he even from Earth? No one answered. The gate was gone, but the damage lingered in ways that steel and stone alone couldn't explain. Across entire districts, the ground had split open from growth of thick, pulsating roots had erupted from beneath the city, crawling over streets, wrapping around buildings, cracking asphalt. Veins of sickly green ran through them, glowing faintly, releasing a low, poisonous haze into the air. It was an infestation, and at the center of one of the worst affected zones in the city, she appeared. A swirl of green and earth folded inward, and poison ivy stepped out from it as if the plants themselves had welcomed her. Beside her, already waiting, stood Robin with a gas mask, his cape shifting slightly in the toxic wind as he turned toward her. Activating the comm in his ear, "We're in position," he said. "Ivy's here. We're proceeding." Then the calm, steady voice of Batman answered. "Understood. Time is critical, do what you must." Robin nodded slightly, even though Bruce couldn't see it. "Yeah," he muttered, then cut the channel. For a moment, there was only the sound of the roots shifting, expanding slowly across the broken streets. Ivy didn't look at him at all, her eyes were already on the growth around them. "So this is what you're so desperate about," she said softly, stepping forward. Robin crossed his arms slightly, watching her. "Batman said you'd understand it." She let out a small, almost amused breath. Of course he did. Only then did she glance at him, green eyes sharp. "And he intends to keep his word, I assume." Robin didn't hesitate. "Of course, Ivy, no prison for you, and no Arkham. If you help us fix this, and you will walk freely." Ivy studied him for a moment, checking the sincerity behind his words. "You sound very confident," she said lightly. Robin shrugged. "Batman doesn't make deals he can't keep, and he trusts you." There was a flicker of something in her expression that wasn't exactly trust, but close enough to it. "How reassuring," she murmured, before turning her attention back to the sprawling, unnatural growth. She stepped closer, crouching slightly as her fingers brushed against one of the thick, pulsing roots. The moment she touched it, her expression changed. "How strange," she said curiously. Robin tilted his head slightly. "Strange how? What did you find out?" Ivy's fingers traced along the vein, feeling the flow of whatever foreign energy pulsed through it. "It's familiar," she said slowly. "The structure, the growth pattern, the way it spreads, it mimics my work." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "But it's not mine." She stood, glancing around as if seeing the entire system at once. "It's crude in some places. Overgrown even and excessive," she said with a smile. "But this is so effective, if I leave this it will surely kill everyone." Robin let out a breath. "Can you stop it?" She looked back at him, that smirk sharpening just a little. "Oh, please." There was almost offense in her tone now. "It's like someone tried to copy my handwriting and forgot I invented the language." Robin blinked. "So that's a yes." She straightened fully, brushing a strand of red hair over her shoulder. "It's not just easy," she said, almost lazily. "It's insultingly easy." Robin exhaled. "Well, that's reassuring." Ivy rolled her eyes slightly. "Don't thank me yet." She took a few steps forward, positioning herself at the center of the largest cluster of roots. Then she glanced back over her shoulder. "Step back, boy." Robin didn't even comment on that. He moved away. And just as he did, there was a familiar distortion in the air. 3 figures appeared beside them as if they had always been there. Superman landed lightly, alongside Kara Zor-El. And between them, Arthur. Ivy noticed them immediately. Her gaze lingered for just a second longer on him than the others. "Well," she said, "this just keeps getting more interesting." She straightened slightly, placing a hand on her hip. "I have an audience, and not just any audience." Her eyes flicked between them. "Aliens." Gods. And. Her gaze settled briefly on Arthur again, something thoughtful in her expression, whatever you consider yourself to be. Superman stepped forward slightly instead, we're counting on you, Ivy. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And. You can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 462, Humanity's Narrow Victory. Poison Ivy glanced once over her shoulder at Superman, Kara Zor-El, and Arthur, and smiled. You don't have to threaten me with your presence like that, she said, almost lazily. I'm not one of your enemies. Her eyes sharpened slightly as she turned back to the growth overtaking Gotham. Just watch. She stepped forward. And the moment her bare foot touched the cracked ground, everything changed. The roots that had been writhing, expanding, devouring the city, slowed, all at once. Ivy raised one hand and her fingers curled slightly. And the veins responded, they contracted with unnatural obedience. The green glow dimmed, fading like dying embers as the massive roots began to retract into the earth they had violated. The sound was eerie, a deep, organic shifting, like something enormous being pulled back beneath the surface. More and more of it followed. The towering vines that had coiled around buildings loosened, their grip slackening before they shrank, withered, and dissolved into harmless dust that scattered into the air. The toxic haze that had choked entire districts thinned rapidly, drawn inward, siphoned back through the network of roots like poison being drained from a wound. Ivy's other hand lifted now. Her eyes glowed. This is nothing, she murmured, almost to herself. The ground rippled outward from her position. Every vein, every tendril, every unnatural growth collapsed. The massive roots sank back beneath Gotham's surface, leaving behind only cracked streets and broken concrete where they had once been. The green glow vanished completely, replaced by something far more natural. Clean air. Within minutes, the suffocating toxin was gone, replaced by cold, clean air that swept through the city. Silence followed. Ivy exhaled slowly. Her hands lowered. There, she said softly. And then, her knees buckled. The shift was subtle, the strength that had held her upright moments ago drained all at once, her body swaying as the sheer scale of what she had just done caught up to her. Before she could fall, Arthur was there. He caught her effortlessly, one arm steadying her before she hit the ground. For a brief moment, Ivy looked genuinely surprised. Then she let out a quiet breath, her head tilting slightly as she steadied herself against him. Well, she muttered, that took more out of me than I expected. Arthur didn't let go until he was certain she could stand. Your help is appreciated, Ivy, he said simply. Ivy looked at him for a moment, studying his face as if comparing it to everything she had heard. Then she smiled faintly. How refreshing, I might do this often if I get to be held by you like this. Kara shot her a look after that. Ivy's tone softened just a little. It seems the rumors about you are exaggerated. Arthur's lips curved slightly. I wouldn't say that. Before Ivy could respond. Kara Zor-El didn't even try to hide the look she gave Ivy, eyes narrowing just a fraction before she stepped forward. All right, she said, a little too quickly, that's enough standing around. You look like you're about to pass out. Ivy raised an eyebrow. Oh. But before she could say anything else, Kara had already lifted her off the ground. Effortlessly. Hey. Ivy started, more surprised than anything. I'll take her, Kara said, already rising into the air. She helped out, so I'm making sure she is okay. Arthur watched her go, a small smile on his face. I'll join you in a minute, Kara added over her shoulder, before shooting off into the sky. There was a brief pause. Then Superman let out a laugh he was holding. You know, he said, glancing at Arthur, we might have another reason to celebrate tonight. Arthur exhaled softly, eyes following Kara's disappearing figure. You noticed, he said. I mean, of course you did. Clark smiled. It's a great news. Arthur shook his head slightly, still smiling. It's all too strange, he admitted. Even to me. Clark looked back toward the city, then at him again. We should all get together, he said. After this, somewhere quieter maybe. Arthur didn't hesitate. My place is not exactly within the city, he said. Tonight seems fine, I think George can handle extra guests. Clark nodded. All right then. A few steps away, Robin stood there, watching this entire exchange with a look that could only be described as deeply confused. He opened his mouth. Closed it. Then just shook his head slightly. I'm not even going to ask. By the time they returned to the site where the gate had once stood, the battlefield had changed, the monstrous roots were gone. The suffocating haze had vanished, clean air moved through Gotham again, except for the massive number of monster corpses laying around. Hunters who had been bracing themselves for another wave of horrors slowly lowered their weapons, their eyes scanning the city as realization set in. It's really gone now, one of them muttered. All of it. Another dropped to one knee, breathing hard. The toxin. I can breathe again. Across the field, more voices rose. Confusion turned to disbelief. Disbelief turned to relief. We made it. No, another corrected, glancing toward the sky where Arthur and the League stood. It wouldn't have been possible without. Above them, members of the Justice League hovered or stood among the ruins, taking in the same realization. Martian Manhunter closed his eyes briefly, sensing the absence of the corruption that had once spread beneath the city. It's really over, he said quietly. Clark stepped forward slightly, his voice carrying across the field, loud and clear. It's over. That was all it took. Hunters who had been holding on purely by willpower let themselves fall where they stood, some dropping to the ground entirely, others collapsing onto rubble with exhausted laughter. We actually survived that. Holy hell. I thought we were done for. Even some of the highest ranked among them, S-rank hunters who had faced countless gates, sat heads lowered, bodies trembling from the aftermath. We survived that massive army of monsters. One said, almost in disbelief. Around them, League members exchanged glances, subtle nods of relief. A sudden shift in the air drew everyone's attention upward. One of Arthur's shadows descended, Bellion landing lightly nearby. Resting casually on his shoulder, was Raven. She didn't move immediately, her gaze already fixed on Arthur as he turned toward her. Hey, she said. Arthur's expression softened. Hey. She pushed off Bellion's shoulder without warning, drifting toward him like a shadow. And then, she wrapped her arms around him. Arthur barely had time to react before she pulled him into a firm embrace. When she pulled back slightly, her eyes met his, and before he could say anything she kissed him. A kiss that carried everything she hadn't said since he left. When she finally pulled away, her hand lingered lightly against his chest. Really, she said softly with a smile. You send a shadow for me, instead of coming yourself. Arthur exhaled, with an almost sheepish look crossing his face. Kara was in serious trouble. She silenced him instantly. Another quick kiss. Silly monarch of shadows, she murmured, her forehead resting briefly against his. Don't bother explaining. Her smile softened. I'm just glad you're back. Her gaze drifted over him then, taking in the longer hair, the subtle changes. I like the new look, by the way. Arthur let out a quiet breath. Blame the time I spent there. High above Gotham, far beyond the immediate reach of claws and poison and collapsing structures, the helicopters hovered. They were witnesses to something no one had truly been prepared to understand. Inside one of the lead news choppers, a cameraman leaned forward, his lens fixed on the devastation below. For a long second, he didn't speak. He just kept filming, trying to capture everything at once, the ruined streets, the broken skyline, the dead monsters. Is it over? He muttered, almost to himself. Beside him, the reporter adjusted his headset, eyes wide as he scanned the scene unfolding beneath them. He hesitated, swallowing. It looks like it. The feed cut live. And across screens around the world, the image of Gotham filled every frame. The city was barely recognizable. Entire streets had been torn apart, asphalt ripped open like paper. Buildings stood fractured, some collapsed entirely, others leaning at impossible angles. The scars of battle stretched across every visible district, impact craters, scorched marks, and deep gouges where something massive had moved through. And everywhere, bodies of monsters, in the thousands, and even human hunters among them. Massive wolves, grotesque insectoid creatures, twisted humanoid beasts, all of them lifeless now, scattered across the city like the aftermath of something apocalyptic. The camera panned slowly. Dear God. The reporter whispered, his voice still going out live despite the lack of polish. The scale of this. I don't think anyone could have imagined something like this. Another helicopter drifted closer, its own crew speaking over their broadcast. We're looking at what remains of the largest gate event ever recorded, a second reporter said, her voice strained. The gate itself is gone. Completely gone, we confirmed that. She leaned slightly forward, pointing as the camera zoomed. And the plant growth that overtook large portions of Gotham, it's disappeared as well, entirely. The cameraman zoomed further. Where towering roots and toxic vines had once spread, there was now only ruined ground. Cracked earth and broken streets. No trace of the suffocating green corruption that had threatened to consume the entire city and beyond. How is that even possible? Someone whispered off mic. No one answered. Because none of them had an answer. Then the camera shifted again, catching something across the battlefield. Wait, the cameraman said, his voice sharpening. Zoom in, there. The lens focused. And the figures became clear. Shadows, hundreds of them moving across the battlefield, finishing what remained of the monsters who managed to slip through the defenders. They're back, the first reporter said, his voice rising slightly. Those shadow creatures, we've seen them before, during the Space Zombies incident, during the Metropolis attack. The camera tracked them as they moved with terrifying efficiency, cutting down anything that still twitched with life. They're even helping the injured hunters, the second reporter added quickly. Then the camera lifted again, catching figures in the sky. 2 streaks of red and blue. They're showing footage from earlier, the producer's voice crackled through the headset. Roll it now. The live feed shifted briefly, replaying moments captured minutes before. Superman and Kara Zor-El clashing against beings that had fought back. Explosions midair. Shockwaves tearing through buildings. Movements that were too fast for the camera to properly follow. We still don't know who or what they were fighting, the reporter said, voice tight with awe. But whatever it was, I'm glad our heroes dealt with it. The footage cut back to present. And then, the camera found him. Hovering in the sky, calm amid the aftermath. Ashen hair moving slightly in the wind. A presence that felt heavier than everything around it. There, the cameraman breathed. That's him again. The reporter didn't even try to hide the shift in his tone. The same individual reported during multiple incidents, the so-called Men of Shadows. The lens zoomed in carefully. He stood among them now, speaking with the Justice League. With Superman himself. We still don't have a confirmed identity, the reporter continued, slipping back into his role. But based on everything we've witnessed, his involvement appears to be decisive in ending this conflict. Below, the last of the monsters fell. For a moment, no one in the helicopter spoke, no one on the broadcast did either. Because there was nothing left to interrupt the realization settling in. The reporter adjusted his headset again, drawing in a slow breath. Then he leaned slightly toward the camera. Ladies and gentlemen. He paused, glancing once more at the ruined city below, the fallen monsters, the heroes still standing. I believe the war is truly over. A faint, almost disbelieving smile touched his lips. With our victory. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 463, Special Celebration. Gotham, Arthur's estate. Arthur's estate stood untouched by the destruction that claimed Gotham, as if the chaos that had nearly swallowed the city had simply chosen not to reach this far. Beyond the distant skyline, faint traces of destruction could be seen, smoke rising in thin trails, emergency lights flickering, but here, on the outskirts, it was calm. The estate itself was alive with movement. Shadow demons moved through the halls and across the grounds silently, restoring order as if nothing had ever been out of place, dust vanished, furniture aligned perfectly. Even the garden, touched only lightly by the passing storm, was being tended to, every leaf straightened, every path cleared. Arthur walked along one of those paths, hands resting loosely at his sides, his posture relaxed in a way it hadn't been for days. Beside him, Raven accompanied him, her presence as calm as the night itself. A few paces behind, George followed, composed as always, though there was something faintly unsettled in his expression. Master Arthur, George began, his tone refined as ever, I took the liberty of observing the events in the underground base through your modern devices. Arthur glanced at him briefly. Yeah. George adjusted his posture slightly, folding his hands behind his back. To describe it as unpleasant would be an extraordinary understatement, he said. The condition of the city is most distressing. Arthur exhaled lightly. Yeah, he said. Well, it could have been worse. George raised an eyebrow. Arthur's gaze drifted toward the distant skyline. It would have been worse, he added casually, if more monarchs and their armies showed up. There was a pause. George blinked once. Yes, he said after a moment. Let us all be grateful that they did not. From Arthur's other side, Raven let out a quiet huff. Stop terrifying George with your casual apocalypse talk. Arthur turned his head slightly, with a smile. Terrify who? George. He let out a short laugh. Raven gave him a look. Now that I think about it, you're right, she said dryly. George commands shadow demons in this estate. I doubt he scares easily. She glanced at him. Do you fear anything, George? George didn't hesitate. Taxes, he replied, perfectly composed. Arthur blinked. Makes sense, I guess. Raven laughed softly. They continued walking for a few moments, the quiet of the garden settling comfortably around them. Then Arthur slowed slightly. Are you feeling okay, Ray? Raven glanced at him. I'm fine, she said. Stop worrying, I heal quickly. She rolled her eyes faintly. Your annoying Aunt Marshall wouldn't stop insisting on healing me, though. Arthur's lips twitched. Baru means well. He stepped closer, reaching out without hesitation. His fingers wrapped gently around her hand, and for a brief moment, his eyes closed. There was a subtle shift, something unseen passing between them. Then he opened his eyes again. Good. Raven tilted her head slightly. You had to check me yourself, she said, almost teasing. I told you, I'm fine. Those monarchs were nothing. Arthur gave her a look. She held it for a second. Then sighed. Okay, they were a bit strong, she admitted. Nothing too crazy though. George cleared his throat lightly behind them. Master Arthur, he said, redirecting the conversation with impeccable timing, are you quite certain that such a substantial number of guests will be arriving this evening? Arthur shrugged slightly. I assume so, he said. I did promise Kara I'd tolerate them in my home for one night. George inclined his head. Very well. I shall personally oversee the preparations. Arthur waved a hand lazily. Don't overdo it. He paused, then smirked faintly. Actually, no. Do whatever you think is best. It's a celebration. Raven smiled. As you wish. George answered. He turned and departed, already issuing silent commands to the shadow demons as he went. Arthur and Raven remained in the garden. For a moment, it was quiet again. Then, a streak of dark and violet light cut through the sky. Raven's eyes lifted instantly. The figure descended fast, controlled, landing a short distance in front of them. It was a young woman. In shadow lantern uniform and shadow violet energy flickering faintly around her. She straightened immediately, and bowed her head. Supreme Commander. Arthur smiled faintly. Hello, Commander. Raven's gaze sharpened slightly, studying her. The woman straightened. We have fulfilled our assignment, she said. Earth has been successfully defended. The core members are preparing to return to Nyx. Arthur nodded once. Of course, good work by the way. She hesitated. Just slightly. I understand our primary objective remains unchanged, she continued. We will remain focused on it. Arthur crossed his arms, watching her. But, he prompted. She looked down for a fraction of a second. Then back up. I request permission to remain on Earth, she said. Temporarily. Raven's brow lifted slightly. The lantern continued quickly. I am aware of my responsibilities to my sector. However, after recent events. She hesitated again, then pushed through it. I would prefer to stay. In case of another incursion and I really want to. Arthur didn't let her finish. I understand. She blinked. You may remain. She stared at him, stunned in silence. Ray, really? Arthur nodded once. Raven glanced between them, faintly amused. The girl's composure cracked, just a little. A genuine smile broke through. Thank you, Supreme Commander. She bowed again, deeper this time. I won't disappoint you. Arthur waved a hand lightly. I know. She straightened, then turned, already lifting into the air. I'll return to my duties once everything stabilizes, she added quickly. I promise. And then she was gone, vanishing into the night sky. Arthur exhaled softly. Raven watched the direction she had gone. I've seen that girl before, she said. In Nyx, right? Arthur nodded. One of the strongest now. There was a faint note of pride in his voice. She was completely lost when she first arrived in Nyx. She had no idea what a lantern ring is, and why it chose her. Now look at her. Raven crossed her arms lightly. She mentioned a main goal of the core. Her eyes shifted to him. Apocalypse. Arthur's expression darkened just a fraction. Yeah. He looked up at the sky, distant. I've been keeping them busy, he said. Interfering with their operations, helping worlds they target, making their lives harder. His voice was calm. Dark side hasn't left my mind. Raven stepped closer. Maybe don't think about him tonight, she said softly, placing a hand against his chest. You're allowed to breathe for a few hours. Arthur glanced down at her hand. Then back at her, before he could respond. A red and gold blur dropped from the sky. Hey. I'm back. Kara Zor-El landed lightly in the garden, her smile too bright to be anything but genuine. Arthur raised an eyebrow slightly. Welcome, he said. I was starting to think you weren't going to attend your own celebration. Kara's expression shifted instantly. My own. What do you mean my celebration, she said, a faint blush rising. This is for all of us. Arthur smiled. Raven did too. Of course it is, Arthur said lightly. He tilted his head. Clark coming. Kara's smile returned, a little mischievous now. Yeah, she said. Not alone, apparently. Arthur huffed quietly. Great. The calm didn't last long. A sharp, elegant chime echoed through the grounds, the front gate announcing visitors. Arthur tilted his head slightly, listening. Already. Raven glanced toward the distant entrance, then slowly turned her eyes back to him. Her gaze dragged over him from head to toe, unimpressed. You're really planning to greet them like that? Arthur blinked once, confused for half a second, then looked down at himself. Shirtless, smudges of dried blood that hadn't bothered to fully disappear in his hands. His hair longer than it used to be, falling loosely around his face, giving him a look that was somewhere between ancient warlord and guy who hasn't slept in months. He frowned. What's wrong with this? Raven didn't even hesitate. Everything. From the side, Kara folded her arms, nodding with far too much agreement. Yeah, no, she's right. You look like you just crawled out of a battlefield. Arthur glanced at her. I did just crawl out of a battlefield, we kind of all did. Kara pointed at him like that proved her point. Exactly, but I got myself cleaned up. That's not the look for a celebration. Arthur exhaled, dragging a hand down his face. Damn it. The chime rang again, a little more insistent this time. From somewhere deeper in the estate, the faint movement of shadow demons shifting toward the entrance could already be felt. Raven stepped forward before Arthur could even think of moving. She caught his hand. Come on. Arthur raised an eyebrow. Where? She didn't let go. To your room, she said simply. Let George handle them for now. Kara smirked slightly. Oh, this I want to see. Arthur looked between them, suspicious now. Why do I feel like I'm about to regret this? Raven's lips curved just a little. I have an idea. That was not reassuring, but she was already pulling him along. Arthur let himself be dragged without much resistance, muttering under his breath as they walked. I just fought 3 monarchs and this is somehow more dangerous. Kara followed behind them, clearly entertained. You'll survive, she said lightly. Probably. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 464, 3 Years Away. Arthur barely had time to protest before Raven pulled him through the corridor and into his room, the door closing behind them with a soft click. He stopped in the middle of the room, looking between the two of them with a growing sense of suspicion. I don't like this already. Raven didn't even acknowledge that. She released his hand and took a step back, eyes narrowing slightly as she examined him like a problem that needed solving. Kara, on the other hand, walked a slow circle around him, arms crossed, head tilted. Yeah, no, she said after a moment. This is bad. Arthur looked down at himself again, then back up. You two are acting like I'm covered in mud. Raven raised a finger. No. It's just that. She lifted both hands slightly, violet energy glowing around her fingers. Now, stand still. Arthur blinked. I am standing still. More still. That doesn't make sense. Kara snorted. Just don't move, she said, stepping closer. Think of yourself as a mannequin. Arthur gave her a look. Mannequin. I'm the Shadow Monarch. And now you're being dressed, Kara shot back. Life's unpredictable. Raven's magic flowed over him in soft waves. He exhaled slowly. I actually missed you too. The words slipped out without much thought, quieter than his usual tone. Raven paused just slightly. Then resumed, her voice softer when she spoke. I'm sure you did. She stepped closer, adjusting the collar forming from her magic. To us, she continued, you were gone for 3 months. Arthur nodded faintly. And to him? Kara asked, her earlier teasing gone. Raven answered before he could. 3 years and 4 months, she said, calmly. Based on his description of the time flow. Kara froze. What? That long? Her eyes snapped back to Arthur. He simply nodded. I tried to navigate every corner of that dimensional gap, he said calmly. And it still wasn't enough time to map it completely. Kara stared at him, she was in shock, concern, maybe a bit of guilt. Arthur didn't linger on it. That's why it's the perfect hiding place for them, he continued. But I knew the others weren't there. Not the ones you faced. I made sure of that. Raven's eyes flicked up to his. They didn't want to fight you there. Arthur shook his head faintly. They didn't even dare to, they sent some of their monsters to scout but they didn't get to report back. Kara had moved closer without realizing it. Her hand lifted, fingers brushing through his hair. It was longer now, softer than she remembered, strands falling past where they used to. She didn't even try to hide the fact that she was more playing with it than styling it. You saw everything that happened here, didn't you? She said quietly. Arthur's gaze softened slightly. I did. Her fingers slowed. And you still let us fight them. I trusted you to survive them. There was no hesitation in his voice. Kara's lips parted slightly, then closed again as she kept working through his hair, more gently now. I have to say that, all of you impressed me, Arthur added. Their plan would have worked, partially. Stretch my forces, keep me occupied, make me hesitate and corner me. Raven crossed her arms. They used us as bait. Arthur's expression didn't change. Yeah, I was the main target, and they know I care about this planet. Kara's hand stilled for a second. Figures, typical villains. Arthur continued. Igris predicted part of it. I had a counter-plan in place, but it relied on you. I knew Rockin and Quaratia would engage here, and that someone like you and Clark would give them serious trouble. Raven's lips pressed into a thin line. So that's their names, she muttered. That bitch and that oversized mutt. Arthur almost smiled. Nobody liked them. They were irritating, Raven said flatly. They were dangerous, Arthur corrected, though there was no edge to it. But even then, they would have struggled against all of you. Kara let out a quiet breath. They still managed to wreck half the city. Arthur didn't deny it. They always play dirty, he said. They exploited your weaknesses. His gaze lingered on her for a moment longer than usual. But you still weakened them enough for me, enough so they can't even escape. Kara didn't respond to that, but her fingers tightened slightly in his hair before relaxing again. Arthur shifted his focus back to the explanation. While you were dealing with them, I was watching the others. Yogimunt, Silid, the other two monarchs. They were watching me too. But they didn't engage in a fight with me. Raven's eyes narrowed. They were waiting for the other two to complete their task. Until you forced their hand, Arthur said. Yogimunt panicked and came here. He paused briefly. Silid tried to keep me occupied, threw random armies at me. And? Kara asked. Arthur's tone didn't change. I went straight to him, because I realized he was trying to buy time for the others. Their only mistake is that they didn't realize that I have people I rely on here, other than my own shadows. Raven huffed softly. Of course you did, what of him now? I wounded him, Arthur said. He ran, he escaped the dimensional gap. And then you came back here, Kara finished quietly. Arthur nodded. And the rest, you saw. There was a brief silence. Then Raven stepped forward and placed a single finger against his lips. Enough. Arthur blinked. What? She held his gaze, with a firm expression. Not tonight, enough talk about battles and whatnot. The violet glow around her hands brightened again. Enough about monarchs and war. Her magic surged gently around him once more. Just this. Arthur exhaled through his nose, but didn't argue. You are right. Kara smiled faintly at that, stepping back to actually try styling his hair now. She gathered part of it, tying it back in a loose, controlled style that left a few strands framing his face. Okay, she murmured. That actually works. Raven's magic settled. When it faded, Arthur stood in a tailored black suit, clean lines, perfectly fitted, subtle detailing. His hair, now styled, gave him a composed, almost regal look, something older than his years, but it was undeniably fitting. Kara's mouth opened slightly. That's. Arthur looked down at himself. Too much. Both girls immediately spoke at once. No. They stopped, glanced at each other, then continued, this time more composed. You look. Kara started. Presentable, Raven finished. They both coughed lightly. Great, I mean, Kara added. Elegant, Raven corrected. Arthur raised an eyebrow. You two are terrible at compliments. Raven ignored that entirely, her own outfit shifting with a subtle pulse of magic, black, refined, sharp in its simplicity. It matched the tone of his, not identical, but close enough. Kara noticed immediately. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Oh. Arthur caught that look. Don't start. Kara huffed, then crossed her arms. I'm not starting anything. She paused. But I do want something different. Raven tilted her head. I have a better idea. A flicker of magic, and Kara's outfit changed. Soft pink and white, elegant but lighter, flowing just enough to contrast sharply with the darker tones beside her. It felt like warmth and brightness. Raven stepped closer, placing a small blossom into Kara's hair. A cherry blossom. Kara touched it lightly. What's the flower for? Raven's expression softened just a little. It symbolizes beauty, she said. Mortality and. Arthur spoke before she could finish. Hope and life, renewal. Raven glanced at him, then back at Kara. It suits you. Kara blinked once. then realized what they meant. Her cheeks flushed instantly. If you say so. She looked away, but didn't remove the flower. For a moment, the three of them just stood there. Different, but somehow, fitting all together. Kara cleared her throat lightly. We should go, she said. We already made them wait long enough. Arthur nodded once. Yeah. Raven gave him one last look, making a small adjustment to his collar. Try not to mention your war strategies to the guests. Kara laughed under her breath. I'm afraid that's happening. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 465, The Heir of Shadows. The doors to the guest hall opened quietly, but what waited beyond them was anything but quiet. Arthur stepped in first, and stopped. The room stretched wide and open. What was meant to be a guest room had, at some point, crossed the line into something far grander, closer to a ballroom than anything else. Conversations flowed, glasses clinked, low laughter echoed, a gathering far larger than he had anticipated. Arthur raised a brow slowly. He had deliberately avoided using his enhanced senses on the way here, choosing, for once, not to know everything in advance. Now he almost regretted it. That's a lot of people. Raven stepped in beside him, her eyes sweeping the room with curiosity before she leaned slightly closer, lowering her voice just enough for only him to hear. Wow. Bruce with a random woman. Clark with Lois. Diana. Constantine. Z. Her gaze shifted again, softer this time, your mom and Adam. Arthur's expression didn't change much, but something flickered there: surprise, maybe irritation. Who even invited Bruce? As if summoned by the question, George appeared at Arthur's side with impeccable timing, expression composed. Well, he said smoothly, hands clasped behind his back, we did not even extend invitations to the majority of our guests, sir. Arthur glanced sideways at him. George continued, unfazed. However, Master Wayne arrived first, bearing what he described as a special vintage, and proceeded to let himself in. Arthur exhaled slowly. Of course he did. Kara, standing on Arthur's other side, barely held back a laugh. That sounds about right. And then, the room noticed them. Conversation softened. Heads turned. The energy shifted. 3 figures standing at the entrance, Arthur in black, composed and sharp, Raven beside him, equally elegant in darker tones, Kara, bright and warm in contrast, almost glowing under the soft light. Clark was the first to move, his face broke into a wide, genuine smile as he crossed the room without hesitation. Arthur. Raven, Kara. You finally decided to greet us. Before Arthur could even react, Clark had already reached them, and immediately pulled Kara into a hug. Not just a hug. A lift. Kara's feet left the ground. Whoa. Cal. You look just great. Finally embracing Earth customs. Clark said, laughing, spinning her slightly before setting her back down. Kara smoothed her dress, shooting him a look that was only half annoyed. Cal. Clark raised both hands in surrender, still smiling. Sorry. Arthur watched the exchange with a faint smirk. You're lucky she didn't punch you. She thought about it, Kara muttered. Nearby, Lois Lane stepped forward, arms crossed loosely but her eyes sharp, were observing Arthur with open curiosity. So, she said, tilting her head slightly, you're the guy. Arthur looked at her. That depends. What guy? The one who showed up with an army of shadows in Metropolis long time ago, and now here in Gotham, even though you appeared quite often, your identity to the people is still a mystery, it was so strange. Arthur shrugged faintly. I wonder why. Besides, they exaggerate my deeds. Lois smiled. There was a small moment of silence, then she extended a hand. Lois Lane. Arthur took it without hesitation, Arthur Blackwynd, and welcome to my humble estate. She studied him for just a second longer before letting go. You're not what I expected. I get that a lot. A calm presence approached next. Diana Prince. Arthur, she said, inclining her head slightly. Your return was timely, the world needed you and you delivered. Arthur nodded once. Glad I didn't miss the party, I saw how you fought as well, as usual you are someone I can count on. A faint smile touched her lips. You are the symbol of hope as much as Kal-El is. Arthur didn't respond to that, not directly, and from the side, Bruce Wayne stood with a glass in hand, watching. You cleaned up well, Bruce remarked casually. Arthur glanced at him. This is pretty much breaking into my house. Bruce took a sip. Well, you left the door open. I didn't. You did tonight. Arthur stared at him for a second. Damn it, Bruce. Fine, I guess. Across the room, John Constantine leaned against a pillar, swirling his drink. Gotta say, he muttered, smirking, hell of an entrance you made earlier. Beside him, Satana Satara smiled faintly. You've made quite the impression. Arthur gave them both a brief nod. Not the kind I usually go for, but where the hell have you been? I didn't see you in that battle. We had other orders from Brucey, a different kind of fight, some sort of magical barrier we had to put in case things went horribly wrong. John replied. Arthur gave Bruce a look and said, I see, how many plans did he have? Meanwhile, Kara had been intercepted. Mrs. Blackwynd approached her with a warm smile and immediately pulled her into a gentle embrace. My dear. Kara blinked, surprised, but returned it. Hi. Then, softly, right against her ear. Congratulations. Kara froze. What? Her face flushed instantly as she pulled back slightly, eyes wide. You told her, she whispered, glancing toward Arthur. Mrs. Blackwynd smiled knowingly. No, she whispered back. Call it a mother's instinct. Kara's face turned even redder. Oh. She didn't know where to look anymore. From across the room, Arthur definitely noticed. And was absolutely enjoying it. George moved gracefully through the gathering, offering drinks with perfect timing and quiet precision. Refreshments, if you please. Glasses were taken, murmured thanks exchanged, the atmosphere was warm and so alive. Arthur finally stepped forward, drawing everyone's attention without needing to raise his voice. The room quieted naturally. He glanced around once, at all of them. Unexpected guests, and allies. Friends, in their own way. Thank you all for being here, he began, his tone calm and sincere. A few nods. A few smiles. Then he paused, just slightly. For once, he continued, a faint smile forming, this isn't about a battle, or a warning, or some world-ending threat. A soft ripple of amusement passed through the room. Arthur turned his head slightly, looking at Kara. She immediately looked away, cheeks still faintly flushed, but her hand found his, fingers lacing with his. He squeezed gently. There's something I want to say, he added, his voice lowering just a fraction. Something that is surprisingly not easy to say, I was surprised when I first realized it myself. That got their attention. Even though both Bruce and Clark knew already. Arthur exhaled once. Then smiled, not the usual confident, unbothered expression. And I figured, he said, glancing around the room one last time, if I'm going to say it, it might as well be in front of everyone who's made this place worth coming back to the few people I call friends. Kara's grip tightened slightly. Everyone was watching him now, some curious, others already suspicious from the way Kara refused to look anyone directly in the eye. Which, by itself, was enough to make several people in the room realize something unusual was happening. Because Kara being quiet, that was unnatural. Arthur stood there with one hand loosely holding hers, his thumb brushing lightly against the back of it as he glanced around the room again. For the first time in a long while, he actually looked unsure how to phrase something. That alone caught Bruce's attention. Clark noticed it too and immediately started smiling into his drink before Arthur even spoke. Arthur sighed softly through his nose. Right, he muttered. I'll just say it directly. Kara visibly stiffened beside him. Arthur looked at her once, the corner of his mouth lifting faintly. Then back at the others. Kara's pregnant. There was complete silence. A very brief one, then the entire room exploded. What? Oh my God. Seriously? Well, it was only a matter of time for baby destruction. John said casually. Kara's face turned completely red instantly. She looked like she wanted the floor itself to open beneath her. Arthur, traitor that he was, looked entirely too amused by it. Clark burst out laughing first, already walking forward again. I knew it. Cal. Kara groaned immediately. He ignored her completely and wrapped both arms around her again, though thankfully this time he kept her feet on the ground. That's amazing news. Kara buried her face in one hand. Stop acting like you didn't know, besides you are loud. You're having a kid. Clark shot back, grinning like an idiot. I'm allowed to be loud. Arthur watched the scene with folded arms, visibly entertained now. Nearby, Bruce took a slow sip from his glass. Told you, he said calmly toward Diana. Diana raised an eyebrow. You knew as well. Bruce looked at her like it was obvious. It wasn't that hard to tell, that's why I was so stressed during the battle, she was my top priority to protect, if anything happened to her. Mrs. Blackwynd approached next, far gentler than Clark's overwhelming excitement. She cupped Kara's cheek softly, smiling with a warm smile that immediately softened the younger woman's embarrassment. My dear, she said quietly, that is wonderful news. Kara looked almost helpless under that affection. Thanks. Her usual confidence was nowhere to be found now. No teasing, no loud remarks, none of her usual fiery attitude. She looked shy, and everyone noticed, especially Arthur. Raven crossed her arms nearby, watching Kara with amusement. This is fascinating. Kara shot her a look. Don't start. You punched a monarch through 6 buildings, Raven replied calmly. But this embarrasses you. That's different. How? It just is. John Constantine nearly choked on his drink laughing. Oh, this is gold. Zatanna elbowed him lightly, though she was smiling too. Leave her alone. No, no, John said, wiping his mouth dramatically. I'm just shocked the Apocalypse couple actually settled down enough to have a baby. Arthur glanced at him. You say that like it was an accident. John immediately raised both hands. Never mind. Don't answer that. Lois stepped closer then, genuine warmth in her expression now. Congratulations, she said sincerely. Kara smiled shyly. Thank you. Lois looked between her and Arthur before smirking slightly. You know, this explains a lot. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly. What does that mean? You appeared when those monarchs touched her, and then you did what you did. Clark coughed into his fist. Arthur looked at Clark then back at Lois. You saw that, or did Clark tell you? Lois just smiled. Diana stepped forward next, resting a hand lightly over her heart. A child born into such strength, she said warmly. May they inherit your courage, and hopefully less of your recklessness. Arthur nodded solemnly. That last part was a, thank you, Diana. Kara actually laughed softly at that, though she still refused to meet anyone's eyes for too long. From the side, Arthur's brother looked genuinely stunned. Wait, he said slowly. So I'm going to be an uncle. Arthur looked at him. That is generally how it works. Holy shit. Mrs. Blackwynd sighed softly. Language. George appeared precisely at that moment carrying a silver tray of drinks as if the timing had been rehearsed. Champagne for the honored guests, he announced smoothly. He paused near Kara. And a non-alcoholic alternative for Miss Kara, naturally. Kara blinked. You already prepared for that? George gave a dignified nod. I had my suspicions, miss, trust me, it was not hard to tell. Arthur snorted quietly. George remained perfectly composed. A competent caretaker anticipates developments before they are spoken aloud, sir. Bruce lifted his glass slightly toward George. You should lend him to me. George looked mildly horrified. Perish the thought. Even Arthur laughed at that one. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 466, Tonight We Rest. The atmosphere in the room softened further after that. The tension of battle, the exhaustion, the gate, it all seemed distant past now. Things felt normal, or as normal as they possibly could for people like them. Kara finally drifted back toward Arthur's side again, still flushed from all the attention. He glanced down at her, noticing immediately the way she kept fidgeting with the flower in her hair. Nervous, he asked quietly. She looked up at him. A little. Arthur's expression softened. You fought monsters, you realize that. May I also remind you that you are Supergirl? I know, idiot, she whispered. This just feels scarier for some reason. That earned a laugh from him, then, without caring that everyone was still watching, he pulled her gently closer by the waist. You'll be fine. Kara looked at him for a moment. Then smiled. Yeah, she whispered softly. I know. Arthur had almost forgotten what normal sounded like. Kara was still recovering from the relentless teasing being directed at her from every possible angle. Clark had somehow managed to bring the topic of baby names into conversation already, which Diana found amusing, Lois found adorable, and Kara found horrifying. Meanwhile, Arthur stood near one of the tall windows with a drink in hand, finally getting a brief moment of peace. Which naturally meant Raven appeared beside him. You know, she said casually, taking a sip from her own glass, seeing how everyone reacted. Arthur immediately narrowed his eyes slightly. That tone never led anywhere good with her. Raven looked at him with complete calm. I want one as well. Arthur nearly inhaled his drink. He coughed once, hard enough that Clark looked over instinctively. What? You hurt me. Arthur stared at her. Nearby, Kara went perfectly still before slowly lowering her drink to hide the smile across her face. John Constantine, unfortunately close enough to overhear, nearly choked laughing. Bloody hell, he wheezed. Baby destruction and baby death. Might wanna wait and see how the first one turns out before starting a bloody sequel. Zatanna immediately punched him in the shoulder. John. Ow. He rubbed his arm dramatically. What? I'm merely jesting, he said defensively before glancing toward Arthur. Of course that's lovely to hear. I think, sorry. Arthur slowly turned his head toward him. The look alone made Constantine straighten slightly. Right, John muttered into his drink. Raven remained entirely unbothered by the chaos she had caused. Then, after letting Arthur suffer for a few more seconds, she finally smiled faintly. I'm kidding. Arthur blinked once. You are. A little. That answer somehow made things worse. Raven leaned against the window beside him, her expression softening slightly now that the teasing had passed. I'm not quite ready for something like that, she admitted quietly. I don't even know how to be a... She hesitated briefly, almost awkwardly, a loving parent. Arthur looked at her for a moment. I don't think any of us really know, he said quietly. It probably comes naturally. Raven stared at him for exactly 1 second before her lips curled upward. Oh, she murmured. You already sound like a dad. Arthur sighed. I walked into that one. You really did. Then she leaned closer. Far closer, close enough that only he could hear her next words against his ear. Doesn't that sound right though? She whispered teasingly. Daddy. Arthur immediately coughed again, nearly worse than before. Raven looked entirely too pleased with herself. Arthur lowered his voice instantly, glancing toward Clark across the room. You know he has super hearing, right? Raven didn't even blink. I don't care. Across the room, Clark abruptly looked away into his drink with the expression of someone desperately pretending he heard absolutely nothing. Kara, meanwhile, had heard everything. And was now smiling into her glass so hard she could barely contain herself. Arthur pointed at her accusingly. You're enjoying this. A little. Before he could retaliate verbally, the distant sound of the estate gate's bell echoed faintly through the hall. The room quieted slightly. George appeared almost immediately beside Arthur like an elegant ghost in a tailored suit. Another guest has arrived, sir. Arthur's eyes flickered violet for the briefest moment. Just a pulse. Then he sighed softly. Of course she came. George noticed the expression immediately. Shall I escort them inside? Arthur gave a small nod. Please. George inclined his head gracefully. At once, sir. As the butler departed, Bruce glanced sideways toward Arthur from across the room. Expecting someone else? Arthur took another slow sip from his drink. A good friend of mine. Bruce hummed lightly. Usually arrives uninvited, just like you do. That earned the smallest smirk from Bruce. Oh, he said calmly. Then it must be that woman. Arthur slowly looked at him in silence. Bruce sipped his drink silently in return. Clark looked between them with visible confusion. What woman? Neither answered him. Several minutes passed before the doors opened again. George entered first. As requested, sir. Then she stepped in behind him. Dark hair, dark eyes. Soft eyes and simple black clothing. Hey, Arthur. She said with a warm smile. Arthur's expression softened immediately in a way that several people in the room noticed instantly. Hey, Dee. Confusion spread almost universally among those unfamiliar with her. Clark blinked, Lois narrowed her eyes curiously. Diana's gaze sharpened almost imperceptibly. Only Bruce and Constantine looked unsurprised. Raven smiled first. Hey. Kara followed right after, walking forward to hug her warmly. You actually came. Of course I did, Dee replied softly. I couldn't miss this. Clark finally stepped forward awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Clark Kent. She smiled warmly at him. I know you, Clark Kent. Clark blinked. You do. Arthur hid a smile behind his drink. Dee looked around the room slowly before her eyes returned to Arthur for just a second, then her voice touched his mind gently. I'm impressed. The real you is actually here enjoying these kinds of gatherings. Arthur answered telepathically without changing expression. I'm impressed too. Usually you only send aspects. Her smile widened slightly. I was sincere. I couldn't bring myself to miss this. Then, she said softer. Congratulations, Arthur, I'm happy for you. Arthur simply smiled and nodded towards her. Nearby, John Constantine quietly approached Dee with all the caution of a man approaching something infinitely beyond his pay grade. It's a pleasure, he said quietly. Didn't realize you enjoyed these kinds of occasions. Dee looked at him. Constantine. John immediately looked like a schoolboy caught cheating on an exam. Right, you wish to remain anonymous for those who don't know who you are. John thought to himself. Dee simply smiled in response. Zatanna looked between them suspiciously. John. What? Her eyes narrowed. Why are you nervous? I'm not nervous. You look nervous. I always look nervous. Bruce, without even looking up from his glass, spoke calmly. He's trying not to be disrespectful to Death. The room went silent. Clark blinked. Death. Lois blinked too. What? Kara sighed softly. Oh yeah, we Dee smiled sheepishly and gave a tiny wave. Hi. The night carried on and Arthur stood near one of the massive balcony doors with a glass in hand, half listening to Clark trying to explain to Lois how impressive Arthur's shadows are. It was genuinely surprising, Clark admitted with complete seriousness. Your marshals are impressive, Arthur. Lois laughed softly into her drink before glancing around the estate again, still clearly fascinated. I still can't believe this place belongs to you. Arthur leaned one shoulder against the wall. Honestly, neither can I sometimes. My brother got it for me. The one that belongs to my family in Jump City is much more impressive. Across the room, Kara sat beside Raven on one of the enormous couches while Diana spoke to them. Kara looked relaxed for once, one hand around a warm drink while Raven quietly leaned against her shoulder with her usual calm. Because every few seconds Raven would glance toward Arthur for absolutely no reason whatsoever. And Arthur noticed every single one. Arthur caught Bruce's stare from across the room and narrowed his eyes slightly. What are you doing? Bruce, holding a glass of wine with the expression of a man who belonged nowhere near social events, merely took another sip. Then, casually, he looked toward Dee. Arthur's eyes narrowed even further. Dee stood near one of the tall windows speaking quietly with Zatanna and Arthur's mom. She wore black as usual, dark hair framing her pale face while she smiled softly at something Diana had said. Despite what she truly was, she somehow blended into the atmosphere naturally. And somehow Bruce Wayne, out of everyone here, was the only one acting remotely normal about it. Across the room, his mother was currently speaking to Dee with surprising ease. You have a very calming presence, dear, Miss Blackwynd said warmly. Dee smiled faintly. Thank you. You must visit more often. Arthur nearly choked on his drink. Clark blinked beside him. You okay? I'm fine. Constantine, unfortunately overhearing everything as always, snorted into his whiskey. Oh, this is brilliant. Zatanna immediately elbowed him. Meanwhile, Kara finally noticed Arthur staring into the void and called out toward him. Arthur. He looked over. Kara smiled brightly. Come sit down for once. You're acting like a host at a funeral. Aren't hosts supposed to walk around? No. Since when? Since now. The look on Arthur's face made Kara laugh loudly for the first time all evening. Arthur finally relented and walked over toward the couches. Even Diana seemed more relaxed seeing him actually sit instead of looming around like some gothic final boss. George appeared beside the table at precisely the right moment carrying another tray of drinks. Master Arthur, he said in that eternally sophisticated tone of his, I took the liberty of preparing additional refreshments for our esteemed guests. You're enjoying this way too much, George, finally showing off your skills. Arthur said. George adjusted one glove slightly. A proper household gathering is a rare treasure, sir. One must honor such occasions accordingly. See. Raven said immediately. George gets it. George inclined his head respectfully toward her. Miss Raven possesses exceptional judgment. Arthur pointed accusingly. You're taking sides now. Professionally, sir, you are still my favorite, don't you worry. Clark laughed so hard he nearly spilled his drink. The night continued like that. Surprisingly normal and fun. John told increasingly ridiculous stories that Zatanna argued with him anyway despite clearly enjoying herself. Lois started interviewing Kara halfway through casual conversation before Clark gently reminded her this was not technically a press conference. Bruce remained Bruce. Which somehow meant lurking silently near walls while drinking expensive wine Arthur was fairly certain Bruce himself had brought. At one point Arthur found Dee standing alone near the balcony overlooking the dark gardens outside. He stepped beside her quietly. You're enjoying yourself? He asked. Dee glanced toward the room behind them, soft laughter echoing from inside. I am. Arthur studied her for a moment before smiling. Behind them, Constantine spotted the interaction and immediately looked deeply disturbed. Eventually Arthur gathered Clark and Bruce near one side of the room while the others remained occupied. His expression shifted slightly then. Still calm, but more serious. I want to talk tomorrow morning, he said quietly. About the Monarchs, the battle we just had, and there's information you both need. I didn't come empty-handed. Clark's smile faded a little as he nodded. Bruce already looked prepared for war again. Arthur continued, what happened today wasn't random. And the remaining monarchs are going to adapt after this, they know what I've done now. The dragon won? Bruce asked immediately. Arthur's eyes flickered violet for half a second. Yes, that one especially. Even Clark straightened slightly hearing that. Arthur exhaled slowly before continuing. But not tonight. Bruce studied him carefully. You sure? We can talk right now. Arthur looked around the room then, at Kara laughing quietly with Raven. At his mother smiling, at George somehow managing this entire gathering like a noble butler from another century. At Dee Dee standing near the balcony doors watching everyone with that unreadable little smile. And for once, Arthur himself felt something unfamiliar, peace. Yes, he finally answered. Tonight we rest. Clark smiled at that. Bruce took another sip of wine before nodding once. Fair enough. Arthur looked between them and added casually, the estate has enough rooms for everyone and more. Stay the night and we can discuss things in my underground base. Bruce narrowed his eyes slightly. You're inviting me willingly. Arthur deadpanned. Don't make me regret it. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 467, A World Worth Protecting. The world looked small from up here as Arthur floated high above the clouds where Gotham itself had become little more than scattered constellations of gold and white beneath the night sky. The city still carried scars from the battle. Entire districts destroyed, smoke still rose in distant places. But it was alive, that was what mattered. The earth beneath him was alive, the clouds drifted slowly around his body while moonlight painted his face, his long ashen hair moved gently in the freezing currents high above the atmosphere, and his violet eyes glowed softly in the darkness. Arthur exhaled slowly, he looked toward the horizon where the curve of the earth could almost be seen from this height, the stars endless above him, a faint smile crossed his face. I've grown to love what I currently have here. His own voice disappeared into the endless wind. I thought I would lose all sense of emotion once I gained full control of my powers. His glowing eyes lowered slightly toward the sleeping world below. But I was dead wrong about that. For a moment, memories passed through his mind. Kara smiling at him in his room while fixing his hair, Raven teasing him without mercy. Clark laughing, his mother hugging Kara. George pretending not to care while preparing an entire ballroom worth of food. The Justice League standing their ground against impossible odds. Hunters refusing to run even while terrified and humanity surviving. Again and again. Arthur closed his eyes briefly. My desire to grow stronger changed into the desire to protect my loved ones. The violet glow around him pulsed softly against the clouds. And somehow, that made me stronger than the pursuit of strength ever did. Now that, a familiar voice said gently beside him, is genuine growth. Arthur glanced sideways. Dee Dee floated there effortlessly beside him, black hair moving weightlessly in the night sky, her pale face carrying that same warm smile she always wore. You've grown a lot, she continued softly. Don't think of this as a burden, Arthur. Think of it as a duty. Arthur looked back toward Earth. I don't think of it as a burden at all anymore, I've grown used to this. Being a guardian of this world, it is not so bad. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. And honestly, I enjoy moments like this. Dee Dee tilted her head. The aftermath. Arthur nodded. These moments after world-ending events, it gives me a sense of life after so much death. His glowing eyes reflected the lights below. When people realize they survived. When they hold each other tighter. When they look toward tomorrow again. A small breath escaped him. It gives everyone hope. Dee Dee stared at him quietly for a moment before smiling wider. How ironic. Arthur glanced at her. A being tied so deeply to death inspiring hope and life. Arthur chuckled softly. It isn't ironic at all. He looked directly at her now. You're the personification of death. Then his expression softened. But you're also the personification of life. For the first time in a while, Dee Dee looked genuinely touched by someone understanding that so easily. The wind moved around them in silence. Far below, lightning storms flickered over distant oceans. Arthur's expression slowly changed after a while though. The softness faded slightly, replaced by thoughtfulness. There's still one thing bothering me. Dee Dee already knew. The entity of destruction. Arthur nodded once. Yes. Even speaking about him seemed to make the atmosphere colder somehow. If he ever gains full control over the concept of destruction because your brother no longer cares about his post, then everything changes. His eyes narrowed slightly. The endless aren't simple beings. Destruction isn't just ruin. It's creation too. Collapse and rebirth. Endings and beginnings. The shadows around Arthur shifted slightly beneath him. If that power falls completely into the wrong hands, he said quietly, then even the monarchs and rulers and anyone else become secondary problems. Didi's smile faded slightly. The other monarchs don't understand him. Arthur shook his head. No. They think he shares their goals. A humorless smile crossed his face. They think he wants conquest and to achieve their ultimate goal, which is defeating the rulers. His eyes darkened faintly. But I know what he truly wants. Absolute power. Didi eventually looked toward him again, her endless eyes strangely gentle. Do you want me to give you full authority over death? Arthur blinked once. With that, she said softly, you'd have far more confidence facing him. Arthur immediately met her gaze. There was no hesitation in his answer. Don't make fun of me. Didi laughed quietly at that. Arthur shook his head. I meant what I said before. His voice carried absolute certainty now. I do not want your job. Or complete authority over what you embody. He looked toward the stars again. I'll deal with him my own way. He fears me and my power. He knows I just killed 4 of the 8 monarchs. Didi studied him for a few long seconds before smiling proudly. I think you can defeat him. Then her smile became slightly mischievous again. But you should still be careful. I can't detect him at all, and that says a lot about him. Arthur's expression darkened slightly. I can't either. That worried him more than he liked admitting. For beings like them, failing to sense someone meant something truly dangerous. The two floated there together for a while after that, simply existing in the endless night sky above Earth. Then Didi sighed softly. I should leave before your women starts wondering why I stole you away into the night sky. Arthur snorted quietly. They like you. They are a fun pair. Didi floated closer before placing a gentle kiss against his cheek. Be careful, Arthur. Then her smile turned teasing. Being a parent might prove far more difficult than fighting a destruction entity. Arthur immediately groaned. Please don't start. Didi laughed brightly. Then she vanished, and she didn't need a portal, she was simply gone. Arthur closed his eyes for a moment afterward, the cold wind brushing his face. Then another presence approached. Arthur didn't even turn around immediately. Clark floated beside him moments later, hands casually folded behind his back. I thought I'd find you here. You were gone from the party for some time. Arthur smiled faintly. Great minds think alike. Clark chuckled. Or traumatized defenders of Earth need fresh air. Arthur actually laughed at that. The sound disappeared into the clouds beneath them. Clark looked toward the planet below. Beautiful, isn't it? Arthur nodded slowly. Yeah, it is. Then he admitted something quietly. I can fly. Clark raised an eyebrow. That's usually how this works, yes. Arthur ignored the joke. But for some reason. I don't do this often. Clark looked at him knowingly. You're always walking toward the next battle. Arthur glanced at him. Clark's expression softened slightly. That wasn't a good joke. A small smile appeared on Arthur's face again. No, I do keep walking from one battle to the next. Clark floated beside him silently for a while before speaking again. You scared Kara today. Arthur's expression immediately shifted. I know. She tried acting tough after you left, completing gates after gates, joining hunters and destroying monsters whenever she can. Clark continued, there was one time where she thought you might not come back. She said that to me, and it surprised me because she never really talks to me about what she feels. Arthur lowered his gaze slightly. Clark smiled softly. She really loves you. Arthur stayed quiet for a second. Then he smiled faintly. I know. Clark suddenly grinned. And congratulations again. Arthur groaned immediately. Yeah. Clark laughed loudly this time. Oh no, you know that Bruce already started planning contingency files for your kid. Arthur slowly turned toward him. I'm sure he did. Clark tried and failed not to laugh harder. The man literally said, and I quote, with those genetics, preparation is logical. Arthur stared at him. I'm going to throw him into space. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 468, Like a Tired Child. Hours earlier the halls of Arthur's estate had been alive with laughter, conversation, glasses clinking together, Kara arguing loudly with Constantine, Raven pretending not to laugh at them, Bruce somehow disappearing and reappearing like an actual ghost inside Arthur's own home. Now all of it had faded into silence, only the soft glow of warm golden lights remained across the enormous estate while the night settled peacefully over Gotham's outskirts. High above the clouds, Arthur and Clark had spoken for a long while after Didi left. Mostly about family. Eventually Clark smiled, clapped Arthur on the shoulder, and finally flew off toward the estate below. You should probably return too, Clark had said with a grin. Before Kara files a missing person report. Arthur smiled but eventually. He did return. Arthur stepped inside sometime deep into the night, long after midnight had passed. The mansion felt strangely peaceful now compared to the noise from earlier. No music and no voices, Arthur loosened the collar of his black suit slightly as he walked through the halls. One of the lights in the guest lounge was still on. Arthur glanced inside. And immediately stopped. Constantine was sprawled across one of the expensive couches like a corpse after a battlefield massacre, one leg hanging over the armrest while an almost empty bottle of whiskey dangled loosely from his hand. The room smelled vaguely of smoke and alcohol. Arthur stared at him. John. Then his eyes shifted slightly. Zatanna was asleep beside Constantine. Or more accurately, halfway on top of him. Her head rested against his shoulder while one of Constantine's arms hung lazily around her waist even in sleep, probably completely accidental, or maybe not. Arthur blinked. For a moment he genuinely didn't know how to react. Then unexpectedly. He smiled. The sight was oddly normal, comforting even. After everything they had all survived today, seeing people capable of simply sleeping peacefully felt strangely precious. Arthur quietly pulled the blanket laying nearby and tossed it over both of them without waking either. Constantine mumbled something incomprehensible in his sleep. Arthur immediately regretted helping him. He walked away before hearing anything else. The estate corridors remained dark as he moved through them until eventually he stepped outside into the garden. Cold night air greeted him immediately. The gardens were beautiful this late at night. Moonlight painted silver across the pathways and trees while the fountains reflected the stars above. Arthur expected nobody to still be awake. But someone was sitting quietly near the garden pavilion. His mother. Miss Eleanor Blackwynd sat elegantly beneath the soft lantern lights wrapped in a shawl, a cup of tea resting between her hands while she watched the night sky. She looked up the moment she sensed him approaching. A warm smile appeared immediately. Hey, son. Arthur smiled faintly back. Hey, Mom. He walked over slowly. Can't sleep. Eleanor chuckled softly. Oh, I can. Her eyes lingered on him carefully. I simply waited for you to show up again. Arthur raised an eyebrow slightly. You vanished for several hours after your own celebration. She tilted her head with playful accusation. Did we all bore you that much? Arthur let out a laugh. No. He leaned lightly against the railing nearby. I just needed fresh air, Mom. His eyes drifted toward the sleeping estate behind them. It was overwhelming. He gestured vaguely toward the mansion. All of this. The guests, the celebration, and the emotions, alongside the talk about future. Eleanor watched him quietly for a moment before smiling softly. I know. She stood slowly and walked toward him. It's not easy preparing yourself for something like this. Her expression grew warmer. But Arthur. She grabbed his hand gently between both of hers. You have no idea how happy I am. Arthur looked at her silently. Eleanor's eyes glistened faintly beneath the moonlight. When you were younger, I used to wonder what kind of man you would become. A small emotional laugh escaped her. You were always so strange. Arthur immediately frowned. That sounds insulting. Eleanor laughed softly. Then her expression softened again. But even back then, you cared so deeply about the world around you. Her thumb brushed lightly against his hand. And now look at you. Her voice trembled slightly. You became someone capable of protecting it. Arthur stayed quiet. Eleanor stepped closer. I can't believe I'm going to be a grandmother. There was so much emotion in her voice now that Arthur actually looked away briefly. My son. Her eyes shined proudly. You are the greatest gift this world ever gave me. Arthur's expression shifted slightly at those words. And I know, she continued softly, that your child will become a gift to this world too. She smiled warmly. Not because of powers or because of destiny. Her hand rested gently over his chest. But because they'll have your heart. Arthur lowered his eyes quietly. Eleanor kept speaking softly. You protect people instinctively, and I know that you love deeply even when you pretend not to. You carry a huge burden and a pain so great without letting it poison you. Her smile trembled slightly. And despite everything you've become, despite all that terrifying power. She reached up and touched his cheek gently. You're still my son. Arthur remained completely silent through all of it. Not because he had nothing to say, but because for once, words failed him. Then Eleanor studied his face carefully. Are you afraid? Arthur blinked slightly. Afraid? The question genuinely caught him off guard. Eleanor nodded softly. I can see it in your eyes. Arthur looked away briefly. There's a subtle fear there now. Her expression became thoughtful. A feeling I haven't seen in you for a very long time. Then she smiled faintly. Since before you gained your powers. Arthur stayed quiet. Eleanor's voice became softer. And honestly, I think it's good. Arthur looked back at her. Fear reminds us we're human. She said it almost philosophically. People think courage means lacking fear. Her hand remained against his cheek. But courage only exists because fear exists first. Arthur exhaled slowly. I don't fear challenges. His glowing violet eyes dimmed slightly. Or enemies, no matter how strong they are. Then after a pause. But maybe you're right. His voice became quieter. I do fear for the people I care about. Eleanor smiled sadly. Of course you do. Then she gently guided his face toward her hand again. Arthur actually leaned into her touch slightly and closed his eyes. Like a tired child for just a second. Don't let that fear consume you, her voice got calmer. Keep moving forward exactly the way you have been all this time. She smiled warmly. And nothing unexpected will happen, of that I'm sure. Then finally, she hugged him tightly. Arthur froze for half a second before slowly hugging her back. I love you, my son. Her voice nearly broke. And I have never been more proud of you than I am tonight. Arthur closed his eyes quietly. Love you too, Mom. For all of Arthur's superior senses, neither noticed the figure watching silently from above. Bruce stood alone on one of the estate balconies overlooking the gardens below. Hidden mostly in darkness, watching. He had probably come outside for air himself, and for once there was no calculating look in his eyes. No suspicion or strategy. Bruce watched Arthur standing there in his mother's embrace beneath the moonlight, and something softened faintly in his expression. A small smile appeared briefly. Then without saying a word, he looked away and quietly returned inside the estate. Eleanor eventually pulled back slightly from the hug, though her hands still rested lightly on Arthur's arms. Her eyes found him again, then she suddenly smiled. You really do have an interesting group of friends. Arthur let out a small breath of amusement. That's one way to describe them. Eleanor laughed softly. One drinks like he's trying to personally destroy humanity's alcohol supply. Constantine. One of them is apparently death itself. Dee Dee. One growls at people socially. Arthur blinked. Bruce. Definitely Mr. Wayne. Arthur laughed at that. Eleanor smiled warmly seeing it. And somehow, she continued, they all care about you very deeply. Arthur leaned lightly against the stone railing nearby, crossing his arms. I guess. We all share the same goal after all. His eyes drifted briefly toward the estate windows glowing warmly behind them. Protecting this world. Then his expression shifted into something more teasing. But hey. He glanced sideways at her. You used to dislike some of them. Eleanor immediately narrowed her eyes at him. I did dislike them. Then Eleanor's expression gradually gentled. I suppose. She looked down for a brief moment. I was naive back then. Arthur's amusement faded slightly as he listened. I judged them too quickly. Her gaze lifted toward him again. But having a son like you changes one's perspective. About those with powers in this world. Arthur stayed quiet. Eleanor smiled faintly. When you suddenly find yourself loving someone capable of carrying these kinds of responsibilities. Her voice became softer. You start understanding what that burden must feel like. Arthur's glowing violet eyes dimmed slightly at that. You see the exhaustion hidden behind the smiles. The sacrifices. The loneliness. Her expression saddened faintly. And you realize people like you don't really get the luxury of being normal. Arthur looked away quietly for a second. Then Eleanor lightly flicked his forehead. Which is why I'm glad you found people who understand you. Arthur rubbed his forehead dramatically. You hit hard for a regular human. Motherly power. Terrifying. She smiled smugly at that before her expression softened again. Now. She pointed toward the estate. Go rest. Then with playful suspicion she added, assuming you still need sleep. Arthur looked genuinely offended. Of course I do. MMHM. I'm serious. Arthur sighed then gestured toward the mansion. Not before you go sleep first. Eleanor smiled warmly at that. There's the gentleman I raised. She squeezed his hand one last time before finally turning and walking toward the estate doors. Halfway there she glanced back at him. Good night, Arthur. Arthur smiled softly. Good night, Mom. She disappeared inside the mansion soon after, leaving Arthur alone in the garden again. For a few moments he simply stood there quietly. The wind moved gently through his longer ashen hair while Gotham's distant skyline shimmered far beyond the estate grounds. Arthur exhaled slowly. That was. He paused with a smile on his face. I honestly don't know what to say. And strangely, Arthur didn't mind not having the right words as he stayed there another minute beneath the night sky before finally turning toward the estate himself, // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 469, Battlefield Beyond Time. Morning sunlight filtered faintly through the upper glass panels of Arthur's estate, but far beneath the mansion itself, deep underground the atmosphere was entirely different. The meeting chamber was enormous. Polished floors reflected white lighting embedded into the walls while massive screens floated silently across one side of the room displaying damaged districts of Gotham, casualty reports, magical readings, and images captured during the battle against the monarchs. Despite the modern technology, the place still carried Arthur's presence everywhere. Minimalistic, elegant, and powerful. The long table at the center of the room was occupied only by people Arthur genuinely trusted. Clark sat with his arms crossed calmly, already dressed in civilian clothes. Bruce remained characteristically unreadable beside him, fingers lightly resting against the table while several holographic files floated beside his seat. Diana sat with composed grace. Raven leaned back quietly in her chair beside Arthur, one leg crossed over the other while Kara sat nearby wearing one of Arthur's oversized black hoodies over casual clothes, still looking slightly sleepy despite trying very hard to appear serious. George moved around the room with absolute elegance carrying a silver tray. Master Kent, he said smoothly while placing coffee beside Clark, extra sugar as requested. Clark blinked. I didn't request. Bruce lowered his head slightly to hide the fact he almost smiled. George then placed tea before Diana. Princess. Thank you. Then whiskey before Bruce. Bruce looked at him. It's 9 in the morning. George nodded politely. I anticipated your requirements regardless, sir. Bruce silently accepted the glass. Arthur watched all of this with amusement before finally leaning forward slightly in his chair. There are some pieces of information I want to share with all of you. His voice remained calm, and everyone present focused instantly. First of all, Arthur looked around the table. You all did exceptionally well. Kara glanced toward him immediately. Clark remained attentive. Even Bruce slightly narrowed his eyes listening. Arthur continued. The monarchs expected chaos, fear, and confusion. They expected Earth's defenders to collapse under pressure while I remained dealing with the others in the dimensional gap. This was all a failed attempt at ambushing me. His glowing violet eyes shifted briefly toward Bruce. But your resistance disrupted their entire plan. Then toward Clark. Clark held the line even after being poisoned. Toward Raven and Kara. You two managed to weaken 2 monarchs despite fighting at a severe disadvantage. Toward Diana. The League kept the planet from completely collapsing alongside the hunters who stabilized the city despite their lack of experience. They have only dealt with minor gates after all, while this was something they will remember forever. Arthur leaned back slightly afterward. You bought me enough time to make sure I could eliminate the monarchs swiftly once I arrived. The room remained silent for a second before Diana finally spoke. You mentioned before that there are 8 monarchs in total. Arthur nodded once. Correct. And we have eliminated 4, 1 died in another world by my hands. His eyes darkened slightly at the memory. The other 3 died here during the invasion. Bruce finally spoke. Which leaves 4 remaining. Arthur nodded again. And unfortunately. His tone hardened slightly. The remaining 4 are arguably the most dangerous among them, one being clearly different from the rest. Kara frowned. Great. Clark sighed quietly. Arthur extended a hand and several glowing violet symbols appeared in the air above the table. The giant monarch, Legia. A massive armored figure materialized in holographic form. He commands an army of giants. Extremely durable and extremely strong. Their size is not a weakness, it's a weapon. These monsters are not mindless, we should always remember this. The image shifted, a horned demon king surrounded by hellfire appeared next. Baron. Monarch of white flames. Even Diana's eyes narrowed slightly at the pressure radiating from the image alone. He commands demonic legions numbering in the millions. Raven folded her arms. He sounds annoying already, we've dealt with hell creatures, I can already see what he can do. Arthur almost smiled. He is annoying. The image shifted again. A tall pale figure cloaked in frost emerged. The Frost Monarch. Kara immediately recognized him. The coward you mentioned. Arthur nodded slightly. I wounded him badly before returning here, but he managed to escape me. Bruce's eyes sharpened. He'll regroup with the others, I assume. Yes. Arthur's expression darkened further afterward. And finally, the room itself got silent before the final image even appeared. Then the hologram changed. A massive dragon silhouette slowly formed above the table. Red eyes, towering wings. A presence that felt ancient and violent in nature. Even Clark's expression subtly changed seeing it. The Dragon Monarch. Arthur's voice became quieter somehow. Monarch of Destruction. Nobody interrupted him, not even Bruce. Arthur slowly stood from his seat. He commands the largest army among all monarchs, and the strongest by far. The dragon's image expanded larger above them. Dragons, dragonkin beasts, ancient creatures capable of wiping out civilizations. Then Arthur looked directly toward Bruce. And unlike the others who wishes to avoid me. His eyes glowed brighter. He will desire to kill me, so a fight between us is inevitable. That line alone made the room fall silent. Bruce leaned slightly forward. You're giving him more attention than any enemy you've mentioned before. Raven nodded slightly. I noticed too. Diana crossed her arms. Is he truly that powerful? Clark finally spoke. You're really worried about him? Arthur looked toward Clark for a moment before answering honestly. Yes. That answer alone unsettled everyone more than they expected. Because Arthur Blackwynd almost never admitted concern. Bruce's voice remained calm. I need to understand what he's capable of. Arthur stared at the dragon image silently for a few seconds. Then he finally spoke. I'm afraid even my memory of him is outdated now. His tone became colder. He is certainly stronger than he was before. Then Arthur slowly extended his hand. It would be easier to show you than explain. Kara blinked. Show us. Arthur's violet eyes ignited. The entire underground chamber suddenly trembled. Reality itself seemed to change, the walls dissolved into darkness. The table vanished, the lights disappeared. And suddenly, they were somewhere else. The group immediately stood instinctively. Kara's eyes widened. Clark looked around carefully. Diana's hand moved toward her sword. Bruce remained still but visibly alert. The world around them was horrifying. An endless battlefield stretched beneath a black-red sky filled with burning clouds and falling embers. Massive structures burned in the distance while colossal armies clashed across ruined landscapes. Dragons filled the skies, giants marched through fire. Entire mountains had been shattered. The air itself smelled of death. And standing beside them calmly amidst that apocalyptic world was Arthur. His voice echoed quietly through the burning winds. This. His glowing violet eyes reflected the war unfolding around them. Is a memory from a very distant past. A dragon's roar suddenly thundered across the heavens so loudly the world itself seemed to shake. Even Superman instinctively looked upward sharply. Arthur's gaze slowly lifted toward the burning sky. Watch carefully. Massive shadows moved through crimson clouds overhead while storms of fire illuminated the horizon in violent flashes. Entire mountains crumbled in the far distance beneath impacts so catastrophic they resembled natural disasters more than combat. The ground itself shook every few moments beneath the endless march of armies. The dragons, dozens of them, hundreds. Some were large enough to eclipse entire fortresses beneath their wings as they tore through the burning skies like living calamities. Even Bruce, despite all his years facing impossible things, remained completely still for a moment. Not because he was afraid, but because his mind was trying to comprehend the sheer scale of this. Clark's eyes tracked one of the creatures flying across the clouds while distant explosions reflected against his face. That thing. His voice carried genuine disbelief. It's enormous. The dragon folded its wings midair and descended like a meteor into a cluster of glowing winged humanoid knights flying through the sky. The impact alone vaporized the landscape beneath them. A second later, fire erupted. A torrent of white gold destruction burst from the dragon's mouth and swept across the battlefield like divine punishment. The heavenly soldiers caught in it didn't even have time to scream. They simply vanished. Diana's eyes widened slightly. Even she looked unsettled. The Amazon princess had witnessed gods at war. She had stood against beings that could reshape worlds. Yet this felt crueler. Bruce's gaze sharpened upward toward the skies. These dragons. His voice remained low despite the destruction unfolding around them. Fighting what appears to be humanoid flying knights. Arthur stood beside them calmly while burning embers drifted through the air around his dark figure. They are called heavenly soldiers. Bruce glanced toward him. Arthur's glowing violet eyes reflected the war above them. The army of the eternal enemies of the monarchs. Another explosion thundered somewhere across the battlefield. The rulers. As if reacting to Arthur's words, the skies suddenly erupted again. A massive formation of radiant warriors descended through the clouds wielding glowing spears and enormous wings of white gold light. Their presence alone pushed back the darkness around them while magic circles illuminated across the heavens. Kara actually took a small step back seeing it. They're beautiful. Raven crossed her arms beside Arthur, though even she seemed disturbed by the sheer scale of the memory. Beautiful doesn't usually come with mass genocide. One of the heavenly soldiers raised his weapon, then vanished instantly. A dragon tore through him at impossible speed, jaws crushing both armor and body before hurling the remains into the burning earth below. Clark stared upward silently. He could hear everything, the screams, the roars. The sound of this world dying. And somehow that made it worse. This isn't a battle. His expression hardened. It's like I'm watching an extinction. Arthur didn't answer immediately. Because Clark was right, this was one of the worlds they chose as their fighting grounds. Diana suddenly pointed toward one particular dragon soaring high above the battlefield. It was larger than the others. Covered in black-red scales with fire leaking from beneath its armor-like skin. Every flap of its wings created storms. Its roar alone shattered distant structures. Is that him? Her voice carried caution now. The Dragon Monarch? Arthur looked toward the creature. Then smiled faintly. No. That answer immediately drew everyone's attention. Arthur's eyes remained fixed on the colossal dragon tearing through armies overhead. That's merely one of his ancient dragons, I have one in my shadow army. A dragon below unleashed another inferno across the battlefield, killing over a dozen heavenly soldiers instantly. Arthur continued calmly, it isn't even one of his lieutenants. They got silent. Even Bruce stopped speaking. Kara slowly looked toward Arthur. You're joking. Arthur didn't smile this time. I wish I was. Another dragon suddenly slammed into the ground several miles away, and the impact alone created a shockwave powerful enough to flatten forests. Diana's expression grew heavier. That creature alone could devastate nations. Arthur nodded once. Yes. Then he looked upward again. And there are thousands of them. Clark finally tore his eyes away from the battlefield to look directly at Arthur. You fought in this. Arthur's expression remained unreadable. For a very long time. Bruce narrowed his eyes carefully. And survived. Arthur gave the smallest shrug imaginable. I haven't the Dragon Monarch, more like we fought side by side, it's a long story, I know you are all confused but I will tell you in time. That answer unsettled Bruce more than anything else he had heard so far. Because Arthur Blackwynd did not say things like that lightly. Raven glanced toward Arthur quietly. She truly started understanding what those years inside the dimensional gap must have looked like. Another explosion shook the world around them violently. This time the skies themselves cracked apart. A beam of golden energy descended from above and obliterated an entire mountain range in the distance. The heavenly soldiers surged forward afterward in coordinated formations while dragons roared back against them. Then suddenly, everything froze. The battlefield, the flames, the falling debris. Even the dragons stopped moving midair. Time itself seemed suspended. Bruce immediately looked toward Arthur. You stopped the memory. Arthur's gaze remained fixed on something far above the clouds. I did. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 470, Ashbourne's Successor. The burning battlefield vanished, the screams of dragons disappeared, the crimson skies dissolved. And suddenly everyone found themselves back inside Arthur's underground meeting chamber beneath the estate. The polished black floors returned, the floating screens reignited softly. The long table stood exactly where it had been moments ago. Yet despite reality returning to normal, the atmosphere in the room had completely changed, nobody sat down immediately. Clark remained standing silently, his eyes still fixed on the place where the illusion had been moments ago as if part of him still heard the war echoing in his ears. Diana slowly exhaled, even she looked unsettled. Kara crossed her arms tightly, visibly disturbed despite trying not to show it. Raven remained quiet beside Arthur. Bruce finally asked, why did you stop the memory? Arthur stood near the table with his hands in his pockets. It would have been pointless to continue. His glowing violet eyes dimmed slightly. That memory doesn't even show the Dragon Monarch. That answer alone made Clark look toward him sharply. Arthur continued calmly. He never set foot on that battlefield himself. Kara frowned. What? Arthur glanced toward her. He simply let his army do the work for him, the fight itself was beneath him. Diana slowly shook her head. Their power is incredible. Her voice carried genuine concern now. And there were so many of them. Arthur nodded once. That was one perspective. Then his expression darkened slightly. But understand this. He gestured lightly toward where the battlefield had been. That world was bigger than Earth, and it no longer exists. Even Bruce's eyes narrowed slightly at that. Arthur continued quietly. It was destroyed during the war between the monarchs and the rulers. Kara looked genuinely disturbed now. So that's Earth's future if we fail. Arthur didn't sugarcoat it. Yes. Clark folded his arms tighter. The rulers. He looked toward Arthur carefully. You mentioned them several times now. What exactly are they, and what they are trying to do here? Arthur leaned lightly against the table before answering. The monarchs and the rulers already selected our world as the battlefield for their next great war. Bruce immediately spoke. And humanity is caught in the middle. Arthur nodded. The rulers at least attempted to give humanity a chance. Diana frowned slightly. A chance. Arthur's eyes drifted toward the floating holograms around the room. The gates. Everyone focused immediately. They were never random. Arthur's tone remained steady. The gates were introduced to flood Earth with mana gradually. To force humanity to adapt to magical energy before the true war begins. Kara blinked. So, the hunters. Arthur nodded again. They awakened because of mana exposure. Then his voice grew slightly colder. The magical beasts inside gates are fragments of the armies controlled by monarchs. Clark slowly processed everything. So the rulers intentionally allowed this. Arthur gave a humorless smile. They are the ones that enabled it, and considered it mercy. Bruce's jaw tightened slightly. And the stronger hunters? Those that we failed to evaluate, there are 2 of them now. I've wanted to ask you about them. Arthur crossed his arms. I'm surprised you noticed. The rulers likely selected certain humans as vessels or avatars. That immediately caught Diana's attention. Avatars. Arthur nodded. The rulers themselves probably won't descend directly into this conflict. His glowing eyes sharpened slightly. So they empower chosen humans instead. Clark immediately understood. The ones we can't evaluate. Yes. Arthur looked toward him. Those significantly above the standard scale. Bruce finally spoke again. You kept all of this from us, but his tone wasn't angry. Why? Then Bruce's eyes narrowed slightly. And there's something else. The room quieted again. You speak about these wars like you were truly part of them. Kara slowly looked toward Arthur too. Yeah. Clark remained silent. So did Raven. Arthur closed his eyes briefly before exhaling softly. I suppose. His voice became quieter. I owe Kara and Raven more than anyone a proper explanation. Raven raised an eyebrow slightly. Only now. Arthur almost smiled faintly. You already knew half the truth. Then his eyes opened again, violet light glowed within them softly. I am the monarch of shadows. Nobody interrupted. The 9th monarch, and king of the dead. Bruce stared at him carefully. Clark listened without moving. Arthur continued. You already knew that, but this power. His eyes darkened slightly. Did not originally belong to me. That drew immediate reactions. Kara blinked in confusion, Diana's expression sharpened. Bruce remained perfectly still. Arthur's voice echoed quietly through the room. The original owner of this power was a being called Ashbourne, and he carried the same title I do now. Arthur looked at his own hand briefly. I am merely his successor. Clark frowned slightly. Successor. Arthur nodded. A chosen one. Then his eyes glowed brighter. The inheritor of the power belonging to the greatest fragment of brilliant light. They all got silent, even Bruce looked momentarily caught off guard by that statement. Kara stared at Arthur. Wait. She pointed at him immediately. You're telling me there was another Shadow Monarch before you? Arthur nodded. The other monarchs are successors as well. That shocked everyone again. Humans from different Earths. Diana slowly straightened. Different Earths. Arthur continued. They inherited the wills and powers of previous monarchs after their worlds were destroyed. Clark's expression hardened. And then they destroyed their own world. Arthur nodded once. They raise armies endlessly in preparation for war. Kara looked disturbed now. But you said you and the Dragon Monarch are different. Arthur's expression darkened slightly. Yes. His voice lowered. Our powers are too complete, too powerful, and that's why we are not consumed by inherited wills the same way the others are. Bruce immediately caught onto it. You retained your identity. Arthur looked toward him. Yes. Then his expression grew colder. The Dragon Monarch did as well. Raven finally spoke. And that's why you two will inevitably try to kill each other. Arthur nodded slowly. He doesn't trust me, and I certainly don't trust him. Kara looked between everyone before blurting out. Hold on. She pointed at Arthur again. Are you saying this Ashbourne guy originally expected you to destroy your Earth too? Arthur immediately answered. No. Then for the first time since this conversation began, something softer appeared in his eyes. Ashbourne was once a ruler. Everyone froze again. What? Arthur nodded slowly. He was betrayed by the rulers long ago, then he chose to fall. And became a monarch. Arthur's gaze lowered briefly. He fought for millennia, and eventually. Arthur's tone softened slightly. He grew tired. Kara watched him carefully now. Arthur continued. He slowly transferred his power to me. Then he looked at them all directly. He taught me and guided me. Shared his knowledge. Helped me understand what kind of power I carried. Arthur smiled faintly afterward. And when I finally gained full control of my powers, Ashbourne disappeared completely. Clark looked at him carefully. So you're still yourself? Arthur nodded. Yes, of course. Then his expression hardened again. Unlike the others. Bruce folded his arms. The other monarchs became slaves to inherited purpose. Arthur looked toward him. Exactly. Kara rubbed her forehead. I still don't fully get it. Raven immediately snorted softly. I'll explain it to you later in simpler words. Kara shot her a betrayed look. I hate when you do that. Clark suddenly smiled slightly. I think I understand. Everyone looked toward him. Clark met Arthur's gaze. You inherited overwhelming power and the others did too. Arthur nodded. But unlike them. Clark continued calmly. You chose your own purpose. Arthur smiled faintly at that. Yes. Clark crossed his arms again and looked around the room briefly. And honestly, I don't particularly care what the monarchs or rulers ultimately want. Bruce glanced toward him. Clark's eyes sharpened. If they bring armies here and if they threaten this planet. Then he looked directly at Arthur. They're enemies. Arthur stared at him for a second before smiling slightly. That's exactly how I see it. Then he looked around the room. Our origins don't matter. His violet eyes glowed softly. The only thing that matters now is protecting this world together. Diana finally spoke after remaining silent for so long. There is greatness in that choice. Everyone looked toward her and she met Arthur's gaze calmly. You inherited the power of a being shaped by endless war. Then her expression softened slightly. Yet you chose compassion instead of conquest. Arthur gave a quiet chuckle. Don't make me sound too noble. Diana smiled faintly and Bruce finally stepped away from the table afterward. Thank you for your honesty. I'll take my leave now. Arthur raised an eyebrow. Already planning countermeasures. Bruce grabbed his coat calmly. For the remaining monarchs? A smirk appeared. Maybe. Then his expression flattened again. But the dragon monarch? That one is beyond preparation. His eyes shifted toward Arthur. I'm afraid he's your problem. Then toward Clark. And probably yours too. Clark sighed. Great. Kara immediately pointed at herself. Excuse me. I'm strong too. Raven smirked slightly. Sure. Bruce stared at all of them for a moment. Then surprisingly, he smiled faintly. Good, we can all count on you. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 471, Vessels of the Rulers. The underground chamber had grown quieter after Arthur's explanation. The floating holographic displays drifted softly above the table while everyone processed the sheer scale of what they had learned. Monarchs. Rulers. Destroyed worlds. Ancient wars that made humanity's greatest conflicts look insignificant. Yet despite all of it, nobody looked at Arthur with fear. Clark especially. The man of steel stood near the table with his arms crossed for a long moment before finally stepping toward Arthur. Arthur looked up slightly as Clark placed a hand firmly on his shoulder. The gesture was simple, grounded and human. Clark smiled faintly. You know. His blue eyes carried that warmth Superman always seemed to have even after hearing things that should have shaken most people. I've met gods, monsters, cosmic beings, living weapons. He shook his head softly. I still think the same way, even after years of hearing certain words. Arthur raised an eyebrow slightly. Clark's smile widened a little. Power itself means nothing, what matters is the person carrying it, my father told me that. His voice remained calm, you were given power that could destroy worlds. Clark's hand tightened slightly on Arthur's shoulder. And instead of ruling people through fear. A small smile appeared. You chose to protect them. Arthur looked away briefly while Clark continued. You protect your family, your friends, and complete strangers you don't even know. Then Clark laughed softly. You literally threw yourself into another dimension with a strange time flow, for years just to stop monsters from reaching Earth. Kara smiled proudly hearing that. Clark's expression softened afterward. That tells me everything I need to know about the kind of man you are, and I've known that for a long time now. Arthur looked at him quietly for a moment before smiling. You make me sound better than I actually am. Clark immediately pointed at him. That right there. He grinned. That's another reason why I trust you, and why I think Kara made the right choice. Even Diana smiled slightly at that. Kara crossed her arms proudly afterward. Exactly. Then she glanced toward Bruce, who was already moving toward the exit. Unfortunately, not everyone sees it that way. Bruce didn't even turn around. But Clark laughed immediately. Oh, come on. Bruce stopped halfway and Clark looked amused now. He won't admit it out loud because he's emotionally allergic to sincerity. Bruce sighed audibly. But Bruce respects people like Arthur more than anyone. Bruce finally looked over his shoulder slightly. You done? Clark grinned. Absolutely not. Arthur rubbed his forehead while Raven quietly snorted beside him. Clark continued anyway. Arthur's exactly the type of person Bruce places his faith in. Diana actually laughed. Arthur shook his head with a tired smile before speaking again. Anyway. His tone became more serious again. That's everything I wanted to share for now. He looked around the room. You all deserve to know the truth about our enemies. Then his violet eyes dimmed slightly. And about me. Nobody answered immediately. Because strangely enough, the truth only made them understand him better. Arthur continued calmly. Keep your eyes open. He crossed his arms lightly. I'll continue helping with gates and assisting hunters using my shadow army. Clark nodded once at that. Arthur's expression sharpened slightly afterward. And I'll search for the vessels of the rulers. That caught everyone's attention again. Clark frowned slightly. Why? Aren't they also hunters? They won't make trouble for us, right? Arthur nodded slowly. Yes, I want to contact the rulers through them. These individuals might be a bit difficult. I'm sure they think they carry an incredible power, and it will affect their, let's just say their ego. That's why I'm the one that needs to meet them. His voice lowered slightly. Ashbourne distrusted the rulers almost as much as he distrusted the monarchs. Then his glowing eyes narrowed faintly. And after everything I've learned. He paused for a second. I do too. Raven leaned against the table with crossed arms. You know. Her violet eyes studied him carefully. You fought 3 monarchs yesterday. Arthur glanced toward her. And. Raven blinked once. And maybe normal people would consider resting. Arthur actually looked confused for a second. That alone made Kara laugh. Arthur shook his head afterward. Our enemies are still alive. His voice became colder. That makes resting difficult. Clark sighed. You are not normal. Neither are you, Arthur shot back immediately. Clark nodded thoughtfully. Fair point. The meeting slowly wrapped up afterward. Diana departed first after exchanging a final respectful nod toward Arthur. Clark followed after speaking quietly with Kara for a moment. Then eventually, the massive underground chamber emptied. Leaving behind only Arthur, Kara, and Raven. And George. The old butler stood near the side table arranging untouched drinks with perfect composure, then he adjusted his gloves slightly before speaking. Master Arthur. Arthur already knew that tone. George sighed faintly. I must insist that you rest. Arthur immediately groaned quietly. Don't start, George. George looked personally offended. Sir, you were impaled, poisoned, involved in several apocalyptic battles, and fought reality-threatening entities within the span of a few days, years. I'm not quite sure anymore. I believe sleep is a reasonable suggestion or some casual activity. Raven smiled slightly. You do have a point, but I'm not sure Arthur will change his mind. Arthur ignored both of them completely. I need to move. He walked toward one of the holographic screens. I think I know where to find the vessels. Bruce had apparently left files already. Arthur flicked through them quickly. Batman identified 2 possible candidates. There should be 7 of them, 1 for each ruler. Kara immediately straightened. Great. She cracked her knuckles slightly. Let's go. Arthur raised a hand immediately without even looking at her. No. Kara blinked. No. Arthur finally turned toward her fully. Kara. His tone became calmer now. You of all people are not coming with me. Kara immediately frowned. You can't just decide that yourself. Arthur stepped closer. Yes, I can. Clark himself would back me up on this. No, he wouldn't. Kara looked betrayed. Arthur sighed before speaking more softly. Kara. His eyes drifted briefly toward her stomach. You're pregnant. The words immediately weakened her argument slightly. 3 months in. Arthur's voice lowered. I'm already impressed you fought through kryptonite gas, poison, and 2 monarchs while protecting yourself. Then his expression hardened slightly. But I'm not letting my lover and my child walk into unnecessary danger any longer. Kara crossed her arms stubbornly. I can still fight. I know. Arthur stepped closer. That's exactly the problem. Raven snorted softly. George nodded solemnly as if Arthur had spoken profound wisdom. Arthur continued calmly. The vessels aren't monarchs. Then he exhaled softly. But they can still be dangerous. His eyes narrowed faintly. They're humans empowered by cosmic entities. A faint smirk appeared afterward. And humans with power tend to develop interesting egos. Raven immediately nodded. Oh, that's definitely true. Then she looked toward Kara. You should rest anyway. Her eyes drifted downward teasingly. Your uniform is barely surviving this pregnancy. Kara's face immediately turned red. Hey. Raven looked entirely unapologetic. George cleared his throat politely. Miss Kara. His sophisticated tone somehow made everything sound more official. Master Arthur may occasionally express himself with excessive severity. Arthur raised an eyebrow. But in this instance, he is correct. George folded his hands behind his back elegantly. You are undoubtedly a powerful Kryptonian warrior. Then his expression softened slightly. But you are also going to become a mother. A pause. I assume Kryptonians approach such matters similarly to humans. Kara's expression softened a little. In ancient Krypton, yes. Then her voice became almost distant. But natural births became a myth. Everyone listened carefully. Cal was the first naturally born Kryptonian in centuries. A small smile appeared on her face afterward. And until now. She looked down briefly. The last. George blinked once. Oh. Then he added very politely, I see. Arthur stayed quiet for a moment before finally speaking softly. Not the last anymore. Kara looked toward him immediately, their eyes met and just like that. Her stubbornness faded. Fine. Arthur blinked. That easy. Even Raven looked suspicious now. Yeah. She narrowed her eyes playfully. I was expecting at least another 10 minutes of arguing. Kara huffed dramatically. Just go already. Then she pointed at Arthur accusingly. You have trust issues. Arthur walked toward her slowly before gently pulling her closer. I trust you completely. Then he kissed her lightly. But. A teasing smile appeared afterward. I'm still leaving marshals behind to monitor you. Kara's face became completely red. You. Raven burst out laughing immediately. Even George looked dangerously close to smiling. Arthur stepped backward afterward while shadows slowly gathered around his feet. Behave yourselves. Kara pointed at him furiously. You're the worst. Arthur grinned. I know. Then with a gust of violet shadows, he vanished. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 472, The Samurai Guild. Earth, Japan. Tokyo was alive in a way Gotham never truly was, even after everything the world had just survived. Neon lights reflected across rain-soaked streets. Massive digital screens covered skyscrapers with advertisements and hunter rankings while crowds of civilians moved through the sidewalks beneath umbrellas, talking, staring at their phones. A ripple of shadows appeared soundlessly between 2 buildings. Arthur emerged first, then Raven stepped out right beside him. Both wore casual clothes instead of their usual attire. Arthur had abandoned the dark suits and shadow armor entirely for something simple, a black coat over a shirt and pants, his long ashen hair loosely tied back while a few strands still framed his face. Raven looked equally different. No cloak and no glowing magic, just a dark oversized sweater beneath a long jacket, black leggings, and boots. Her hair flowed freely around her shoulders. To everyone, they looked like ordinary foreigners visiting Tokyo. Well. Ordinary if one ignored how absurdly attractive they both were. Arthur looked toward the massive city stretching endlessly beneath the night sky. Then he sighed quietly. Raven. She immediately crossed her arms. Kara not coming doesn't automatically include me in the ban. Arthur gave her a look. Raven raised an eyebrow innocently. I'm free to do whatever I want. Arthur stared at her for a second before exhaling through his nose. I suppose that's true. Raven smirked victoriously. Good. Then she stepped closer beside him and looked toward one particular district. So one of them is here. Arthur nodded slowly. In Japan. His violet eyes glowed faintly for a brief moment as his senses spread outward through the city. The magical energy is immense, I know for a fact that it belongs to them. Even Raven felt it now that she focused. A strange pressure, but it was subtle to her. Arthur's expression sharpened slightly. He should be one of the hunters affiliated with this guild on the building. Raven glanced toward him carefully. You said you want contact with the vessels. Then her eyes narrowed slightly. But if they recognize what you are? Arthur answered immediately. Most of them probably don't even know their vessels. The rulers don't seem to communicate directly the way monarchs do. Arthur looked thoughtful now. They are very careful. They have landed quietly on a crowded street near one of Tokyo's largest new hunter districts. The massive building ahead towered over the surrounding streets, modern architecture mixed with traditional Japanese design. Black glass walls with enormous banners displaying high-ranked hunters hung near the entrance. Hunters entered and exited constantly, some carried massive weapons. Others wore modern combat gear. The atmosphere around the building alone felt different from the rest of the city. Arthur looked up toward the name displayed in glowing kanji. It's only been like 4 months since the first appearance of Gates and they are already this. The world really moves fast sometimes. Anyways, this Samurai Guild seems like it's one of the best in the country. There are some strong hunters inside. Raven blinked before slowly looking toward him. You can read Japanese? Arthur looked genuinely confused by the question. I know every language on Earth. Raven stared at him. Seriously? Arthur shrugged lightly. It comes with the powers. Raven looked at him for a long second before smiling faintly. That is a ridiculous amount of abilities you have. Arthur smirked slightly. Is that admiration I hear? Raven looked away dramatically. Maybe. Then she glanced back toward him with amused violet eyes. I'm beginning to wonder if there's anything you actually can't do. Arthur thought about it seriously for a second. Cook. Raven immediately burst out laughing. That's actually true. Arthur looked mildly offended. I tried once. I remember. It was one time. And George almost slapped you for it. Arthur pointed at her. That's, well, I'm banned from the kitchen for a reason. Raven grinned. Arthur sighed quietly while they approached the guild entrance together. The moment they stepped inside, several people noticed them immediately. Not because they caused a disturbance, but because both Arthur and Raven carried an unusual presence despite hiding their power. Hunters instinctively reacted to strength. And something about these two felt wrong. The interior of the guild was enormous. Large holographic mission boards floated near the center hall while hunters gathered around tables discussing raids and dungeon clearances. Receptionists worked behind long counters while television screens replayed footage from Gotham's recent catastrophe. Several hunters glanced toward Arthur and Raven quietly. Some looked curious. A young woman approached them politely before things could grow awkward. She wore the standard black and white uniform of the guild staff, though the manner radiating from her identified her as a hunter as well. Probably B rank. She smiled professionally despite clearly noticing they were foreigners. Welcome to Samurai Guild. Her English was smooth though slightly accented. How may I assist you? Arthur immediately answered. Hello. Raven already knew this was about to go badly. Arthur continued calmly. I'm here to meet your strongest hunter, please. Raven closed her eyes instantly. Arthur added casually. They should currently be inside the building. The poor receptionist blinked twice. Excuse me. Raven physically facepalmed beside him. Oh my God. Arthur looked toward her. What? Raven stared at him in disbelief. Is that how you start conversations with people? Arthur frowned slightly. It was direct. Yes. Raven pointed at him. Directly suspicious. The receptionist now looked deeply uncertain. Arthur tried again. We are not enemies. I want to talk with your strongest hunter here. There is a very important matter we need to discuss. Raven muttered quietly, not helping. Arthur ignored her completely. I simply wish to speak with them, nothing more. The hunter girl looked between both of them nervously now. May I ask who you are first? Arthur paused. Then surprisingly, he said with a smile. My name is Arthur Blackwynd. The moment those words left his mouth, the young hunter standing behind the reception desk blinked once in polite confusion. There was no recognition or dramatic reaction. Just a courteous smile from someone clearly trying to process two extremely attractive foreigners casually walking into one of the largest hunter guilds in Japan asking to meet the strongest person in the building. Around them, the inside of the Samurai Guild headquarters buzzed with activity. Hunters moved between mission boards and elevators carrying weapons cases. Large television screens mounted high on the walls replayed footage from Gotham over and over again. Explosions, the colossal gate in the city, flying monsters swarming through smoke-filled skies. Justice League members and hunters fighting desperately across ruined streets. And then, the shadows. Gigantic black soldiers tearing through hordes of beasts, winged creatures descending from the skies. A man cloaked in darkness moving so fast the cameras barely captured him. Every time the footage slowed down enough to show Arthur's face for even half a second, conversations around the lobby immediately reignited. That shadow guy is insane. No way he's human. You saw how he closed the gate. One attack wiped out hundreds of monsters. He's scarier than the monsters themselves. Still saved the planet though. I heard he works with the Justice League. Could be stronger than Superman. Arthur stood there calmly while hearing every single conversation around him. Raven watched him from the side with amusement. You're surprisingly calm hearing people debate whether you're humanity's protector or the final boss. Arthur shrugged lightly. I've heard worse. The receptionist girl politely bowed her head again. You Sir Arthur Blackwynd, was it? I apologize but our guild master is currently. Then her eyes casually drifted upward toward the television behind Arthur. The footage paused on a frame. Ashen white hair, violet glowing eyes. Black armor made of living shadows. The exact same face standing directly in front of her. The girl froze and her eyes slowly widened. Then she looked from the screen, back to Arthur. Then back to the screen again. Then back to Arthur. Her jaw dropped. Is that you? Half the lobby turned instantly. Arthur moved faster than thought and gently placed a finger in front of his lips. Shoo. The girl immediately slapped both hands over her mouth, eyes sparkling with absolute excitement. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Raven pinched the bridge of her nose. Arthur sighed softly. Yes, he admitted quietly. That is me. Though I'd appreciate it if the entire building didn't explode into chaos over it. The girl looked seconds away from passing out. You're the shadow guy from Gotham. One of them, yes. You fought beside Superman. I suppose. You controlled those giant shadow monsters. They're soldiers. You closed the gate. Arthur tilted his head slightly. That part was admittedly impressive, I know. Raven stared at him. You are unbelievably smug. The receptionist suddenly rushed around the desk and grabbed Arthur's hand with both of hers. Raven's eye twitched instantly. Oh my god, can I please get your autograph? I'm a huge fan of the Justice League. And those shadow soldiers were so cool, especially the night one with the red cape and the giant dragon and you were moving so fast the cameras could barely follow you and there's this online forum debating if you're actually human or some ancient god or... She kept going and going. And somehow got even closer to Arthur while talking. Raven slowly narrowed her eyes. Calm down, girl. The receptionist straightened immediately. Sorry. Arthur chuckled softly. It's fine. He gently pulled his hand free before Raven decided to disintegrate somebody. Just do us this favor. I could have entered by force if I wished to meet your guildmaster, but I'd rather avoid misunderstandings. The girl nodded rapidly. All right. Of course. Then she leaned closer conspiratorially. Our guildmaster is amazing though. The ranking device completely failed trying to measure his mana output. Arthur's violet eyes glowed faintly. Oh. He's technically not even classified as S rank anymore because nobody can properly evaluate him. Some people think the system itself broke because of him. Arthur glanced sideways toward Raven. Brilliant. Raven crossed her arms. So this is definitely one of the vessels. Arthur nodded faintly. The magical energy leaking through this building is far beyond a normal hunter. The receptionist continued excitedly, completely unaware of the true conversation happening beside her. He's honestly kind of terrifying sometimes, but he's really respected here. Even foreign guilds avoid provoking him. Arthur smiled slightly. That confirms it even more. Raven leaned closer toward him. And if he turns hostile? Arthur looked completely unconcerned. Then we leave. Raven blinked. That's it. Arthur looked at her. I came here for a way to contact the rulers, not war. Then after a brief pause, he added casually. Besides, if he truly is a vessel of the rulers, he'll recognize what I am the moment we meet, perhaps. The girl returned with visible excitement practically radiating off her. Guildmaster would agree to see you immediately. Arthur nodded politely. Thank you. Then the girl suddenly panicked again. Wait, the autograph. Arthur sighed in defeat while Raven groaned audibly beside him. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 473, Japan's Strongest Hunter. The young hunter girl nearly skipped the entire way through the Samurai Guild headquarters. Arthur and Raven followed behind her while the atmosphere inside the building grew increasingly chaotic the deeper they went. Hunters openly whispered now, some stopped walking entirely, others subtly pointed toward Arthur before quickly pretending they were not staring. The massive holographic screen in the center lobby still replayed footage from Gotham. The endless monster tied with brief flashes of Arthur moving through the battlefield. Hunters around the lobby were still discussing it openly. That Shadow army was insane. No way that guy's human. A lot of A and S rank hunters died in Gotham to those S rank beasts. If it wasn't for the Justice League powerhouses and him, they wouldn't have been able to survive. I'm telling you, he looked more dangerous than the monsters themselves. Raven walked beside Arthur with her hands in her coat pockets. You're becoming a bit too famous. Arthur sighed. I can't control that. The girl leading them turned around while walking backward, countless times, trying to make sure this is real. The elevator ride upward only became more ridiculous. The higher floors of the guild were absurdly luxurious compared to the busy lower levels. Massive decorative banners, ancient armor displays. Paintings of famous Japanese hunters posed dramatically like historical warlords. Even though it hasn't been that long since Gates appeared, the common people truly respects these hunters. And every few meters, katanas. So many katanas. Raven stared at another wall covered entirely in swords. I feel like I already know exactly what kind of person this guildmaster is. Arthur nodded. He is committed to the aesthetic. The girl proudly spread her arms. Guildmaster Renshiro says presentation is important. Raven muttered quietly, I think he says that while staring at himself in mirrors. Arthur laughed softly. The elevator doors finally opened onto the highest level. A pair of enormous wooden doors stood at the end of a long hallway lined with armored samurai statues. There was even incense burning nearby. Arthur stopped walking for a second. Is this a guild office or a feudal palace? The girl looked genuinely confused. Aren't they the same thing? Raven buried her face in one hand. The doors slowly opened. And somehow, the inside was worse. Or better, depending on perspective. The office was absurdly overdesigned. A massive dark wood desk sat elevated on polished stone flooring like a throne. Behind it hung a gigantic red and black painting of a lone samurai standing atop a mountain of monsters beneath a crimson moon. Decorative weapons lined every wall. A full suit of traditional samurai armor standing near a waterfall installation somehow built inside the office, and sitting behind the desk was Renshiro, a tall, broad-shouldered, long dark hair tied neatly behind his back. Sharp jawline, expensive black suit mixed with traditional Japanese patterns. And most importantly, an actual katana hanging at his waist indoors, clearly made by Arthur's shadow, Hephaestus. Raven slowly looked toward Arthur and Arthur looked toward Raven. The amusement on both their faces was immediate. Neither needed telepathy to understand what the other was thinking. He literally turned himself into the Samurai Guild. Renshiro stood calmly from behind the desk. Unlike the girl downstairs, his presence was genuinely imposing. The magical energy radiating from him was immense. Even Raven noticed it immediately. This man was powerful, very powerful. Renshiro smiled with complete confidence. Arthur Blackwynd. His gaze shifted smoothly. And Raven of the Titans. Arthur approached calmly. You know us. Renshiro extended a hand. My name is Renshiro. Guildmaster of the Samurai Guild, and the strongest hunter in Japan. Arthur shook his hand firmly. Renshiro's smile widened slightly. And yes. I know exactly who you are. I'm sure every powerful hunter around the world knows about you now. The gigantic gate of Gotham made certain of that. He gestured toward a nearby screen still replaying footage of the battle. You wield extraordinary power. Everyone is aware of you. Some of us with proper connections already know who you are personally as well. His eyes narrowed slightly with interest. You are affiliated with the Justice League. Arthur smiled faintly. I see. He sat down across from him. You do know quite a lot. Raven quietly sat beside Arthur while crossing one leg over the other. Renshiro remained standing for a moment before finally taking his seat as well. Arthur studied him silently. Then spoke. I assume you also know the source of your power. Renshiro blinked once. The source of my power? He leaned back confidently. Naturally. Arthur remained silent. Renshiro spread his hands casually. Like every hunter around the world, we awakened due to the gates. Humanity adapted. Some of us evolved further than others. Arthur sighed softly. Inside his mind, Raven's voice echoed immediately. So he doesn't know. Arthur answered telepathically without changing expression. So much for being smug. I thought he realized what he was. Raven mentally groaned. He already annoys me. I know. Arthur leaned forward slightly. That is a very simple way to look at it. Renshiro raised an eyebrow. Arthur's violet eyes glowed faintly. But reality is far more complicated than that. The guildmaster remained silent now. Arthur continued calmly. Yes, hunters emerged because of the gates. In a sense, humanity adapting is true, but you are different. Renshiro's eyes narrowed. Arthur pointed directly at him. You are one of the few humans personally selected by higher beings. Given power far beyond ordinary hunters for a singular purpose. Suddenly Renshiro laughed loudly. I know that already. Arthur blinked once. Raven visibly looked tired already. Renshiro pointed proudly toward himself. The gods clearly chose me because I am exceptional. He stood up dramatically now, almost as if delivering a speech to an audience. I rose above every hunter in this country through sheer superiority. Raven stared blankly. Renshiro continued proudly pacing around the office. S-rank dungeons bore me now. I no longer participate in ordinary raids because frankly. He smirked. They are beneath me, no monster can withstand my power. Arthur slowly leaned back in his chair. Raven spoke telepathically again. I'm really going to slap him. Control yourself. Ugh. Renshiro continued. Monsters tremble when I appear. Entire guilds seek my aid or the help of my hunters which I personally picked. Governments respect me, and the hunters worship me. He placed one hand dramatically over the hilt of his katana. I alone stand at the summit of modern humanity. Raven mouthed silently. Oh my god. Then Renshiro pointed directly at Arthur. And honestly. His grin widened. I dare say I may even be stronger than Superman himself. Arthur raised an eyebrow. And perhaps. Renshiro pointed harder. Even you, Shadowman Blackwynd. Arthur stared at him. Blackwynd. Raven immediately spoke inside Arthur's mind again. I swear on Azarath I am going to hit this man. Arthur rubbed his forehead. Calm down, Raven. I refuse. Renshiro mistook their silence for intimidation and smirked proudly. You came here seeking my aid, yes. Arthur slowly looked back up at him. No. You came all this way, he said with an amused grin, to praise me with information I already understand. Raven's eye twitched. Arthur noticed immediately. Barely. Because she was hiding it surprisingly well. For now. Renshiro continued talking, entirely unaware of how close he was getting to being smacked across his own office. The gods chose me. Naturally. He gestured toward himself dramatically. I have always known there was something greater about me compared to ordinary hunters. You merely confirmed what I already suspected. Arthur slowly exhaled through his nose. Then he rubbed the bridge of it. Listen. His tone remained calm. You clearly misunderstood everything I just said. Renshiro smirked. Oh. Arthur leaned forward slightly, let me show you instead. The atmosphere shifted immediately. Even Raven felt it. Arthur's glowing eyes fixed directly onto Renshiro. Look into my eyes. Renshiro blinked. What? Raven answered before Arthur could. Just do it. The guildmaster looked between them suspiciously. That sounds unbelievably suspicious. Arthur stared blankly at him. Renshiro pointed accusingly. I do not simply stare deeply into the eyes of mysterious shadow men and demon girls because they ask politely. I know you are part of the Justice League and it's not that I don't trust you. Raven slowly turned toward Arthur. Did he just call me a demon girl? Arthur muttered quietly. Technically not inaccurate, but... Raven elbowed him. Renshiro crossed his arms proudly. Not that I distrust members of the Justice League, of course. But this has the exact feeling of a setup. Arthur sighed. Dear God. Raven whispered toward Arthur. I cannot believe this man is supposed to house a fragment of cosmic divinity. Arthur nodded slightly. I was expecting a bit of wisdom too. Renshiro finally scoffed and leaned forward. Okay, I will do what you say, Shadowman. His golden brown eyes locked onto Arthur's glowing violet gaze. For a moment, nothing happened. Then suddenly, Arthur's expression changed. A subtle shift, like he noticed something unexpected, and right before he could speak, Renshiro's eyes ignited. Bright gold almost burning. The energy erupting from them was violent. Renshiro himself jerked backward violently in shock. What the? The entire office exploded with radiant light. Raven's eyes widened. What is he? Arthur moved instantly. Darkness erupted outward from him like an abyss. A massive sphere of condensed shadows wrapped around Arthur and Raven a split second before the explosion detonated fully. Boom. The entire floor shook violently. The shock wave ripped through the office. Walls shattered outward, glass vaporized instantly. The enormous samurai statues cracked apart, the decorative weapons lining the walls were launched through the air like bullets. The waterfall installation literally exploded. Outside the office, alarms immediately began blaring throughout the Samurai Guild headquarters. Inside the sphere of darkness, Raven stared around in disbelief while muffled explosions thundered outside. Did he just explode? Arthur stood calmly beside her inside the protective shadow dome. No. His eyes narrowed slightly. He's alive. Another tremor shook the building. Arthur's expression darkened. But we were just attacked. Raven frowned. Attacked by what exactly? Arthur looked toward the light raging outside the shadows. The rulers. Raven blinked. Arthur continued calmly. A defense mechanism. You cannot pry into the minds of the fragments of brilliant light so easily. The moment I attempted to forcefully access his mind, another pulse of golden energy slammed against the shadow sphere. Their power reacted automatically. Raven stared at the light outside. So the rulers themselves intervened. Instinctively, yes, well, one of them only. Arthur's voice lowered slightly. Then with a wave of his hand, the shadow sphere dissolved. The sight outside was absolute devastation. The luxurious office no longer existed. Half the walls had collapsed outward and fire burned across shattered wooden floors. Smoke drifted everywhere. The massive painting behind the desk was gone entirely. And standing in the center of the destruction was Renshiro, alive and confused, and smoking slightly. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 474, The Samurai Guild Incident. Renshiro's glowing golden eyes slowly faded back to normal as he looked around in disbelief. What? He looked down at his own hands. What did I just do? For the first time since meeting him, his arrogance cracked slightly. Arthur stepped over debris calmly. You didn't do anything intentionally. Renshiro looked sharply toward him. What was that power? Arthur answered honestly. A warning meant for me. Raven crossed her arms while stepping over a broken pillar. The higher beings that empowered you clearly don't enjoy people poking around inside your mind. Renshiro looked around at his destroyed office in horror. My office. Raven glanced around. You had too many swords anyway. Those were collector pieces. Arthur interrupted before the situation devolved further. We need to leave. Renshiro looked at him sharply. What? Arthur gestured around them. In about 30 seconds your guild hunters are going to storm this floor thinking someone attacked you. As if on cue, distant shouting echoed through the hallway. Guildmaster. Intruders. Raven looked toward the entrance. Right on schedule. Renshiro finally realized how terrible this looked. The strongest hunter in Japan, his office destroyed. And standing inside the ruins, 2 absurdly powerful foreigners connected to Gotham's incident. This is going to become annoying to explain, he muttered. Arthur nodded once. Exactly. Then shadows spread beneath Arthur's feet. A massive portal of darkness opened behind him. Renshiro's eyes widened slightly. What is the? Arthur immediately grabbed him by the shoulder. No time. Wait. Raven smirked slightly. You're coming with us, Samurai King. I didn't agree to th. Arthur dragged him directly into the portal. Raven floated in right behind them casually. The portal snapped shut instantly. Not even 2 seconds later, the doors to the ruined office exploded open. Dozens of armed hunters stormed inside with weapons drawn and magic ignited around their bodies. Then they froze. Silence filled the destroyed room, fire crackled softly and smoke drifted upward. The guild master was gone, the mysterious visitors were gone. And half the office no longer existed. One hunter slowly looked around in horror. Hunters poured through the shattered doorway one after another, weapons already drawn as some expected monsters. Others expected assassins, and none of them expected to find the entire upper floor of the Samurai Guild headquarters looking as though a meteor had detonated inside it. Pieces of the walls still crumbled outward. Fire alarms screamed overhead, the decorative waterfall had burst apart completely, sending streams of water through the burning wreckage. One hunter slowly lowered his blade. What the hell happened here? Another crouched beside a melted section of flooring, touching it carefully before immediately pulling his hand back. It's still hot. No kidding, it's hot. A third hunter pointed upward in disbelief. The ceiling is gone. The high-ranked hunters looked far more unsettled than the lower-ranked ones. Because they could feel it, residual energy. The sheer density of mana left in the room made their instincts scream. This was not an ordinary attack. One S-rank hunter stepped carefully through the rubble, eyes narrowed. Guildmaster Renshiro. No response. Another hunter swallowed nervously. Did someone actually attack him? That's impossible, you know how strong he is. Nothing is impossible after what we saw in Gotham. The room grew quieter at that. Everyone saw the footage of what happened in Gotham. The giant gate, the monsters, and the Shadow Army. And above all, the men surrounded by darkness. One hunter spoke carefully. You don't think? Before he could finish, the receptionist girl stumbled out breathlessly. She looked terrified and deeply confused. The moment she saw the ruined office, her face lost all color. Oh no. Every hunter immediately turned toward her. You. One of the executives grabbed her shoulders. You escorted the visitors up here, didn't you? She nodded frantically. I did. Who were they? The girl pointed shakily toward the destruction. There was a man and a woman. What men? She swallowed. Then said in a trembling voice. Sir Arthur Blackwynd, he is that mysterious shadow man. There was pure silence. Arthur. He is that shadow guy. No way. The one from Gotham. The receptionist nodded rapidly. Yes. Yes. Him. The shadow man. Arthur Blackwynd. The entire floor erupted instantly. What? That was actually him. You brought him here? I didn't know this would happen. One hunter grabbed his head. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. Another hunter looked toward the destroyed office with growing horror. Wait. His eyes widened. You think he killed the guildmaster? Everyone froze again. The receptionist blinked. Then slowly looked around herself. He. Another pause. I don't know, he didn't seem like the. The atmosphere immediately shifted from confusion to serious panic. One executive stepped forward sharply. Did he say anything suspicious to you? I don't know. He simply wanted to talk to the guildmaster. Talk. I don't know, okay. I only escorted them here then heard an explosion moments ago. One hunter looked toward the shattered wall overlooking Tokyo. Did Arthur Blackwynd kidnap him? There is no blood or any sort of body here. Another answered immediately. Or assassinate him, we saw that he wielded some crazy powers. That explosion. No S-rank hunter could do that much damage. A younger hunter hesitated. But, why would the Shadowman attack the guildmaster? Another one spoke grimly. Powerful beings don't need reasons. The receptionist immediately shook her head. No. No, he didn't seem hostile. Everyone stared at her. She tried explaining desperately. He was calm. He even gave me an autograph. You got an autograph before a possible assassination. I didn't know there would be an assassination. One hunter suddenly looked toward the destroyed room again. Wait. He narrowed his eyes. There are no traces of any sort of battle here. Another nodded slowly. And no blood. The executive folded his arms tightly. That doesn't matter. His voice became grim. Japan's strongest hunter disappeared after a meeting with the most dangerous unidentified metahuman currently active on Earth. Another hunter muttered quietly. The same man who commands an undead army that appears from time to time. The receptionist looked horrified now. Arthur wouldn't. But even she sounded uncertain now, because the images from Gotham replayed endlessly in her mind. That man floating before the gate. Those glowing violet eyes, the darkness around him, the shadows monsters kneeling before him. And now, an entire office had exploded moments after he arrived. One hunter quietly said what everyone else was thinking. Maybe Gotham wasn't a rescue. Nobody answered him. Hours later, the story exploded across Japan, then the world. Massive screens throughout Tokyo lit up with emergency news broadcasts. Crowds gathered beneath them in the streets. Restaurants muted their conversations to watch. Hunter forums crashed from traffic and every channel displayed the same images. Arthur floating before the gate in Gotham. The Shadow Army, the destruction. Then, images of the ruined Samurai Guild office. News anchors spoke with tense seriousness. Breaking news tonight regarding the mysterious metahuman involved in the Gotham incident. The screen displayed Arthur's face, ashen white hair, glowing violet eyes, shadow armor. This individual, known as Arthur Blackwynd, known by the people as the Men of Shadows, has allegedly attacked the headquarters of Japan's Samurai Guild. Another image appeared, the ruined office. Emergency personnel, destroyed walls. The guild master of Samurai Guild, Renshiro, currently remains missing following a private meeting with Blackwynd earlier today. People throughout Tokyo stopped walking to watch. A group of office workers stared upward uneasily. That's the shadow guy. The one with the undead army. Yeah, but did you see Gotham? That guy looked terrifying. A teenager nearby immediately argued back. He literally saved the planet. Another crossed his arms nervously. And now Japan's strongest hunter vanished after meeting him. The first teen hesitated slightly. Okay, yeah, that sounds bad. Inside a ramen shop, several hunters watched the broadcast carefully. One older hunter narrowed his eyes. They're calling it an assassination attempt already. Another scoffed. The media needs drama. Why would that person kill Renshiro after saving Gotham alongside the Justice League? But the guildmaster really disappeared. Still no confirmation he's dead. The television continued. Some sources claim Arthur Blackwynd maintains close ties with the Justice League, though no official statement has yet been released by the League. Footage played again of Arthur standing before the Gotham gate. One woman whispered quietly. He doesn't look human. Another answered softly. Maybe he isn't. Elsewhere across Tokyo, people debated endlessly, some feared him, some admired him, some outright worshipped him after Gotham. Social media exploded with arguments. He saved millions. He commands monsters, so he is still dangerous. He closed the gate by himself. He kidnapped Japan's strongest hunter. He fought beside Superman. And even Superman and Supergirl looked cautious around him. In one electronics store, dozens of televisions displayed the same image of Arthur standing amidst shadows while the reporter continued speaking. At the moment, Arthur Blackwynd's whereabouts remain unknown as well. The screen zoomed into his glowing violet eyes. Authorities and hunter associations worldwide are monitoring the situation closely. Then came the final sentence. One that spread fear across the entire country. If the allegations prove true, then the being who saved Gotham may also represent one of the greatest threats humanity has ever encountered. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 475, The Fragment's Plea. Japan, Mount Fuji. Arthur's portal opened above a sea of clouds, cold wind immediately rushed past them. Then solid ground appeared beneath their feet, filled with snow, stone, and silence. Arthur stepped forward first as the portal collapsed behind them in ripples of darkness, leaving only the night sky above Mount Fuji stretching endlessly overhead. The moon illuminated the mountain beautifully. White snow covered the slopes while freezing winds swept across the summit. Far below, the distant lights of Japan glittered peacefully, completely unaware of the absurd conversation about to take place above them. Renshiro stumbled slightly after being dragged through dimensions against his will. What the hell? He quickly regained his balance and looked around sharply. Then he recognized the place. Mount Fuji. Raven folded her arms as her cloak fluttered violently in the cold air. Well. At least this place is calm. Renshiro turned toward Arthur immediately. Why did you bring me here? Arthur casually walked toward the edge of the mountain, in case your little defense mechanism activates again. He glanced back over his shoulder. Better here than inside your office and the city itself. Renshiro narrowed his eyes immediately. Defense mechanism. His hand slowly moved toward the katana at his waist. What are you really trying to do? Arthur sighed softly. There it was again. The paranoia, the ego, the vessel truly matched the energy of the being inhabiting him. Renshiro suddenly drew his katana, steel rang sharply through the cold air. The blade reflected moonlight beautifully as he pointed it toward Arthur. What do you really want from me, Shadowman? Raven stared at him blankly. Arthur simply raised one hand lazily in mock surrender. Calm down, then his glowing violet eyes shifted toward the sword. And put that thing away before you accidentally hurt yourself. Renshiro's eye twitched. Hurt myself? Yes. That sounds arrogant. Arthur looked genuinely confused by this man. It's not arrogance if it's objectively true. Raven snorted. Renshiro's grip tightened on his blade. You drag me across the country, speak in riddles about gods, then stare into my soul until my office exploded. I mean, it was still you, Raven corrected. And now you expect me to just calmly cooperate. Arthur looked toward Raven. You explain it, I'm done with this idiot. Raven blinked. Why me? Because every time I explain something to someone it somehow becomes more confusing. Fair. Raven stepped forward slightly and looked directly at Renshiro. You've seen the Gotham incident, right? Renshiro frowned. Of course. The monsters. The gates. The giant wolf thing fighting Superman. The woman covered in plague magic. The Shadow Army. All of it. Renshiro slowly lowered his sword slightly. Yeah. Raven nodded. Those things are called monarchs. The cold wind howled around them as she continued. They rule over the monsters, the same type of monsters you find in gates, the beasts, demons, insects, giants. All of them. Renshiro's expression slowly became more serious. And the beings opposing them are called rulers. Arthur remained silent beside her while she explained. These benevolent rulers decided humanity should survive the coming war, so they started preparing Earth in advance. Gates. Mana. Hunters. All of it. Renshiro frowned harder. Wait. Raven pointed directly at him. And selected humans like you were chosen to carry fragments of the ruler's power. Renshiro blinked once. You're saying I'm chosen by some cosmic god warrior thing? And not the god? Arthur answered calmly. Yes. Renshiro stared at him. That actually still sounds kind of awesome. Raven immediately facepalmed. Oh my god. Arthur closed his eyes briefly. Renshiro pointed at himself proudly. So I truly am special. You missed the important part again. No, I heard all of it. There are 7 vessels. Raven continued. Renshiro blinked. 7 of me. Raven slowly turned toward him with the expression of someone reconsidering all life choices. 7 others, you halfwit. Arthur actually laughed quietly at that. Renshiro looked offended immediately. Well, excuse me for not being immediately fluent in cosmic nonsense. Arthur stepped toward him. Do you understand now? Renshiro hesitated, then finally lowered his katana completely. Yeah, sort of. Raven muttered quietly, these rulers really chose this man of all people. Arthur nodded slightly. That concerns me too. Hey. Then Arthur's expression changed, subtly. But Raven noticed instantly. His violet eyes glowed brighter. Arthur suddenly grabbed Renshiro by the shoulder. Renshiro immediately tensed. The hell are why? Then he froze, completely. His body locked in place instantly, even his breathing stopped, his eyes widened in shock as golden light suddenly ignited inside them once again. Brighter than before, far brighter, the air itself began vibrating. Raven's expression immediately sharpened, she could feel it now. Arthur's shadow spread outward across the snow beneath his feet like an abyss, his glowing violet eyes met the burning golden light inside Renshiro's. Then Arthur spoke like a king issuing a command. Stop hiding yourself, fragment of brilliant light. The mountain trembled slightly. I merely wish to talk. The golden light intensified violently, winds exploded outward across the summit. Snow spiraled around them in massive waves. Arthur did not move an inch. I know you sensed me, I know you see me. The shadows around him deepened. I will not leave until you answer me. Raven's eyes widened slightly. Even she felt uneasy now. Arthur's presence right now was terrifying. Then he said something that even made Raven turn toward him sharply. I will kill your vessel if I have to. Arthur's voice remained emotionless. It would take time for you to find another suitable host. His eyes narrowed slightly. Time you do not have. Raven stared at him. Arthur. For a moment, she genuinely wondered if he meant it. And the terrifying thing was, he probably did. Arthur said nothing further. The mountain remained silent. Then slowly, the violent golden light inside Renshiro's eyes dimmed. The arrogance vanished from Renshiro's face, so did the confusion. His posture straightened unnaturally, calmly, and gracefully, like an entirely different being now stood before them. When he finally spoke, his voice no longer sounded human. It echoed softly, almost layered, like several voices speaking as one beneath a calm celestial tone. You still shine brighter than most care to admit. The glowing golden eyes met Arthur's violet gaze directly. Greatest fragment of brilliant light. Even Raven felt chills from hearing it. The respect in that voice was unmistakable. There was no fear. Arthur finally released Renshiro's shoulder slowly and the winds around Mount Fuji calmed. And for the first time since arriving, Arthur smiled faintly. There you are. Renshiro's body suddenly knelt in the snow between them, head slightly lowered, not in submission but in containment. Light gathered inside Renshiro's eyes, but the glow did not consume him this time. It extended beyond him. Ashbourne's successor, it said, we have observed your path. Arthur's expression remained calm, but his gaze sharpened slightly as if confirming something he already suspected. I assumed as much, he said simply. We have always watched, the fragment of brilliant light replied. as we observe all others of this cycle. Raven's eyes narrowed slightly, her head tilting just a fraction. She wasn't afraid, but she was deeply aware that she was standing in something far beyond a normal conversation. Even for her standards. Arthur's voice remained even. Then you already know I've killed 4 of the monarchs. We know, the fragment answered without hesitation. The beast monarch has fallen. The plague monarch has fallen. The monarch of transfiguration has fallen too. All in this world. Arthur's eyes dimmed slightly. The greatest threat remains, the fragment said. And Teresa's successor has yet to fully make a move. And this inaction is dangerous to us. Raven exhaled quietly through her nose, her gaze flicking briefly toward Arthur before returning to the vessel. There was something unsettling about how calmly it acknowledged global-scale destruction, as if discussing weather patterns. Tell me something, Arthur said. Why this world? The fragment's response was immediate, as if the question had been anticipated long before it was asked. It was simply meant to be. Raven's eyes tightened at that phrase, but she said nothing. Arthur's gaze hardened slightly. That is not an answer. The fragment continued, voice still composed, still almost reverent. With your presence, the monarchs became aware of movement beyond expectation. With their movements, we became aware in turn. And with the successor of Antares, balance began to tilt in a direction that could no longer be ignored. Arthur's expression did not change. So you're saying this is a convergence, he said. You brought it here because I exist here. We did not bring destruction, we brought a chance of salvation for the humans, the fragment replied. Fate is not placement, it is inevitability. A faint tension spread through the air at the word. Raven's gaze shifted slightly toward Arthur again. She had expected arrogance from something like this. She had expected divine superiority. What she hadn't expected was this calm being. Arthur took a slow step forward. Do not talk to me about fate. Arthur said. The fragment's tone did not change, but something subtle passed through it, acknowledging a truth that could not be softened. This is not up to us, it said. Or them. Arthur's eyes narrowed further. You chose this because my presence here gives you access, he said. Enough influence, enough energy and enough anchoring to manifest here fully when the final stage begins. Raven's attention sharpened immediately, she understood what he was implying before it was fully spoken. Arthur continued. You intend to descend when it's convenient. When the monarchs are dealt with. His voice dropped further. And you think I won't see that as betrayal? For the first time, the fragment's response didn't come immediately. We have already been betrayed once, it said. By the very one who created us. We are not your enemy. Arthur let out a quiet breath through his nose. You betrayed him, he said. The fragment's presence flickered faintly. We would not raise a blade against you without necessity, it said. You are Ashbourne's successor. You should understand the weight of what we endure and why we did what we did. Arthur's gaze hardened. I understand exactly why I don't trust you. Raven's eyes shifted slightly at that, she hadn't expected him to say it so directly. Arthur continued. If you had never touched this world, it would have been better for me. I would have fought my war without dragging humanity into a conflict it never asked for. His eyes lifted slightly toward the horizon. But it's too late for that now. The fragment did not interrupt. Arthur's voice stayed controlled, but colder now. The gates. The hunters, and your prisoners sealed inside the dungeons and released onto Earth like stored weapons. His gaze sharpened. Your influence is already embedded everywhere. The fragment's tone softened again, almost pleading in its own distant way. Do not reject what is necessary, Great One. Stand with us as you did before. Together, we may end the cycle before it consumes all of us. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 476, the one both sides feared. Arthur's eyes narrowed instantly at the ruler's words. There it is again. The fragment paused slightly. The dragon monarch must fall. The others must fall. So will you stand with us once more? Its voice deepened slightly. We have exhausted the creator's artifact, so there will be no cup of reincarnation this time. No cycle reset. No escape from fate, it is now or never. Raven's breath slowed slightly, her eyes fixed on Arthur now. Even she could feel the power building up within him. I think I've heard enough. His voice was calm. I'll continue my war the way I've been doing it. A pulse of violet light flickered in his gaze. And it's been working wonders, since I've already taken 4 of them down. The rest will follow suit. His stare sharpened. But listen carefully. The air around him subtly darkened. If you interfere in a way I don't approve of, I will not hesitate to treat you the same as them. Arthur. Raven's eyes widened slightly at Arthur's tone, but she did not interrupt. Arthur's voice lowered further. I don't care what becomes of you, rulers. I only care about who survives when this is over, which is my world and humanity. The fragment remained silent for a moment longer than before. Then its voice returned, quieter, as though receding beyond reach. Your words cut deep, but your distrust is understood, it said. And it is not unjust. The light inside Renshiro's eyes began to fade. Our sin is far too great. The presence began to withdraw. But our duty remains the same, whatever it takes. And then it was gone. Renshiro collapsed slightly forward, breathing sharply as his consciousness returned fully to him. The glow had vanished completely, leaving only snow, wind, and the aftermath of something far too large for one human body to contain, even if he is awakened. Raven remained silent for a moment longer than usual. Her expression wasn't fear, but something close to disbelief at how calmly something so vast had spoken to Arthur, respectfully, and even held him in high regard. What the hell was that just now? Raven finally said. Her violet eyes stayed fixed on Arthur as she spoke, genuine disbelief slipping through her usually composed expression. I expected a fight, she admitted. Some holy war nonsense. That thing using this idiot as a puppet to attack us or try to kill you. She gestured vaguely toward Renshiro, who was still kneeling in the snow trying to recover. But instead it just talked to you. She frowned slightly. Not even talked down to you. It felt like they actually respected you. Arthur remained quiet for a moment, looking out toward the distant lights below the mountain. The wind moved through his longer ashen white hair softly before he finally answered. They respected Ashbourne, he said calmly. Or maybe feared him too much to disrespect him. Raven folded her arms tighter. You said he used to be one of them. A ruler. But if he sided against them afterward, shouldn't they hate him? Arthur's glowing eyes dimmed slightly as old memories surfaced behind them. It's complicated, I know I mentioned bits and pieces of it, but... He looked upward briefly, toward the dark sky stretching endlessly above the mountain. The rulers and monarchs weren't born enemies naturally. They were created that way. Raven listened carefully now. Arthur continued. The absolute being created both sides. Rulers represented light. Monarchs represented darkness. Darkness and light cannot mix, and then they got into an endless war that lasted longer than human minds can even comprehend. His voice remained calm, but there was something bitter underneath it. The rulers eventually realized something terrifying. No matter how much they fought, no matter how many worlds burned, the war never ended. Entire civilizations vanished, dimensions collapsed, countless lives were erased. Arthur's eyes narrowed faintly. And their god simply watched, never offering aid. Raven's expression shifted slightly. They thought he enjoyed it. Arthur nodded once. They believed their creator viewed the war as entertainment. An endless spectacle between light and darkness. Snow drifted lightly around them as he continued speaking. So they rebelled. Raven stayed silent. Arthur's voice lowered slightly. Ashbourne was the only one who remained loyal. Even Renshiro slowly lifted his head at that part, listening despite his exhaustion. Arthur's gaze grew distant. He fought beside the other rulers against the monarchs for ages at the command of the absolute being. And when the rebellion happened, he tried to stop it. A faint humorless smile touched Arthur's face. It didn't go well. Raven could almost picture it through the way he spoke. The other rulers defeated him easily, Arthur continued. They left him broken and dying because they believed loyalty to the absolute being made him just as guilty, even though he was their brother, the greatest fragment of brilliant light among them. The wind grew stronger for a moment across the summit. Ashbourne thought it was over. But before he died, he discovered something the absolute being had hidden inside him from the very beginning. Arthur's eyes glowed faintly violet again. The power of death itself. Even Raven felt chills at the way he said it. He became the Shadow Monarch, Arthur said quietly. Not by choice, in a way it was fate at play, he was always a power of light and darkness. Raven stared at him silently. Arthur continued. When he returned to the battlefield, the rebellion was already over. The absolute being was dead. His expression darkened slightly. And then Ashbourne realized something else. Without him, the monarchs would lose the war completely. Raven blinked slowly. So, he joined the monsters. Arthur glanced toward him. He joined balance, he corrected. The monarchs accepted his help reluctantly. Raven tilted her head slightly. Let me guess, they also feared him, because he became stronger than everyone. Arthur gave a faint nod. Too strong. His eyes narrowed slightly. The rulers feared him. The monarchs feared him. Neither side trusted him after that. Raven let out a slow breath. Honestly, at first glance, killing the absolute being sounds justified. Arthur looked toward her curiously. She continued thoughtfully. But the more I think about it, a sadistic god doesn't completely fit or make sense in this case. Her eyes drifted toward the sky. If he truly controlled concepts like creation and destruction, then maybe the war wasn't just entertainment. Arthur's gaze sharpened slightly. Raven spoke quietly now. Maybe he was preserving something bigger. Some cosmic balance neither side understood. Arthur looked at her for several moments before nodding slowly. I see it that way too. His voice became quieter. Ashbourne was loyal. Too loyal maybe. He felt betrayed by his own brothers more than anything else. A faint sadness passed through his expression. But even he never truly understood the purpose behind the war. None of them did. Raven smirked faintly after a moment. You know, from a certain perspective this whole story sounds really familiar. Arthur raised an eyebrow slightly. Raven looked at him with a smile. Lucifer. Arthur actually laughed softly at that. Yeah. He shook his head slightly. From a certain perspective. Raven smirked wider. You inherited a power with serious history problems. Arthur sighed. Everything powerful comes with a price. His eyes drifted toward the distant world again. And that applies to all of us. Raven's expression softened slightly at that. Fair enough. Arthur's voice grew colder again after a moment. And my problems are only beginning, this really is an endless war. His violet eyes glowed faintly. At this point, the only real solution might be making sure none of them ever pass their powers on again. Behind them, Renshiro finally managed to stand fully again, though his legs still looked unsteady. He held a hand against his chest, breathing unevenly. He muttered. I feel terrible. His eyes moved between them uncertainly. The being that spoke through me. Arthur turned toward him calmly. I'm sure you heard everything. Renshiro swallowed hard and nodded slowly. Arthur continued. Now you know the source of your power. You know part of the truth. Snow crunched lightly beneath Arthur's boots as he stepped closer. What you do with that knowledge is your choice. Renshiro looked stunned by how casually Arthur said it. Arthur's tone remained composed. Protect humanity. Be useful or live however you want. Then his eyes sharpened slightly. As for the monarchs, they will target you, so you should watch your back. A ripple of shadows moved at Arthur's feet. But I'll deal with them, so you can rest assured. Renshiro stared at him silently. Arthur then glanced toward Raven. We're done here. Raven immediately nodded. Gladly. Then she added casually, though instead of heading back immediately, I need to stop by Jump City first. Titan's business. Arthur smirked faintly. Sure. A shadow portal slowly opened beside them. I have enough free time to annoy Robin and Jamie for a bit. Raven groaned instantly. Oh please, Arthur. That only made him grin slightly wider. Together they stepped toward the portal. Renshiro suddenly looked up in alarm. Wait. Arthur and Raven both disappeared into the shadows before he could finish. The portal closed instantly, leaving Renshiro alone atop Mount Fuji. Snow drifted quietly around him. The strongest hunter in Japan stood there in complete confusion, staring at the empty space they had vanished from before finally blurting out. What about me? // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 477, The World's Most Wanted. Jump City, Titan's Tower. The dark portal opened soundlessly in the middle of Titan's Tower's living room, shadows folding outward like black silk before Arthur and Raven stepped through together. The familiar room was exactly as chaotic as Arthur remembered. The massive television on the wall was still running some loud action movie Beast Boy clearly had chosen. Empty pizza boxes were scattered across the table. Cyborg sat near the couch with one mechanical arm connected to a holographic screen. Jamie was halfway through drinking something. Robin stood near the central computer terminal reviewing holographic mission data while Starfire floated slightly above the floor, talking excitedly about something no one else seemed to fully understand. The moment Raven appeared, Starfire's face lit up instantly. Raven. She flew across the room and wrapped Raven into a tight hug that lifted her slightly off the ground. Raven immediately looked mildly suffocated. Air. Starfire gasped softly and released her at once. Forgiveness. I was overcome with happiness. Then her bright green eyes moved toward Arthur and her smile returned warmly. And Arthur, she greeted cheerfully. It has been many weeks since your last visitation to our tower. Arthur smiled faintly. Good to see you too, Starfire. Beast Boy awkwardly raised a hand from the couch. Hey man. Jamie rubbed the back of his neck with an uncertain laugh. Yeah, hi Arthur. Arthur immediately noticed it. The hesitation, their awkward behavior, and even Cyborg and Robin were unusually quiet. Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly. Raven noticed it too almost instantly. What's wrong? Robin finally looked away from the holographic screen toward them. I thought. He started carefully, you were in Japan. Arthur and Raven both froze for the briefest moment. Then realization hit them simultaneously. Arthur sighed deeply. Oh. Raven pinched the bridge of her nose. Oh, shit. Cyborg leaned back slightly in his chair. Yeah, he said. It's kinda everywhere now. He gestured toward the television. The screen immediately switched from the movie to a news report. Arthur's own face filled the screen alongside footage of the destroyed Samurai Guild office and dramatic headlines in Japanese and English. The Shadow Man attacks Japan's strongest hunter. Possible Justice League connection under investigation. No sign of Arthur Blackwynd or his shadow summons. Arthur stared silently at the screen. Raven slowly crossed her arms. Cyborg awkwardly continued. I mean, we figured something didn't add up with the story but... Raven turned her head toward him slowly, her violet eyes narrowing dangerously. You never know with Arthur, she said flatly. Is that what you wanted to say? Cyborg immediately raised both hands. I was trying to say it nicely. Arthur sighed again. We talked to the hunter, something unexpected happened but he is fine, he explained calmly. That's all. Robin crossed his arms. Arthur, everyone knows who you are now. You're connected to the Justice League publicly whether you like it or not. His expression grew more serious. And now half the world thinks you attacked one of Japan's greatest heroes. Arthur barely reacted. I honestly don't care what the world thinks of me. The room quieted slightly at the bluntness of his answer. Arthur walked further inside casually before continuing. I have a responsibility to fulfill. I don't have time to waste energy trying to convince every random person on Earth that I'm some noble saint. His violet eyes flickered faintly. And if people genuinely think I'm evil after Gotham? A faint scoff escaped him. Then they lack critical thinking. Beast Boy quietly muttered, that's one way to say it. Robin shook his head slightly. You realize masks and secret identities aren't for us, right? Arthur looked toward him. They protect the people around us. Arthur's expression softened just slightly at that. And who exactly would dare target my loved ones? The shadows beneath his feet moved subtly. I appreciate the concern, Robin. Truly. Then a faint smirk appeared. But I have eyes everywhere. Robin narrowed his eyes. Arthur added casually, besides, I always thought it was strange the world didn't figure out my identity sooner. That made Robin finally smile. And who do you think helped with that? Arthur stared at him for a moment. Then realization dawned. Bruce. Cyborg pointed at him immediately. Exactly. He grinned slightly now. I helped too. At Batman's request. Arthur blinked once. For a long time Bruce actively buried information connected to you. Facial recognition. Surveillance leaks. News manipulation. Every time someone got too close to connecting Arthur Blackwynd to Gotham's Shadow Man. Cyborg gestured dramatically. Gone. Arthur stared silently for a second longer before exhaling through his nose. That explains a lot, but I don't think it was necessary. Robin nodded. You made hiding your identity almost impossible. Bruce compensated. Beast Boy leaned forward slightly. Not gonna lie, though, now you're cooked. Arthur raised an eyebrow. Beast Boy pointed dramatically. You can't walk outside anymore. You're either getting mobbed by fans or people screaming that you're secretly evil. Jamie laughed nervously. Or both at once. Arthur shrugged casually. I'll fly. That answer made Cyborg bark out a laugh. Beast Boy suddenly blinked. Wait. He sat up straighter. What about your giant mansion in Gotham? People are definitely gonna swarm that place. Arthur looked entirely unconcerned. My estate is under George's ownership. Silence. I technically own almost nothing. Beast Boy stared. That's actually genius. Raven groaned softly. I knew meeting that idiot hunter was going to create problems. Arthur looked toward her calmly. It doesn't matter, we learned what we wanted to learn from him. Raven looked at him for a second before sighing. If you say so. Robin finally straightened away from the terminal. You're here for the mission briefing, I assume. Raven nodded. Yeah. Then she added dryly, last I checked I'm still a Titan. Jamie immediately smirked. One might debate that considering you spend more time in Gotham's creepy rich people mansion than here now. Raven slowly turned her head toward him. That single glare carried enough threat to silence a dimension of demons, and Jamie visibly froze. "I value my life," he muttered immediately. Arthur actually laughed quietly at that. Starfire tilted her head curiously toward Raven. "Does this mean you shall remain with us for many glorious days?" Raven immediately answered. "No." Starfire deflated dramatically. "Cruel." Cyborg grinned slightly. "Nah, she still loves us. She's just emotionally allergic to admitting it." Raven rolled her eyes. Arthur leaned casually against the wall now, watching the Titans interact with an expression that had softened considerably compared to earlier on Mount Fuji. Even Robin noticed that expression on Arthur's face. The boy wonder-crossed his arms and smirked faintly. "You know," he said, "for someone the world currently thinks is an international superdemon." His gaze flicked toward the news still playing Arthur's face repeatedly on television. "You look pretty relaxed." Arthur glanced at the screen briefly, then toward the Titans. Beast Boy kept glancing at the television, then at Arthur, then back again, like he still couldn't fully process how someone could casually walk around after becoming global breaking news. Arthur noticed. "You keep staring at me like I'm about to summon my army in your kitchen." Beast Boy immediately raised both hands. "Hey, man, I'm sorry, okay, it's just." Robin crossed his arms and smiled. "Oh, there it is," Arthur said, pointing at him. "That smug little expression. I missed annoying you, Robin." "Funny. I missed having peace and quiet," Robin replied. "After all I've done for this world," Arthur said calmly. Starfire laughed brightly, even Raven's lips twitched slightly. Arthur walked further into the room, hands in his pockets, violet eyes calmer now compared to the overwhelming presence he carried during battles. Here, around them, he looked almost normal. Almost. Robin looked at him for a moment before speaking again. "Will you join us on this mission?" Arthur raised an eyebrow. Robin nodded toward the large holographic display hovering above the central table. Several dungeon locations blinked across the eastern coastline. After the incident in Gotham, hunter forces are stretched thin everywhere. The guilds took massive losses. The Justice League got through it mostly intact, but the hunters. His expression darkened slightly. Not everyone came home. The room quieted. Even Beast Boy lost his grin. Robin continued calmly. Most of the top-ranked hunters in the country gathered in Gotham to help stop the gate. Some cities barely have enough experienced teams left to manage dungeon activity now. And with gates still appearing. He exhaled slowly. People are in danger. Cyborg pulled up several reports on the screen. Some guilds are operating at half strength now. A few smaller ones can't handle this. Robin gestured toward one highlighted location. "We're handling multiple raids over the next few days to ease pressure on the local hunter guilds. One of them got reclassified this morning." Arthur looked toward the screen. "S-class." Robin nodded. "We think it changed for some reason." Arthur stared at the projection for a few seconds before looking back at him. "You're confident your team can handle an S-class gate?" Robin's smirk returned immediately. "If we can't handle one after everything we've survived, we should probably retire." Arthur stared at him for a second longer. Then he laughed quietly. "Confident?" Robin shrugged. "Maybe with you around it ruined my sense of danger." The others chuckled lightly. Arthur walked toward the massive window overlooking Jump City. Sunlight reflected across the ocean outside. "You know," Arthur said quietly, "at this point, hunters around the world should panic at A-rank gates." Cyborg leaned back. "Yeah, well, it's happening since things escalated. Now everyone is on alert that a gate like Gotham could appear anytime, anywhere." Arthur looked toward Robin again. "So," he said, "what's the plan?" Robin tapped the hologram and multiple files expanded. 3 standard A-rank raids first. Then the S-class gate tomorrow night. We were originally going to coordinate with local guilds, but after Gotham most of their elites are either injured or recovering. Arthur nodded slowly. "So, they're short on manpower and the Titans will have to do this solo." "Exactly." Arthur stared at the map for another moment before a faint smile appeared on his face again. "Very well," he said calmly. "I'll tag along." The reactions were immediate. Beast Boy sat upright. "Wait, seriously?" Jamie blinked twice. "An S-class dungeon with you there sounds unfair." Cyborg laughed. Robin, however, simply looked relieved. Not because Arthur was powerful, but because Robin trusted him. Arthur noticed that too. "You look way too happy about this." Robin smirked. "You're useful." "There it is," Arthur said, pointing at him again. "Cold and emotionally unavailable. Batman really raised you well." Robin rolled his eyes while the others laughed. Raven moved toward the couch and sat down, clearly already preparing herself mentally for whatever chaos this mission would become. You realize, she said dryly, if Arthur joins us, things would become 10 times worse. Arthur looked offended. How can you slander your own boyfriend? Raven laughed and Starfire tilted her head innocently. Arthur stared at her with a smile of his own and simply stood there among friends, listening to their voices fill the tower with life. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 478, Gatebreaker. Jump City streets were already busy and noisy long before the Titans arrived. The A-rank gate had opened right in the middle of a downtown intersection, a towering distortion of reality. Blue and violet energy spiraled upward. Emergency barriers had been set up, but they were almost meaningless. Crowds had gathered anyway. Phones were out. Cameras were rolling. Live streams were already trending. For most civilians, gates were no longer just disasters. They were almost entertaining events. And for Jump City, this one had become the event of the day. This is insane, Beast Boy muttered, staring at the crowd from behind the cordon line. People really treat apocalypse portals like concerts now. Blue Beetle shifted uneasily beside him. It's kind of worse when you say it like that. Cyborg crossed his arms. They've seen enough hero work on live streams that they think this is normal. Raven stood a step behind the group, eyes scanning the gate with quiet focus. Starfire stood beside her, calm and alert, observing the energy fluctuations. Robin, meanwhile, was focused entirely on the perimeter. And Arthur. Arthur stood slightly apart from the group. He wore dark tactical armor layered over a sleek combat suit, reinforced plates etched with almost invisible runes, and a mask concealed most of his face. Only his ashen white hair and faint glow of violet eyes gave anything away. A sword rested at his side and no one in the crowd recognized him. A nearby reporter adjusted his microphone, trying to stay professional while clearly distracted by the group. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently witnessing the Titans of Jump City preparing to enter an active A-rank gate in downtown territory, he said quickly, voice steady but intrigued. A rare sight, as most gates of this classification are handled by registered guild hunters. He glanced down at his notes, then looked up again. But, there appears to be an additional individual with them. The camera zoomed slightly. Arthur didn't move. The reporter squinted at the screen feed, trying to focus. I'm being told this individual is not on any official registry. He appears to be wearing modified tactical armor with unknown insignia, carrying what looks like a sword. The crowd murmured instantly. Is he a new Titan? Someone in the audience shouted. Is that a Justice League recruit? Another voice added. He doesn't look like a hunter, a third said. No badge, no guild mark. Raven exhaled slowly, already anticipating the chaos. Arthur tilted his head slightly toward Robin. This was a good idea, I guess, he said calmly. The armor's not bad either. Robin didn't look at him. Yeah, he replied flatly. We don't need you showing up here as yourself after Japan made you half the planet's favorite conspiracy theory. Arthur gave a quiet hum of amusement. And yet here I am, contributing to global confusion anyway. Robin continued, lowering his voice slightly. This armor was made by your shadow, by the way. Arthur paused. Hephaestus. Yeah, Robin said. I still don't understand how your shadow is better at many things including engineering than half the world's defense contractors. Arthur's tone was almost proud. Hephaestus is a smith god after all, consider him my gift to the world. Cyborg snorted. That thing is single-handedly crashing magic weapon markets worldwide. Robin nodded slightly. Wayne Tech is still being credited for all of it. Bruce's idea. Keeps your name out of the supply chain. The actual profits are going to Blackwynd Corporation. Arthur glanced toward the distant skyscrapers. My brother is terrifyingly efficient when he wants to be. Raven's gaze stayed on the gate. So this is an A rank, she asked. Cyborg checked his scanner. Yeah. Should be quick. Beast Boy sighed. You say that like we haven't said that before every near-death experience. I'm still not used to this, man. Arthur stepped forward slightly. Well then, he said simply, I'll be back. Robin turned sharply. Wait, we need a formation. Arthur didn't wait, he walked straight into the gate. The distortion swallowed him instantly. Beast Boy blinked. Did he just really? He did, Raven said quietly. Blue Beetle rubbed his face. He always does that. Starfire watched the gate calmly. It is concerning, we should enter too. Raven stopped her and said, Wait Star, he'll return shortly. 10 seconds passed. 20. 30. The crowd outside began whispering louder. Did he go scouting? Is that normal for the Titans? This is not how hunters usually enter the dungeon gates. Who is that guy? Then, the gate rippled violently. A burst of pressure hit the air like a shockwave. Arthur stepped out, blood streaked across the blade in his hand and the mask. It was still intact, but his violet eyes burned brighter than before, steady, unbothered. He looked almost bored. Done, he said. The entire crowd went silent. Even the reporter stopped mid-sentence. Arthur continued calmly. It was a Cerberus variant. One of the mutts, the dead beast monarch, nothing too crazy. He tilted his sword slightly, letting the blood drip away into shadow. I retrieved core fragments and all the magical items of value. Robin stared at him. That took less than a minute. Arthur shrugged. It wasn't difficult. Blue Beetle blinked. That's an A-rank gate. Arthur nodded once. Correct. Beast Boy leaned toward Raven. I don't like how casual he is about this. Raven, despite herself, let out a small laugh. Get used to it. Arthur sheathed his sword. We shouldn't linger. I want to see the S rank. Robin opened his mouth again. Arthur already turned back toward the gate. And raised a hand. The gate trembled. The distortion began collapsing inward like it was being erased from existence. The crowd outside exploded instantly. What is he doing? Is he deleting it? Gates should stay open even after completion for a whole hour. No way, that's impossible. Are you saying he just completed one in under a minute? Who is that guy? The gate folded in on itself, collapsing into a single point of black light before vanishing completely. Silence hit harder than any explosion. Arthur turned away like nothing had happened. Then he extended his hand slightly. A portal opened behind the Titans, dark and stable. Robin stared at it for half a second, then exhaled. Right. Beast Boy pointed at Arthur. I am never getting used to this. Arthur glanced back once. Try not to get left behind. And the Titans stepped through. The portal swallowed them. The street was left behind in stunned silence. Phones still recording, reporters still frozen. And a crowd of people all thinking the same thing. Whatever that was. It wasn't just a Titan. Across the country, gates fell the same way. Even in the smaller cities that barely had time to issue evacuation warnings before the Titans, and the masked figure with them were already inside. What was supposed to be a structured system of dungeon raid protocols, guild formations, ranked entry teams, and carefully documented monster clears, stopped resembling any of that the moment Arthur joined them. Reports flooded in live. A Titan unit has entered another A-rank gate, and they are not following standard dungeon procedures. They've already cleared all of them. How did they even locate the bosses of the dungeons that fast? And every broadcast had the same unsettling detail. A masked man moving with them and not a registered hunter. Not a known hero. Just a man. News anchors started hesitating mid-sentence. Some stopped calling him unknown. Others stopped calling him human. By the third city, a few analysts were already whispering the same conclusion on live television. By the time they reached Metropolis, the entire country was watching. The S-rank gate was in the heart of the city. It was larger than the others, with a larger pressure. Emergency barricades formed a wide perimeter, but it barely mattered. Crowds had gathered anyway, phones raised, security struggling more with curiosity than control. Police drones hovered overhead. News helicopters circled like vultures. And the Titans stood at the front of it all. Arthur stood slightly ahead of them. He tilted his head slightly toward the gate. His eyes glowed faintly through the mask. This is a red one, he said. Robin immediately stepped closer. Are you certain? Cyborg's scanner beeped rapidly as he stared at readings. Red. That's not what I have here. How can you tell before we even enter? Arthur didn't look away from the gate. Your systems classify by output and instability thresholds, he said calmly. This is beyond that scale. It is not something that you can predict with tools or technology because it changes the moment we enter. Beast Boy frowned. So, this is bad. Arthur's lips curved slightly under the mask. There is an entire different dimension inside, he said. It will be interesting. Raven's eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting is never a good word when you say it, Arthur, but I'm ready either way. Robin crossed his arms. Well, in this case we should follow Red Gate's procedure. Arthur finally turned his head slightly toward him. You can do that, he said, or you can just follow me and we can finish this nice and quick. I just want to see what an S-rank Red Gate really holds. Beast Boy muttered, only you can say something like that like it's normal. Starfire watched the gate carefully. This one really feels dangerous. Even Robin paused for half a second. The crowd was reacting in real time. Why is that masked guy leading them? A reporter near the barricade adjusted his microphone, voice tight with tension. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently observing an unprecedented situation. The Titans of Jump City, alongside an unidentified high-tier hunter or metahuman operative, are preparing to enter what officials are classifying as an S-rank gate. He hesitated, watching Arthur carefully. However, what we are witnessing today is unprecedented. The Titans have already cleared multiple A-rank gates across the country at a speed and efficiency that, frankly, surpasses standard Hunter Guild operations by a wide margin. He swallowed, glancing at the masked figure among them. With their record so far, we can safely say we are looking at a team we can count on. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 479, Giant Dungeon. The moment Arthur and the Titan stepped through the gate, the world itself changed. One instant, Metropolis's controlled chaos and flashing sirens had been behind them. The next, an endless green horizon swallowed everything whole. Trees towered into the sky, their trunks so wide that they couldn't possibly see the sun. The grass beneath their feet wasn't grass at all in any normal sense, it rose past their shoulders, thick and glowing faintly with an unnatural bioluminescence. Robin was the first to move, instinctively scanning the perimeter. Starfire's eyes widened as she slowly turned in place. This is quite beautiful. Cyborg Systems whirred loudly as he adjusted his optics. Okay, yeah, this is officially not in any of my databases. Arthur was correct, though this is not an ordinary dungeon. Beast Boy looked down at the grass swallowing him and immediately jumped back. Okay. Nope. This is way too big. I know this is just grass and trees, but why is everything always terrifying when it's bigger? Behind them, the gate glowed then turned red. The air snapped like a lock sealing shut. Robin turned sharply. It just sealed us inside. Cyborg cut him off. Yeah, I see that, we're locked in now. Blue Beetle floated slightly off the ground to get a better view of the horizon, his expression tightening. We are now inside a foreign dimension with no apparent exit, other than getting rid of the boss of this place that is. Beast Boy slowly turned his head toward Arthur. You knew that was gonna happen, didn't you? I mean the tall trees and whatnot, not that it is a red gate. Arthur didn't even look particularly concerned. His violet eyes glowed faintly beneath his mask as he surveyed the forest like it was just another map he'd memorized long ago. Expected it, he said calmly. Different dimensions always manifest like this. The gate doesn't lead somewhere, it replaces where you stand. These are prisons for these monsters, prisons the rulers made for them. Robin's tone sharpened. Well, you could have at least mentioned where we would end up. Arthur tilted his head slightly. You were all excited to go in. I didn't want to ruin the moment. Cyborg groaned. That's not how warnings work, man. A deep, distant shriek tore through the forest. It was loud like something massive moving through the air itself. Beast Boy physically jolted. Okay, nope. What was that? Arthur's gaze shifted upward slightly. Wyverns. Beast Boy pointed at him. How do you just casually say that like you're reading a menu, bro? Stop panicking, Garf. If you spend enough time here with your powers, you'll be able to transform into one of these beasts as well. I don't like that image in my head. Beast Boy replied. Robin exhaled slowly, trying to regain control of the situation. We need mobility and visibility. We can't move through this terrain like. Arthur raised his hand slightly. The shadows beneath them rippled and something massive emerged from it. A dragon rose from the ground, violet eyes opened across a colossal shadow dragon skull, and wings stretched outward far beyond the canopy. Kamish. Beast Boy stared up at it. Oh boy. Blue Beetle, who had been unusually calm, took one look at the creature and immediately stepped back. That's our ride, I assume. Robin, however, was already assessing it like a tactical asset. Not bad. Arthur nodded once. Yes, this will be our ride. I mean, I can fly, but Kamish is big enough for all of us. Starfire floated closer, looking at the massive shadow dragon with genuine awe. It is magnificent. I've seen it a lot of times before, but not up this close. Kamish lowered its head slightly, acknowledging her words. Then Beast Boy attempted to climb it. He grabbed onto what he thought was a stable ridge of shadowed scale. It immediately shifted. Like the dragon had noticed him touching it. Kamish's eye flicked toward him. A low growl rolled out from Kamish. Beast Boy froze mid-climb. Ah, hey there, buddy. Blue Beetle tried helping him up and accidentally stepped onto a shifting shadow wing. The wing flexed. Both of them lost balance instantly. Whoa. Blue Beetle yelped. Beast Boy grabbed him mid-fall. Why is it moving? Come on, this is not okay. Kamish exhaled through its nostrils, a slow, displeased sound that made the surrounding trees shake slightly. Raven crossed her arms, watching the chaos unfold. This is painful to observe. She smiled anyway, and Starfire placed a hand over her mouth, clearly trying not to laugh. I have no control over him. Arthur lied casually. Beast Boy, still clinging desperately to a shadow ridge, yelled back, "Stop lying, men, at least tell it I intend to survive." Kamish lowered its head further. Then, almost reluctantly, stabilized its form so they could climb properly. Blue Beetle carefully stepped on again, this time slower. Okay, we're good. Kamish immediately rumbled again. Blue Beetle froze. I take it back. We are not good. Raven finally laughed out loud. Even Robin allowed a faint exhale. Arthur gave a small nod toward the dragon. Kamish. The dragon's eyes flicked to him instantly. Fly. Kamish's entire body responded at once, my king, it rumbled. Beast Boy blinked slowly. Of course it talks with a deep voice. A beat of silence followed. Then Kamish launched upward, the forest dropped away beneath them, the enormous world of the dungeon revealing itself in terrifying scale, floating cliffs, distant storm systems trapped between colossal trees, and something massive moving far below that none of them could immediately identify. Robin steadied himself. All right. Starfire grinned despite everything. This is exhilarating. Quite different from flying on my own. Cyborg held onto the shadow scales. I'm gonna need a hardware upgrade after this trip, I swear. Beast Boy, still clinging on for dear life, looked at Arthur. Next time you say, it's fine, I'm leaving, men. Arthur's eyes glowed faintly as he looked out over the endless forest. It is up to you, I can send you home right now if you want to. Wait, you can? Beast Boy asked. Arthur simply smiled at him and Kamish soared deeper into the dungeon world. Below him, the trees were so massive they looked like giant pillars. Arthur stood at the very crown of Kamish's skull, balanced as if gravity doesn't exist. Violet light pulsed faintly in his eyes as he scanned the horizon of what this world contains. The titans clustered behind him along Kamish's spine, gripping scales, ridges, and makeshift holds with varying degrees of confidence. Robin stayed crouched low, braced against the air, eyes already calculating angles, distances, threats that weren't visible yet. This is an ecosystem scaled to an entire world. Beast Boy, clinging too tightly to a ridge, slowly looked down once more, then immediately regretted it. Why did I look down again? Why do I keep doing that, even though I can turn into a bird? Arthur's gaze remained forward, almost detached. There, he said calmly. The others followed his line of sight but they couldn't see it yet. Far ahead, rising out of the endless forest, stood a structure way more massive than the trees they left behind. A castle. But calling it a castle felt like calling a mountain a rock. It was built from stone so massive it looked carved from an entire country. Towers jutted upward aimed at the sky, and along its walls moved shapes, giants, armored and enormous, even from this distance clearly larger than anything the Titans had ever engaged. Arthur's voice carried over the wind. There's a literal fortress at the center of this dimension. Giants occupy it, but they're not limited to it. The entire forest is their hunting ground. Cyborg zoomed in his optics. Yeah. I'm sensing movement everywhere. Can't identify it though. Robin narrowed his eyes. From my perspective, this would have been classified as a national-level extinction event for any hunter force that entered it blindly. Arthur gave a faint, almost approving hum. It is. Time distortion included. What feels like months here is hours outside. Most would never even reach the castle. Beast Boy blinked. Months. Arthur glanced back slightly. If they survive the journey to it at all, the forest itself is a death trap. A low, distant sound rolled across the sky. Beast Boy froze mid-thought. Okay, I don't like that sound. I don't like that sound at all. Arthur's eyes sharpened. Wyverns, he said simply. At first it looked like shadows drifting through clouds. Then the shadows unfolded. Winged forms, enormous and jagged, tore through the upper atmosphere in packs. Their silhouettes distorted against the sky. The shriek that followed wasn't just loud, it vibrated through the air. Beast Boy physically jolted. Cyborg locked his arm into firing position. Yeah, I see them now. And I'm not liking the numbers. Starfire's eyes glowed brighter, energy gathering at her hands. Arthur's expression didn't change. Instead, his hand lifted slightly and pointed a finger at the wyverns. Kamish responded instantly. The shadow dragon's entire body shifted mid-flight, muscles tightening under blackened shadow scales like a weapon being drawn. A deep growl rolled out from him. Arthur's voice was quiet. Full speed, he ordered. Then, without raising his tone at all, he added. Clear the air. Kamish roared. The dragon surged forward, wings tearing through the sky as the Titans were forced to brace as acceleration crushed the air around them. Starfire laughed suddenly bright, exhilarated. It is thrilling. Robin's voice cut through the wind. Focus. Don't enjoy this yet. Arthur remained at the front, unmoving atop Camish's skull as the world rushed beneath them. His violet eyes tracked every movement in the swarm ahead. Be careful, Robin added sharply, they're closing in fast. Arthur's reply came calm, almost detached. So are we. And Camish dove straight into the storm of wings. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 480, The Castle of Giants. The first wyvern burst through the clouds with a shriek sharp enough to shake the air, then came dozens more. The massive winged predators dove from every direction, their scales black-green beneath the stormlight of the dungeon sky. Their wings blotted out entire sections of the clouds as they descended toward Camish like starving beasts sensing another apex predator entering their territory. Only this time, they had chosen the wrong target. Arthur stood unmoving atop Camish's skull, his glowing violet eyes reflected the incoming swarm without even the slightest trace of concern. Behind him, the Titans were already bracing themselves. Robin reached for his staff. Cyborg's cannon shifted into combat mode. Starfire's hands ignited green. Blue Beetle's armor crawled over his body with nervous speed. And Arthur raised one hand without even turning around. Don't lift a finger. The Titans blinked. Arthur's lips curled faintly. Just hang on tight. Beast Boy immediately responded. They are all yours, buddy. Camish roared and the dragon's voice detonated across the sky like a living catastrophe. And then everything happened at once as Camish accelerated so violently the entire world blurred. Beast Boy screamed instantly. Oh come on. Blue Beetle grabbed onto a massive spike on Camish's back for dear life. Why does he fly like he's trying to kill us too? The first wyvern lunged from above. Camish didn't dodge, he met it head-on. Crunch. The shadow dragon's jaws closed around the creature's neck with horrifying force. Bone exploded. Blood sprayed across the clouds as Camish ripped the wyvern clean in half mid-flight without slowing down. Starfire's eyes widened. Oh. Cyborg stared. That was metal as hell. Another pack descended from below. Camish opened his mouth. Dark purple flames erupted across the sky, it was pure annihilation. The breath attack consumed the entire lower formation in an instant, swallowing wyverns whole. Their shrieks lasted less than seconds before their bodies simply disintegrated into burning ash scattered by the wind. The shockwave rocked Camish's back hard enough that Robin nearly lost balance. Hold on. Robin shouted. Way ahead of you. Beast Boy yelled while practically hugging the dragon's spine with both arms and legs in gorilla form. Another wyvern dove toward Camish's side, claws extended. Arthur didn't even move. Camish twisted midair with impossible speed for something his size, one massive wing folding inward as he rolled through the sky. The maneuver nearly launched everyone off his back. Blue Beetle panicked immediately. Nope. 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 Raven, somehow perfectly stable despite the chaos, crossed her arms while floating slightly above Camish's shadow scales. Then she looked toward Beast Boy dangling for dear life and laughed. You look ridiculous. Beast Boy stared at her in betrayal. I'm fighting for my life over here on top of your boyfriend's pet. Camish slammed directly into the attacking wyvern and the impact shattered the creature's ribcage like glass. Before the corpse could even fall, Camish's tail whipped through the clouds and obliterated another one behind them in an explosion of scales and blood. Cyborg's mechanical eye twitched. Okay. This dragon's insane. Arthur's voice came calmly through the chaos. He's enjoying himself. As if understanding the compliment, Camish released another thunderous roar. Then the dragon climbed upward sharply, the wyverns followed. It was a huge mistake as Camish suddenly folded his wings. The shadow dragon dropped through the sky like a meteor. Robin's eyes widened. Arthur. But Arthur remained perfectly still atop Camish's skull and the moment 3 wyverns closed around them. Camish's eyes ignited. A pulse of shadow erupted from his body and the sky itself darkened. Every wyvern caught near the pulse suddenly froze midair for half a second, then their bodies split apart simultaneously. Clean and instant. Like invisible claws had carved through them, blood rained through the clouds. Blue Beetle's jaw dropped. What even was that? Arthur answered casually, Dragon Fear. Jamie blinked. Fear. A special skill some of the strongest of the dragons can use, Camish's presence attacks weaker minds. Beast Boy stared in horror at the dragon beneath them. You brought us onto the back of a nightmare, sometimes I'm really glad that you are on our side. Camish growled proudly. That sounded smug, Cyborg muttered. It was, Raven replied. More wyverns emerged from the storm ahead, dozens this time, their shrieks layering into one monstrous sound. Arthur finally moved and slowly he drew his sword. The violet glow running through the blade illuminated the dark skies around him as he pointed forward toward the approaching swarm. Kamish's massive wings spread wide. Arthur smiled. Straight through them. Leave it to me, my king. The dragon surged forward again. And then Arthur moved. One moment he stood atop Kamish's skull and the next a burst of violet-black energy exploded beneath his feet. The air shattered. A sonic boom tore through the skies as Arthur launched himself forward alone. Catch up, Arthur said calmly over his shoulder, his ashen white hair snapping violently in the wind. I'll fly ahead and clear the path on the castle wall. The giants already have vision on us. Robin opened his mouth. Arthur, why? But it was too late, as Arthur vanished into the clouds like a violet comet. Beast Boy stared after him for a second. There he goes. Raven sighed softly. Then shadows wrapped around her body as she floated upward after him without hesitation. I'm not letting him wander alone. Beast Boy pointed dramatically. And there goes Raven. Starfire blinked once before immediately flying after them with glowing green eyes. Wait for me, Raven. Beast Boy watched her disappear too. And there goes Starfire. He slowly turned toward Cyborg and Blue Beetle who were hanging for dear life on Kamish's back. Damn. Dude's a girl magnet. Robin snorted despite himself while Cyborg laughed. Can you blame them? Cyborg said. Blue Beetle nodded seriously. Yeah, if I had shadow powers I'd probably have followers too. You wish, puny human. Kamish growled beneath them, he was almost offended. Sorry big guy, Jamie added quickly. The shadow dragon beat his massive wings once. The force alone bent the clouds apart, then Kamish surged toward the castle. Not nearly as fast as Arthur, because Arthur himself was already there. The giants barely had time to react. Massive horned warriors standing atop the colossal walls pointed upward as the streak of violet light descended from the sky. One giant roared something in its own language. Arthur crashed directly through its skull. The impact detonated like artillery. Blood exploded across the fortress wall as Arthur tore through the giant's head entirely, emerging from the other side surrounded by gore and shattered bone fragments. The corpse remained standing for half a second before collapsing backward into the fortress below. Dozens of giant soldiers froze atop the walls. Their massive eyes widened, because floating above them now was a single humanoid figure covered in blood, eyes glowing violet, and Arthur slowly looked down at them. Completely calm, the pressure rolling from his body alone made some of the giants instinctively step backward. None of them are the boss. His gaze sharpened. Violet light pulsed through his eyes as his vision pierced through the gigantic fortress beneath him. The castle itself was monstrous. As big as a human city. Massive towers connected through bridges large enough for giants to march through by the thousands. Countless torches burned within the structure while giant warriors flooded the streets below like an organized army preparing for war. And deep inside, Arthur sensed it. A powerful presence, far stronger than the others. There you are. Raven appeared beside him in a swirl of darkness, her cloak fluttering violently in the high winds. Even she looked unsettled, staring down at the endless fortress below. There's so many of them, yeah, none of the hunters would have survived this. Maybe the vessels of the rulers are the only ones that can clear this S-rank dungeon. Starfire landed nearby moments later, floating slightly in the air while staring openly at the giant soldiers beneath them. They truly are enormous up close. One of the giants finally snapped out of its fear and roared in order. Ballistas the size of buildings turned toward them. Arthur didn't even look concerned. Because Kamish descended now. The shadow dragon crashed onto the castle walls with enough force to shake the entire fortress. Stone exploded beneath his claws while giant soldiers lost balance and fell screaming from the battlements. Then Kamish inhaled, the giants panicked instantly. Purple dragon fire erupted across the walls and entire sections of the fortress vanished beneath the blast. Giant soldiers were erased instantly while the stone walls melted and exploded outward in molten debris. The shockwave alone sent burning bodies flying. Beast Boy, still clinging to Kamish's back, stared with wide eyes. Are we even needed here? Cyborg watched the devastation below. I'm starting to think we're emotional support. Robin pinched the bridge of his nose. Arthur ignored the destruction around him and kept staring deeper into the fortress. I'm planning to question the boss of this dungeon before killing him. Raven looked at him. And then. Arthur's eyes glowed brighter. Then I'll question him again after turning him into a shadow. Raven blinked. Why? Arthur crossed his arms while observing the castle. I want answers. These dungeon creatures know more than they should. The rulers imprisoned entire armies inside dimensions like this. There's a possibility the higher-ranking ones possess information about their monarchs. Raven frowned thoughtfully. But if they know something important, why wouldn't they just tell you as shadows? Arthur finally looked toward her. Because they may not be allowed to. That caught everyone's attention. Arthur continued calmly. The rulers are capable of placing restrictions and curses upon prisoners. It's possible some monsters physically cannot reveal certain truths. Raven narrowed her eyes slightly. They can do that. Yes. Arthur's expression darkened faintly. And if that's the case, then the rulers have been hiding far more than they admitted. Below them, war horns suddenly echoed through the gigantic fortress. Hundreds of giants began mobilizing. Massive armored warriors flooded the streets carrying colossal weapons while wyverns rose from towers deeper within the city castle. The entire dimension was waking up to this intruder. Arthur slowly rolled his shoulders. Then he smiled slightly. Now then. Violet energy suddenly pulsed from his body. A ring of black metal manifested around his finger, glowing with deep purple light. Raven immediately recognized it. You're actually using that. Haven't seen you use it in a long time. Arthur glanced at the shadow lantern ring. Been a while, yeah. Darkness spread outward unnaturally across the sky above the fortress. Even Kamish lifted his head slightly. Arthur's glowing eyes focused on the endless giant army below. I think I know how to clear this castle quickly. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 481, Legia's Commander. Arthur lifted his hand slowly and the shadow lantern ring on his finger flared to life. Behind him, the sky above the colossal fortress twisted into a spiraling void of black-violet energy. Then Arthur spoke. Let create a path. The words were quiet. But the result was catastrophic. A massive drill of condensed shadow erupted into existence above him, an enormous rotating spear of darkness and violet light. It wasn't simply energy, it was pressure and intent made manifest. Then it launched forward. The shadow drill tore through the air. The fortress reacted instantly, giant ballistas fired, wyverns descended, armored giant soldiers rushed the battlements, but everything hit the construct and simply disappeared into it. The drill pierced the outer walls of the castle city in a single devastating impact. The stone had evaporated, the entire defensive towers were ripped apart as the construct bored straight through them, carving a glowing tunnel of annihilation through the fortress like a god's spear. The giants inside barely had time to register what was happening. A second later, the drill moved through them. Hundreds were gone instantly. No scream survived long enough to matter and the titans watched as the entire fortress began to collapse inward along a single glowing axis of destruction. Cyborg stared in disbelief. He just made a tunnel through the whole castle. Robin's voice came slower than usual. He has no filter whatsoever with monsters. Beast Boy, gripping the edge of Kamish's back, swallowed hard. I don't feel so good, guys. Before anyone could respond, Beast Boy transformed, his body surged upward in a violent burst of green energy, bones shifting, wings tearing outward, until a massive wyvern form replaced him midair, far larger and more feral than his usual transformations. He roared. Then immediately dove into the chaos. Garf. Cyborg shouted. Blue Beetle flinched. Dude, what the? But the wyvern Beast Boy slammed into the giants, tearing through their formation with raw instinct, knocking them off balance as he ripped weapons from their hands and flung them aside. Raven blinked once. That's actually better than his usual transformations. Arthur, already moving, glanced back for a second. A faint smile crossed his face. That's not bad. Then he dropped. He fell like a meteor into the fortress. The moment his boots hit the stone, the impact cracked the ground outward in a spiderweb of destruction. A giant swung a colossal mace down at him. Arthur didn't even raise his sword fully. He tilted his body slightly. The mace passed through empty air. One step and Arthur appeared at the giant's side. His blade moved once, the weapon shattered and the giant's arm followed. A second movement, barely visible, the giant's head detached from its body and collapsed backward. Arthur didn't stop moving as another giant charged. 2 steps, 1 slash, and its spear broke mid-swing. Its chest opened like paper. Another came from behind. Arthur pivoted and a single arc of violet steel. The giant's torso split cleanly in 2. Above him, Raven floated down into the battlefield, hands glowing as she restrained incoming giants with dark energy spells, hurling them into Kamish's flames. Starfire streaked through the air, blasting armored giants apart with concentrated energy bursts. Robin moved like a shadow between colossal legs, targeting joints and weak points with precision strikes with his mana-boosted staff, disabling giants far larger than him only for Cyborg fired sonic cannons to finish them off, and staggering wyverns before they could dive. Blue Beetle formed shields and energy blades, barely keeping pace but adapting fast. And Arthur was not fighting in a battle. He was basically training. Every movement he made reduced a giant from a soldier into silence. From above, Beast Boy's wyvern form tore through formations, roaring as he smashed giants into fortress walls, creating chaos across the battlefield. Arthur's voice cut through the carnage. This place seems in good hands. He stopped for a moment, sword dripping violet light. But just in case. Darkness pooled beside him. A shadow tore open reality itself. From it stepped Galatea. She landed gracefully, kneeling instantly before him. "My king," she said smoothly. "Your orders." Arthur glanced toward the Titans mid-fight. "Keep them safe. Let them fight, but they need to sweat a bit. Just keep them alive." Galatea's eyes drifted toward Robin, Cyborg, and the others tearing through giants with effort and chaos. A soft smile formed. "Babysitting, I see." She rose slowly. "If that is your command, my king, I will ensure these fools remain alive." Arthur almost exhaled a laugh at her tone. "Try not to be too harsh on them." "Of course, my king," she replied, already moving. Arthur turned away from the chaos and walked straight into the path carved by his shadow lantern drill. The deeper he went, the hotter the air became. War machines, giant siege weapons built from bone, metal. Crude yet terrifying, designed for wars that lasted centuries. Giants flooded the corridors ahead, alerted now to his overwhelming presence. Arthur stopped at the threshold of the massive inner courtyard. A space the size of a human city square, except everything was built for beings 10 times larger. Weapons were stacked like monuments. Dead trees of iron and bone rose from the ground. And in the center, an army of giants. All turning toward him at once. Arthur tilted his head slightly. His violet eyes reflected the entire battlefield. "Yeah." His voice was quiet. This dungeon was not meant for S-rank hunters at all. Even a vessel of the rulers would find this challenging. Then he stepped forward. And the courtyard erupted into war. Stone cracked beneath the feet of giants as they surged forward in endless waves, armored war machines groaning behind them all aimed towards Arthur. The air itself felt thick with mana, blood, and the oppressive presence of an entire army built for annihilation. Arthur simply looked at them. Then he spoke, almost quietly, "I'm glad we got to do this, ourselves." The first giant reached him. Arthur's sword descended in a single arc and shadow erupted outward. A crescent of violet-black energy expanded from the strike like a silent explosion. The giant didn't just fall, it was erased, its body splitting into fragments of light and shadow that dissolved before they even touched the ground. Behind it, the wave continued. The slash carried forward through the courtyard and dozens of giants behind the first were cut down in the same instant. They were deleted and Arthur didn't even look back. His shadow lantern ring flared again. The air above him fractured as a massive construct formed, this time not a drill, but a towering spectral scythe, larger than the giants themselves. It hovered behind him like a grim omen, its blade dripping with condensed darkness. Arthur raised his hand slightly. The scythe moved and it swept horizontally. A second wave of giants collapsed as the scythe passed through them, their bodies dissolving into ash-like shadows that scattered across the battlefield. The courtyard became a slaughterhouse. Every step Arthur took removed another layer of resistance with the power of death. Giants tried to surround him, he vanished into shadow and he reappeared above them. The scythe descended. The ground ruptured under the weight of its strike, carving a canyon through the battlefield as entire rows of giants were swept away in a single motion. From above, Raven paused mid-flight for a second, her eyes narrowing as she watched the scale of destruction. "He's gotten much stronger than before," she murmured. Cyborg exhaled sharply. "Yeah. We're just watching cleanup at this point." From the far end of the courtyard, the giants parted. A massive shape descended from above the clouds. A giant wyvern. But not like the others. This one was chained in armor-like scales, its wings scarred by ancient scars. On its back stood a giant far larger than the rest, clad in battle-worn armor forged from blackened steel. In his hands rested a greatsword engulfed in living flame, the fire twisting unnaturally. He landed with a shockwave that cracked the courtyard stone apart. Dust rose and silence followed. The giant stopped moving. The giant's burning eyes locked onto Arthur immediately. "Monarch of Shadows." His voice was unmistakably different from the rest. Arthur stood still, the scythe hovering behind him like a patient executioner. Then he tilted his head slightly. "Oh," Arthur said softly. A faint amused exhale followed. "You seem to be one of his actual commanders." His violet eyes narrowed slightly. "Legias." The burning giant tightened his grip on his greatsword and the flames around the blade surged higher in response. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 482, Giant Shadow Army. The burning giant sat atop the armored wyvern like a warlord, and flames crawled along the edge of his colossal greatsword, spilling sparks across the shattered courtyard beneath him. Around the two of them, the remains of dead giants burned among broken siege weapons and rivers of blackened blood. Arthur floated a few feet above the ruined stone, his glowing violet eyes met the giant's burning gaze. Then Arthur spoke. "State your name, giant." The wyvern snarled beneath its rider, smoke pouring from its jaws as the giant slowly raised his sword and pointed it directly at Arthur. "I am Malith," he declared, voice echoing through the fortress. "One of the loyal servants of the Monarch of Beginning." The flames around his blade intensified violently. "And you, Monarch of Shadows, are an enemy of my monarch that must be destroyed." Arthur's expression barely changed. "Quite the ambition." His voice remained calm. "But before I kill you, do you know where your monarch is?" Malith said nothing. Arthur tilted his head slightly. "Or if he is even alive." The answer came in the form of violence. The wyvern exploded forward with a deafening roar, wings tearing through the air as Malith brought the burning greatsword down toward Arthur's skull. Arthur moved casually. The blade crashed into the courtyard. Boom. Flames erupted across the battlefield. Stone shattered for hundreds of meters outward. Arthur was already somewhere else, floating calmly beside the wyvern's head. "No answer," Arthur noted. Malith roared and swung again. Arthur leaned backward slightly. The massive blade passed inches from his face. The pressure alone tore apart distant walls behind him. Arthur's eyes narrowed faintly. "Are you bound by the rulers?" he asked while dodging another strike. "Shackled here." The giant answered with another furious attack. Arthur vanished into shadow. The greatsword struck empty air. He reappeared above Malith. "There are so many of you here, giant folk." Arthur avoided a blast of flame from the wyvern beneath him before continuing almost conversationally. "Are you part of a larger defeated army?" Another strike. Another effortless dodge from Arthur. "Did the rulers capture all of you alongside your monarch?" Malith's attacks became heavier, more violent. The flames around him surged hotter with every word Arthur spoke. "Or," Arthur said quietly, appearing directly in front of him midair, "does your new monarch care little about you?" Malith roared in fury. "We are loyal to the giant monarch and we can." His voice distorted violently. The words broke apart unnaturally, like invisible chains tightening around his throat. Arthur saw it immediately. The glowing symbols appearing briefly beneath Malith's skin. A curse. Arthur smiled faintly. "Of course." The wyvern lunged again, and Arthur grabbed its upper jaw mid-charge. The entire battlefield shook and the beast's momentum stopped instantly. Its massive eyes widened. Arthur's violet gaze glowed brighter. "You're cursed as well," Arthur said softly. "You can't share what you know." The wyvern tried to pull away. Arthur's hand tightened. Crack. The upper half of the wyvern's skull shattered in his grip. Before the corpse could even fall, Arthur swung his sword once. A line of violet light crossed the sky. The wyvern split cleanly in half. Malith leapt from the collapsing beast with monstrous speed, bringing his flaming blade down toward Arthur with enough force to flatten everything beneath him. This time Arthur drew his own sword fully. Their blades collided, the shockwave obliterated the remaining towers nearby. Flames and shadows erupted outward together. Malith's eyes widened slightly. Arthur hadn't moved an inch. Then Arthur smiled. "So be it." The Shadow Monarch's voice lowered. "Your shadow will speak instead." Arthur pushed forward. And the fight truly began. Malith roared and attacked relentlessly. For a giant, his swordsmanship was absurdly refined. He was not wild or clumsy with his attacks, every strike carried centuries of warfare behind it. Sweeping flame arcs carved through the battlefield while his movements shook the ground beneath them. But Arthur, he looked like he was enjoying himself. He flowed around every strike effortlessly, one moment standing before Malith. The next already behind him, their swords collided dozens of times in seconds, black-violet sparks erupting through the air with every impact. Malith swung horizontally. Arthur ducked beneath it. The burning blade passed over his head close enough to distort the air. Arthur stepped forward inside the giant's guard and slashed upward. Malith barely blocked in time. Boom. The impact forced the giant backward across the courtyard. Arthur pursued instantly and their swords collided again. Every strike was faster and sharper. The courtyard collapsed around them under the pressure of their battle. From a distance, the Titans could only stare. Robin's eyes tracked the impossible exchange below. "He's playing with him." Cyborg looked stunned. "That giant's strong as hell too." Raven floated silently, cloak shifting in the violent winds created by the battle. Arthur is not using even 10% of his actual strength, she murmured. Malith roared and unleashed a massive wave of flame from his sword. Arthur raised his hand. The shadow lantern ring ignited. Darkness condensed instantly and a colossal black shield formed before him, swallowing the flames whole. Then the shield transformed into chains. Dozens of shadow chains burst outward and wrapped around Malith's arm mid-swing. The giant roared and tore free through sheer strength, but Arthur was already there. One slash and Malith's shoulder armor exploded apart. Second slash, his knee buckled. Third strike, Arthur's blade pierced cleanly through the giant's chest. Malith staggered backward. His burning greatsword slipped from his hand. Arthur stood before him calmly, sword lowered at his side. The giant looked down at the blade through his chest. Then back at Arthur. Such strength. Arthur's eyes glowed brighter and then he ripped the sword free. Then moved once more. A single clean slash crossed Malith's neck. The giant commander froze. And his head fell, the massive body collapsed moments later and silence spread across the battlefield. Then darkness moved. Shadows pooled beneath the corpses littering the courtyard. Arthur's violet eyes burned like twin stars in that darkness. Arise, he muttered. The battlefield answered him. One by one. Shadows peeled themselves from the broken corpses of the giants. Massive dark forms emerged from beneath the ground itself. Dozens, hundreds all kneeling instantly before him. Among them. Malith rose once more. Now clad in black-violet shadow armor, eyes glowing with absolute loyalty. The former commander knelt deeply. My king. The battlefield outside had become absolute chaos, the corpses of giants littered the ground, wyverns screamed overhead, only to be dragged out of the sky by Kamish or blasted apart by Starfire's emerald bolts. And somewhere in the middle of it all, Blue Beetle was screaming. Why am I upside down? Galatea flew through the battlefield holding him casually by one ankle. Upside down, like luggage. The Shadow Marshal looked entirely unbothered by it. Below them, a giant charged through the smoke carrying a massive axe larger than a bus. Blue Beetle pointed wildly. Big guy. Big guy. Big guy. I see him, idiot, Galatea replied flatly. The giant roared and swung. Galatea moved so fast the air cracked. One moment she was holding Jamie upside down. The next, a violet streak crossed the battlefield. The giant froze mid-swing. Then its head slid off its shoulders. The massive corpse collapsed backward, flattening part of the ruined wall behind it. Galatea returned to hovering casually like nothing happened. Blue Beetle blinked upside down. Okay, that was kinda awesome. You are remarkably fragile, Galatea observed. My king told me to keep you alive. You people make that task unnecessarily difficult. Could you at least hold me normally? No. Nearby, Beast Boy, still in his massive wyvern form, landed heavily on the shattered stone while laughing loudly while turning back into his human form. Dude. You look like a bag of groceries. Shut up. Robin landed beside them, staff spinning once before collapsing back into its compact form. Focus up, he warned, though even he sounded distracted. Because all of them felt it. That familiar pressure. Raven slowly turned toward the center of the fortress. Far in the distance, darkness erupted upward like a wave. The shadows of the dead giants stretched unnaturally across the battlefield. Then they began to rise. One after another, every giant Arthur killed and every giant the Titans defeated. Even the corpses scattered across distant walls and ruined towers began moving. Black-violet shadows peeled themselves free from the dead like souls answering a king's call. Cyborg stared. Nah, this is still very eerie, I can never get used to it. A giant they had defeated earlier slowly stood back up, now clad in dark shadow armor with glowing violet eyes. Then another. Then another. Dozens to hundreds. An entire army of shadow giants began kneeling across the battlefield toward the same direction. Toward Arthur. Beast Boy was back in human form atop the ruined wall, breathing heavily. I'm never getting used to that new form of mine either. Starfire floated silently beside Raven, eyes reflecting the massive army of shadows below. It is both beautiful and terrifying. Robin exhaled slowly. An entire S-rank dungeon. He looked toward the kneeling army. Converted into his in less than an hour. Even Galatea smiled faintly at the sight. There is our king. Far below them, Arthur stood in the middle of the ruined courtyard surrounded by kneeling shadow giants. The fortress city that once belonged to the giant army now looked conquered. Claimed, while Malith knelt before him in his new shadow form. The giant commander's burning arrogance was gone. Only loyalty remained. Arthur's violet eyes glowed brighter as he looked down at him. Tell me everything you know about the giant monarch. His voice echoed calmly through the ruined battlefield. Including the rulers, or the other monarchs, if you know anything. Malith lowered his head further immediately. As you command, my king. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 483, The Giant Monarch's Lost Army. Arthur's glowing violet eyes rested on him calmly. Tell me everything you know about the Giant Monarch. Malith immediately obeyed. Our monarch was captured long ago by the rulers during the ancient war. His deep voice echoed across the courtyard. The prison realms humans called dungeons were originally meant to contain large portions of his armies, alongside the other captured armies of the monarchs. Arthur listened silently. Entire battalions of giant warriors were sealed across countless dimensions. Arthur nodded faintly. So I guessed correctly. Malith lowered his head further. Yes, my king. The giant's glowing eyes dimmed slightly before continuing. But our monarch escaped their capture. That made Arthur raise an eyebrow. Malith continued carefully. However, he returned recently. The shadow giant's expression shifted subtly. He was changed. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Changed? You mean a different person that can only be his successor then? Malith hesitated for the briefest moment. He was wounded in spirit, he answered. Distrustful. Obsessed with reclaiming his full strength. Arthur remained silent. The description sounded familiar, all monarchs shared that trait. The giant monarch attempted to contact us, his commanders to return and gather once more, but he failed. Malith looked around the ruined fortress. A curse binds us to this place. We are chained inside these dungeons with a single purpose. His voice deepened bitterly. To kill humans, or become their prey if we fail. Arthur spoke again. Did your monarch say anything else? Malith nodded slowly. Even in this prison, his command reached us. The giant's glowing eyes flickered faintly. But his ally constantly pressured him. Arthur immediately understood. The giant monarch lacks manpower, Malith explained. Most of us were captured alongside him. Arthur crossed his arms thoughtfully. Interesting. His violet eyes glowed faintly brighter. So this ally must be the dragon monarch. He exhaled slowly. I don't see anyone else daring to nag Legia other than Antares' successor. Arthur looked back toward Malith. I assume you know nothing else regarding the other monarchs. The giant bowed deeply again. I am sorry for being useless, my king. His voice carried genuine shame now. I have said all I know. Arthur looked at him for a few seconds. Then he spoke calmly. It was useful. Malith slowly looked up. At least now I know the giant monarch is alive and free, lacking manpower, and allied with the dragon monarch. Arthur's gaze drifted toward the skies of the dungeon. That alone is valuable information to me. Then, unexpectedly Arthur said quietly. Thank you. Malith froze slightly. Arthur simply raised one hand afterward. The shadow giants immediately dissolved into darkness. Massive bodies collapsed into black smoke before flowing directly into Arthur's shadow beneath his feet. An entire army vanished in seconds. The ruined courtyard became silent once more. Arthur exhaled softly. Well, that was both useful and eventful. He turned and began walking back toward the Titans. They had gathered near the broken outer walls of the fortress after the battle ended. Most of them looked exhausted. Beast Boy was lying flat on his back against a giant broken stone while breathing heavily. Cyborg sat nearby with visible scorch marks across his body. Blue Beetle looked like he had mentally checked out of reality entirely. Robin was reviewing tactical data on one of his holographic displays despite clearly being tired himself. Starfire floated quietly nearby. And Galatea stood beside them with crossed arms looking entirely unimpressed by everyone's condition. Arthur approached them casually. Really? He asked. Already exhausted? Jamie looked up immediately. Sorry, we're not exactly a death god like a certain someone. Arthur almost smiled. Fair point. Raven walked over and grabbed Arthur's hand naturally, not even seeming aware she did it. Did you learn anything useful? She asked. You said you were going to question the giants. Arthur glanced down at her hand briefly before answering. I just did. His tone became more serious. And yes, I learned something useful. That immediately got Robin's attention. Before he could ask, Arthur continued. This dungeon will close soon. The exit is no longer sealed since I killed the boss. Beast Boy blinked tiredly. Good. Robin narrowed his eyes slightly. It's a massive dimension, he pointed out. How did you even find the boss that quickly? Arthur answered simply. I used my presence to draw him toward me. The Titans stared. Arthur continued walking while speaking. There are multiple giant keeps scattered throughout this dimension. While you were fighting, I secretly sent Baru and Hel ahead to scout. Robin sighed immediately. Of course. Arthur nodded. They cleared the other keeps already. Cyborg nearly choked. They what? Arthur looked entirely unbothered. They killed the giant stationed there and I added them to my army, simple. He paused briefly. So overall, it was a good raid. Jamie stared at him in disbelief. You conquered what can be considered an entire civilization in like, an hour. Arthur tilted his head slightly. When you say it like that, it sounds excessive. They were many but not enough to populate a planet. It was excessive. Arthur ignored him completely. And I collected all the loot worth taking. Robin immediately groaned. You looted the dungeon too? Arthur looked at him calmly. Obviously. Then he added. Take everything to Hephaestus back in the watchtower. He'll know what to do with it. Robin and Cyborg exchanged a long look. Neither even questioned it anymore. Okay, Cyborg finally said weakly. Arthur nodded once. One more thing. The tone in his voice became noticeably firmer. Robin straightened slightly. Arthur's glowing eyes swept across them all. Tell Bruce to add another rule for the hunters. S-rank gates are to be taken by S-ranks alone. His gaze turned briefly toward the endless giant fortress behind them. This dungeon was certain death for regular S-ranks. Then he looked directly at the Titans. And honestly, it probably would have killed you too if I wasn't here or Raven. Blue Beetle immediately pointed at him. See? That smug face right there. Raven actually laughed softly. Robin shook his head with a tired smile. Annoyingly enough, he's right. The Red Gate in the middle of Metropolis had become the center of the entire city. Police barricades stretched across several streets while Hunter Association officials, military personnel, reporters, drones, and thousands of civilians crowded every possible rooftop and sidewalk around the massive dimensional rupture. The gate itself pulsed violently now. Its crimson surface distorted unnaturally like something inside was trying to tear reality apart. People whispered nervously while cameras remained fixed on it. An S-rank Red Gate, even hearing those words was enough to terrify people now. Especially after Gotham. And the Titans had entered it. Minutes passed. Then more. One reporter stood near the front lines, speaking rapidly into a microphone while the cameraman focused on the massive gate behind him. Still no sign of the Titans or the unidentified masked individual accompanying them. Officials have refused to disclose the exact threat classification of this S-rank gate beyond confirming the gate evolved into a red gate shortly before entry. Suddenly, the gate rippled violently and the crowd gasped. The reporter immediately turned. Wait. Something's happening. The crimson surface split apart. Then figures emerged. Robin stepped out first. Covered in dust and giant blood. His cape was torn in several places. Behind him came Cyborg carrying pieces of broken giant weaponry over one shoulder while muttering. I swear I'm never fighting giants again. Starfire floated out next with scratches across her uniform but otherwise unharmed. Beast Boy practically stumbled out afterward looking traumatized. I hate wyverns. He announced immediately to nobody in particular. I officially hate wyverns. Blue Beetle emerged beside him looking equally exhausted. Then Raven walked out calmly through the red gate, cloak slightly damaged. The crowd erupted immediately. They made it out. Oh my god. The Titans cleared it. No casualties. They actually survived a red S-rank gate. Cameras flashed everywhere. Hunter officials immediately rushed forward while reporters nearly lost their minds trying to break through the barricades. Then, the final figure emerged. Silence spread strangely through the crowd. Arthur stepped out of the gate slowly. Still wearing the black tactical armor Robin gave him. Dark armored plates covered his body while the black mask concealed most of his face entirely. Only strands of his ashen white hair remained visible and his glowing violet eyes. In one hand he still carried his sword. The blade dripped giant blood onto the pavement. The crowd stared at him. Everyone suddenly recognized him, even beneath all that. The mysterious shadow figure from Gotham. The one from the footage. Whispers immediately spread across the entire crowd. That's him. The Shadow Man. No way. Is that Arthur Blackwynd? I thought he attacked someone in Japan. He was the one clearing gates alongside them. How can we be sure that it's him? Look at those eyes, surely that's him. Reporters immediately surged forward. Sir. Sir. Are you affiliated with the Justice League? What exactly was the threat level in there? Did you truly clear multiple gates across the country today? Is it true you can control monsters? Did you really attack Hunter Renshiro in Japan? Sir Arthur. Robin immediately sighed. Oh great, the armor and the mask were useless as I predicted. Cyborg rubbed his forehead. And there it is. Hunter Association officials quickly intervened, trying to create space while speaking with the Titans. Several officials approached Robin directly with visibly nervous expressions. Report status, sir, one demanded. Robin handed over a data device calmly. S-rank red gate successfully cleared. Dungeon boss eliminated. No casualties, everything is in order. The official blinked. That's it. Robin looked exhausted. What more do you want? Meanwhile, Arthur ignored the reporters entirely. He simply turned around toward the still active red gate behind him. The gigantic dimensional rupture pulsed ominously one last time. The entire crowd watched carefully. Then Arthur slowly raised one hand. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Darkness gathered around his fingers. Violet energy flickered beneath his gloves. And then, the red gate collapsed inward. With no dramatic eruption, the massive dimensional tear simply compressed into itself unnaturally before disappearing entirely like it had never existed. The crowd fell completely silent. Even the reporters stopped speaking. The empty space where the gate once stood remained untouched. A little girl somewhere in the crowd whispered quietly. Cool. That seemed to snap everyone back to reality. People began clapping somewhere in the distance. Then more joined in. Relieved laughter spread through the streets. One alderman shook his head while staring at Arthur. Thank God the Justice League exists. Another person nearby muttered nervously. I'm still not sure that guy is human. Arthur overheard it, and he simply walked away saying nothing. Reporters continued trying desperately to approach him. But every time they got too close, the shadows around Arthur subtly moved. Invisible shadow hands were grabbing the legs of the reporters and keeping them from moving, not harshly but just enough to stop them. Raven noticed and smirked faintly beneath her hood. Very subtle, my love. Arthur glanced at her. I'm trying. And you're failing, she said with a smile. Beast Boy pointed toward the crowd. Oh, they are never leaving you alone now. Arthur sighed behind the mask. I prefer monsters. Robin actually laughed quietly at that. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 484, Steppenwolf. Justice League Watchtower. Dozens of screens floated in front of Batman and every one of them displayed footage from across the world. News stations replaying the Titans emerging from the Red Gate in Metropolis. Hunter Association reports and civilian footage captured on phones. Arthur standing before the collapsing gate with glowing violet eyes behind the black mask. Bruce watched it all silently, arms crossed with a calm expression. Behind him, Martian Manhunter stood calmly with his hands folded behind his back while observing the screens with thoughtful eyes. On one hologram, Beast Boy was enthusiastically reenacting Kamish annihilating wyverns for a group of reporters despite Robin clearly trying to stop him. Another screen showed civilians cheering after the Red Gate vanished. Then another displayed the masked Arthur walking away from the scene while reporters desperately followed behind barricades. John tilted his head slightly. You knew he was going to join them, didn't you? Bruce didn't look away from the screens. Yes. The answer came immediately. With Raven on the team, Arthur was bound to involve himself eventually. A different recording began playing automatically. Arthur stepping into the gate first without waiting for the Titans. Bruce almost looked amused for half a second. He would have joined regardless if they found themselves in danger, he continued. Even if he hadn't planned to initially. John nodded slowly. That much is obvious. The Martian's gaze shifted toward another screen showing drone footage of the Titans returning from one of the earlier gates Arthur cleared almost instantly. Still. Even John sounded impressed now. It is remarkable that they cleared a red S-rank gate in such a short amount of time. Bruce finally leaned back slightly in his chair. Yeah. For once, there was no skepticism in his tone, just honesty. It's fortunate Arthur was with them. He tapped one of the holographic reports. Robin's mission logs immediately expanded across the screen. Dungeon structure analysis, threat estimations, hostile species. Estimated giant population and wyvern density. Bruce's eyes narrowed slightly as he reviewed it again. According to Robin's report, he said calmly, that dungeon shouldn't even have been classified as S-rank. John moved closer to the hologram. The Martian's expression grew more serious the longer he read. Army-class population density, he murmured. Large-scale dimensional territory. Multiple fortress structures. Air superiority threats. He looked up. Basically, a death trap. Bruce nodded once. Exactly. John exhaled quietly. I'm glad they entered it with Arthur, it could have been ugly. Bruce remained silent for a moment before speaking again. It seems Arthur wants us to re-evaluate global dungeon raid regulations. John glanced at him. And Bruce looked toward the footage of the red gate disappearing. At this point, his voice became quieter. He's right. The watchtower lights reflected faintly across Bruce's cowl as he continued. The gates are becoming increasingly unstable all over the world ever since the Monarch Gate appeared in Gotham. More screens lit up. Rising casualty percentages, mutation probabilities for the monsters inside dungeons, new dungeon variants and unclassified magical readings for certain gates. Bruce continued analyzing all of it in silence before John spoke again. We should also make contact with the unclassified hunters. Bruce immediately understood what he meant. The vessels of the rulers. John nodded. All 7 of them. Bruce finally turned slightly toward him. You found the remaining 2. A faint smile appeared on Martian Manhunter's face. Of course. There was calm pride in his voice now. You entrusted that mission to me. He folded his arms. I could hardly disappoint you. Bruce huffed quietly. For Batman, that practically counted as praise. Good. He turned back toward the screens again. We need communication established with all of them. John's expression shifted subtly afterward. Though. Bruce immediately noticed it. You're worried about one. John nodded. The Japanese hunter. Bruce sighed already. Renshiro. Yes. The Martian actually looked mildly exhausted just saying the name. He may prove difficult to convince to come have a chat with us after recent events. Bruce almost smirked beneath the cowl. Oh. That incident involving Arthur. Several screens immediately changed. Footage from Tokyo appeared. The destroyed office inside Samurai Guild headquarters. News coverage, witness reports and pictures of Arthur and Raven entering the building earlier that day. John crossed his arms. The entire situation became an international incident in under 20 minutes. Bruce answered flatly. That sounds about right for Arthur. John gave him a look and Bruce continued calmly. I knew Arthur would eventually seek out one of the vessels, he said so himself. He enlarged another report and magical energy burst. Light explosion and spatial distortion. I just didn't expect him to blow up the man's office. John actually chuckled quietly at that. Bruce narrowed his eyes slightly at the footage again. But something about it was clearly wrong, the fact that they both vanished after that was weird. I did a bit of investigation, and it turned out to be that the hunter attacked Arthur, not the other way around. His tone sharpened now. Arthur is impulsive. Arrogant too, sometimes. John nodded in agreement. But he doesn't randomly attack people. Bruce tapped another command. New footage appeared, live footage. Renshiro standing outside Samurai Guild headquarters surrounded by reporters and cameras. The Japanese hunter looked dramatically overconfident even while discussing the incident. His massive frame towered over most of the reporters while his absurdly ornate katana rested at his waist. One reporter quickly asked. Guildmaster Renshiro. Is it true the Shadowman attacked you personally? Renshiro crossed his arms confidently. Attack is a strong word. Bruce and John both stared silently. Renshiro continued proudly. He likely came seeking a challenge after witnessing my overwhelming power. Bruce slowly removed his gloves halfway. That was never a good sign. Another reporter immediately asked. Then did you defeat him? Renshiro smiled broadly. Defeat is unnecessary when your opponent realizes the gap in strength. John blinked once. Bruce just stared at the screen. If Arthur attacked him truly. I understand him, John admitted. Renshiro continued speaking dramatically. Of course, had we truly fought seriously, Mount Fuji itself may not have survived. Bruce closed his eyes briefly. Dear God. John actually laughed this time. A genuine laugh. That man truly is. Bruce rubbed the bridge of his nose. That explains why Arthur teleported him away, this person was clearly hard to talk to. John looked curious. Bruce answered immediately. He was probably too confused to share useful information. On screen, Renshiro suddenly pointed confidently toward the cameras. But rest assured. Should this Shadowman threaten the strongest hunters again, I, Renshiro, shall stand against him. Bruce stared at the screen for several long seconds. Then quietly muttered. Arthur is going to hate this. Deep within the uncharted reaches of space, where light itself seemed reluctant to travel, a dying world burned. The planet's civilizations had already been reduced to ruins, its continents carved open by warships that never belonged to its history. What remained was resistance. Not from armies or kings, but from a handful of warriors who refused to let it end quietly. 6 shadow lanterns had answered its final call. Wherever they flew, darkness followed. Parademons filled the horizon in endless waves, screeching as they descended upon the planet's broken cities. But the lanterns did not retreat. A towering insectoid lantern raised both arms, forming twin crescents of condensed shadow that sliced through an entire swarm of parademons in a single attack. Another, cloaked in drifting black mist, descended into the ruins below and emerged seconds later with dozens of shadow spears hovering behind him, each one launching upward to impale incoming enemy flyers before they could even reach the ground. "We hold the line," one of them roared across the battlefield, his voice amplified through his ring as it pulsed with unstable violet energy. "We must protect this planet from the forces of apocalypse." The others answered without hesitation. "For the fallen. For the living. For NYX." At the mention of that last name, their power surged. The shadows around them deepened, as if responding to a presence far beyond the battlefield. The parademons faltered for the first time, their formations breaking as the lanterns pressed forward with overwhelming force. It almost looked like victory. Almost. Then the sky tore open. A massive warship descended through the rupture, its hull jagged and black, etched with Omega runes. The shadow lanterns immediately halted their advance. Even the parademons paused. The warship landed beyond the battlefield with a force that shattered the surrounding terrain, sending shockwaves rippling through the ruins. Then the hatch opened, and he stepped out. The figure was enormous, clad in armor that looked forged from conquest itself. Steppenwolf. His eyes swept across the battlefield with cold indifference, as though the destruction around him was nothing more than an inconvenience. Parademons lowered their heads instinctively, sensing authority far beyond their own terror. Then his gaze locked onto the shadow lanterns. A slow, dismissive smile formed on his face. "So these are the pests. The shadow lanterns." His voice carried effortlessly across the battlefield. "It is not wise to continue meddling with the affairs of the Great One." One of the shadow lanterns tightened his fists, shadows flickering violently around him as his ring responded to his anger. "Stand your ground," he muttered, though the tension in his voice betrayed him. "Do not let him intimidate you." Another lantern, standing slightly ahead, narrowed his glowing eyes. "That is Steppenwolf." The name alone carried weight. Even among warriors who had faced planetary extinction events, even among those who had survived the horrors of apocalypse, that name was not spoken lightly. Steppenwolf tilted his head slightly, as if amused by the recognition. "You know of me," he said calmly. "Of course you do." He began walking forward and each step cracked the ground beneath him. "I was told there were warriors here who were borrowed darkness," he continued. "Power taken from a source they barely understand." All 6 lanterns responded instantly, forming constructs in unison. Blades of shadow materialized in their hands. Wings of darkness unfolded behind them. Entire formations of energy coalesced into weapons shaped by will alone. "We are not your prey," one of them declared firmly. "This world is under our protection." Steppenwolf stopped, then he laughed. "Protection." He repeated the word slowly, as though tasting its meaning. "You mistake yourselves for the Guardians." His hand tightened around the massive axe resting at his side. "You are obstacles." And then he moved. Nothing more. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 485, Steppenwolf vs. the Shadow Lanterns. The Shadow Lanterns and Steppenwolf clashed, parademons filled the air in relentless waves. They were what remained of special warriors sent when entire worlds were deemed at risk of total annihilation. They had arrived too late to save the planet. But not too late to decide it would not die to apocalypse forces. A tall lantern descended through the smoke, wings formed of condensed shadow energy flaring behind him. He raised his arm, and the darkness around him answered instantly, shaping into dozens of elongated blades that fired outward in synchronized arcs. Parademons fell from the sky in waves. Another lantern, a heavily armored brute with jagged bone-like plating across his shoulders, slammed both fists into the ground. The impact didn't just crack the terrain, it rippled outward in a pulse of shadow energy that swallowed an entire swarm of parademons mid-flight, erasing them into nothingness. "We are the last line of defense here," he growled, and a third lantern, smaller but faster than the rest, blurred through the battlefield like a streak of darkness, leaving after images of himself that lingered just long enough to strike before vanishing. Parademons tried to track him, but only found empty space, and then death from behind. Above them all, warships opened fire. Beams of crimson annihilation streaked downward. The lantern raised her hands, eyes glowing. "By Nyx, we will not fall today." The shadows around her erupted upward, forming a colossal dome that intercepted the incoming barrage. The impact alone was enough to fracture the sky, shock waves rolling outward across the battlefield. It held for some time, then the dome shattered. Not from the ships, but from him. Steppenwolf. He stepped off the shattered remnants of a fallen Parademon carrier. His armor was scorched now, not from damage, but from proximity to the lantern's combined power. Even so, he looked unbothered, almost disappointed. "So," he said calmly, voice carrying through the battlefield. "This is all you can offer." The shadow lanterns formed up immediately. 6 silhouettes against an army, the alien lantern girl's voice steady despite the devastation around her. "For Nyx, for the world still dreaming." The armored brute beside her slammed his fists together. "For the fallen." The fast-moving lantern flicked his wrist, shadow daggers forming around him like orbiting moons. "For vengeance and what you did to my world." The winged lantern spread his wings fully. "For the Shadow Monarch." Steppenwolf tilted his head slightly at that last one. An amused smile crossed his face. "You serve another master," he said. Then he attacked. Steppenwolf struck first with an axe swing so fast it didn't register as motion. The armored lantern barely raised a defensive construct before it shattered completely. The impact launched him through the ground itself, carving a trench that split the battlefield in two before his body vanished beneath collapsing terrain. The girl lantern reacted instantly, screaming through clenched teeth. Together, the remaining lanterns attacked in unison. Shadow storms erupted outward. Entire formations of constructs layered over each other, chains, blades, spears, weapons of pure darkness forming a collapsing cage designed to erase anything inside it. For a moment, even Steppenwolf was buried beneath it. Then the cage broke and he emerged through it like a god stepping through cloth. His axe swept horizontally. The winged lantern barely had time to expand his wings into a shield before the force obliterated him midair. His shadow form fractured instantly, his body hurled across the battlefield like a rag doll. He struck the surface once, then did not rise again. The fast-moving lantern roared in fury. "No." He surged forward at impossible speed, striking from every direction at once. Afterimages multiplied around Steppenwolf, each one delivering lethal strikes meant to find an opening. For the first time, the new god's expression shifted. Mildly irritated, and he turned slightly and caught the lantern mid-motion. And crushed him into the ground with one hand. The impact cracked the earth beneath them. When Steppenwolf released his grip, there was only silence where the lantern had been. 2 remained. The alien girl lantern and the last surviving warrior. Her voice trembled, but she did not break. "Monster." She whispered again. Shadow energy surged around her, unstable and beautiful, like a dying flame trying to ignite one last time. "For everything we were promised to achieve in this universe." She screamed. Steppenwolf walked toward them. "You were promised nothing," he said quietly. "Only borrowed power. Only borrowed hope." She screamed as she released everything she had left. The battlefield erupted into darkness. The final clash lit the planet in a pulse of violet-black light so intense it briefly erased sight itself. When the glow faded, Steppenwolf stood alone. His armor cracked in places now. But he was still standing. He looked down at the remnants of the battlefield. Then at the broken bodies of the shadow lanterns. "You fought well," he said softly, almost like an insult disguised as respect. Behind him, the parademons began to regroup. 3 died fighting Steppenwolf and only 2 shadow lanterns remained. They had refused to break easily. They had held the line for nearly 20 minutes against overwhelming odds against the parademons, a feat that even Steppenwolf grudgingly respected. Varen, a tallman whose ring burned with cold necrotic light, had coordinated devastating shadow constructs, while his partner Galber, a blue alien, danced through the chaos like a specter, striking with lethal precision. But now, the end had come. Varen roared as he charged one final time, his ring flaring violently. A jagged shadow spear materialized in his hands, longer and sharper than any before. With every ounce of strength left in his broken body, he drove it forward. The spear punched straight through the gap in Steppenwolf's leg armor, sinking deep into the muscle with a wet crunch. Steppenwolf bellowed in rage and pain, his eyes flashing with murderous fury. Without hesitation, he brought his axe down in a savage overhead strike. The blade cleaved through Varen's shoulder and torso in a single, brutal attack. The shadow lantern's body crumpled instantly, his eyes wide with shock before the light within them faded forever. His ring dimmed and went dark. Steppenwolf turned slowly toward the final survivor. Galber lay among the rubble, his left leg shattered, armor cracked open across his chest. Parademons swarmed over him like insects, clawing and tearing at his flesh. He weakly blasted them back with pulses of shadow energy, but each burst was smaller than the last. His ring flickered unsteadily on his finger. Steppenwolf strode forward, each heavy footstep shaking the debris beneath him. The parademons instinctively parted as their master approached. He stopped a few feet away, towering over the fallen final lantern. Enough of this farce, he growled, his voice deep and guttural. Your kind has spirit, I'll grant you that. But spirit alone will not save you from me. Galber coughed harshly, blood bubbling from his lips. He forced himself up on one elbow, glaring defiantly at the new god despite the agony twisting his features. Steppenwolf leaned slightly forward, his burning eyes narrowing. Tell me, little Shadow, what secrets does this Nyx hold? What weapons? What weaknesses? And speak of your commander, the one who call himself the Shadow Monarch. How strong is he truly? Speak quickly, and I may grant you a swift death. A wet, broken laugh escaped Galber's throat. Blood dripped down his chin as he shook his head, eyes shining with scorn and pain. You think I'd betray him? He rasped, his voice hoarse but steady. You don't understand anything. Deep inside his fading mind, a single desperate thought burned. I need to warn the others. They have to know what we found. His fingers curled tightly around his ring. He drew in a ragged, shuddering breath, ignoring the fire in his lungs. Power was faint but it was growing, stirred within the depths of his soul. Shadows coiled around his broken body as he lifted his head and spoke, his voice rising from a whisper into a thunderous declaration that echoed across the battlefield. I was the light that chose the fall, now crowned in death, I judge them all. No heaven's call shall break my path, for I am dread, and I am wrath, none will escape my watchful eyes, by my command, the dead shall arise. The shadow lantern ring detonated with power. A violent storm of dark energy exploded outward, incinerating the nearest parademons into ash. Galber's broken body rose slightly into the air, shadows wrapping around him. His eyes blazed with cold, violet-black fire. For one glorious moment, he looked every bit the terrifying warrior of the Shadow Monarch. Steppenwolf threw his head back and laughed, a deep, booming sound filled with genuine mockery. Poetic. I almost admire your defiance. He swung his massive axe in a devastating horizontal arc. Galber thrust his hands forward. A massive, shimmering shadow shield materialized, instantly reinforced by pure willpower. The axe slammed into it with cataclysmic force. Sparks of dark energy and apocalyptic fire exploded outward. The shield held. For several long, tense seconds, it held. Galber screamed through gritted teeth, blood pouring from his nose and mouth as he poured everything he had left into the defense. Cracks spiderwebbed across the shield, but it did not shatter. Steppenwolf's grin widened into something feral. He roared and brought his full strength down again and again. On the third strike, the shadow shield finally exploded in a shower of dark shards. The axe continued its path and struck true. Galber's body jerked violently as the blade cleaved deep into his chest. He gasped, eyes wide with shock and pain, before his head fell forward. The light in his ring flickered then went out completely. He was dead. Steppenwolf planted his axe into the ground and reached down, curious fingers extending toward the fallen shadow lantern's ring. The moment his hand neared it, the ring suddenly flared with residual power and shot upward, streaking away across the sky like a dark comet, heading towards space. He watched it go, making no move to chase it. A low, satisfied chuckle rumbled from his chest. Go on then, he said. Fly back to your master. Warn the rest of the fools who still wish to stand in the way of the Great One. Steppenwolf straightened to his full height, raising his axe high as parademons swarmed back into formation around him. His eyes burned. We will destroy you all, he declared, voice booming like thunder. Every last shadow. Every last soul. All in the name of Darkside. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 486, The Price of Intervention. Gotham. Even after everything the city had endured, even after the Monarch Gate had nearly reduced entire districts into ruins, Gotham continued moving forward with the same stubbornness that defined its people. Far below Wayne Tower, construction lights illuminated the damaged streets in waves of orange and white. Cranes moved slowly through shattered sections of the city while workers continued rebuilding long past midnight. Emergency vehicles still moved through some districts, though far fewer now than before. Gotham was healing. Arthur sat at the very edge of the Wayne Tower, legs hanging over the abyss hundreds of meters above the city streets. The cold wind moved through his ashen white hair while his black coat shifted lightly behind him. From this height, Gotham looked peaceful, his glowing violet eyes drifted across the skyline silently, taking in the scars left behind by the battle. Some buildings still stood half-collapsed. Entire blocks remained dark. Even now, days later, traces of mana still lingered faintly in the atmosphere. The Monarch Gate had changed the city forever. Arthur exhaled quietly. Then a familiar voice came from behind him. Enjoying the view? Arthur didn't turn immediately and a small smile touched his face instead. I guess. Batman stood several feet behind him, cape moving softly in the wind, the lights of Gotham reflecting faintly against the armored edges of his suit. Arthur glanced back briefly. "Sorry for trespassing," he said casually. "Your tower just happens to be the tallest one in the city." Batman walked forward until he stood near the edge beside him. "Strange thing to say," Bruce replied dryly, "coming from someone who can fly." Arthur huffed a quiet laugh. "I enjoy sitting more. Flying gets boring after a while." Bruce actually looked mildly amused by that. For a few seconds, neither of them spoke. They simply watched Gotham together. It was a strange sight. The Dark Knight of Gotham standing beside the Shadow Monarch high above the city they had both protected. Then Bruce finally spoke again. "How was it?" Arthur tilted his head slightly. "The dungeons," he asked. "Or are you asking about something else?" "The Red Gate." Batman's tone remained calm as always. "Robin already gave me his report. I want to hear your side of the story." Arthur leaned back slightly against the edge behind him. For the first time since Bruce arrived, his expression lost some of its ease. "It was dangerous," he admitted. "Far worse than what the current hunter system is prepared for." His eyes narrowed faintly as he remembered it. That dungeon wasn't meant for normal S ranks. Honestly, it probably wasn't meant for awakened humans at all. The S ranks can only do so much after all. Bruce listened silently. Arthur continued. "The scale alone made it lethal. Massive dimension-type environment. Endless giant armies. Wyverns. Siege weapons. Mana density so high it was affecting the environment itself. And that was only part of the giant monarch's army." He shook his head slightly. "If ordinary hunters entered the place without overwhelming firepower, they would have died long before reaching the boss himself, which was a pretty strong giant." Batman crossed his arms. "And yet you cleared it." Arthur gave him a sidelong glance. "With help." Bruce didn't respond to that. They both knew Arthur had carried most of the raid himself. Arthur looked back toward the city. "If gates like that continue appearing," he said quietly, "I'll start sending my generals or marshals to secretly deal with them alongside the hunter guilds." Bruce nodded once. "That's probably for the best." Then his eyes shifted slightly toward Arthur. "I know you didn't join the Titans just to help with the raids." Arthur smiled faintly. "Of course you do. You were looking for answers. I found some." Bruce waited. Arthur's gaze drifted upward toward the clouds above Gotham. "I confirmed the giant monarch is still alive," he said. "Weak. Short on manpower. Allied with the dragon monarch." "And the rulers?" Bruce asked. Arthur was silent for a moment, then he sighed quietly. "They're exactly what I expected." Batman raised an eyebrow slightly beneath the cowl. "Meaning?" Arthur's glowing eyes dimmed faintly as he answered. "They are not our allies." His voice remained calm. "But they're not exactly our enemies either." Bruce stayed silent, allowing him to continue. Arthur leaned forward slightly, elbows resting on his knees. "The problem is that beings like them always think in terms of necessity. Greater good. Cosmic balance. Sacrifice." A faint bitterness entered his voice. "I hate people who think like that." Bruce understood immediately. Arthur glanced toward him. "They chose this world as a battlefield because it benefits them. Because I exist here and it helps them. And gates strengthen humanity, yes. Hunters exist because of them. But all of that is preparation for war." His jaw tightened slightly. "My world became a staging ground for their ancient conflict. And you don't trust them?" Arthur let out a quiet laugh. "Not even a little." Batman nodded once. "That's wise." Arthur shook his head slightly. "It seems I'm becoming paranoid like you." That actually earned a small response from Bruce. "You do well to think 10 steps ahead when dealing with beings like this." Arthur snorted softly. "See? That right there. That's exactly the kind of thing a paranoid person says. And yet you agree with it." "Unfortunately." The wind moved between them again, then Bruce spoke again, calmer this time. "We'll gather the ruler vessels soon." Arthur glanced toward him. "All 7. Bruce nodded. "John located the remaining 2. We'll bring them to the watchtower and explain everything properly." Arthur actually laughed quietly at that. "Professionally." Bruce looked at him. "Yes." Arthur shook his head in amusement. "Good luck with that." Then his expression softened slightly. "I already got what I wanted from one of them anyway. The Japanese hunter." "Yeah." Batman's voice became slightly drier. "He's been saying some unpleasant things about you publicly." Arthur smiled. "Oh, that idiot." Bruce folded his arms again. In some parts of the world, people already think you're some sort of demon. Arthur stared down at Gotham for a few seconds before answering. People fear what they don't understand. Then he shrugged lightly. Doesn't matter to me. His voice remained calm. Actions define people in the end. I've fought for this planet alongside all of you more times than I can count now. Eventually even the stupid ones will start putting things together. Bruce studied him carefully for a moment, then he nodded once. Fair enough. Arthur smirked slightly. You agreeing with me feels weird somehow, this is not in character. I'll try not to make a habit of it. That earned an actual laugh from Arthur this time. Their conversation had slowed into a rare comfortable silence. Then Arthur suddenly froze, the glow in his eyes intensified instantly and his irises ignited with deep violet light strong enough to illuminate part of his face. Bruce noticed immediately. Arthur rose from the ledge, his expression sharpening as though he had heard something far away. Or someone. Batman's voice remained calm. What's wrong? Arthur looked upward toward the night sky itself. Nix. I'm being called by my shadow lanterns. Bruce narrowed his eyes slightly. Nix, your shadow lantern home world. Arthur nodded once. Something happened. For a brief moment the wind howled between them, cape and coat shifting violently in the night air. Bruce did not hesitate. I'll accompany you. Arthur glanced back at him for a second, almost amused by how naturally Bruce inserted himself into situations involving cosmic armies, ancient monarchs, and interdimensional wars. Then he gave a small nod. Why not? The shadows behind him twisted violently before tearing open into a massive portal of black violet energy. Arthur stepped toward it first. This way. Bruce followed without question. The moment they crossed through the portal, Gotham vanished completely. And Nix greeted them with an entirely different sky. Bruce stopped walking for a second, even for him, the sight was impressive. The city stretched endlessly beneath towering black structures carved from obsidian-like stone and metallic crystal. Rivers of violet light flowed between the streets like glowing veins, illuminating enormous bridges suspended impossibly high above the ground. Alien ships moved across the skies in organized formations while countless shadow lanterns flew overhead, their rings leaving trails of dark violet energy through the atmosphere. And at the center of it all was the central shadow lantern battery. Massive beyond comprehension. A colossal construct of black crystal and violet flame in the middle of the city like a divine monument, making the entire planet feel alive. Bruce stared at it silently. Even after years beside Superman and the Justice League, this was a sight to behold. OA has serious competition, Bruce admitted. Arthur walked beside him calmly. We're far more efficient than the Green Lantern Corps. Bruce almost smirked at how casually he said that. Then suddenly, several figures descended from the sky. Booms of pressure echoed across the platform as armored beings landed before Arthur. Shadow lanterns. Alien warriors from different species and worlds. At their center stood a shadow figure crackling with violet lightning across his body naturally. Marshal Zeus. The moment he saw Arthur, the towering marshal lowered his head respectfully alongside the others. My monarch. While the shadow lanterns greeted him as Supreme Commander. Bruce quietly observed that title. Arthur stepped forward slightly. What happened? The surrounding lanterns exchanged grim looks. One of them, a reptilian alien, spoke first. We received distress signals from Sector 2700. Another lantern continued immediately after. A world under invasion by the forces of Apocalypse. Bruce's expression darkened. Darkseid. Marshal Zeus nodded slowly. Our lanterns intervened to defend the planet. The battle escalated beyond expectation. Arthur's eyes narrowed faintly. How many casualties? Zeus answered. We lost 6 shadow lanterns. Arthur did not move, but Bruce noticed the subtle shift in him immediately. The shadows around Arthur's boots had begun spreading outward across the ground without his control. The lantern beside Zeus clenched his fist tightly before speaking again. The enemy commander was identified during the battle, 6 of our finest lanterns died to him. Galber sent us the necessary information before his death. Arthur finally looked directly at him. Who did it? The lantern hesitated, then answered carefully. One of the new gods of Apocalypse, Steppenwolf. Another lantern stepped forward. He slaughtered the squad personally. Arthur said nothing. Bruce folded his arms. Arthur finally spoke again. Did Steppenwolf say anything else? The lantern looked disturbed remembering it. The ring recorded what he said, and his words were. We were fools for meddling with the Great One. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 487, Darkseid's Hound. Bruce stood beside Arthur atop one of the massive elevated platforms overlooking the city of Nyx while Marshal Zeus and several Shadow Lantern commanders remained respectfully behind them. Arthur's expression had not changed since hearing the report. 6 lanterns died and Steppenwolf was responsible. The atmosphere around Arthur felt still and dangerous and Bruce knew that silence. "You're thinking about going there immediately," Bruce said calmly. Arthur did not deny it. "I can sense traces of their energy still lingering through the sector pathways," he replied quietly, violet eyes glowing faintly beneath strands of pale hair moving in the wind. "Steppenwolf is still there. Which means I can kill him now before he retreats deeper into Apocalypse territory." One of the nearby lanterns visibly straightened at the statement. Bruce noticed it instantly. Arthur had already become something more than a commander here. To these beings, he was a living answer to fear itself. Batman folded his arms beneath the cape. "I understand wanting revenge," he said. "Especially after losing soldiers." Arthur finally looked at him. Bruce continued before the emotion in the air could shift further. "But Darkseid is not stupid. He knows about you now. About the Shadow Lanterns and possibly about a lot more." Bruce's voice remained calm. "A direct attack now is exactly what he would want from someone like you." Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly. Bruce stepped closer to the edge of the platform, looking down upon the endless city below. "You're powerful," he said bluntly. "Probably powerful enough to become the greatest threat Darkseid has faced in centuries. Which means he'll prepare accordingly. We don't know enough about him yet. Not his full strength. Not the scale of Apocalypse. Not how many forces he truly commands." The mention of Apocalypse caused several nearby lanterns to exchange grim looks. Bruce noticed that too. Considering everything already happening on Earth, Batman continued, "I don't think you should rush into battle with him now. Deal with the monarchs. Deal with the rulers. Keep Darkseid distant for as long as possible." Arthur remained silent for several seconds. The glow in his eyes dimmed slightly as he stared toward the enormous battery in the distance. "I can't let this go unanswered," he finally said. His voice was quieter now. "I was the reason those lanterns were recruited. They died protecting a world that wasn't even theirs, all for the sake of this universe." Arthur's jaw tightened slightly. "Steppenwolf slaughtered them because they carried my banner, that was the whole reason." Bruce studied him carefully. "I know." Arthur exhaled slowly before continuing. "At the very least, I'll kill Steppenwolf." The way he said it made even the lanterns behind them stand straighter. "He'll make a useful shadow soldier," Arthur added coldly. "And even if he doesn't know much about Darkseid's true plans, I can extract something useful from him." Bruce nodded once. "Maybe. But right now, you disappearing into enemy territory after this incident would confirm every expectation they have about you." Arthur looked at him again. Batman met his gaze evenly. "Darkseid probably already understands your temperament," Bruce said. "You retaliate directly. You bring the fight to your enemies before they can rest or prepare. That's what makes you dangerous." Arthur gave a faint smirk. "You make me sound predictable." "You are predictable," Bruce replied instantly. "You're just strong enough that most people can't punish you for it." A few lanterns nearby awkwardly avoided eye contact. Arthur almost laughed at that. Bruce continued. "If you stay silent instead, it creates uncertainty and confusion for Apocalypse. Let the Shadow Lantern Corps continue operating normally. No need for retaliation or panic and no large-scale mobilization is required." Arthur's eyes sharpened thoughtfully. Bruce could already tell the idea was working. "Darkseid expects rage," Batman said. "Don't give him rage. Give him patience, we all need it, he is dangerous and we must prepare." Arthur stayed quiet for a while after that. The wind swept through the platform again as distant lanterns crossed the skies of Nyx like black comets. Then Arthur turned slightly toward Marshal Zeus. "We continue operations as normal," he ordered calmly. "Increase observation around Apocalypse territory but do not engage under any circumstances." Marshal Zeus immediately bowed his head. "As you command, my monarch. We will not attack the planet Steppenwolf invaded. We will not move recklessly." His glowing eyes narrowed faintly. "But we will have our revenge." Bruce glanced at him. "Your way, I hope it is not a direct attack," he said. Arthur's faint smile returned. "Of course my way." He stepped toward the edge of the platform, staring out across the endless alien city. "Steppenwolf is ambitious," Arthur continued. "Creatures like him always are. He craves Darkseid's approval too much to ignore opportunity." His expression darkened slightly. "So I'll give him one." Bruce remained silent, listening. "I'll feed Apocalypse false information," Arthur said. "Something valuable enough to tempt him into moving personally. Once he steps outside Darkseid's radar, I'll isolate him." The air around Arthur distorted faintly with shadows. And then, he said quietly, I'll tear him apart. Even Bruce could feel the killing intent behind those words. Then Batman nodded once. Practical, he admitted. Dangerous and still reckless, but practical. Arthur glanced sideways at him. That almost sounded like praise. It isn't. A low chuckle escaped one of the lanterns nearby before he quickly straightened again when Marshal Zeus looked over. The tension eased slightly after that. Bruce finally spoke again. Before we head back, he said, I wanted to ask something. Arthur raised an eyebrow. Do you have any human lanterns here? Arthur nodded casually. One. That answer genuinely surprised Bruce. Only that one. Arthur noticed the look immediately. A girl, and she's a commander here, he explained. Asked permission to remain on Earth and assist with the gates. I allowed it. Bruce thought back briefly. The woman that visited your estate that night. Arthur nodded. I assumed there would be more humans, Bruce admitted. Arthur looked out across the skies of Nyx again. The rings choose their bearers, he said calmly. Not me. Far in the distance, countless shadow lanterns continued flying through the dark heavens beneath the glow of the massive battery. Only those truly worthy can wield the power of death. Bruce stared at the city for a moment longer before giving a small nod. Power of death. No wonder there aren't that many humans. Charred stone stretched across the alien world that Steppenwolf conquered, its surface still glowing orange where apocalyptic fire had scorched it clean. Broken parademon husks lay scattered between shattered spires of what had once been a fortress city. Steppenwolf stood there like a judge who had already delivered sentence and moved on, his axe rested against his shoulder and around him, the last remnants of resistance had already been erased. The shadow lanterns had fought with discipline, with a strange devotion that had amused him more than it had threatened him. Now there was nothing left to amuse him. He turned slightly as the mother box embedded in his armor pulsed with a cold hum. The air beside him split open in geometric fractures of light and sound, and from within that fracture came a calm voice of Desaad. Steppenwolf, the voice greeted, report. Steppenwolf exhaled through his nose, almost pleased with himself. He turned his gaze toward the horizon, where smoke pillars still rose in the air. I have crushed what remained of resistance on this world, he said. His tone carried the satisfaction of completed labor. The Shadow Lanterns, warriors bound to the so-called Shadow Monarch. They interfered in Apocalypse designs, and they were broken for it. Desaad did not respond immediately, but when he finally did, his voice had sharpened. That is not nearly enough. Steppenwolf's brow tightened slightly. He had expected approval. Or at least acknowledgement. Instead of this. Desaad continued, unbothered. This is not the reaction we anticipated from him. The being you refer to as the Shadow Monarch has already proven himself disruptive. Our Lord expects results that reflect understanding, not whatever this is. Steppenwolf slowly lowered his axe from his shoulder, letting it rest against the ground with a heavy thud. You sent me to eliminate them in this world, he said. I have done so. If you wish me to invade Earth directly, speak plainly. I will use the mother boxes. I will open the gates, I will bring the armies. There was a faint pause on the other end. Then Desaad spoke again, quieter now. No need for that, yet. Steppenwolf's eyes narrowed. Then what is it you want? The air in the fracture rippled, as if Desaad were leaning closer from somewhere impossibly distant. Test him, Desaad said simply. Test the Shadow Monarch. Steppenwolf repeated, as if confirming he had heard correctly. I have already seen what his servants can do. They are capable, but they still die like anything else. An amused tone slipped into Desaad's voice. His servants are not the point here. Hunt his shadow lanterns across the sectors, Desaad continued. Pressure his reach. Cut his influence and force him to move. Steppenwolf's grip tightened on his axe. And when he does, he asked. He will show up and you will prove yourself worthy to Darkseid once and for all. Desaad said calmly. Steppenwolf turned slowly, surveying the dead world once more. The bodies of the Shadow Lanterns lay scattered, warriors who had spoken of Nyx. Yet now, the thought of hunting more of them interested him more than he cared to admit. You are using him as bait, Steppenwolf said. We are measuring him, and you are being useful to our lord. Desaad corrected calmly. I'm not sure it is wise for you to go against Darkseid. Steppenwolf simply lowered his head. And if he comes, will I expect some aid from Apocalypse? Desaad answered, almost reverent. Of course. And we will know what kind of shadow stands between us and conquest. The fracture of light began to collapse, folding itself back into geometry as the connection prepared to sever, and before it closed entirely, Desaad's final words slipped through like a whisper. Do not fail this, Steppenwolf. Our lord is watching more closely than you think. And then he was gone, and Steppenwolf stood alone once more amid the ruins, his gaze slowly drifting upward toward the burning sky. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 488, The Board is Set. Apocalypse. Beyond the palace, the planet's surface was a living inferno of industry and agony, massive forges exhaling fire into skies that never knew night, chains stretching between towers, and the distant, constant thunder of labor that never ended. Everything on Apocalypse existed to serve Darkseid, who sat calmly in his Omega throne. Desaad stood several steps below the throne, head slightly bowed, hands folded. Even for him, a creature of cruelty, architect of suffering, this place demanded respect. I have delivered your message, Desaad said carefully. Steppenwolf has been instructed to pressure the Shadow Monarch indirectly. To test him through his forces across the sectors. Darkseid's eyes glowed red. Good. Steppenwolf will die to the Shadow Monarch. That outcome is increasingly certain. However, in his failure, we will observe the full extent of the Shadow Monarch's capabilities. His reactions and his limitations, his pattern of response. Desaad explained. Darkseid remained still, and for a long moment, it seemed as though he had not heard at all. Then, quietly, he spoke. Desaad. I know Steppenwolf will fail in killing him. Desaad's eyes narrowed slightly, but he lowered his head. And yet, Desaad said, you still permit the attempt. Darkseid's gaze shifted slightly. We will not provide him any assistance. Desaad's lips curved faintly. I did promise him support, my lord. Though, as always, your will supersedes mine. Darkseid rose from the throne. He is a fool, but he can still test him, Darkseid said. From what I have observed, Earth has become more interesting. Desaad's eyes narrowed slightly. The dimensional gateways, he said, understanding immediately. Yes, my lord. The disturbances have increased in frequency. We have reports confirmed multiple anomalies tied to Earth's surface. Darkseid's expression did not change. I have glimpsed something within them, Darkseid said quietly. A conflict, ancient and unresolved, one that mirrors our own war with New Genesis. Desaad listened carefully now, the mention of such comparison enough to demand full attention. And within it, Darkseid continued, there is another presence they have not yet understood, but the Shadow Monarch on Earth has already begun to speak of. Desaad inclined his head. The one he has been looking for. Darkseid's eyes narrowed slightly. The dragon. A subtle tension passed through Desaad's expression. You have been observing through that cyborg. Desaad said softly. Through their Justice League network. Efficient. As always, my lord. Darkseid did not acknowledge the praise. The war between these forces will reveal much to us. Steppenwolf is a tool. Use him as you see fit, waste is irrelevant. Desaad gave a slow, approving nod. As you command. Darkseid's gaze sharpened. We will wait. The word carried more authority than armies ever could. We will observe what emerges when death meets destruction, and we will measure what becomes of their soldiers under the pressure of war. Desaad's smile returned, thin and knowing. I see your intent, my lord. Their strength is not in their current forms, but in what they can evolve into. Darkseid's voice followed. The beasts that attacked Earth are insufficient, strong, but not enough. What I require for my project are dragons. Desaad bowed his head slightly deeper. Then we will obtain what is needed. A sample, at minimum. Their biology, their very essence, none of it will remain beyond reach for long. A brief hesitation passed through him, and when he spoke again, there was a rare edge of caution. If I may speak freely, my lord, it has been some time since we made contact with Grail. Her assignment remains incomplete. Shall we assume that she? Darkseid's gaze shifted slightly. A small silence followed, then Darkseid spoke. I am aware. Desaad stopped immediately. Darkseid's voice remained steady. She will betray when the opportunity presents itself. That is her nature. And yet, she will still fulfill what I require before she does. Desaad exhaled slowly, almost impressed despite himself. She is predictable in her ambition, he said. Darkseid turned slightly, looking out into the burning expanse of Apocalypse. That is why she is useful. Justice League Watchtower. The Watchtower's main conference hall was crowded today. High above Earth, suspended in orbit, the room was lit by clean white lines and sounds of tech devices. The Justice League sat on one side of the circular table, watchful and accustomed to impossible conversations. Batman stood near the center, not seated. He was never seated when it mattered. Beside him, Martian Manhunter observed in silence. Superman stood with arms folded, steady as always. Wonder Woman's posture was straight, regal, her gaze sharp, and the Flash leaned back slightly in his chair, though even he wasn't fidgeting as much as usual. Hal Jordan hovered between irritation and curiosity, arms crossed, ring faintly glowing as if reacting to unfamiliar energies. Because the guests were not ordinary guests. They arrived together, though nothing about them suggested unity beyond purpose. 6 figures stood in a loose line before the League. Martian Manhunter stepped forward slightly, his voice carrying a calm diplomatic tone. "These are the hunters, the very strongest out there," he said. "Individuals awakened across multiple nations, each chosen by what we are going to discuss now." His gaze shifted as he introduced them one by one. The first was a tall man from Germany, his armor layered in silver-white plates etched with faint golden script. His presence felt almost holy in design alone. He stood rigidly, eyes scanning the room like a soldier in a cathedral. "Elias Kruger," Martian Manhunter said. "Germany, Guildmaster of Knights Order Guild." Next was a woman from Brazil, her hair tied back tightly, wearing lightweight hunter gear reinforced with jungle-worn plating. A long spear rested against her shoulder. "Mariana Mello," he continued. "Brazil, a hunter from Verdant Fong Guild." A third figure stepped forward, dressed in traditional samurai combat wear, decorated with magic talismans that pulsed faintly with energy. "Renshiro," Martian Manhunter said. "Japan. Guildmaster of the Samurai Guild." At that name, Batman's eyes shifted almost imperceptibly toward him. Renshiro stood there calmly with a smug look on his face. He looked composed, even relaxed in a way that suggested confidence rather than comfort. The katana at his side wasn't just decoration, it was one of Hephaestus' finest pieces. Beside him stood a broad-shouldered hunter from Nigeria, his armor marked with carved and woven with tribal patterns glowing faintly with mana under the watchtower lights. "Amario Koye," Martian Manhunter said. "Nigeria. Guildmaster of the Super Eagles Guild." A fifth one followed, a quiet man wrapped in heavy reinforced winter-grade combat gear despite the station's controlled climate. Frost-like energy occasionally shimmered across his gloves. "Ivan Petrov," Martian Manhunter said. "Russia. Guildmaster of the Northern Arrow Guild." The sixth stood slightly apart. Tall and lean, with dark brown hair streaked slightly with silver despite appearing no older than his mid-30s, he carried himself with a calm confidence that immediately separated him from the others. Unlike Renshiro's overwhelming arrogance or Ivan's intimidating silence, this one projected a disciplined presence. A dark navy coat rested over his shoulders while a slender rapier remained sheathed at his waist. The weapon looked decorative at first glance. Nothing about the man's eyes suggested otherwise. "Jean-Pierre Gustave," Martian Manhunter finished. "France. Guildmaster of the Musketeer Guild." Gustave inclined his head politely. "A pleasure." Even Wonder Woman studied him for a moment. He looked like an experienced warrior and disciplined. 6 vessels. 6 fragments of something none of them fully understood. And then there was the 7th. Not standing with them, not standing like them at all. A teenager from Gotham sat at the edge of the seating area, legs slightly swinging above the floor. He looked uncomfortable in the watchtower. He kept glancing at the League members, then at the others, as if waiting for someone to tell him this was a mistake. Unlike the others, he looked entirely out of place. He wore a newly issued Wayne Guild combat suit that still looked too clean, too new. He had no reputation known across continents yet. Just a teenager from Gotham who kept glancing around the watchtower like he expected someone to tell him he wasn't supposed to be here. Finally, Martian Manhunter said, "Ethan Jones. United States. Hunter of Wayne Guild." The boy straightened immediately. "Ah, hi." Flash smiled. Renshiro looked at him once and then away again. Ethan visibly shrank under the attention. Martian Manhunter folded his hands behind his back and silence settled for a moment after the introductions. Then Batman stepped forward. His voice cut through the room cleanly, without warmth but without waste. "Welcome, hunters. I believe you still have no idea why you've been called to the Justice League Watchtower." A few of them exchanged glances. The Brazilian woman frowned slightly. The Russian hunter said nothing. Elias Kruger, the hunter from Germany, answered first. "No," he said simply. "We do not." A faint pause followed. Batman's gaze moved slowly across them, lingering just a fraction longer on Renshiro before continuing. "I thought one of you would have mentioned it already." Renshiro met his gaze without flinching. If anything, he looked mildly amused by the accusation, but he said nothing. Batman's eyes narrowed slightly. "This is important," Batman said. "So listen carefully. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 489, The Gathering of Vessels. The Watchtower's main conference chamber was rarely used for meetings of this scale. The circular hall surrounding the Justice League table felt unusually crowded. Holographic displays floated overhead. Earth slowly rotated beneath the massive observation windows. Batman stood at the head of the table. To his right sat Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, Green Lantern, and Martian Manhunter. Across from them sat 7 people who represented a secret older than any of them realized. 7 vessels, 7 fragments of the rulers. And judging by the expressions around the room, several of them already believed they were far more important than they actually were. Batman wasn't surprised, power often did that. Renshiro sat comfortably in his chair with one arm resting over the backrest, katana still hanging at his waist despite the fact that he was currently inside the most secure facility on Earth. Beside him sat Elias Kruger of Germany, arms folded and posture rigid like a knight. Jean-Pierre Gustave of France sat quietly, studying the league with sharp blue eyes. Mariana Mello from Brazil looked relaxed. Amario Koye from Nigeria appeared thoughtful while Ivan Petrov from Russia looked completely unimpressed by everything. And then there was Ethan Jones. The youngest among them, the Gotham teenager looked entirely out of place sitting beside some of the strongest hunters on Earth. He still wore his Wayne Guild jacket and he still looked like a kid. The room remained silent for several moments after Batman finished explaining the truth. The monarchs, the rulers, the ancient war. The vessels and the reason they had been chosen, the reason they were now targets. Most of them looked stunned. Renshiro did not. Instead he leaned back and crossed his arms with a grin. It is true. Several eyes turned toward him. Renshiro nodded confidently. I already learned part of this myself. Batman immediately knew where this was going, unfortunately. I knew there was something special about us the moment I awakened. Renshiro stood. As expected. He spread his arms dramatically. We are the chosen of the gods. Flash immediately rubbed his forehead. Oh no. Renshiro continued anyway. The finest warriors humanity has produced. He pointed toward himself. The absolute peak. Then toward Elias. The strongest swordsman. Toward Amari. The greatest mages. Toward the others. The elite among elites. He grinned proudly. The gods themselves selected us because they recognized our greatness. There was a long silence. Superman slowly looked toward Batman. Batman looked toward the ceiling. Wonder Woman looked amused. Flash was trying so hard not to laugh. Martian Manhunter simply looked tired. Finally Superman cleared his throat. I'm pretty sure that's not what Batman just meant. Renshiro blinked. Superman leaned forward. What he's saying is that being chosen isn't a reward. The smile on Superman's face faded slightly. It's a target, you will be hunted. His expression became more serious. The monarchs we fought are not something you should underestimate. The room grew quieter. Superman's gaze drifted briefly toward the observation window. I fought 2 monarchs at the same time in Gotham. A faint laugh escaped him. Not because it was funny, because he still couldn't believe he'd survived. I almost died. They were very prepared for us, which is something I didn't really expect even though we were warned by a friend that these monarchs are not some mindless beasts. That got their attention. Even Elias raised an eyebrow. Superman continued. And trust me when I say this. His blue eyes swept across the room. You don't want that experience. Mariana the Brazilian hunter frowned. We saw the footage. Several hunters nodded. The monarchs didn't seem unbeatable. Elias leaned forward. If what Batman says is true, then perhaps people like us are exactly what is needed against them. His confidence never wavered. We could probably handle them. He glanced toward Superman. More efficiently than you, perhaps. Flash actually groaned. Oh boy. Elias the German hunter continued anyway. I have no weaknesses after all. His voice was more than certain. I am considered the strongest swordsman-type hunter in the world, for a very good reason. He tapped a finger against the table. The World Hunter Organization itself listens when I speak. Martian Manhunter's eyes briefly glowed. His voice echoed softly inside Batman's mind. They are proving your concerns correct. An extremely difficult group, consumed by power. Understatement of the century, Batman thought back. Outwardly he showed nothing. Batman simply looked directly at Elias. The room quieted. You seem confused about something. Elias frowned slightly. Batman continued. The World Hunter Organization is a facade. That got everyone's attention. The organization exists to maintain order, administration, and public confidence. Then Batman said the next words. What truly governs the global hunter system is sitting in this room. For a moment nobody reacted. Then realization hit. Elias stared. Gustav blinked. Mariana nearly sat upright. Even Renshiro looked surprised. You? Elias finally asked. Superman nodded. The Justice League. The hunters exchanged looks. Shock spread across the table. It's been months and none of them had known. Superman folded his arms. It was necessary. The appearance of gates changed civilization and the League couldn't publicly manage everything, so structures were created. The World Hunter Organization, National Guild Systems, Hunter Regulations. Raid classifications and regulations. All of it. Flash smiled. We've basically been babysitting the entire planet for some time now. Flash. Right. Serious face. Batman waited until the room settled again. Then he spoke. This information is restricted. His voice remained calm. Very few people know it. Ethan shifted slightly in his chair. The teenager looked far less surprised than everyone else. Wayne Guild members tended to discover things sooner or later. Batman looked around the table. Now do you understand? Nobody interrupted. Good. We are not asking for your cooperation, we are informing you of reality. Every hunter focused on him. You are targets. The remaining monarchs will come for you, they may attack tomorrow, they may attack next year. But they will come. Nobody looked quite as confident anymore. Even Elias and Renshiro remained silent. Batman continued. When that happens, the Justice League will respond and we will try to protect you and eliminate the monarchs. Wonder Woman nodded. Green Lantern folded his arms. Superman smiled slightly, because to him the statement wasn't a promise, it was a fact. Batman leaned forward. His eyes moved from hunter to hunter, one by one. You will accept that protection. His voice hardened. You will keep communication channels open and you will report unusual activity you may encounter during raids. You will stop pretending this is some sort of a game, because it is not. Elias opened his mouth. Batman spoke over him. And most importantly, the room became utterly silent. You will keep everything we discussed here a secret, even from your guild members or family members, it doesn't matter, safety comes first. No one argued. Batman opened his mouth to continue, then the lights dimmed. Not because of a malfunction, because shadows suddenly began gathering near the center of the room. And every single person present felt it, even the temperature dropped. Darkness spread across the floor like liquid ink. The shadows beneath chairs, the shadows beneath the table, the shadows cast by the room itself. All of them began flowing toward a single point. Batman sighed. The polished floor reflected nothing anymore. Martian Manhunter turned his head slightly, sensing it first. Hal Jordan exhaled slowly, already recognizing the pattern. Batman didn't move at all. Of course it was him. From the gathering darkness came a voice, first calm, almost amused. Well, leave it to Batman. I didn't even need to show up and start convincing them. This will save me time. The shadows continued to swirl, tightening into a vortex at the center of the room. The sound of it wasn't loud and the hunters reacted immediately. Elias Kruger's hand went to his blade. Mariana Mello shifted her stance, eyes locked on the forming darkness. Ivan Petrov stepped back half a pace, aura sharpening instinctively, ready for an attack. Amario Koye's expression hardened, and Jean-Pierre Gustave's curiosity turned into alert. Ethan Jones froze, caught between fear and fascination. And Renshiro. Renshiro shot to his feet so fast his chair scraped loudly against the floor. That voice. It's him. His reaction broke his entire calm presence. Because whatever he had recognized in that voice made even him lose composure. The vortex thickened, then it opened. Arthur Blackwynd stepped out as if the shadows. Ashen white hair stirred faintly in the air. His black coat hung still despite the unseen wind of the vortex behind him collapsing inward. Violet eyes lifted first to the room, then to the gathered hunters, and finally toward the Justice League. The shadows behind him vanished as though they had never existed. Arthur exhaled once, lightly. Sorry for intruding. The hunters weren't just seeing a man, they were recalculating every assumption they had ever made about strength. Elias Kruger's gaze narrowed, disciplined fighting instinct. He had expected something overwhelming. What unsettled him was how controlled it felt. No excess aura. No visible strain. Jean-Pierre looked almost entertained, like he had finally found something interesting after a lifetime of boredom. Ethan, meanwhile, looked like he had just realized legends weren't supposed to stand this close. Renshiro recovered first, mostly out of pride. You destroyed my office. And you left me on top of that mountain. Arthur tilted his head slightly. You exploded your own office. I did not explode anything. Batman let out a quiet, exhausted breath that somehow silenced both of them without a word. A few of the League members visibly fought off reactions. Flash failed. Superman didn't. Arthur's gaze moved across the hunters again, slower this time, as if finally taking proper stock of them. The amusement in his expression faded. So these are all the vessels. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 490, The Quietest Monster. The atmosphere inside the Watchtower's conference chamber had shifted the moment Arthur appeared, not because he had done anything threatening. In fact, he looked completely relaxed, and that was exactly the problem. The 7 vessels of the rulers had expected many things when the Justice League summoned them. Lectures, warnings, secret information, maybe even praise. But they had not expected the Shadow Monarch himself to casually emerge from a pool of living darkness in the middle of the meeting. Arthur stood beside the conference table with his hands in his pockets while the shadows beneath his feet slowly settled. Across from him, Elias Kruger observed him with undisguised interest. The German hunter had remained mostly calm throughout the meeting, content to listen while Batman explained the truth behind the vessels and the monarchs. Now, however, there was a visible spark in his eyes. The kind Arthur had seen countless times before, the look of a warrior who had just found a mountain he wanted to climb. And you must be Arthur Blackwynd. The room turned toward Elias and Arthur simply looked at him. Elias smiled faintly. I've actually wanted to meet you. The German leaned back in his chair. Ever since what happened in Gotham. Arthur already knew where this was going, unfortunately. I watched the recordings, Elias continued. The Gate War, how you fought those so-called monarchs, the monsters. His eyes narrowed slightly. And I always wanted to test myself against someone strong enough. A collective sigh almost escaped several members of the Justice League simultaneously. Arthur rubbed his forehead. I don't think that's a good idea. The answer came immediately. Why not? Arthur looked at him for a moment. Because there were at least 100 answers to that question, and most of them involved hospitals or graveyards. Elias mistook his silence for consideration. Seeing how easily you handled Renshiro made me want the duel even more. That statement detonated like a grenade. Renshiro's eye twitched and Arthur closed his eyes. Here we go again. Handled. Renshiro repeated. The Japanese hunter slowly turned toward the German. Handled. Elias didn't even look at him, and that made it worse. You hurt me. The silence that followed felt dangerous. Renshiro rose from his chair. Who do you think you are? His pride had clearly suffered permanent damage ever since Mount Fuji. I can defeat both of you. Arthur immediately face-bombed. The sound echoed through the room. Flash nearly choked and Hal Jordan looked away to hide his laugh. Even Wonder Woman appeared mildly amused. Jean-Pierre Gustave, meanwhile, looked like a man watching 2 trains accelerate toward each other. The French hunter raised a hand. Now hold on. His tone remained calm and diplomatic. I don't believe this is necessary. Gustave glanced toward Arthur. Then toward Elias. Then back again. With all due respect, Mr. Blackwynd appears to be, well. He searched for the correct wording. Far beyond what most of us can take on. That was probably the safest sentence spoken all day. Gustave spread his hands. I'm not entirely convinced any of us vessels could match his strength. You did mention that he is a monarch too. Elias scoffed. You can watch then. His gaze remained fixed on Arthur. I still want the fight. The confidence in his voice was absolute. It was almost admirable to Arthur. I don't care what any of you cowards might think. Across the table, Renshiro felt something unpleasant twist inside his chest. Because Elias had just done something he himself hadn't dared to do. To challenge Arthur directly. He didn't dare to after the office incident, not after Mount Fuji, and not after witnessing a fragment of brilliant light speak to Arthur as if addressing royalty. Renshiro hated that realization, which naturally led to the worst possible conclusion. Who says I'll watch? Several people groaned internally. Renshiro pointed toward Arthur. I'll fight too. Arthur slowly lowered his hand from his face. Of course he would. I want to see the real distance between us and that man. Arthur stared at him. Then at Elias and then at Batman. Batman looked completely unsurprised. The Justice League members looked somewhere between entertained and exhausted. Only Ethan Jones seemed genuinely concerned. The young hunter shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Nobody listened. This time a few heads turned. The teenager swallowed. Is it really necessary to fight amongst ourselves? The question sounded painfully reasonable. Which was exactly why nobody wanted to hear it. Ethan looked around the room. I mean, we know who the enemies are now. He gestured awkwardly. If it's just a harmless duel, then maybe exhausting ourselves before dealing with actual threats isn't the best. Stay out of grown-ups' business, kid. Elias said it instantly. Renshiro nodded in complete agreement. Exactly. The two men had found common ground, and unfortunately it was bullying the teenager. Ethan froze and something flashed behind his eyes. For the briefest moment, golden light ignited within his irises. The pressure inside the room shifted, it was subtle. Arthur noticed immediately. So did Batman. The teenager looked ready to say something. Batman simply lifted a finger. A tiny gesture, nothing more, and Ethan immediately stopped. The golden glow disappeared. The young hunter leaned back into his chair and remained silent. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Very interesting. He thought to himself. Beside Batman, Martian Manhunter's voice echoed inside Bruce's mind. Little do they know. Batman didn't visibly react, years of experience prevented that. I know. His gaze remained fixed on Ethan. The kid is stronger than both Elias and Renshiro combined. Martian Manhunter nodded slightly. Possibly by a considerable margin. A third voice suddenly joined the telepathic exchange. Arthur's. I figured. Batman didn't look at him. Arthur didn't look at Batman, yet the connection remained. His presence is different, Arthur continued. Much different. Batman agreed. He's the one I'm most concerned about. Concerned? Why is that? Because he doesn't know what he is capable of yet. Arthur glanced toward Ethan. The teenager looked embarrassed and awkward, completely unaware that the strongest minds in the room were discussing him. Arthur almost smiled, then he looked back toward Elias, toward Renshiro. Then finally back to Ethan. A thought occurred to him, a terrible thought. Which naturally made it entertaining. I accept your challenge. The room froze and Elias grinned immediately, he looked victorious. Renshiro looked horrified. What have I done? He thought to himself. Batman already knew Arthur was about to make things worse. Arthur raised a finger. I have one condition. Elias nodded. Name it. Arthur pointed directly at Ethan. The teenager blinked, then pointed at himself. Me. Yes. Arthur's smile widened. You. The room became silent again, even Superman looked confused. I want the kid fighting alongside you. Elias frowned. What? I'll fight all three of you. Now everyone was staring. Even Batman raised an eyebrow. Ethan looked ready to fall out of his chair. Wait, what? Renshiro looked offended. Why him? Elias pointed toward Ethan. Him? He only recently awakened. Arthur nodded. Correct. He barely has any real combat experience. Elias added. Also correct. Elias looked genuinely confused now. Then why bring him? He might be also a vessel, but he. Arthur shrugged. Training. The answer sounded harmless. Batman immediately knew it wasn't. Arthur continued casually. He'll learn something from you guys. Elias looked toward Ethan again. The teenager looked like he desperately wanted to disappear, and the German considered it for several moments. Then slowly nodded. When you put it that way. Arthur already knew this man had completely misunderstood the situation. I suppose that makes sense. Inside his head, Arthur immediately arrived at a professional conclusion. Idiot. Outwardly he simply smiled. Great. The smile on Elias's face grew and the smile on Arthur's face grew as well. Only one of them understood what was happening. Arthur folded his arms. Now then. His violet eyes swept across his future opponents. We should probably discuss where this duel will take place. His gaze lingered on Ethan for half a second longer. The teenager somehow looked even more nervous. Arthur found that amusing. And more importantly, the Shadow Monarch's smile sharpened. The rules of this duel. Batman leaned back slightly, because judging from the look Arthur had just given Ethan, the duel Arthur had accepted wasn't really about Elias Kruger. Or Renshiro. The Shadow Monarch wanted to see what the youngest vessel could do. And judging by the tone Arthur suddenly seemed to have, Batman suspected the results were going to surprise everyone. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 491, Secret Sanctuary. The atmosphere in the conference room changed the moment the challenge was accepted, not because anyone expected Arthur to lose, but because Arthur Blackwynd had actually agreed to something like this that seemed pointless. Even Batman looked mildly surprised by how quickly it had happened, but he already knew what Arthur was trying to do. A few moments earlier, the meeting had been about warnings, monarchs, and the future of humanity. Now it was about a fight. A very expensive fight. Batman folded his arms across his chest and looked between Arthur, Elias, Renshiro, and Ethan before finally speaking. I have a place. That immediately drew everyone's attention. Elias raised an eyebrow. A place. Batman nodded once. A facility designed specifically for situations like this. It should survive the fight. Superman suddenly looked amused. You mean to say that? Yes. Batman already knew where Clark was going with this. Our old training center, in our old base. A faint smile tugged at Superman's face. It was built to withstand us going all out. Hal Jordan immediately snorted. Which sounded like a great idea until Superman punched me through 3 reinforced walls. It happened once. Twice. The second time doesn't count. It absolutely counts, man. Flash laughed. The room relaxed slightly, even some of the hunters looked amused. Arthur listened quietly before shrugging. I was going to suggest some random uninhabited planet. That made several people stare at him. Arthur noticed. What? You have random planets for sparring? Mariana asked. Arthur blinked. They are not mine, but I can use them. The Brazilian hunter slowly shook her head. I don't even know what to say. Arthur continued as if nothing unusual had been said. But this works too. Otherwise they'll claim I chose unfamiliar terrain as an excuse. Elias immediately nodded. Fair enough. Batman stepped toward the central table and activated a holographic display. Coordinates appeared, Arthur barely glanced at them. Then he raised a hand and the shadows answered. Several hunters stiffened immediately. Even after everything they had seen and heard today, seeing Arthur manipulate darkness so casually felt unnatural. The shadows twisted and expanded. Then tore open, a colossal portal appeared in the center of the room. Beyond it lay steel corridors illuminated by old emergency lights. An entire facility hidden deep within a mountain. Arthur gestured toward it. After you. Mariana stared, Amari stared. Even Ivan looked impressed. Amari finally shook his head. We can't do that. Arthur glanced at him. Do what? That. The Nigerian hunter pointed at the portal. Open a doorway through space itself. Arthur looked at the portal. Then back at him. Oh. As if he had forgotten it wasn't normal. Right, it is only exclusive to monarchs, or the rulers themselves, not the vessels. The hunters exchanged looks. Renshiro looked annoyed and Ethan looked fascinated. The teenager couldn't stop staring at the swirling darkness. For someone who had awakened only recently, every new thing seemed larger than life. Barry was the first Justice League member to move. Been a while since we went there. He stepped through the portal with his hands in his pockets. Hal followed beside him. I know, right? The Green Lantern looked ahead nostalgically. Last time I was here Superman beat the absolute crap out of me, and I'm not talking about the spars we had. Clark sighed. That's not how it happened. That's exactly how it happened. I was mind-controlled. You still beat the crap out of me. The hunters laughed. Even Wonder Woman seemed entertained. One by one they entered the portal. The hunters followed. Then the League. Then Superman, then Batman, and Arthur entered last. The world shifted. A moment later everyone emerged inside Mount Justice. The facility stretched endlessly beneath the mountain, massive steel corridors branched in every direction, large support pillars disappeared into darkness above. Observation decks overlooked training chambers large enough to contain tanks, and the old League insignias remained etched into reinforced walls. The place felt more like a military fortress, a monument built by people who routinely fought gods. Ethan's eyes widened, the teenager slowly turned in place. Taking everything in, the giant screens, the old League logos, the reinforced blast doors, the history of this place. For a moment he looked less like a powerful hunter and more like a kid standing inside a childhood dream. Wow. That was all he managed. Jean-Pierre laughed softly. I suddenly understand why Gotham produces strange people. Superman smiled. Been a while. Batman looked around the old facility. For just a second something almost nostalgic crossed his expression. Yeah. Arthur examined the structure. And his eyes briefly glowed violet, then he nodded. This will do nicely. Elias whistled and the German hunter looked genuinely impressed. The Justice League really trained here? Among other places, Batman replied. Ivan folded his arms. I expected something impressive. His gaze traveled across the gigantic facility. But this exceeds my expectations. Mariana laughed. I'm taking pictures later. Batman immediately answered. No. She sighed. Well, it was worth trying. The group continued deeper into the mountain. Eventually they reached the primary combat chamber. The room was enormous, a circular arena hundreds of meters across with reinforced walls, energy dampeners, and observation platforms above. Countless systems designed specifically to survive catastrophic amounts of damage. The moment everyone stepped inside, Elias smiled. Now this looked like a battlefield. Batman stopped near the edge of the arena. Here. Everyone spread out, the hunters moved toward the observation section alongside the Justice League took positions above. Arthur remained silent and calm, like he had simply arrived for a casual conversation rather than a fight. Batman looked over the arena. This is where it will happen. His voice echoed slightly through the chamber. This whole thing may seem unnecessary. He glanced toward the combatants. But regardless of the outcome, we'll gather useful data. That's the whole reason why I never really spoke against it. Arthur looked at Batman for a while then nodded. That's great. Elias rolled his shoulders, already eager. So what are the rules? Batman didn't even hesitate. Rules. A small smirk appeared beneath the cowl. No rules. Everyone turned mute, then Batman added. Just don't die. For a moment nobody spoke. Then Flash nearly choked. What? Hal said in confusion. Several hunters exchanged bewildered looks. Elias blinked then laughed. Okay. He liked that answer. I hate restrictions anyway. Arthur nodded. I wasn't planning on restricting you. His gaze settled on Elias. You can fight however you want. Finally his eyes landed on Ethan. Unlike the others, there was genuine interest there. You too. The teenager straightened immediately. Of course, sir. His voice carried none of Elias's arrogance and none of Renshiro's pride. I'll do my best. Arthur nodded and that was enough. Renshiro noticed. Arthur had spoken directly to Ethan, again. Not him and not Elias. The Japanese hunter's jaw tightened slightly. Perhaps Arthur already understood. Perhaps he knew that I wouldn't hold back regardless. Or perhaps. Renshiro's thoughts stopped there. Because Arthur was already walking toward the center of the arena. The Shadow Monarch moved with complete confidence. Elias stepped forward, Ethan followed. After a brief hesitation, Renshiro entered the arena as well. The giant chamber suddenly felt much smaller. Around them, League members watched closely. Hunters leaned forward for a closer look. Even Batman's attention sharpened. Arthur reached the center. Then stopped, his black coat moved slightly in the artificial breeze of the chamber. Violet eyes swept across the three opponents standing before him. Elias, Renshiro, Ethan. One eager. One prideful. One hiding far more than he realized. Arthur smiled faintly, then spread his hands. Ready when you are. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 492, The Difference Between Us. The 3 vessels of the rulers, the strongest hunters in the world, faced a single man. Arthur Blackwynd stood with his hands at his sides, posture almost lazy, yet his violet eyes were fixed on them with an expression that belonged to someone who had already read the ending of this fight before it began. Elias Kruger, the Iron Knight, as many call him, stood 20 meters away, his hand already on the hilt of his blade, a magnificent long sword etched with golden mana runes. Beside him, Renshiro had his katana angled behind his shoulder, wind already beginning to spiral around the sheath. Ethan Jones, the youngest of the 3, hung back near the far wall, his violet-white magic barely perceptible. Arthur's gaze drifted past Elias and Renshiro. Settled on Ethan. There he is. Elias didn't announce himself, didn't give the traditional courtesy of a duelist. He simply attacked. One moment he was 20 meters away. The next, his golden blade was descending toward Arthur's skull. The lightning spear manifested in Arthur's right hand between one moment and the next, a crackling javelin of condensed violet electricity. Clang. The sound echoed through like a bell struck by a god. Arthur had caught the strike mid-swing, the shaft of his spear crossed against Elias's blade. Sparks gold and violet rained down around them. Arthur didn't even bend his knees. He looked at the sword. Truly looked. His violet eyes traced the runes, the craftsmanship, the way the metal seemed to breathe with divine energy. Oh, Arthur said, a slow smile spreading across his face. Made by my shadow Hephaestus. A fine piece, apparently he is making weapons for everyone lately. Elias's eyes widened. Then narrowed. His jaw tightened until tendons stood out against his neck. You. The German hunter pushed harder, leaning his entire body weight into the blade, golden aura flaring around him. Are you mocking me? Arthur simply smiled, and parried. The motion was effortless, a slight rotation of the spear, a redirection of force that Elias hadn't even realized Arthur was controlling. The Iron Knight stumbled forward, his own momentum betraying him, and Arthur's spear swept past his guard in a flash of violet light. That was not a strike, a mere dismissal. Elias slid backward across the reinforced floor, his boots carving grooves into metal designed to withstand impacts from meta-humans. He stopped 10 meters away, chest heaving, eyes burning with humiliation. From the observation deck, Wonder Woman exhaled. He didn't even try. Arthur is holding back a lot. As he should be. Superman said quietly. It is just a duel after all, we don't want to hurt them. Batman said nothing, his eyes were locked on Arthur's face. Below, Renshiro moved. There was no warning. One moment he was standing still, and the next the air between him and Arthur simply parted. His katana came free of its sheath in a flash of blue-white lightning, the blade trailing a thunderclap in its wake. Wind howled and the air pressure in the entire training ground dropped. Arthur's spear was already there. Clang. 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 3 strikes. 3 blocks. Renshiro's blade whistled through angles that defied human anatomy, horizontal slash, diagonal rising cut, a thrust that should have pierced Arthur's throat. Each one met the shaft of the lightning spear with perfect precision. Elias rejoined the assault, his golden sword descending in overhead arcs while Renshiro pressed from the flank. 2 of the strongest hunters, 2 blades that had carved the strongest of the monsters within dungeons. 2 warriors who had never fought alongside anyone who could keep up with them so far. Arthur fought them both, his spear became a blur blocking Elias's power strikes with its shaft, deflecting Renshiro's speed cuts with its tip, spinning in his hands like a dancer's ribbon. He didn't retreat. Didn't give ground. His feet stayed planted in a circle no larger than a dinner table, and within that circle, nothing touched him. Clang. Crack. Shing. Elias roared and swung a horizontal slash that would have bisected a building. Arthur ducked under it, his spear coming up to catch Renshiro's katana mid-thrust, then twisted his body to kick Elias in the chest plate, not hard enough to hurt, just hard enough to push him back. He wasn't even breathing hard. And throughout it all, Arthur's eyes kept drifting to Ethan Jones. The teenager hadn't moved from the far wall. He watched, his hands were open at his sides, white-violet energy flickering between his fingers like nervous static. Waiting. Arthur smiled. Then he moved toward him. Elias and Renshiro both swung at the same moment, Elias from above, Renshiro from the left. Arthur blocked Elias with the shaft of his spear, deflected Renshiro with the butt end, and in the same fluid motion, threw the lightning spear. Not at Elias. Not at Renshiro. At Ethan. The spear crossed 60 meters in a fraction of a second, a violet comet trailing thunder. Ethan's eyes went wide. His hands came up, gravity fields, force barriers, telekinetic walls, everything he had. The spear punched through them all. Not because Ethan's defenses were weak. Because Arthur had thrown it at an angle that exploited every flaw in the teenager's magic. The shaft slammed into Ethan's crossed forearms and carried him. He flew backward, his boots leaving the ground, his body becoming a projectile that smashed into the far wall with a sound like a gong. Cracks spiderwebbed across the reinforced surface. Ethan slumped for a moment, then pushed himself upright, shaking his head, arms already healing. Arthur's spear returned to his hand. Elias charged. Attacking the weakling instead of facing us, the German roared, his golden blade descending in a fury of divine light. What kind of warrior are you? Fool, Arthur thought to himself. Then his eyes ignited. Violet flame burned where pupils should have been. He caught Elias's blade on his spear, held it there, and leaned in close enough that the German could see the galaxy spiraling in those eyes. Of course, you have to remove the weak first. Arthur said softly. And smiled. The fight changed after that. Elias and Renshiro exchanged a glance, a silent conversation between the two. They separated, circling Arthur at opposite angles, their auras flaring brighter. Ethan pushed off from the cracked wall, rolling his shoulders, his expression shifting from confusion to anger. 3 against 1, Arthur thought. Finally. Elias attacked first but differently this time. His sword didn't swing. It extended. Golden aura lashed from the blade in a crescent wave that carved through the air, leaving a trail of superheated plasma. Aura blade projection. Arthur sidestepped. The golden slash passed him and struck the far wall, leaving a molten trench 3 meters deep. Renshiro was already there. His katana traced a circle in the air, and wind answered a tornado compressed into the size of a fist, launched directly at Arthur's chest. Invisible and deadly. Arthur's spear spun. The shaft caught the compressed tornado and redirected it, sending it screaming toward Elias, who had to throw up a golden barrier to avoid being shredded. He deflected that. Hal Jordan said from the observation deck. You can't deflect a vacuum blade. That's not how wind works. It does if you understand the spin, John Johns observed. He rotated his weapon at precisely the frequency to catch the vortex and change its vector. That's not magic. That's physics. Applied perfectly. Superman's eyes glowed faintly with his enhanced vision. His muscle control is beyond anything I've seen. He's calculating every micro-movement, the speed you need for that is. A lot of it. The Flash responded, observing Arthur more closely now. Batman remained silent. His cowl hid his expression, but his hands had uncrossed. One finger tapped against his utility belt in a slow rhythm. Ethan raised a hand. King's domain. Gravity inverted. Gravity. Interesting. Arthur felt the shift immediately. His body suddenly weighed 10 times normal, then 20, then 50. The floor beneath his feet cracked. Every joint in his body protested. Elias and Renshiro moved freely, unaffected by their allies' power, and pressed the advantage. Elias's sword came down. Renshiro's katana traced a trail of lightning that would explode in seconds. Arthur planted his feet. And lifted. His spear caught Elias's sword and Renshiro's katana simultaneously, the shaft horizontal, both blades trapped against it. Muscles corded in his arms. The gravity pressed him down like a black hole trying to swallow him. But he didn't fall. How? Elias shouted, pushing with everything he had. That kid's gravity should. It's working all right, Arthur said calmly. His smile hadn't faded. If anything, it had grown. Just not enough. He twisted the spear. Both Elias and Renshiro were thrown off balance. And Arthur rotated his weapon in a tight spiral that caught both blades and redirected their momentum against each other. Elias's sword slammed into Renshiro's katana. Renshiro's katana scraped along Elias's guard. And Arthur was free. He spun low, his leg sweeping Elias's feet out from under him, then stabbed the butt of his spear into Renshiro's chest, knocking the wind from the Japanese hunter. In the same motion, he hurled his spear again, not at Ethan this time, but above him. The spear embedded itself in the ceiling. Then Arthur pulled. Using the spear as an anchor, he launched himself across the arena like a missile, gravity still pressing against him, but momentum overriding it. He landed in front of Ethan inside the teenager's gravity field, inside his comfort zone, and punched him in the chest. Not with a fist. With ruler's authority. Ethan flew backward again, this time slamming into the wall hard enough to leave a body-shaped crater. He coughed. Blood spattered his lips. His regeneration kicked in almost instantly, but the shock remained. Elias rose from the floor and Renshiro stood beside him, katana trembling in his grip from rage. Together, Renshiro said. Ruler's authority. Now. Both hunters extended their hands. Invisible forces, the power and will of rulers made manifest, reached out and seized Arthur's arms, his legs, his chest. They held him, completely immobilized, or so they thought. It worked, Elias breathed. We have him. For a moment, silence. Then Arthur laughed. It wasn't a mocking laugh. It was genuine. That's impressive, he admitted, his body straining against invisible bonds. You've got good coordination, surprisingly. Together, you might actually be strong enough to hold a monarch. Elias's eyes narrowed. Then yield. Arthur's violet eyes flicked to Ethan, still recovering against the far wall. I'm afraid that's not going to happen. There is still something I want to see, he said softly. And then he flexed his will. Ruler's authority exploded from Arthur's body like a supernova. It wasn't just stronger than Elias and Renshiro's combined power, it was shaped differently. Where they pressed from all directions, he twisted. Where they gripped, he sliced. Their hold shattered. Elias stumbled backward, clutching his head like someone had driven a spike through his thoughts. Renshiro dropped to one knee, his katana clattering against the floor, nose bleeding. You can use it too. Elias shouted, his voice cracking between fury and disbelief. Renshiro looked up, blood dripping from his chin, eyes wide. Arthur landed softly on the arena floor, his lightning spear returning to his hand from the ceiling. He rolled his shoulders, cracked his neck, and looked at the three hunters with something approaching pity. Focus on killing me, he said quietly. You guys are making this too easy. His gaze drifted to Ethan again. The teenager had pushed off from the wall. His white-violet energy was building now, his eyes had changed. The fear was gone. The surprise was gone. Good, Arthur thought. Show me. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 493, Spiritual Body Manifestation. The Justice League were in complete awe. Wonder Woman spoke first. He's toying with them. I wouldn't say that, he is more like educating them, Superman corrected, his voice heavy. There's a difference. 3 of the strongest hunters, Hal Jordan said, his ring flickering unconsciously. 3. And he's using one hand, one weapon, and none of his shadows. I've seen him raise armies. I've seen him drown Black Lantern forces in endless darkness. He is using none of those powers he has. He's proving something, Diana said. To them, to us perhaps as well. Her eyes found Batman. Flash finally stopped tapping his fingers. Okay, but that telekinesis thing. They almost had him, no. He was completely frozen. And then he just, no-sold it. How? Was he pretending to be like that? John's voice was a low rumble. You cannot bind what has already broken all chains. Superman turned to Batman. You knew about Ethan. You knew he was the strongest of the vessels, no? Batman didn't look away from the arena below. I suspected as much, and Arthur's interest in him confirmed it. How? Diana asked. Because Arthur doesn't care much about this duel. He didn't look at Elias once during that exchange. His entire focus is on the kid, trying to extract his potential. Below, Ethan Jones finally moved. Not toward Arthur. Through him. The teenager's body blurred with gravity manipulation. He shortened the distance between himself and Arthur to nothing, his fist crackling with white-violet energy, and swung. Arthur's spear came up. Ethan's fist stopped 3 inches from Arthur's face. Not because Arthur blocked it. Because Ethan stopped it himself. Celestial collapse, Ethan whispered. The miniature star of gravity ignited between them. And for the first time in the fight, that actually surprised Arthur. Yet Arthur cancelled it almost immediately. The miniature star died between them. That was truly a good move, but catching your opponent by surprise doesn't guarantee a swift victory, Arthur said to Ethan. Arthur moved through the explosion. His shadow armor had materialized across his chest in fractured plates, smoking slightly at the edges where the celestial collapse had grazed him. His lightning spear remained in his hand, crackling with renewed fury. Ethan stood across the arena, his chest heaving. The attack had cost him. His white-violet mana flickered unsteadily. Elias and Renshiro had regrouped, flanking their youngest ally with expressions that mixed desperation with realization. Arthur studied them for a long moment, then he spoke. I know what you're holding back. Elias's jaw tightened. The spiritual body manifestation, Arthur continued, twirling his spear lazily. I know it takes a lot of energy. I know it will leave you exhausted afterward. Probably unconscious, if you push it too far. After all, a vessel can only do so much with the power of a ruler. He pointed the crackling tip of his weapon at each of them in turn. But that is your only chance against me, so use it. Then Renshiro laughed, arrogant bastard, the Japanese hunter spat. The wind answered his call, and now he didn't go for the controlled slashes he'd used before, he used a compressed blade of air that crossed the distance between them in an instant, invisible. It was the kind of attack that had carved canyons, the kind that had ended S-rank monsters before they understood they were dead. Arthur vanished with a crack of displaced air, a flicker of violet light, and he was simply gone from where he'd been standing. Renshiro's eyes widened. Arthur was in front of him, his violet eyes blazed inches from Renshiro's face. The Japanese hunter tried to bring his katana up, and the flat of Arthur's lightning spear connected with the side of Renshiro's face with a sound like a thunderclap. Lightning exploded across Renshiro's body that made his muscles seize, his nerves fire randomly, his teeth clench so hard he felt enamel crack. He flew 30 meters. 40. He bounced once, twice, leaving craters in the reinforced floor, and finally came to rest against the far wall with a groan that spoke more of humiliation than pain. Arthur hadn't moved from where he'd struck. He stood with his spear resting against his shoulder, his expression almost bored. Just do it, don't waste my time, he said. Elias growled a low, rumbling sound that built in his chest, his golden aura flared brighter, consuming the air around him in divine radiance. So be it, the Iron Knight said, since you know about it, it doesn't hurt to show you. Arthur's spear shifted. Pointed past Elias. At Ethan. You too. The teenager had been hanging back, his white-violet energy still flickering, still unstable. But at Arthur's words, something changed in his expression and he nodded. What the hell are they talking about? Flash asked in the observation deck, his arms crossed so tightly his gloves creaked. What move? They've thrown everything at him: gravity, wind, lightning, holy swords, telekinesis, or whatever. What else do they have? Superman's eyes narrowed and Wonder Woman leaned forward, her warrior's instincts screaming. Arthur asked them to do something, and they were hesitant to do it. It could be something they can't maintain for long. Spiritual body manifestation. The voice came from the shadows at the back of the observation deck. The League turned. Jean-Pierre Gustave stepped forward, the French hunter, his hair pulled back, his eyes fixed on the arena below. Behind him, 3 other hunters lingered near the doorway. Batman's cowl tilted slightly. Explain. Jean-Pierre spread his hands. It is not like that. Speak of it often. It is, the final form. Since we know the truth about our powers now, the best way to explain is that this is the shape we can take when we stop pretending to be human and become what the rulers meant us to be. He paused, searching for words. You have seen S-ranks destroy buildings. You have seen us destroy mountains of monsters. And spiritual body manifestation. It is even beyond that. Then why haven't they used it? Diana demanded. Because it burns, Mariana said from the doorway, her accent thick. Not just magic, life. Every second in that form is a match held to the wick of your soul. You use it when you have no other choice, and no monster actually made us go that far. Or when? She glanced at Arthur below. When someone makes you angry enough to stop caring. Batman turned back to the reinforced glass. Below, the three hunters had begun to change. The first sign was the pressure. Elias Kruger dropped to one knee. Golden light erupted from his chest, not an aura this time, but a fracture. His body split along invisible seams, and from those seams poured radiance that had no business existing in a training arena beneath a mountain. The light emerged, shaping itself into something colossal. Almost 4 meters tall. A golden knight formed around Elias, its surface etched with a foreign writing that glowed. Geometric wings of light unfolded from its back, each feather a blade of condensed divinity. In its hands, a great sword materialized, its edge glowing white-hot, its length sufficient to split a city block in half. Elias's voice boomed from within the construct, no longer human. Iron Paragon. Beside him, Renshiro Takeda was consumed by blue-white flame. His body dissolved into incandescent smoke and reformed as something out of legend. A spirit of fire and lightning, 4 meters tall, its lower body a vortex of wind, its torso corded with spectral muscle. 4 arms extended from its shoulders, each hand gripping a katana forged from compressed storm clouds. Lightning arced between the blades, leaving afterimages burned into the air. Get ready, worm, the spirit intoned, its voice a chorus of thunder. And then there was Ethan. The teenager had closed his eyes. When he opened them, the arena broke. White and violet energy exploded from his body in concentric rings, each one cracking the reinforced floor, each one sending shockwaves through the mountain itself. The observation deck rattled. Superman's hand shot out to brace the glass. Ethan rose into the air, ascending. Gravity bent around him like a cloak, twisting the light into impossible spirals. Celestial armor materialized across his frame, white and violet, angular and alien, each plate seeming to float a millimeter above his skin. A halo of rotating rings appeared behind his head, each one inscribed with symbols that hurt to look at. His eyes became twin points of absolute gravity, pulling at the very fabric of space around them. He didn't grow to the size of the others. He stayed human-sized. Which made him infinitely more terrifying. Oh, come on, Flash said, his voice cracking. One of them turned into a giant with a sword. One turned into a 4-armed fire samurai tornado. And the kid just became, what? An angel or something. Still a spiritual body manifestation, Jean Pierre corrected quietly. Hal Jordan's ring flickered. His construct armor materialized around him reflexively. My ring is picking up gravity fluctuations that shouldn't be possible indoors. Or on Earth. He's bending spacetime, Barry. Wonder Woman's hand had moved to the hilt of her sword, an instinct she couldn't suppress. Diana, Superman said softly. They're not a threat. Her eyes snapped to Arthur. The Shadow Monarch hadn't moved. He stood exactly where he'd been, his lightning spear still resting against his shoulder, watching the 3 transformed hunters with an expression that could only be described as satisfaction. Then he smiled. And changed. Darkness coiled around him, the armor that wrapped his body wasn't forged or summoned. It grew, rising from his skin like a second layer, black as night, edged with violet light that glowed the same glow of his eyes. He raised his lightning spear. And slammed the butt into the ground. Crack. Violet lightning exploded outward in a perfect ring, washing over the 3 hunters, over the walls, over the observation deck, and every light in Mount Justice flickered. Every electronic device within a kilometer stuttered. Arthur's voice cut through the silence, calm as ever. I'll wait. He spread his arms wide, the shadow armor rippling across his chest. Take your time. It's bad manners to interrupt a transformation. From within the golden giant, Elias's laugh echoed, genuine this time, stripped of anger. You might be sorry afterward. Arthur tilted his head. The smile never left his face. Nah. Renshiro's storm spirit form crackled with indignation. Lightning arced between his 4 katanas, each blade singing with killing intent. We are about to tear this mountain apart around you. I want you to do that, if you can, of course. Arthur said simply. Arthur's violet eyes locked onto the teenager's gravity-twisting form and the smile remained. Finally, those eyes seemed to say. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 494, The Monarch's Examination. The arena had become a war zone. The reinforced floor designed to withstand Kryptonian punches and extreme magical attacks had been reduced to a cratered wasteland of twisted metal and exposed wiring. Arthur Blackwynd stood with his shadow armor smoking, his lightning spear spinning lazily in his right hand, and an expression of mild disappointment on his face. Elias in his golden knight form swung his greatsword in an arc that would have bifurcated a small mountain. Arthur didn't dodge, instead he stepped a single pace forward, inside the blade's reach, where its momentum meant nothing, and the flat of his spear cracked against the knight's gauntlet, hard and precise. The gauntlet shattered and golden light bled from the wound. Impossible. Elias's voice boomed. Your weight distribution is off, Arthur said conversationally, sidestepping a desperate backhand from the knight's other arm. You're favoring your dominant side. It makes you very predictable. Try not to do this against the other monarchs, this will lead to your death. He drove his spear into the knight's knee joint. The leg buckled and he crashed downward, Elias inside screaming in frustration. Before he could recover, Arthur was already moving, not toward the fallen knight, but toward the storm of lightning and wind that had been circling him for the past 90 seconds. Renshiro's storm incarnate struck like a hurricane. 4 katanas, each wreathed in lightning, each trailing compressed wind blades, descended on Arthur from 4 impossible angles simultaneously. Arthur moved between them. Step. Turn. Duck. Spin. Each katana missed by a margin that shouldn't have been possible. Not because Arthur was faster than lightning, though he was, but because he had already read the pattern 3 moves ahead. You circle the same way every time, Arthur said, now directly beneath the storm spirit's central mass. Clockwise, always clockwise. It's a bad habit. What? Arthur drove his fist upward into the spirit's chest. Not with his weapon, and not with ruler's authority. Just his fist, wrapped in shadow armor, driven by strength that had no business being contained in a human frame. The impact broke something. Cracks spread across the storm spirit's torso, blue-white fractures, and Renshiro's face contorted, his eyes wide in a mix of pain and disbelief. That's, the Japanese hunter gasped. Your spiritual body, Arthur finished. He grabbed one of the 4 spectral arms, yanked, and the entire form lurched forward off balance. It's powerful. But it's still you. And you've been fighting on empty since the transformation started. Arthur's palm pressed against the spirit's chest. Ruler's authority exploded outward, not a grip this time, but a shove. A wave of pure will that hit the storm incarnate. Renshiro's spiritual body manifestation detonated. Blue-white flames scattered across the arena in 1,000 fragments, each one fading as it touched the ruined floor. The Japanese hunter's real body tumbled through the air, small, fragile human, and crashed into the far wall with a sickening crack. He slid down and didn't move. The Golden Knight, Elias, still struggling to rise, froze as he saw that. That idiot. Arthur didn't look back. He was already walking toward the fallen hunter, his footsteps crunching on broken metal. He crouched beside Renshiro's unconscious form, checked his pulse with 2 fingers, and nodded. Alive, he called out. And exhausted, he'll wake up with a headache and wounded pride. He stood and turned to face Elias. The Iron Knight had finally climbed back to his feet, both of them, though the shattered knee joint made his spiritual form flicker. The greatsword came up, its edge still glowing, its wielder still defiant. I am not finished, Elias growled. No, Arthur agreed. You're not. He raised his lightning spear. And waited, and Elias didn't. The knight lunged with no grace, his greatsword swept horizontally, trailing a wave of aura so dense it carved a trench through the floor as it traveled. Arthur sidestepped. The wave passed him, struck the wall behind, and opened a gash that went through 3 layers of reinforcement. Elias pressed. Aura blade projections, golden crescents of divine light launched from the greatsword in rapid succession, each one so fast, each one aimed with the precision of a master swordsman. Arthur wove through the first 5, yet the 6th grazed him. His shadow armor screamed, the light-based attack carved a furrow across his left shoulder. Not deep and not crippling, but it was there. A thin line of red welled up through the black armor, and Arthur's eyes was on it for just a second. Not bad, he thought. He actually clipped me. Then he smiled. Good, Arthur said. And threw his lightning spear. The violet javelin crossed the distance between them in less than a moment, faster than light. It struck the Golden Knight's chest plate dead center, right where the heart would be if his armor had won. Crack. The sound was divinity breaking. Cracks spiderwebbed across his torso, golden light bleeding from every fracture. The spear didn't stop, it drove, carrying the 4-meter-tall knight backward across the arena, its feet leaving furrows in the floor, until... Slam. The spear pinned Elias to the far wall. The Golden Knight hung there, impaled, its light flickering. The greatsword slipped from its grip, crashing into the floor. Elias gasped. Blood dripped from his nose. His arms trembled as he reached up, both hands closing around the shaft of Arthur's spear protruding from his chest plate. I can still go, he rasped, his voice cracking. I can still go on. He pulled and the spear wouldn't budge. He pulled harder, his muscles screamed, golden light pulsed erratically around him, his spiritual body manifestation destabilizing. Smoke curled across the arena floor, and from within that smoke, a figure emerged. Walking casually. His shadow armor smoking where the light grays had burned him. Arthur Blackwynd stopped in front of the pinned golden knight. Reached up and pulled his lightning spear free. Elias's spiritual body dissolved exhaustedly. The golden light crumbled like ash, falling away to reveal the man beneath, smaller now, human now, his armor cracked, his face pale. He dropped to his knees on the ruined floor, both hands pressed against the ground, breathing in ragged gasps. You did good, Arthur said quietly. Elias looked up, disbelief warring with exhaustion in his eyes. His mouth opened. Then a white-violet blur screamed across the arena. Arthur moved. The energy spear, if it could be called that, wasn't aimed at him. It was aimed near him. Arthur sidestepped, but the projectile curved, its trajectory bending impossibly, drawing him into its path rather than striking directly. He twisted at the last second. The spear passed within inches of his face, close enough for him to feel its gravity pulling at his skin. His eyes snapped toward the source. Ethan Jones, the teenager, stood at the opposite end of the arena, his form was still intact. The halo rings behind his head spun slower now. The white-violet armor flickered and his chest rose and fell in sharp, controlled breaths. But his hands were already forming new spears. Arthur didn't dodge the second one. Or the third. He watched them curve, watched them bend, watched them try to trap him in a web of gravitational pull rather than pierce him. Interesting power. Arthur murmured to himself, low enough that even Superman's hearing might have missed it, I know what the rulers can do, so I'm quite certain rulers don't have these kinds of. He stopped and his eyes widened in realization. Arthur's gaze lifted to Ethan's flickering form. The teenager was exhausted. Barely standing. His attacks were losing cohesion, the spears wobbling in flight, their gravitational fields unstable. But the nature of them. You're a metahuman, Arthur said. Ethan's next spear wobbled mid-flight. He caught it, dismissed it, his brow furrowing. Or at least, Arthur continued, walking slowly toward the teenager, his spear dangling at his side, you were before further awakening as a vessel of a ruler. It amplified your original powers. He stopped 10 meters from Ethan and cocked his head. I get it now. Ethan's chest heaved. Sweat dripped down his face. His halo rings flickered again for a moment. I have no idea, Ethan said between breaths, what you're saying. Arthur studied him. The exhaustion, the flickering form, the way his hands trembled even as they formed new weapons. I know you can't keep up that form much longer, Arthur said. So do your best now, as fast as you see in. For a moment, something sparked in Ethan's tired eyes. Then he moved. King's domain. The words weren't shouted. And the white-violet energy exploded from Ethan's body in a perfect sphere, expanding outward in every direction. Everything around him became subject to his gravity. The floor cracked from the enormous weight. Ethan floated at the center, his halo rings blazing, his eyes white with power. And Arthur stood inside the king's domain, with his feet planted, his shadow armor rippling against the pressure, his expression, calm as ever. He said. Ethan's voice cracked. You're spreading the effect too wide, Arthur said. Up to a kilometer, right? That's what I'm sensing, but against a single target, you're wasting energy, you should compress it. Focus it, and make it hurt. Ethan's jaw tightened. He lunged. No more energy spears. No more fancy techniques. Just fists, wrapped in white-violet gravity, swung with the desperation of someone who had nothing left to lose. Arthur dismissed his lightning spear, it vanished in a crackle of violet lightning, and Arthur raised his hands open and waiting. Crack. Ethan's first punch. Arthur blocked it with his forearm, the impact sending shockwaves through the already ruined arena. Crack. 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 3 more punches. Arthur deflected each one with minimal movement, a tilt of the head, a shift of the shoulder, a redirection that sent Ethan stumbling past him. You're telegraphing, Arthur said. Ethan spun, swung again. Arthur caught his fist. His fingers closed around Ethan's knuckles, and the gravity pressing down on him seemed to pause, uncertain how to respond. You've got power, Arthur said quietly. More than the other 2 idiots. But you're still thinking and fighting like a child. Ethan's eyes burned and he swung with his other hand. Arthur released the caught fist, swayed under the punch, and drove his palm into Ethan's abdomen. It wasn't a hard blow. Not by Arthur's standards. But it was precise, a spike of force that targeted the solar plexus, that bypassed the gravity armor, that found the soft, exhausted human beneath the celestial form. Ethan folded, his knees hit the cracked floor. His hands pressed against the ground, holding him up by sheer stubbornness. Blood, red and wet, dripped from his lips onto the broken metal. His form flickered, then shattered. The white-violet armor fell away in fragments, dissolving into light that faded before it touched the ground. The halo ring spun one last time, then winked out. Ethan Jones, the teen, bleeding, trembling, barely conscious, knelt in the ruins of the arena, his spiritual body manifestation gone. He tried to stand. His legs wouldn't cooperate. Arthur raised a hand. I resign from this fight. Ethan looked up, his vision blurry, his mind struggling to process the words. What? Arthur crouched down, bringing himself to the teenager's eye level. The shadow armor receded from his face, revealing the calm, almost gentle expression beneath. You hurt me. I resign. But you won. Ethan's voice cracked. You beat us. All three of us. You. Arthur shook his head. This wasn't about winning or losing to me. He stood, offering a hand to the kneeling teenager. Ethan stared at it like he'd never seen a hand before. I wanted to understand something, Arthur continued. And see where you stand right now. He smiled, small, genuine, without mockery. And I got it. Ethan's hand rose slowly. Trembling. He took Arthur's and the Shadow Monarch pulled him to his feet. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 495, Lesson of a Monarch. The Justice League were stunned, most of them were still trying to process what just happened. That was. Flash stopped, then started again. I've seen Arthur fight before. But this was just so humiliating for them, I guess. How? It didn't seem that way to me. Hal asked. Because he didn't use any of that, Flash said. None of his shadows, just a spear and his hands. And he took apart 3 of the so-called strongest hunters in the world like they were training dummies. Wonder Woman's hands had finally released the railing. Her knuckles were white from the effort of not joining the fight below. He was teaching them, she said slowly. The entire time, he was teaching them how to be better. Is that what you saw? Johns asked. Diana nodded. I saw him, and holding back just enough to let them show him what they could do. And when they showed him everything, he acknowledged it. He resigned rather than destroy them. Clearly he wanted that kid to show him everything he can do. Batman said nothing, his cowl was angled downward, toward the arena, but his eyes weren't on Arthur anymore. They were on Ethan, on the teenager standing on shaking legs, supported by the men who had just defeated him. Bruce, Hal said carefully. You're doing the quiet thing. The scary quiet thing. The kid, Batman said. What about him? Arthur figured something out during the fight, something about Ethan. Batman's fingers tapped against his utility belt. He said Ethan was a metahuman before awakening as a ruler's vessel. That his powers were amplified, that's what I heard. Superman said. Jean Pierre stepped forward, looking down. That is unusual. Most of us were ordinary before awakening. Ethan was different. He was found in Gotham, Batman said. An orphan, ordinary background, nothing really unusual. He paused. I assumed that he was very strong because if he was a vessel of a ruler, nothing more. This means he hid his powers very well, responsibly even. Which means, John said slowly, the ruler's power amplified what was already there, making him an anomaly even among hunters. Below, Arthur was helping Elias to his feet, the German hunter protesting weakly, too exhausted to actually resist. Renshiro had been carried to the edge of the arena by tendrils of shadow that emerged from Arthur's silhouette, laid gently against the wall. Ethan stood on his own now, barely, his legs shook. His breathing was shallow. But he was standing. You're going to be a problem, Arthur said. Ethan blinked. Is that a compliment? Take it however you want. Arthur's shadow armor dissolved completely, leaving him in simple black clothes. He stretched his arms above his head, cracked his neck, and sighed contentedly. I haven't had a workout like that in months. You were playing with us. I was assessing you, there's a difference. Besides, I did not really go easy on you. Arthur glanced at the observation deck, at the silhouettes of the Justice League watching from above. I'm sure the others understood that as well. Ethan waited. Do not think of yourself as a weapon. Arthur said. You're a force. Forces can only be directed. Once you learn that, you might just become something the rulers never imagined. Ethan opened his mouth to respond. Then below them, distant echoing through the mountain, alarms began to ring. The observation deck erupted in movement. Batman's voice cut through the chaos, hard and immediate. Watchtower reports a breach. Something just entered Earth's atmosphere. Something big. Arthur's smile faded. His violet eyes turned toward the ceiling, toward the surface, toward the sky beyond. Well, he said quietly. That's inconvenient timing. Ethan swayed beside him. What's happening? Arthur's hand clapped down on the teenager's shoulder, steadying, almost paternal. Rest, he said. You've earned it. Then he was gone, a flicker of shadow, a whisper of violet light, and the arena was empty except for 3 exhausted hunters. Batman was already moving toward the Zeta tubes, his cape billowing behind him. Superman, Wonder Woman, Lantern with me. Flash, you head to Gotham. Apparently whatever entered the atmosphere is heading there. Gotham again. Flash said with a tired look on his face. John, coordinate with Watchtower. Batman continued. Bruce, Superman said. What about Arthur? Batman paused at the Zeta tube entrance. He's already there. The tube activated. The League vanished into light. And in the arena below, Elias Kruger slumped against the cracked wall, looked at Ethan Jones, and laughed, a weak, exhausted, genuine sound. That man, the German said, is absolutely insufferable. Ethan, still swaying, still bleeding, still trying to process everything that had just happened, managed a small smile. Gotham City, night sky. Arthur flew in the void above the city, his shadow armor coalescing around him in silent plates, his violet eyes fixed on the breach in the atmosphere, floating 3,000 feet above the Gotham skyline, watching something approach. The apocalyptian ship descended through the clouds. It was ugly, it was meant to be ugly. Jagged angles of living metal that pulsed with orange light, furnaces that had consumed worlds. Spires that served no purpose except intimidation. Arthur's head tilted, his vision pierced the ship's outer hull. He counted the life signs. Catalogued the energy signatures. Can't see any of the new gods inside this one, he murmured to himself. Only parademons. His jaw tightened. No matter. Below him, Gotham continued its nightly chaos, sirens wailed in the distant streets. Somewhere in the Bowery, a mugging was in progress. This city always never knew what was going on until it was too late. Arthur raised his right hand. And called. The shadow beneath him, his own shadow, cast by the burning ship above, exploded. Darkness poured out of it, spreading across the sky in a tidal wave of absolute black. The clouds drank it. The air shivered. Every light in Gotham flickered, street lamps, car headlights, the bat signal itself. From that darkness, wings unfolded. Kamish. The shadow dragon emerged from the void with a scream that shattered windows for 6 blocks. His body was monstrous, eyes that burned with the same violet fire as his master. Arthur landed on the dragon's skull between the horns, his feet finding purchase on shadow scales that could deflect artillery. Kamish, he said. The dragon rumbled, a sound that vibrated through the air. I see it. Then destroy it. Kamish's wings folded. And the dragon attacked. The ship's sensors must have screamed. Somewhere inside that twisted metal, a Parademon commander was shrieking orders, trying to redirect power to weapons, to shields, to anything that might stop what was coming. Kamish hit the apocalyptian vessel like a comet made of rage. The impact cracked the sky. A shockwave rippled outward, visible, physical, pushing clouds back for a mile in every direction. The ship lurched, its port side crumpling inward, hull plating shearing off in sheets of burning metal. The dragon didn't stop. His claws sank into the ship's hull, tearing through armor designed to resist great assault. His jaws closed around one of the vessel's spires, and he pulled. The spire came free with a shriek of tortured metal. Kamish swallowed it. Tastes like fear, the dragon growled, and there was something almost like joy in his voice. Fire bloomed in the back of his throat, he exhaled, and a column of shadow flame engulfed the ship's forward section, melting armor, cooking parademons where they stood, turning the vessel's bridge into a slag heap. From the shadows around Kamish, new shapes emerged. Giants. They pulled themselves out of the darkness like men climbing from a pit, 15 feet tall, wrapped in armor and wielding swords that could carve a mountain. One of the elite of Arthur's army. They swarmed the crippled ship, climbing its angled hull with impossible grace, their weapons flashing in the firelight. One giant drove his blade through a gun emplacement. Another carved open a hatch and threw himself inside. Screams followed, brief and wet. A third stood atop the highest remaining spire, planted his sword in the metal, and pushed, splitting the ship's spine. Arthur watched from Kamish's skull, arms crossed with a calm expression. The ship began to fall. Suspended between the dragon's grip and gravity's claim. Then Kamish released it, pushing off with his hind legs, and the vessel dropped. It tumbled through the sky end over end, trailing fire and shadow and the bodies of parademons thrown free by the rotation. The harbor below opened its arms. The impact with the ocean was apocalyptic. Water erupted upward in a wall 50 feet, 100 feet, 200 feet. A tidal wave that crashed against the docks, flooded warehouses, sent ships moored in the harbor rocking violently against their restraints. The sound traveled across the city, a thunderclap that made people look up from their dinners, their crimes, their quiet desperations. Then silence. The ship lay in the shallows, broken open like an egg, its interior exposed to the night air. Fires still burned in its wreckage, hissing where the water touched them. Parademons, the few that had survived, crawled from the ruins only to be met by shadow giants, who dispatched them with efficient, silent violence. Arthur descended from Camish's skull. The dragon shrank as he fell, disappearing, folding himself back into Arthur's shadow until only a whisper of darkness remained. The giants followed, one by one, melting into the black until the harbor was empty except for the burning ship and the men standing on the dock. Arthur landed softly on the wet concrete of a warehouse loading bay. The building behind him was abandoned, tagged with gang symbols, windows boarded, its interior dark. But its roof gave him a perfect view of the wreckage. He walked to the edge of the dock, stopped, and looked out at the dying vessel. The fires reflected in his violet eyes. The screams of dying parademons faded into the night. What is Apocalypse even trying to do? Arthur said to himself, sending a ship here, knowing full well what awaits them. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 496, A Burden Shared. The fires on the wrecked apocalyptian ship had gone out, and the harbor smelled of burning metal. The seagulls had already begun circling the wreckage. Arthur stood at the edge of the dock, his shadow armor receded into nothing, leaving him in simple black clothes that moved too easily in the salt wind. His violet eyes tracked the smoke as it rose and dispersed. Darkside, he murmured, your time will come. Then the air shifted next to Arthur without a sound. But Arthur didn't turn, for this was a friendly presence. You already dealt with it, Superman said. The men of steel landed on the dock with the subtlety of a feather touching silk, no impact crater, just a thump of boots on wet concrete. His cape settled around him. Arthur's lip twitched. You're late to the party. I was in space, the Zeta tube of the sanctuary teleported us to the watchtower. I should have gone directly here like you did. Superman moved to stand beside him, their shoulders almost touching. I had to verify something else as well with Batman. He knew you were here already. And you still got here in under 4 minutes. I wasn't showing off. Arthur snorted. Sure. Superman's eyes scanned the wreckage below. His expression shifted through several micro-expressions in the span of a second. Ship from Apocalypse, he said. I know that design very well. Old war wounds. Old lesson. Superman's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. A long time ago, Darkseid attacked Earth with a significant force. We defeated them. He paused. Though we never fought Darkseid himself. Arthur finally turned to look at him. The firelight caught the angles of Superman's face, highlighting the tension in his brow, the set of his mouth. Darkseid's name still made him pause. Arthur looked back at the wreck. Then this is no different, Clark. He gestured at the burning ship with a lazy wave. That vessel was only full of parademons. There's Northwest one close to Darkseid aboard, none of his new gods, none of his elite. This was a scouting ship. Something he sent to test our defenses. Superman's brow furrowed. You're sure? I counted every life sign before my dragon took his first bite. Arthur's voice was flat. Parademons. Officers low enough that they probably didn't even know why they were sent. No one who matters was on board. He paused, watching a piece of the wreckage break free and crash into the water. At least now he knows Earth is still strong enough. Despite the situation with the gates, Superman finished, and the monarchs were facing. Exactly. Somewhere in the distance, a helicopter was approaching, news crew, probably, drawn by the explosion that had shaken half the city. Arthur made a mental note to have his shadows misdirect them. Then his eyes widened. It was subtle. Anyone else would have missed it. But Superman had been watching Arthur's face in the firelight, and he saw the sudden sharpening of focus, the way those violet irises seemed to contract around a thought that just popped in his mind. Arthur turned to face him fully. What if he really knows a lot about what's going on here? Superman considered this. It's hard to tell, he admitted. But I don't think that's impossible with him. Arthur's jaw tightened. I wouldn't learn much from his parademons. Even as shadows. He shook his head. They're genetically engineered troops, meant to follow his orders, and that's about it. Their minds are empty. Purpose-built, so there's nothing to take. So we learn nothing from this. Almost nothing. Arthur's eyes narrowed. We know he's watching, we know he's patient. And we know he's willing to sacrifice ships and soldiers just to see how we would react. Superman folded his arms across his chest. What would you do? If you were him? Arthur was quiet for a long moment. If I were Darkseid, he said slowly, I would wait. Wait for what? Until the gates and the monarchs exhaust Earth. Until we're exhausted. He gestured vaguely at the sky, at the city, at the entire struggling planet. The rulers, the monarchs, the hunters, the League, we're fighting a war on multiple fronts. Every day, we lose a little more. A little more energy. A little more hope, a little more people. Superman's arms uncrossed, his hands hung at his sides, fingers curling into loose fists. Then, Arthur continued, when we're bleeding out, when our defenses are stretched thin, when the strongest of us are running on empty, he claims the rewards. Probably uses certain people and monsters in his favor. It would be extra firepower he didn't have to spend anything to acquire. Monarchs, Superman said. You think he would ally with them? I think Darkseid doesn't have allies. He has assets, and the monarchs would make excellent assets, if he could control them. I don't know if he would be able to control someone like Antares though. Superman's laugh was soft, almost sad. I think he's much smarter than that. Arthur's head tilted. Meaning Darkseid doesn't strike me like a being that waits for opportunities. He creates them. Superman turned to face the harbor. If he's watching, he's not just waiting. He's manipulating, finding the cracks, widening them. He's probably already reached out to someone on Earth, someone who thinks they're using him. Arthur was silent for a second, then he said, that's what's bothering me, I truly can't tell, especially after what I've learned recently. Did something happen? Superman asked. Something did happen. He already killed some of my shadow lanterns. Arthur's voice dropped. They were good people. Steppenwolf did it in his name, and I keep asking myself, is he a fool or is he really sacrificing one of his elites just to test me? Superman's expression softened. Steppenwolf is a conqueror, it's what he does. I've heard from Hal the things Steppenwolf did on some planets. Apparently the Green Lantern Corps have been trying to hunt him for a long time, if he comes to Earth. He's not stupid enough to think he can conquer Earth. Arthur shook his head. He's seen what we can do. Whatever he's doing, he's not doing it because he believes he can win. He's doing it because someone told him to. Darkseid. Darkseid. Arthur's fists clenched, then relaxed. Steppenwolf will be just a distraction. Or a test. Or both. Superman placed a hand on Arthur's shoulder. Sorry to hear about your lanterns, he said quietly. And yeah. We'll stop them. Arthur looked at the hand on his shoulder. Then at Superman's face. I don't doubt it. He looked back at the wreckage. My plan for revenge is already underway. Steppenwolf will take the bait. And when he does. His eyes glowed violet for just a moment. I will try to learn a thing or two about Darkseid and his intentions through him. Superman removed his hand. His expression was thoughtful, almost concerned. You really are taking a lot upon your shoulders, Arthur. I can handle it. I know you can. Superman's voice was gentle but firm. That's not the point. He turned to face Arthur directly, his cape settling behind him. You know we exist too, right? You can't keep fighting alone. Arthur opened his mouth. The monarchs, Superman continued, ticking off on his fingers. The rulers. Darkseid. And whatever else lurks out there that we haven't even seen yet. We share this burden, Arthur. All of us. Arthur's mouth closed. I admire your will, Superman said. Your character. I always have, but we will share this burden. Besides. A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. You have a kid coming. The silence that followed was different from the others. Arthur's expression flickered, something passing across his face too fast to name, then he smiled. And this is all for a better future, Arthur said quietly. He gestured with his hands toward the ocean, the horizon, where the dark water met the darker sky. For all of them. Superman followed his gaze. I really have no other intentions, Arthur continued. Nothing else. I'm using my powers, driven from death itself. To sustain life. He laughed, with a soft exhale. Ironic, isn't it? Superman laughed too. Sounds spooky when you say it like that. Kind of. Arthur's smile widened. Have you seen my aesthetic? Superman put his hand on Arthur's shoulder again, squeezing once, firmly. We all respect you for that. Superman stepped back. Well. He rolled his shoulders, and the tension seemed to leave him. Since this is dealt with, I should go report back. His expression turned serious. Batman was very worried about this one, for good reason. We can't afford to let our guard down anymore, we don't need any more surprises. Arthur nodded. I'll go home, then, to check on Kara and the others. Superman's face lit up. Tell her I said hi. I will. Superman crouched slightly, his eyes scanning the sky, calculating trajectories. Then he paused. Arthur. Yes. Thank you. Superman's voice was quiet. For being nice to that kid back at the secret sanctuary and for doing what you do. He glanced at the wreckage. For handling this before it became a problem. Arthur inclined his head. Someone has to. Superman smiled. Then he shot into the sky a red and blue blur that broke the sound barrier in less than a second, leaving a thunderclap that rolled across the harbor like applause. The clouds parted around his ascent. Arthur watched him go. Then the darkness rose around him, swallowing his form in a gust of dark smoke. And just like that, the dock was empty. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 497, Stubborn as Ever. Gotham, Arthur's estate. The shadows in the corner of the sitting room shifted slowly, and the violet-tinged smoke that coiled from the floor revealed the silhouette of a man within its depths. Arthur Blackwynd stepped out of the void and into his home. The estate greeted him the way it always did, with silence that felt comforting, with air that smelled of old books and magic. The sitting room was dark except for the fireplace. Arthur exhaled, his shoulders dropped an inch. Welcome back, Master Arthur. Arthur flinched. It was small, a micro-movement, the kind that most people would have missed. But it was there, his hand twitched toward a weapon that wasn't present. His eyes widened for precisely 1 second. Then he recognized the voice. Oh, shit. He turned. George, you gave me a scare. The butler stood in the doorway, his hands folded behind his back, his expression serene. George wore a simple black suit. No tie, and the top button of his shirt was undone, which was as close to casual as George ever got. Frightening death itself, George said, his voice almost a murmur, is a compliment I shall gratefully accept. However, I was merely waiting for your arrival. I had a gut feeling that you would be home today. Arthur stared at him for a moment longer, then shook his head slowly. Your gut feelings are terrifying, you know that. I prefer to think of them as informed intuitions. Same thing. Semantics, Master Arthur. George stepped aside, gesturing toward the sitting room. Shall we? Arthur moved past him, his boots still damp with harbor water, leaving faint prints on the hardwood floor. He stopped in the center of the room, looking around as if seeing it for the first time. The high ceilings. The dark wood paneling, the shelves of books that had been collected by Raven herself, some of them bound in materials that were unknown to him. The fire crackled. Yeah, well. Arthur ran a hand through his ashen white hair. I've been neglecting rest lately. A lot happened, been going back and forth from place to place. He let his hand fall. It makes you miss a bed sometimes. George moved to stand near the fireplace, his shadow stretching across the wall like a second, more elegant version of himself. If you desire to sleep, your room is prepared. Arthur shook his head. Still won't be sleeping. He walked to the sofa, a massive thing, upholstered in dark leather, and rested his hand on its back. I just need to rest. George inclined his head. Of course. Arthur looked around again. The silence was different now, and it came from rooms that were missing their occupants. I understand why Raven isn't here, but... His brow furrowed. Where is Kara? George's expression didn't change, with a slight tilt of his head. Lady Kara said she would be heading toward the Fortress of Solitude, he said. She mentioned something about running some tests on herself. Arthur closed his eyes. Breathed and opened them again. Of course. The word came out exasperated. She really can't stay put, can she? I made the argument, George said carefully, that remaining here would be the more prudent course of action. Given her condition. Stubborn as ever, but if that's the reason she's going to the fortress. Arthur shrugged. Fine. She'll probably find Clark there, anyway. A pause. Even thought he told me to say hi for her. Shall I relay the message when she returns? No, I meant that won't be necessary once she finds Clark. Arthur walked around the sofa and lowered himself onto it, more like collapsing. His body sank into the leather. Oh, well. Just you and me here, then. George allowed himself the smallest of smiles. It barely moved his lips, but it reached his eyes. And this troublemaker, he said, gesturing toward the corner of the room, whom you so benevolently provided a shadow ring for. Arthur followed his gaze. Dexter was sprawled on his back in a patch of firelight, all 4 paws pointed at the ceiling. A thin band of black metal encircled one of his front paws, barely visible against his fur, pulsing with faint violet light. The cat's tail flicked lazily. Dexter is a good cat, Arthur said. Dexter rolled over slowly and batted at the air. From his shadow ring, a tendril of darkness emerged, coiling upward and shaping itself into a sphere. A ball of pure shadow stuff, no larger than an apple, hovered above his paws. He swatted it. It bounced off an invisible wall and returned. He swatted it again. Pretty clever, really, Arthur said, watching the cat play. For a former Red Lantern, not surprising, though. George's eyebrow rose a fraction. Former Red Lantern is not a phrase one hears often. He chose rage, then I made him choose something else. Arthur leaned his head back against the sofa. Honestly, cats are like that. They choose what they want, when they want it, and damn the consequences. A philosophy to which I can relate. Arthur laughed. Yeah. I bet. There was a pause. George's hands remained folded behind his back, but his expression had grown more serious. Just so you are aware, Master Arthur. I insisted that Lady Kara remain here. I made the argument at length, citing the importance of rest, and that if any trouble arises there are people who can take care of it. Arthur's eyes stayed on the ceiling. And she insisted that she does not like to be a prisoner. George's voice was carefully neutral. She stated, and I quote, I am free to do what I want, when I want, and I am not going to sit in this beautiful house being beautiful while everyone gets to do stuff. End quote. Arthur's mouth twitched. I couldn't stop her, George continued. I literally cannot. Physically, she is stronger than I am. Metaphysically, her argument was unassailable. And ethically. He paused. I found I did not have the heart to try. Arthur turned his head to look at George, who met his gaze evenly. I get it, Arthur said. Stubborn, nothing surprising. He paused. Also. Lady, now. Instead of Miss. His eyes narrowed slightly. What's with the sudden change, George? George straightened his already straight posture. It is only natural, he said, to call her that now. Arthur squinted at him. Dexter batted his shadow ball into the fireplace, where the shadow construct dissipated with a soft hiss. Right, Arthur said slowly. I see what you're implying. I am implying nothing, Master Arthur, I am simply using appropriate honorifics. You're implying that. And it's not going to happen anytime soon. George smiled. You will, though, he said. In the future, I am quite certain of it. Once the world is a better place. Arthur stared at him for a long moment. Then he looked away, back at the fire, at the ceiling, at the shadow ball reforming in Dexter's paws. Well, he said quietly, at least you know my priorities are straight. They have always been straight, Master Arthur. That has never been in question. Yes, Arthur finally said. I'm fighting for that world, for all of us. He let his head fall back against the sofa cushion. His eyes closed. Then. Did you hear anything? George, who had begun to turn toward the kitchen, paused. Pardon me. Arthur's eyes remained closed. I mean, like, minutes ago. Before I arrived. George considered this, his head tilted slightly, a gesture of thought rather than confusion. I did, actually. He turned back to face the sofa. It was quite distant, but the sound was clear enough. It seemed to originate from the direction of Gotham Harbor. He paused. It sounded rather like an explosion of some sorts. Arthur's lips curved. These sorts of sounds, George continued, are not foreign to Gotham, of course. The city has a certain character. An appetite for the dramatic. Arthur almost laughed. Right, he said. In that case, never mind. George watched him for a moment, the lines of exhaustion around his eyes, the way his chest rose and fell slowly. I shall return with refreshments, George said. You look as though you require some. Pretty please, Arthur said. George inclined his head, a full sincere bow. Pretty please it shall be. He turned and walked toward the kitchen and Arthur watched him go. Then he closed his eyes again, let his head rest against the cushion, and listened to the fire. Dexter, shadow ball forgotten, jumped onto the sofa and curled up against Arthur's thigh. The cat purred a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the leather, through Arthur's bones. Arthur's hand found the cat's fur without looking. He stroked. Good cat, he murmured. Dexter's purr deepened. And I really should have sent my marshals to guard her. Arthur said. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 498, The Bait. Arthur Blackwynd slept while his head was tilted back against the sofa cushion at an angle that would have caused most people to wake with a stiff neck. One arm hung over the side of the sofa, The other hand lay across his chest, rising and falling with each slow, deep breath. His face, in sleep, was younger. The lines of tension that usually carved themselves around his eyes had smoothed. His jaw, perpetually set against some unseen enemy, had relaxed. He looked less like the Shadow Monarch and more like a man who had simply stopped. Dexter had claimed the high ground. The cat was sprawled across Arthur's head, paws dangling over his forehead, tail draped across his nose, belly rising and falling in a purr so deep it was almost inaudible. He had somehow arranged himself to maximize both comfort and inconvenience, a skill that cats had perfected. Arthur's eyes opened. For a moment, he simply stared at nothing in particular, then he registered the weight on his head. The tail across his nostrils. "I didn't even realize that I slept," he said. His voice was rough, he said it again, softer this time, almost to himself, "When did I even?" Dexter yawned, and resettled himself on Arthur's head. Arthur reached up, gently dislodged the cat, and sat up. The world tilted for a moment, he ran a hand through his hair, found it matted in approximately 7 different directions, and gave up. Dexter, displaced but unbothered, jumped to the floor and began cleaning a paw. Arthur stood, looked around at the ash in the fireplace, at the pale dawn light, at one of books that belonged to Raven he had apparently knocked off the side table sometime in the night. He bent, picked it up, placed it back where it belonged. Then he walked to the estate's garden, and George was already there. He stood near the rose beds, a pair of pruning shears in one gloved hand, his posture as immaculate at dawn as it was at midnight. He did not turn when Arthur approached, he simply continued his work, snipping away dead leaves with the precision of a surgeon. "Master Arthur," George said without looking up. "Awake already?" Arthur stopped at the edge of the garden path. "You seemed as though you could sleep for a week," George continued. He set down the shears and finally turned, his dark eyes scanning Arthur's face. "I was prepared to let you." Arthur ran a hand through his hair again. "I don't even know how I succumbed to sleep like that." "Succumbed?" George repeated, tasting the word. "An interesting choice, as though sleep were an enemy you lost to, rather than a biological necessity you finally acknowledged." "Same thing, besides did you even sleep?" "It is not, and naturally I did." George picked up the shears again and returned his attention to the roses. "You have been running on willpower and whatever powers you for approximately 6 weeks. I have been counting, the fact that your body finally overruled your obstinance is not surprising to me in the slightest." Arthur opened his mouth, then closed it. Leaned against the garden wall. "Fair," he admitted. "By the way," George said, "you received a message from Lady Kara last night and apparently since you were asleep you didn't notice, so instead she called me." Arthur blinked. "Did I?" "Check your phone, I know that you never do." "Some people still use those devices, Master Arthur. Not everyone can teleport at will to contact people," George said calmly. Arthur reached into his pocket and grabbed his phone. The screen, when it lit up, showed a cascade of notifications. 12 missed calls. 3 text messages. 2 voicemails. All from Kara Zor-El. Arthur swiped through the messages, the most recent text read. "I know you're probably busy, or mad, or both. But I'm at Cal's fortress. Before you say anything. I came here for a reason. Running tests with Kryptonian tech is better than anything they have on Earth. I'll be back when I'm done. Try not to miss me too much. Also, if you're ignoring me on purpose, I will find a way to make you regret it. Love you." Arthur stared at the screen. "She thinks I'm mad," he said. "Are you?" "No." He tucked the phone back into his pocket. "I was just asleep." "Ah." George's shears paused. The great and terrible Shadow Monarch, felled not by apocalyptian warriors or monarchs or the weight of cosmic responsibility, but by a sofa and a cat. Arthur's mouth twitched. "Don't start." "I would never." "It doesn't matter, anyway," Arthur said. "As long as she's safe, I'm okay with that, and she is right, you know." George set down the shears and turned to face him fully, his expression was unreadable. "I told you," George said quietly. "Not to worry too much, all of you are strong and I believe that you can pull through anything." Arthur met his eyes. "You did. And yet. And yet." Arthur pushed off from the garden wall. "I'm going to keep worrying anyway. It's sort of my thing. Along with dramatic entrances, questionable sleep schedules, and an alarming tendency to take on the burdens of the universe single-handedly." George added. "Those two." George inclined his head. A breeze moved through the garden, warm, sweet, smelling of roses. Arthur turned toward the house. "And," George said, his voice carrying just a hint of resignation, "you are leaving again." Arthur stopped, didn't turn around. "Sorry," he said. "I can't just stay here doing nothing, as much as I want to, there is just so many things that require my attention." George was silent for a long moment. I understand, Master Arthur, and I would never stop you from doing what's necessary. Arthur's shoulders relaxed slightly. He hadn't realized they'd been tense. CYA, he said, and vanished. The shadows swallowed him whole, a single ripple of violet light, a whisper of displaced air, and then nothing. 5 seconds. That was all the silence lasted. And then Raven suddenly appeared and landed lightly on the garden, her cloak settling around her. Oh, she said. Hey, George. Welcome, he said. Lady Raven. Raven glanced around the garden with her violet eyes. I thought I would find Arthur here, she said. You just missed him. George moved to stand near the doorway. He departed approximately 5 seconds before your arrival. Raven's shoulders dropped in disappointment. Ah, damn it. She ran a hand through her hair, pushing it back from her face. And I came as fast as I could. Something urgent. As usual. Raven said. I just finished a long job with the Titans, a hard one, I thought. She stopped. Shook her head. There's something we need to do, something I need to tell him. George watched her. His expression was patient, attentive. I'm afraid I do not know where he teleported to, he said. He did not share his destination. Raven turned from the window. But you could still catch him, George continued. Use your magic, track him. Raven's laugh was soft. He's a very difficult person to track. I am aware. His magic is different. It doesn't leave traces the way normal magic does. The way I could sense him before is because his presence was so enormous he wasn't that hard to miss, but after he gained his full powers, he can control that presence of his at will. So now it's like trying to follow a shadow through darkness. She paused. I've tried before and it doesn't work. George tilted his head. And yet you will try again. Raven looked at him with a smile. Yes, she said simply. I will. George inclined his head. Then I wish you luck. Thanks, George. Raven's cloak rippled around her, the edges already beginning to dissolve into shadow and smoke. If I don't find him, tell him to answer his phone. I shall do that. Raven smiled, then she was gone. Nix. The central shadow battery was illuminating the city in spectral light. The energy it emitted was not any form of radiation that conventional instruments could measure. It was will, fear, death, a collection of emotions. And somewhere inside it, a dragon of purest fear slept dreams that would have driven lesser beings mad. Hal Jordan's ring flickered, then flared, then flickered again, as if it couldn't decide whether to be afraid or awed. Holy! The green lantern floated a few feet above the battery, his construct armor materializing around him reflexively. His eyes, human eyes, unaugmented, unprepared, tried to take in the city and failed. You really changed, Cord. Arthur Blackwynd stood at the edge of the platform, his violet eyes reflecting the light of 1,000 shadow lanterns. The wind, if it could be called wind, moved through his hair. Yeah, he said. It's still parallax inside, by the way. He pointed. Hal followed his gaze to the central battery, to the thing that pulsed within it, barely visible through the layers of shadow and will. A shape. A presence, something that curled and uncurled in the darkness. Wait. Hal's voice cracked. Parallax is still in there. Where else would I put him? I don't know. I thought he was gone with the yellow lanterns. Arthur's mouth curved. He's contained and under my control. He turned to look at Hal, past the ring and the uniform and the bravado. The Guardians still don't like me, by the way. I'm also aware that part of the reason they don't is the existence of this whole corps. Hal's jaw tightened. I'm not even going to comment on this. Because you know full well what these guys are capable of. Because I know full well what these guys are capable of, Hal agreed. He landed on the platform, his ring had stopped flickering, it had settled into a steady glow. And yeah. The Guardians still don't like you, they don't like anyone who does things they didn't authorize. Not that I care what they think. Hal laughed. I know. I know. The Flash appeared beside them in a crackle of displaced air, his boots skidding slightly. This place is amazing. Barry said, looking around with wide eyes. And I mean that literally. A lot of things don't make sense here, he made a vague gesture with his hands. I know. Arthur said. Barry stared at him. Metaphorically, Arthur added. Hal let out a low whistle. You really did change, Cord. I gave it purpose. Arthur turned away from the battery, facing the city below. The weaponers built this place to create instruments of fear. I rebuilt it to create instruments of protection through fear. The shadow lanterns don't hunt innocents and spread fear the way Sinestro did, their sole purpose is to guard and protect the innocence of the universe. They're being hunted, though. The voice came from behind them. Batman stepped out of the portal's lingering glow, his cape settling around him, he had come through last. It's obvious to me why we are here. Arthur's expression darkened. You are right, but no one got killed this time, he said. Because I made sure they never engage once they see the attacker. Retreat protocols, get out, report back. Is it him again? Yes. Arthur's jaw tightened. My lanterns describe the same figure every time, tall, armored, the same ship, Apocalypse made. Batman's cowl tilted. Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf. Arthur began walking toward the edge of the platform, toward the bridge of solidified shadow that led into the city proper. I organized a trap. A false report, a shadow lantern supposedly guarding something valuable, isolated and vulnerable. If our mystery attacker takes the bait. They walk into a place full of lanterns, hell finished. They walk into me. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 499, The Wolf Sent to Die. The 3 heroes followed Arthur across the bridge. The shadow beneath their feet was solid, more solid than stone, more stable than steel. Barry tested it with a careful tap of his heel, then shrugged and jogged to catch up. So, Barry said, falling into step beside Arthur, what's the plan? We wait here until this guy shows up. Because I have to say, I could use the break, even in a place like this, Central City has been. You're not waiting. Barry blinked. I'm not. None of you are. Arthur didn't slow down. I brought you here because I need you elsewhere, the trap is set, the bait is in place. But while I'm dealing with our unwanted friend, my lanterns are stretched thin across the sectors, there are things they can't handle alone, and I will not be using my shadow soldiers because my marshals and generals are spread around Earth for the worst-case scenario. I don't want the monarchs to show up and find no sort of resistance, and I don't want Darkseid to know my full strength, so we'll be doing this with what we have here and myself. You want us to run interference, Batman said. It wasn't a question. I want you to help. There's a convoy of shadow lanterns 3 light-years from here, transporting something that a lot of very bad people want, sources of power that Earth doesn't have. Apocalypse collects all sorts of things. They're going to be hit within the next 6 hours. Arthur glanced back at them. Hal's ring glowed brighter. What are they transporting? Arthur was silent for a moment. Fear, he finally said. Hal stared at him. It's not a metaphor, Arthur added. It's literally a container of concentrated fear. Extracted from a dying world by my shadow lanterns who somehow found remains of Yellow Lantern activity. I couldn't believe that they could find something like that, especially since Parallax is under my control. Barry's expression softened. And the bad guys want to, what? Weaponize that. Corrupt it, twist it into something else. I mean, I did it, Darkseid will do it as well, he weaponizes all sorts of things. Arthur's voice hardened. That's not going to happen. They reached the end of the bridge, where the city opened up before them, streets of shadow, buildings, and everywhere, moving through the darkness, the shadow lanterns themselves. They paused as Arthur passed, bowing their heads, their rings glowing in acknowledgement. Batman watched them. His expression, hidden beneath the cowl. You built a very disciplined army, he said. Arthur stopped. No, he said quietly. I simply built a better space police force. No offense, Hal. He turned to face the Green Lantern. The convoy is waiting for your arrival. Hal, you know the coordinates. Barry, you will be the one infiltrate ship once it lands them there. And Batman. Arthur paused. Just be Batman. Batman said nothing and Hal floated up from the bridge, his ring casting a green glow across the Shadow City. What about you? If this guy shows up and you're alone. You must be joking, right? Arthur's shadow stretched behind him, longer than it should have been, darker than the darkness around it. Something moved within it. Something large. He is not going to survive me. Arthur smiled. Hal looked at Barry. Barry looked at Hal. Batman simply turned and walked back toward the portal, his cape billowing behind him. If that's all, then we're done here. I'll make a plan of my own, just in case your trap is not very successful. Batman said. Convoy coordinates, now. Hal shook his head and followed. Barry lingered for a moment, looking at Arthur with an expression that was almost concerned. Be careful, Arthur, this might not be Darkseid but it is still one of his men. Barry said. I'm always careful. Barry laughed, then he was gone, a blur of crimson and gold that crossed the bridge in less than a heartbeat and disappeared through the portal. Arthur stood alone at the edge of Nyx, watching them go. The heart of Nyx was not the central battery, though the battery was its soul. The heart was a chamber carved from a single dark monolith, the walls pulsed with violet light and shadow energy, the ceiling was lost in darkness, and at the center of it, raised on a platform of black crystal that seemed to grow from the floor, stood the throne, made by none other than Marshal Barreau. The throne of the Shadow Monarch, sharp angles, high back, armrests carved into the shapes of coiled dragons. Arthur Blackwynd stood beside the throne rather than on it. His arms were crossed. His eyes tracked the three figures descending through the darkness above, their silhouettes resolving as they approached. They landed in unison, three figures dropping to one knee. Three heads bowing in perfect synchronization. Monarch. Marshal Zhu spoke first. He was the largest of the three, broad-shouldered, lightning crackling around him. Beside him, General Sinestro knelt. He was leaner, sharper, the Sinestro who had terrorized the universe with fear. Monarch. And on the other side, Atrocitus knelt with his fists pressed against the floor. Monarch. Rise, Arthur said, and they rose. Arthur began to pace slowly, his footsteps silent, and the three soldiers stood at attention, their eyes following him, their bodies still as statues. Steppenwolf, Arthur said, will attack my lanterns for that power that you Sinestro left behind. Sinestro's brow furrowed. The fear container, my monarch? Yes. Arthur stopped pacing, turning to face them. He's been attacking my lanterns across the universe, raids, ambushes, harassment, for no reason, no pattern. It is clear enough that he is doing this to draw my attention. His jaw tightened. He succeeded. General Sinestro's eyes narrowed. His voice, when he spoke, was a low murmur, so the attacks were not an attempt to destroy our core. They were provocation, I knew it. Exactly. Arthur resumed pacing. He wanted me to focus on him, he clearly wants a fight. Send us my monarch, he is only attacking the living lanterns, he will not be able to defeat us. Atrocitus's voice was a growl, barely restrained. Arthur looked at him. No, that won't be necessary, he said simply. The plan remains the same, I'll give him what he wants. Marshal Zhu stepped forward, one pace, no more. Considering the reports, my monarch, Steppenwolf will not be there himself. His forces are the ones that attack your lanterns across the universe. Very few times has he appeared personally. Arthur nodded. He's cautious and he's smart. He knows I'm looking for him, and he knows what I'm capable of. He paused. But he doesn't know everything. Sinestro's lips curved. The Justice League. The Justice League, Arthur confirmed. Batman, Hal Jordan, and the Flash are already en route to the convoy. They'll be hidden among my lanterns. When the attack comes. We do not destroy the ships, Sinestro finished, his tactical mind already racing ahead. We compromise them. Batman will do his thing, data retrieval, navigation logs, communication records, everything that will be useful and that we can use against Apocalypse. Arthur's eyes glowed violet. And I'll figure out where Steppenwolf might be hiding, and then I'll be there. Marshal Zeus nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. A sound plan, my monarch. To deal with this fool once and for all. He paused, his brow furrowing. But if he appears himself, if Steppenwolf personally leads the attack on the convoy. He won't. Arthur's voice was absolute and certain. The three Justice League members with the convoy, they are not weak. Lantern, Flash, the Bat. Steppenwolf respects power, but he also respects cunning. He knows that if he shows himself unprepared like that he risks a stupid death. He wants to fight me alone, which is not exactly smart, but it is what he wants. Sinestro inclined his head. So he will send his forces, his parademons, his ships. But he will remain in the shadows. They have an appetite for strong energy sources, Arthur continued. Cosmic powers are one of them, they'll want what the convoy is carrying. I expect a large force, more than one ship, all under Steppenwolf's command. But he will not be aboard any of them. Atrocitus's fists clenched. And if the other new gods aid him? If Darkseid himself intervenes? Arthur stopped pacing and turned to face the former Red Lantern directly. No, he said. So far, it has been only Steppenwolf attacking my lanterns. Darkseid has not moved. His elite have not stirred and his furies have not been seen. Arthur's eyes narrowed. I have a feeling that Darkseid is using Steppenwolf. Using him? Zeus asked. How? To die to me. Sinestro's eyes widened just slightly, just for a moment. Atrocitus's growl deepened. Arthur continued, his voice calm. Darkseid wants to understand where I stand in terms of power, he's seen my shadows. He's heard the reports, but he hasn't felt me. He doesn't know what I'm capable of when I stop holding back. And Steppenwolf is the instrument of that discovery, Sinestro said softly. Steppenwolf is the sacrifice. Darkseid sends him against me, watches how easily I destroy him, and learns everything he needs to know. Arthur's smile was thin, cold, without warmth. The problem for Darkseid is that I know he's watching. And I intend to give him a show he won't forget. Marshal Zeus straightened his shoulders, his discipline reasserting itself. Very well, my monarch. You have our trust and you have our blades. He paused. What would you have us do? Arthur turned away from them, looking out at the city, at the battery pulsing in the distance, at the lanterns moving through the shadows. Nothing, he said. Silence. My monarch, we can. Sinestro began. Nothing. Arthur's voice was final. You will remain here in Nyx. You will continue your duties and you will organize the Corps as usual. He glanced back at them over his shoulder. This is not something I should use you to handle, I'll do it myself. Zeus's jaw tightened. But my monarch. Order is important, Arthur said quietly. The Corps needs its leaders, the lanterns need leadership. If I pull you away from your duties every time someone threatens me, then what am I? Sinestro was silent for a long moment, then he bowed his head. As you command, monarch. Atrocitus's fists unclenched slowly, reluctantly. As you command, the red lantern echoed. Marshal Zeus was the last. His eyes met Arthur's, warrior to warrior. Then he, too, bowed his head. As you command. Arthur nodded once. The three generals turned as one and walked away. Sinestro paused at the threshold. My monarch, I only have one request, he said without turning. When you find Steppenwolf. Arthur waited. Make him suffer, I never liked any of Darkseid's men. Arthur's smile returned. Count on it. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 500, The Convoy. Deep space, Steppenwolf's mothership. The vessel was massive, its hull plates welded in patterns that served no purpose except intimidation. Fires burned in its depths, visible through gaps in the armor, and Steppenwolf stood before the main view screen, his arms crossed. The screen displayed a planet below, its surface cracked and barren, its atmosphere long since stripped away by forces that no longer exist. But it wasn't the planet that interested him. It was the convoy. Shadow lanterns moved across the surface in precise formation, their dark forms cutting across the gray waste. At the center of the convoy, protected by a phalanx of the most powerful of shadow lanterns, was a container. It was small, but the energy it emitted. Steppenwolf's eyes narrowed. The container pulsed. Waves of yellow-black energy radiated from it in irregular intervals, each wave carrying something that had once been fear incarnate. There it is, Steppenwolf murmured. Remains of parallax, that definitely belongs to it. His reflection stared back at him from the view screen, a face carved by centuries of conquest, scarred by battles that had shaped the destiny of worlds. Something like that would be very useful in our hands. He uncrossed his arms, stepped closer to the screen. The shadow lanterns continued their procession, unaware, or pretending to be unaware of the eyes upon them. The Shadow Monarch is from Earth, Steppenwolf continued, speaking to himself, to the void, to the absent presence of his master. Primitive creatures, after all. He will not know how to use this. The power of fear, it requires a certain sophistication. He paused. Yet I am sure this is a trap. The words hung in the air. Steppenwolf's jaw tightened. But we must obtain it. His fist clenched. We have been attacking them constantly recently, with no reward. No prisoners, no prizes. He looked at the container, at the pulsing, irresistible promise of power. This will be a nice thing to collect. He turned from the screen, walking toward the command dais at the center of the bridge. His boots echoed against the metal floor. It does not matter if it is a trap, he said to the empty bridge. As long as we can snatch it. The secondary view screen flickered to life. Desaad's face appeared, his eyes burning with the particular fervor. He was seated in what appeared to be a laboratory, though the instruments around him defied conventional understanding. Things moved in the background, things that should not have moved at all. Yes, Desaad said, his voice a dry rasp, it does seem like a trap, but that thing is real. His eyes fixed on the container visible behind Steppenwolf's shoulder. Parallax's power of fear is powerful, we could use that as a weapon. Steppenwolf's expression didn't change. I am aware. You know what to do once you obtain it. Desaad's smile was thin, use it on Earth. Steppenwolf was silent for a moment. Of course, he said. Isn't anyone else coming? Desaad's smile widened, just slightly. One of the elite is on the way to aid you in this. Steppenwolf's eyes narrowed. Which one? The screen went dark. Static, then nothing. Steppenwolf stood in silence, staring at the dead view screen, his jaw working beneath his helmet. His hands clad in gauntlets, curled into fists. Which one? The question burned in his chest. Not because he feared the answer, but because Desaad had denied him the answer. Had dismissed him, a general of apocalypse, with a flicker of static and a silence that spoke volumes. He wanted to scream, he wanted to smash the view screen, to tear the console from the floor, to demand that Desaad answer him, that someone answer him. But he couldn't. He was Steppenwolf, conqueror of worlds, uncle to the Prince of Apocalypse. And he knew his place. He turned back to the main view screen. The shadow lanterns had almost reached their destination, a structure of some kind primitive ship to him. The container pulsed brighter now, as if sensing the approach of conflict. Steppenwolf pressed a control on his ship. The bridge filled with the sound of wings. Parademons poured from the shadows. They filled the chamber, their yellow eyes gleaming, their claws clicking against the metal floor. Hundreds of them, thousands. A tide of teeth and talons and hunger. Behind them, through the ship's viewports, 3 smaller vessels detached from the mother ship's underbelly. They were sleek compared to the mother ship, sleek being a relative term, their hulls bristling with weapons, their engines burning with the orange fire of apocalypse. Steppenwolf raised his hand. The parademons fell silent. "Obtain that box," he commanded, his voice carrying across the bridge. "Kill everyone." He lowered his hand. "Use extreme force, the consequences do not matter." The parademons screamed a unified shriek of bloodlust and obedience and launched themselves toward the launch bays. The 3 ships' engines flared, ready for the hunt. The shadow lanterns saw them coming. The ships descended through the thin atmosphere like blades falling, their weapons already charging, their bays already opening to release the swarm of parademons within. The orange glow of apocalyptian technology stained the gray sky, turning it the color of embers. "Contact," someone shouted. A lantern, young, his ring blazing. "They're here." The formation shifted. The container still pulsing, still radiating waves of yellow energy was passed to the center of the group, protected by a ring of the most experienced lanterns. Those on the perimeter raised their rings, ready to strike. But before the first shot was fired, something erupted from the ground. A presence with a laugh that echoed across the dead plain like thunder. "The idiots are here." Larfleeze, Shadow Larfleeze, the once orange lantern, now remade in darkness, rose into the air, his shadow ring blazing with violet light. His form was hunched, almost feral, but his eyes burned with an intelligence that belied his appearance and his smile was wide. "I tasted your fear from a mile away," he shrieked, pointing at the descending ships. "Delicious. But now you taste mine." His ring flared and the shadows answered. Dozens of constructs exploded from Larfleeze's ring, shadow lanterns, each one a perfect replica of the original former orange lanterns, the one killed by Larfleeze himself, each one armed with claws and fangs and weapons made of solidified shadow. They swarmed the first ship, clawing at its hull, tearing at its weapon emplacements, forcing it off course. The second ship received similar treatment, constructs crawling across its surface like ants, stabbing, cutting, destroying. The third ship managed to avoid the initial assault, banking hard to the left, its weapons firing wildly at the constructs pursuing it. Larfleeze laughed. "Run. Run, little parademons. It makes the hunt more fun." Below, the living shadow lanterns watched in something approaching awe. He just summoned an enormous amount of lanterns as constructs. One of them breathed an alien woman, her ring glowing as she maintained her own defensive formation. That's insane power." "Focus," another lantern snapped, his voice sharp with authority. "Protect the container, that's our mission." Away from the battle, the Flash stood with his arms crossed. Beside him, Hal Jordan floated a few inches above the ground, his ring casting a faint green glow across the dead soil. And in front of them both, crouched low, was Batman. The Dark Knight's cowl swept across the battlefield, the ships, the constructs, the parademons, the lanterns, and catalogued everything. "Hal," Batman said. "Already on it." Hal's ring flared, and a sphere of green energy enveloped Batman and the Flash, a protective bubble, transparent but strong enough to withstand sustained fire. The Flash looked at it, then at Hal, then at Batman. "So," Barry said, "we're doing this. We're doing this." Batman's voice was flat, controlled. "Take us to that ship." He pointed. The third ship, the one that had avoided Shadow Larfleeze's initial assault, was banking around for another pass, its weapons tracking toward the shadow lanterns below. But it was isolated. The other 2 ships were occupied, swarmed by constructs, their weapons firing blind. "Hal, take us to that ship, the one the shadow lanterns are keeping relatively intact." Batman's eyes narrowed behind the cowl. "Must be Arthur's orders, not to destroy all of them." "Good. You want to infiltrate it or?" Hal said. "I want to hack it." Batman stood, the green sphere moving with him. "Everything Steppenwolf doesn't want us to find." Barry cracked his knuckles. "That's why we're here, anyway." "On it then," Hal said. The sphere lifted off the ground, carrying the 3 of them toward the ship. The parademons saw them coming. A swarm broke off from the main assault, yellow eyes gleaming, claws extended, screeching their rage at the interlopers. They flew through the construct-swarmed sky, dodging shadow blasts and violet energy, focused entirely on the green sphere and its occupants. But the shadow lanterns were faster. A wall of darkness rose between the parademons and the sphere, a barrier woven from a dozen rings, each lantern contributing to its construction. The parademons slammed into it, stuck, dissolved. The sphere passed through the gap. "We've got you," a lantern called up to them, the one with the sharp voice. "Go." Hal pushed the sphere harder. On Steppenwolf's mother ship, Steppenwolf watched the battle unfold on his view screen. The constructs. The lanterns. The green sphere carrying 2 figures toward the isolated ship. 3 figures from the Justice League. His eyes narrowed. A Green Lantern. The human one, Jordan, if he remembered correctly. The one with the ring that refused to know its limits. And 2 others. The sphere's passengers disembarked on the hull of the targeted ship, one in red, one in black. The red one moved so fast that Steppenwolf's sensors could barely track him. The black one, the black one. Steppenwolf recognized that silhouette. "Batman," he growled. "The Dark Knight. The one with no powers, no ring, no weapon beyond his mind and his will. The one who had plans within plans within plans." "A trap," Steppenwolf said to himself. "Just as I expected. A Green Lantern. Of course they are together." He watched the 3 heroes fight through the parademons on the ship's hull, Batman with his brutal attacks, the Flash with his impossible speed, the Lantern with his constructs. "I wonder," Steppenwolf mused, "if OA allies itself with these Shadow Lanterns. Not likely, considering what the Guardians are like." His eyes tracked the 3 men as they carved a path toward the ship's interior. What are they planning? He leaned forward. "Focus on the Green Lantern," he ordered. "They are planning something." The view screen showed the Flash obliterating parademons within the ship's corridors, moving so fast that the creatures didn't even have time to counterattack. Batman followed in his wake, untouched, untouchable. Steppenwolf's eyes swept the battlefield again. No sign of the Shadow Monarch yet. He searched the ridges, the shadows, the spaces between the constructs. Nothing. He still doesn't show himself. Steppenwolf's jaw tightened. "Where are you?" The Flash moved like a living hurricane. Parademons exploded in his wake, thrown through walls, embedded in ceilings, wrapped in their own wings. "I'll clear the way, Bats," Barry called out, his voice a Doppler-shifted blur. "You just follow me. I mean, do your thing." Batman ran through the corridor, his eyes scanned everything, the layout of the ship, the positioning of the parademons. "Go," Batman said. Barry went. The remaining parademons in the corridor didn't even have time to register his movement. One moment they were there, claws raised, weapons aimed. The next moment they were embedded in the walls, their armor cracked, their limbs at impossible angles. Batman walked past them without looking. "Efficient as usual," he said. Hal Jordan appeared beside him, flying down from a side passage, his ring still glowing. "I'll make sure to help the Shadow Lanterns outside," Hal said. "I swear I just noticed Larfleeze outside." He shook his head, his expression a mixture of awe and concern. "Focus," Batman said. "I'm focused." Hal rose into the air, his ring flaring. "Get what you need and get out. I'll keep the Shadow Lanterns alive, well, the living ones." He shot back the way he came, green energy trailing behind him like a comet. Batman continued forward. The doors ahead were sealed, armored, guarded by a final contingent of parademons who had apparently decided that running wasn't an option. They charged. Batman moved, and 3 minutes later, he stood before the ship's main console, the parademons unconscious at his feet. His fingers found the interface, apocalyptian technology, alien and hostile, but understandable to him. "There you are," Batman murmured, and then the screen flickered and data began to flow. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 501, Judgment in Deep Space. Batman's fingers moved across the apocalyptian console with a precision as if he was dismantling a bomb. The interface was hostile, designed to resist, to misdirect. But Batman had studied Apocalypse's technology for years now. He had dissected parademons, analyzed wreckage. He knew the architecture of Apocalypse the way a locksmith knows the inside of a lock. The data flowed, navigation logs, communication records, command hierarchies, ship manifests. Everything Steppenwolf didn't expect a human to find, laid bare on the screen, translated into something the Batcomputer could understand. Then the console went dark. The screen died, the lights in the ship itself died. The hum of the ship's engines, that constant, background vibration that Batman hadn't even noticed until it stopped, went silent. Batman's hands paused. The only light came from the emergency panels, the only sound was the distant screech of parademons outside fighting the lanterns. "This is a problem," Batman said. He studied the dead console. The shutdown had been too clean, too complete, to be accidental, a security countermeasure. The moment the system detected an unauthorized intrusion at the command level, it had cut its own throat rather than surrender its secrets. The data he had extracted was safe, stored in the buffer, waiting to be uploaded. But there was more, there was always more, and the ship was now a dead shell floating in the air, slowly falling, its secrets locked behind walls of emergency shutdown protocols. Batman closed his eyes behind the cowl. We need power. The word echoed in his mind, then his eyes opened. Power, he said again. Right. I have the flash. He pressed the comm in his cowl. Flash. Come in. The response was instantaneous, Barry's voice, slightly distorted by the interference of the dead ship's walls, but clear enough. What's the issue, Bats? I just noticed this whole ship went to sleep. Lights out, engines off, everything. A security countermeasure, Batman said. The system detected the intrusion and shut down all essential power. Bats, the lights are off, at least tell me you finished your task. Not yet. There was a pause. Right. You want me to generate power for the entire ship, don't you? Batman's lips curved, just slightly, just for a moment. It will be more than enough, he said. Much more, in fact. All right. Barry's voice was calm and professional. But Batman heard excitement. The Flash had run across continents, through time itself, into the Speed Force and back again. Powering a single ship. That wasn't a challenge, that was a warm-up. Give me a second. Batman stepped back from the console. And the ship woke up. Not gradually. Not gently. The lights didn't flicker back to life, they exploded into brilliance, every panel on the bridge blazing at once. The console screen flashed white, then settled into its standard display. The engines roared, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through the deck plates and into Batman's bones. Batman watched the power readings on the console climb past the ship's normal operating parameters. Past its maximum operating parameters, past what Apocalypse designers had probably thought was physically possible. Much more than necessary, Batman murmured. Always so efficient, Barry. Through the comm, Barry's voice came back, slightly breathless, but warm with amusement. Appreciate it. But, shouldn't we hurry? Steppenwolf might figure out what we're doing. He already knows. Batman's fingers found the console again, pulling up the data he'd lost, resuming the download. It won't matter. Barry was quiet for a moment. Right, he said finally. Arthur would go directly to him once we are done here. Batman didn't answer. His focus was on the screen, on the flood of information pouring into the buffer. Navigation logs spanning months, communication records between Steppenwolf and Desaad. A partial manifest of Apocalyptian forces stationed in this sector. And coordinates of the mothership of Steppenwolf. There. Batman's eyes locked onto the data stream. A location in deep space, far from any mapped route, far from the planet they were in. Got you. This is quite a lot of information, Batman said, his voice flat. Uploading to the Watchtower in the Batcave data centers as we speak. Good, Barry said. Another voice cut through the comm, Hal, breathless, the sound of Parademon screeches in the background. Good work, do we have a location? Batman's jaw tightened. Yeah. He pulled up the coordinates, confirmed them, flagged them for priority transmission. We do. And I've already sent it to Arthur. Steppenwolf's mothership, deep space. Steppenwolf stood before the view screen, his reflection a ghost in the glass, his fists clenched at his sides. The dead world, the battlefield, the trap, had shrunk to a distant speck. His ships were retreating, his parademons were dying in that planet, the container, the prize he had been trying to claim, was still in the hands of the Shadow Lanterns. And the Dark Knight had breached his systems. They have pinpointed our location using one of our small ships. Steppenwolf said. His voice was quiet, almost contemplative. This is bad. He turned from the view screen, walking toward the command dais. I did not think that human would be able to compromise our technology. His boots echoed against the metal floor slowly. I underestimated him. A mistake I will not make again. He stopped at the dais, his hands resting on the console. No matter. His voice hardened. We will obtain that box another time. Alongside everything the Shadow Lanterns have at their home, eventually. He raised his head, looking out at the stars beyond the view screen. Set course for planet. The footsteps interrupted him. They were soft, it came from someone who could have been silent but chose not to be. Someone who wanted to be heard. Steppenwolf's hand moved to his axe. No one was supposed to be here, his parademons knew better than to approach without summons. His officers knew better than to intrude, the only footsteps in this place were supposed to be his. He turned, and his blood ran cold. Arthur Blackwynd walked across the place like he owned it, like he owned the ship, his shadow armor blacker than black, edged with violet light, his eyes glowed with the same violet fire. He walked past the command consoles, directly toward Steppenwolf. And he did not stop until he was close enough to touch. Steppenwolf's axe came up. "Greetings," Arthur said. His voice was calm, almost friendly, as if he was greeting an old acquaintance at a party, not confronting a new god on his own warship. Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf's grip tightened on the axe. His heart, a drum announcing the approach of something terrible. "The Shadow Monarch," he said. His voice held steady. "You come alone?" Arthur's smile was thin, cold, and without warmth. "Am I?" Behind him, the shadows on the ship began to move. They stretched across the floor, up the walls, across the ceiling, shapes formed within them. Steppenwolf's eyes darted to the shadows. Then back to Arthur. "So, this is your power, your army." "I brought myself." Arthur's smile didn't change. Steppenwolf's jaw tightened. His mind raced through possibilities, through tactics, through every lesson he had learned in 10,000 years of warfare. None of them applied to this. "The trap," Steppenwolf said. "That box of fear, the lanterns, the League of Humans." He shook his head, slowly, almost admiringly. "All of it was just to find me. All of it was to give you a choice." Arthur's violet eyes locked onto Steppenwolf's, and something in them shifted, became less patient, less friendly, less human. "Killing my lanterns was a fatal mistake. You've been attacking my people, drawing my attention." He took a single step closer. "You have it now." Steppenwolf raised his axe. "You think I fear you, Shadow?" "I think," Arthur said, "that you should. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 502, Your Move. The axe of Steppenwolf came down with the speed of a being who had conquered worlds, devastating speed of absolute confidence in his own strength. His blade, forged in the furnaces of apocalypse, had carved through gods and monsters. It had ended civilizations. It had written history in blood. Yet it passed through empty space. Arthur was gone, not backward, not sideways. He stood 3 meters to the left, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression one of mild disappointment. "Thousands of years of conquest," Arthur said, "and you still telegraph your swings." Steppenwolf's eyes blazed. He pivoted, the axe reversing direction in a sweeping arc that should have bisected anything in its path. Arthur stepped through the blade's trajectory like a man stepping through a doorway. The axe passed so close that Steppenwolf could have counted the threads in Arthur's shadow armor, but it did not touch him. "What are you really trying to achieve here?" Arthur asked. "Your death." Steppenwolf roared. He lunged, not swinging this time, but thrusting, the point of the axe aimed at Arthur's chest. The weapon's edge gleamed with the orange light of Apocalypse's fire, hungry and eager for blood. Arthur was behind him, Steppenwolf spun, axe raised. Arthur was on the other side of the room, leaning against a console, arms crossed. "Are you doing all of this," Arthur said, "just to hear good work from Darkseid?" Steppenwolf's face contorted with rage. "You know nothing of loyalty, Shadow." "I know loyalty." Arthur's voice was quiet. "I see it every day, in my lanterns. In my shadows, in my family. In the people who chose to follow me when they could have chosen anything else." He tilted his head. "What you're describing isn't loyalty. It's desperation." Steppenwolf threw his axe. The blade spun across, a blur of dark metal and orange fire, aimed not at Arthur's body but at the space around him, anticipating his movement, predicting his teleportation. Arthur caught it, with his hand. The axe stopped dead, its blade inches from his face, its momentum stopped by fingers that didn't even tremble. Steppenwolf stared, frozen, as Arthur examined the weapon with the casual interest of a man examining a knife at a market. "You do realize," Arthur said, "that you have no chance against me. No way of defeating me." He dropped the axe. It clattered against the floor, its edge chipped. Steppenwolf's chest heaved. His hands, empty now, weaponless, opened and closed at his sides. "The reports from my lanterns," Arthur continued, walking slowly toward him, "speak only of you. Not the other new gods of Apocalypse, not the elite, not the Furies." He stopped a meter away. "Just you." Steppenwolf said nothing. "You know what that means, don't you?" Still nothing. But Steppenwolf's weary eyes flickered. "You are a sacrifice," Arthur said. "A piece on a board, moved into position so that your master can see what I'm capable of. So that Darkseid can watch me kill you and learn everything he needs to know about how I fight, how I think, how I get rid of my enemies." Steppenwolf's voice was a rasp. "You speak of things you do not understand. Then please, do explain them to me." Silence. Arthur sighed. "I thought not." He turned away, offering his back to a new god of Apocalypse. Steppenwolf's hand twitched toward the fallen axe. His muscles coiled. I will not give him that pleasure, Arthur said, looking out at the stars beyond the view screen. The only way Darkseid will understand what I can really do is for him to come for me himself. Do not speak his name casually. Steppenwolf growled. Arthur turned back. What a coward. Steppenwolf moved, not for the axe this time, but for Arthur himself, his gauntlet fist swinging with enough force to shatter mountains. The blow would have crushed a lesser being's skull. Arthur wasn't there. Using his followers as bait, Arthur said from across the bridge. Watching from a distance while others do his dying. Sending you, to die in his place. Enough. Steppenwolf charged, sweeping his arm through the air, summoning a shockwave. Arthur stood in the center of the shockwave, untouched, his shadow armor rippling. I congratulate you, he said softly. Coward. Steppenwolf's eyes went wide. Your efforts gave us plenty of information about Apocalypse. Arthur's smile was thin, cruel, without mercy. I'm sure your lord will be pleased. The words hit harder than any blow. Steppenwolf faltered just for a moment, just long enough for his guard to drop, for the fury in his eyes to flicker into something that looked almost like despair. Arthur's fist slammed into his chest. The impact was apocalyptic. Steppenwolf flew backward across the ship, not stumbling or rolling. He was flying, his body a projectile that tore through two command consoles, shattered a support pillar, and embedded itself in the far wall. His armor, the armor of a new god, forged to withstand gods bent. A crater formed in its chest plate, spiderwebbed with cracks that glowed with violet light. Steppenwolf's thoughts scattered. What is this strength? This presence? He had stood in Darkseid's throne room, had felt the weight of the Omega effect pressing against his soul, had knelt before a presence that could unmake reality. This was the same. It's the same. The same as. Arthur appeared beside him. Do not, the Shadow Monarch said quietly, compare me to him. His foot connected with Steppenwolf's face. The horned helmet cracked. Steppenwolf's head snapped sideways, his vision swimming, his jaw was broken, blood sprayed across the wall. Arthur's invisible hand closed around Steppenwolf's ankle. Ruler's authority yanked him. Steppenwolf was pulled from the wall, dragged across the ship, and delivered directly into Arthur's waiting fist. The punch caught him in the gut, doubling him over, lifting him off his feet. He landed hard, gasping, tasting something that might have been his own organs. Get up. Get up. Get up, that's what he wanted to do. Steppenwolf's hand found his axe, still on the floor where Arthur had dropped it, still glowing with the orange fire of Apocalypse. He grabbed it, swung it upward with the last of his strength, aiming for Arthur's throat. Arthur's hand closed around the blade. Not the handle. The blade. The axe, the weapon that had conquered worlds, cracked. Fractures spread across its surface, Arthur's fingers tightened and then the axe shattered. Steppenwolf stared at the pieces in his hands, at the hilt, useless now, connected to nothing. At the shards of blade scattered across the floor, their light fading, their power gone. His eyes lifted to Arthur's face. The Shadow Monarch's violet eyes burned. You are not even worthy, Arthur said, to be called a warm-up. He grabbed Steppenwolf by the throat. And rose. The ship's ceiling armored, reinforced, designed to withstand orbital bombardment, ruptured. Arthur ascended through it like a blade through flesh, dragging Steppenwolf with him, shattering deck after deck, tearing through the mothership's superstructure as if it were paper. They emerged into space. The void embraced them, cold and infinite. Behind them, the mothership drifted, wounded, its hull gaping open, its lights flickering. Arthur held Steppenwolf by the throat, suspended in the darkness between stars. Steppenwolf's hands clawed at Arthur's grip, his legs kicked against the void, finding no purchase. His eyes looked into Arthur's and saw something that made even a new god of Apocalypse feel small. Do you wish to share something about Darkseid? Arthur asked. Now's your chance. Steppenwolf's jaw worked, his mouth opened. Nothing came out except a groan, torn from somewhere deep in his chest. Arthur watched him for a long moment. I thought as much, he said. Cowardly, and loyal to someone who uses you as a dog. He looked past Steppenwolf, into the void, into the darkness beyond the darkness. His eyes narrowed. At least my lanterns will rest in peace now. His hand tightened. Steppenwolf's neck exploded in a spray of blood and fragments of bone, liberated from each other, scattered across the void, his body what remained of it drifted away, armor and flesh, tumbling end over end into the endless dark. His head remained in Arthur's hand. Arthur held it by one horn, dangling like a trophy. The face, frozen in its final moment, eyes still wide, mouth still open stared at nothing. Arthur looked past it. Into the void, even beyond the void. To the place where something ancient and terrible watched from the space between spaces. Where a presence that had existed before stars were born sat on a throne of skulls and considered the fate of universes. I know you are watching, Arthur said. His voice carried across the void, Darkside. He paused. The real one, behind the mere avatar. The void did not answer. But Arthur felt it, a pressure against his consciousness. That time will come, Arthur murmured. He looked down at the head in his hand. Arise. The shadows answered. Darkness coiled around Steppenwolf's head, and a shape that was almost familiar to him emerged. Shadow Steppenwolf knelt before Arthur in the void. My lord, the shadow of Steppenwolf said. He bowed his head. Arthur looked at him, at the thing he had made, the servant he had claimed, the enemy he had turned into a tool. Dismissed, Arthur said. The shadow dissolved, fading into the void, returning to Arthur. Arthur raised his hand to his ring. Lanterns, he said. His voice carried across the stars, through the void, to every shadow ring in the universe. Follow these coordinates. He transmitted them. The mothership of Steppenwolf. Seize it and keep it in Nyx. He looked at the wounded vessel behind him, its lights flickering. We will have a use for this. Acknowledgements flickered back, dozens of them, hundreds, a chorus of voices speaking in unison. As you command, Supreme Commander. Arthur lowered his hand. He looked at Steppenwolf's head still in his grip, still dangling by the horn, still staring at nothing. And he threw it. The head tumbled into the void, end over end, disappearing into the darkness between stars. It would float forever, perhaps. Or be found by some passing ship, some unlucky space traveler who would wonder what kind of being could do such a thing to a new god of apocalypse. Arthur didn't care. He looked one last time toward the place where Darkside watched, the presence beyond the universe, the tyrant on the throne of evil, the enemy he had not yet met. Your move, Arthur said. Then he was gone. The void closed around where he had been, swallowing the last traces of violet light, leaving nothing but darkness and silence and the drifting remains of a conqueror who had finally met something he could not conquer. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 503, Unnecessary Fear. Nyx. The portal bloomed, and one by one, figures emerged from its depths, stepping onto the obsidian platform that served as Nyx's primary receiving dock. Batman came first, his eyes already scanning the Shadow City with his reflexive paranoia. Behind him, Hal Jordan floated through the portal, his ring casting a green glow across the dark architecture. The Flash brought up the rear, skidding to a stop on the smooth black surface. The shadow lanterns of the convoy followed, dozens of them, their rings dimming now that they were home, their shoulders relaxing as the familiar darkness of Nyx wrapped around them. They secured the container at the center of their formation. Arthur Blackwynd stood at the edge of the platform, his back to them, looking out at the city. The central battery pulsed in the distance, its violet light reflecting off his shadow armor. His hands, still stained with blood that wasn't his, hung at his sides. He turned. I see that you saw my portal, he said. I forgot to inform you. Hal Jordan landed on the platform, his boots clicking against the floor. He looked around, at the spires, at the floating bridges, at the lanterns moving through the shadows and shook his head. It wasn't exactly subtle. He gestured at the portal, which was still shimmering behind them. Made the trip back easier, though. He paused, his expression shifting from awe to something more serious. Tell me, did you deal with Steppenwolf? Batman said nothing, his cowl was tilted slightly downward, not at Arthur's face, but at his hands. At the blood drying on his gauntlets. At the way his fingers, relaxed and steady, still seemed to remember the shape of a neck. Arthur met Batman's gaze for a moment. Then he looked at Hal. Steppenwolf is no more. Ripples spread across the faces of the shadow lanterns nearby, some relieved, some surprised, some simply satisfied. Hal let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Good. Barry ran a hand through his hair, pushing it back from his forehead. Good, he echoed. That's really good. He's been a problem for a long time. He was a symptom, Arthur said quietly. Not the disease, Darkside is still out there. Batman's cowl tilted slightly. Arthur turned to face the dark night fully. Did you learn anything? Batman was silent for a long moment. The cowl hid his expression, but not from Arthur. Yes, he finally said. It was too much data, too much information. He paused. I need to study it more at the Batcave, but we have it now. His voice was flat. We'll know a lot about Apocalypse now, Darkseid knows that too. Arthur nodded. His violet eyes held Batman's for a moment. I'll be counting on you, then, Bruce. Arthur's voice was soft, almost private. Information is key against a foe like Darkseid. We don't want him to catch us off guard. He glanced at the city, at the battery. Especially right now, not with the dungeons or with the monarchs that we are dealing with. Batman inclined his head, of course. He stepped forward, his cape brushing against the floor. Now, he said, be so kind as to open a path directly to my Batcave. Arthur raised his hand. Shadows coiled around his fingers, responding to his will, then a vertical seam of violet light opened. This will take you back, Arthur said. Thanks for the help. Batman walked through the portal without another word, without a backward glance. The darkness swallowed him, and the portal sealed shut behind him. Barry stared at the space where the portal had been. What's wrong with bats? He asked. Hal landed beside him, his ring dimming to standby. I don't know. Arthur stayed silent, watching the place where the portal had closed. His expression was unreadable. Then Hal turned to him, his face shifting into something more serious. So. He gestured at the container, still surrounded by shadow lanterns, still pulsing with that sickly yellow-black light. What are you going to do with that box of yellow energy? He stepped closer, his ring glowing faintly in reaction to it. I know this power very well, he continued. I've fought it. I've seen what it does to people. He looked at Arthur, his expression earnest. If you want, I can take it to OA, it'll be safe there, the Guardians have containment protocols for. Arthur's smile cut him off. Oh, Arthur said, walking toward the container, this box that Steppenwolf wanted to obtain. He reached it in 3 strides. The shadow lanterns stepped back, their rings flickering in deference. Arthur's hand closed around the container, small, unassuming, barely larger than a human head. This is nothing. He lifted it. Mere remains found by my lanterns. He turned it over in his hands, watching the yellow energy pulse within. The central shadow battery absorbs and emits much more fear energy than this measly portion. He looked at Hal. Hal's eyes narrowed. Arthur, what are you? Arthur crushed the container. His fingers closed around it like a vice, and the metal, designed to contain the remnants of a fear energy, shattered. Yellow energy exploded outward in a blinding flash, a shockwave of pure terror that sent the shadow lantern stumbling backward, that made Barry's eyes go wide, that made Hal's ring flare in automatic defense. Arthur stood in the center of it all and absorbed it. The yellow energy, the fear, the terror, the remains of Parallax himself flowed into Arthur's body, it poured over his shadow armor, sank into his skin, was pulled into his eyes until they blazed with something that was no longer just violet. The energy didn't fight him. It surrendered, within seconds, it was gone. Every last trace. The fear that had corrupted lanterns and shattered sectors, that had been a threat to everything that lived, was digested. Arthur exhaled. The violet returned to his eyes. He opened his hands. The fragments of the container fell to the floor, their light gone. Hal Jordan stared. His mouth opened. Okay, he finally said. His voice was faint. Okay. Barry stood frozen beside him, his jaw hanging slightly open. Did he just eat that? Arthur dusted off his hands. Thank you for your concern, he said. But I have the situation under control. He raised his hand, and another portal opened, this one smaller, tighter, designed for 2 people rather than a crowd. You can go as well. Arthur nodded at them both. Again, thank you both for the help, Hal. Barry. Hal shook his head slowly, a reluctant smile tugging at his lips. Anytime. He moved toward the portal, then paused, looking back at Arthur. Cleaning the scum of the universe always makes my day. His smile widened. The Guardians won't believe that someone already took care of that so-called conqueror of worlds. They've been after him for. He calculated. I don't know how long, maybe centuries. For some reason, Arthur said dryly, they will not like that I'm the one who dealt with him. Hal laughed, a genuine sound, warm and surprised. Yep. Barry jogged toward the portal, then stopped, turning back. All right. I've got business to take care of. He made a face. And by business, I mean probably some dungeon with monsters. The usual. Arthur inclined his head. Good luck. You too. Barry looked at the Shadow City, at the battery, at the lanterns moving through the darkness. You know, with all of this. This, Arthur said, is the easy part. Barry wasn't sure if he was joking. He decided not to ask. The Flash stepped through the portal, and Hal followed, his ring glowing one last time as he crossed the threshold. The portal sealed behind them, its light fading, its energy dissipating. Arthur stood alone, the shadow lanterns had returned to their duties, moving through the city. The Batcave, later. Batman sat before the main computer, the data from Steppenwolf's ship streaming across a dozen screens simultaneously. Navigation charts, communication logs, fleet deployments. A map of Apocalypse's military infrastructure that no one on Universe had ever possessed before. He had been sitting there for 3 hours. Alfred appeared behind him with a tray of food that would go cold before Batman noticed it existed. Master Bruce, Alfred said, I hesitate to interrupt what is clearly a moment of profound significance, but you have not moved since your return. Steppenwolf is dead. Alfred paused. I see. Arthur killed him. Batman's voice was flat, but his hands, resting on the keyboard, were perfectly still. He killed a new god, on his own ship, in the middle of his own fleet. And this concerns you? Didn't you set out to space for that purpose, to end Steppenwolf? Batman was silent for a long moment. His power concerns me, always has, he finally said, now that I know it can be passed down to others. It is only right to fear what if someday this power falls into the wrong hands. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 504, The Seeker of Destruction. Bruce Wayne still sat before the main computer of the Batcave, his cowl pushed back, his face illuminated by the glow of a dozen screens. The data from Steppenwolf's ship was still processing, translated by algorithms he had written specifically for Darkseid's encryption protocols. He had been there for 7 hours. The tea on the tray beside him had gone cold 3 hours ago. The sandwich Alfred had brought had been abandoned after 2 bites. Bruce's eyes hadn't left the screens. Alfred Pennyworth stood behind him, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression the particular shade of concern that he had perfected over decades of watching Bruce Wayne self-destruct in slow motion. Master Bruce, Alfred said, it is 3 a.m. I'm aware. Of course you are. Alfred moved to stand beside the console, his shadow falling across the screens. You are aware of everything except, apparently, the need for sleep, nutrition, and basic human functioning. Bruce's fingers paused on the keyboard. I've been thinking, he said. A dangerous pastime, in my experience. About Arthur. Alfred's expression changed with a slight tilt of the head, and softening around the eyes. Mr. Blackwynd, Alfred said. The Shadow Monarch should be a concern for monsters, not you, Master Wayne. Bruce leaned back in his chair, his eyes still on the screens, but his focus elsewhere. Inside his own head, turning over thoughts like stones, looking for what was hiding beneath. He fights for this planet, Bruce said slowly. For his family, for his friends. He paused. A lot of things can be considered admirable about him. Alfred waited. But in the end, Bruce continued, all people are able to change, to go down a certain, unexpected path, whether by choice or not. Alfred considered his words carefully. He had learned, over decades of service, that Bruce Wayne did not express concern lightly. When he worried, it was because he had seen something that others had missed. With all due respect, Master Wayne, Alfred said, his voice quiet but firm, Arthur shouldn't be your concern, or anyone's. Bruce turned to look at him. As far as I'm concerned, Alfred continued, he is doing an excellent job at protecting this planet, alongside you and the Justice League. He paused. Without asking for anything in return. You think I'm being paranoid? Bruce said calmly. I think you are being Bruce. Alfred's voice was gentle. You see threats where others see solutions. You prepare for disasters that might never come, you build contingency plans for friends, for allies, for people who would die for you. Yes, sometimes it bothers me. It's kept us alive. It has also kept you alone. Bruce turned back to the screens. The data continued to flow, maps of Apocalypse, profiles of Darkseid's elite, schematics of ships and world engines that could crack planets open like eggs. No, he said quietly. His intentions are sincere, I'm not questioning that. Alfred raised an eyebrow. Then what are you questioning? Bruce was silent for a long moment. I'm worried about the what-ifs. Ah. Alfred nodded slowly. The what-ifs. Those old friends. Other than the Monarchs, Darkseid, there are threats that are still out there. Bruce gestured at the screens at the endless stream of information, the hints of dangers they had barely begun to understand. Things we don't know about, things we can't prepare for because we don't even know they exist. Alfred said nothing. Bruce stood, walking away from the console, toward the glass case that held the Robin suit. He stopped in front of it, his reflection ghosting across the glass. I don't believe that Arthur is the apex predator here, he said. But he is certainly very dangerous. You have said as much about Superman. Superman has limits, he has a moral code that he won't break, even when breaking it would be easier. He has a fortress, a family, a planet. Bruce turned back to face Alfred. Arthur has shadows, an army that answers only to him, a power that comes from death itself. And yet, Alfred said, he uses that power to protect the living and his family. For now. The words hung in the air. Alfred studied Bruce's face, the lines around his eyes, the tension in his jaw, the way his fingers were slightly curled. I can't possibly imagine a reality where he is an enemy, Bruce said. His voice was softer now, almost reluctant. This planet wouldn't survive. You don't know that. I know enough. Bruce walked back to the console, but didn't sit. He stood before the screens, his shadow stretching across the cave floor. He already has a monstrous army, with a monstrous strength. And yet. He is wary of another monarch. Bruce's eyes narrowed. The other one, the one he's been trying to locate for some time now, the Dragon One. Alfred folded his arms. That seems prudent. Even the strongest warrior respects his enemies. It gives me a feeling, Bruce said slowly, that the other party might have an edge on him. Despite how confident Arthur is. He paused. I do believe there are beings out there, beings we haven't seen, haven't heard of, haven't even imagined, that are capable of controlling him. Alfred was silent for a long moment. Then he said, that is a lot of ifs, Master Wayne. Bruce met his eyes. It's good to have ifs. Alfred sighed, a sound that carried decades of patience, of frustration, of love that had learned to express itself through tolerance. And it is good to drink your tea while it is still hot sometimes, Alfred said. It's better than overthinking. Bruce's mouth twitched, almost a smile. I like iced tea. Alfred stared at him. Of course you do, he said. Of course you like iced tea, at 3 in the morning, in a cave. Surrounded by bats and surveillance equipment and the burden of the universe. It's refreshing. It's insufferable. Bruce's almost smile widened by a fraction. He picked up the cold tea, looked at it, and set it back down. I'll heat it up, just because you insisted, he said. You will do no such thing. You will sit there and drink it cold, as punishment for your stubbornness. Alfred turned toward the stairs, then paused. Master Bruce. Yes. Mr. Blackwynd is not your enemy, he may never be your enemy, and if he becomes your enemy. Alfred looked back at him, his expression unreadable. You will face that challenge when it arrives, not before. Bruce watched him go, then he picked up the cold tea and drank it. It was, as he had said, refreshing. Unknown universe. There are places between places. Not voids, because voids are empty, these are the seams of reality, the spaces where not many could reach in the universe. Light does not reach here. Time does not pass here. The laws of physics are suggestions. And in this place, fire still burned. It wrapped around a single man suspended in the darkness, coiling across his shoulders, at his face, spiraling around his clenched fists. The flames were red and gold. The figure's eyes were closed. He floated in the center of the inferno, his body perfectly still, his breathing impossible to detect. His red hair moved in currents that didn't exist. His cloak was dark, tattered drifted around him like smoke. The figure's lips moved. I have crossed the ashes of 100 worlds. The fire pulsed around him, responding to his voice, responding to his will. And yet. His eyes remained closed, his expression did not change, but the fire grew brighter, grew hungrier. That one still eludes me. The one who carries the concept of destruction. The flames roared. I have felt his presence across existence. I have tasted his power. The figure's jaw tightened. He thinks himself hidden. He thinks himself safe from me. A pause. He is wrong. The fire exploded outward, a supernova of red and gold that illuminated the void for a single moment. The figure's eyes opened, reptilian, slitted and very ancient. The irises burned with the same fire that surrounded him, but deeper somehow, darker and more focused. They were not the eyes of a man, they were not the eyes of anything that had ever been human. His lips curved. The smile of a predator who had finally caught the scent after a hunt that had lasted longer than most species had existed. There you are, he said. The fire purred. Destruction. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 505, The Dragon Monarch and Destruction of the Endless. Unknown world, a meadow at the edge of everything. The world was quiet, filled with fields that had been tilled by hands that knew patience, from skies that had never known war, from air that carried only the scent of wildflowers and distant rain. The meadow stretched toward a horizon of gentle hills, their slopes carpeted in green and gold. A simple house stood at the meadow's center, wood and stone, smoke curling from its chimney. A man walked through the grass. He carried a bucket of water, its contents sloshing gently as he moved. His clothes were plain, a simple shirt, trousers, boots that had seen years of use. His hair was red, streaked with gray, tied back from a face that had weathered centuries without ever looking old. He stopped at a patch of flowers near the house. Kneeled, and began to water them with the care of someone who understood that small things mattered. The sky above him rippled, the clouds parted to allow a figure to emerge. The figure descended slowly, his hands clasped behind his back, his feet hovering inches above the grass. Fire, red and gold rotated around his shoulders, but did not burn the meadow. It was contained. The man with the bucket did not look up. He continued watering his flowers. The figure descended lower, until he was floating beside the men, his eyes reptilian, slitted, watching the hermit with something that might have been curiosity. Destruction of the endless, the figure said. What a strange place to find you in. The man's hands paused. I have been looking for you, the figure continued, for quite some time now. Destruction of the endless set down the bucket. He turned slowly, wiping his hands on his shirt. His expression was calm, not surprised or afraid. Just, resigned. You must be the Dragon Monarch, he said. My brother warned me about you. The Dragon Monarch tilted his head, his red hair moved slightly in a wind, his features were sharp, almost elegant, with a handsomeness that was more predatory than attractive. His armor was the color of embers, shaped like scales, moving with him. I know why you are here, destruction continued. The Dragon Monarch touched the ground. His feet pressed against the grass, and for a moment, the meadow seemed to recoil, to shrink away from the contact. Then the moment passed. You do know why I'm here. The Dragon Monarch's voice was smooth, almost gentle. Then why are you so calm? He looked around at the house, at the meadow, at the simple, peaceful life destruction had built for himself. I must admit, the Dragon Monarch said, I never thought I would find you in a place like this. I expected. He paused, searching for the right word. Well. Destruction. Destruction smiled a small tired smile. I realized a long time ago that my role isn't exactly necessary to fulfill. The Dragon Monarch's eyes narrowed. Since it fulfills itself, destruction continued. All beings are destructive by nature, they don't need me to remind them how to break things, they've always known. They've always wanted to know. He gestured at the meadow, at the flowers, at the peace he had built. I found that I was unnecessary, so I stepped away. Stepped away, the Dragon Monarch repeated. From your responsibility, from your purpose, from everything that made you who you were. Destruction shrugged. Some would call it enlightenment, others like you would call it cowardice. He picked up the bucket again. I call it peace. The Dragon Monarch's smile faded. I disagree, he said. There always needs to be someone at the top holding that concept. Someone to give it shape, purpose, and intent. He stepped closer, his eyes burning. And as it happens, you still hold that concept. The one I wish to take. Destruction's eyebrow rose. You wish to be part of the endless? No. The Dragon Monarch's voice was flat. I wish to take over your role, and ascend to a higher existence beyond. Two destructions cannot coexist. Destruction was silent for a moment. Then he laughed. How odd. Nothing odd about it. The Dragon Monarch's flames flickered, growing brighter, more hungry. I'm simply someone with a purpose and a goal. His eyes bore into Destruction's. While you are not. He raised his hand. The flames exploded outward, not at Destruction, but around him. They consumed the grass, the flowers, the trees. They turned the meadow to ash, the house to cinders, the peaceful world to a charred wasteland. The dragon fire roared with hunger, with the joy of destruction for its own sake. And in the center of it all, Destruction stood untouched. The Dragon Monarch watched him, his flame settling into a low, menacing glow around his shoulders. Now, he said, his voice soft, this is Destruction, a little display of what I can do. Either you submit your concept to me and continue your life here as a hermit, or whatever you wish to do, it concerns me not. He paused. Refuse, and I shall take your life. Destruction looked at the burned meadow, at the ashes of his flowers, at the smoking ruin of his house. Then he looked at the Dragon Monarch. So confident in your powers, aren't you? The Dragon Monarch's smile returned cold and predatory. I spent a lot of time looking for you, he said. Preparing myself. Growing stronger. Destroying worlds and growing my army for years. He stepped closer, his flames pulsing with each word. You, on the other hand, have given up your position and grown weaker. But you still hold that concept. His eyes blazed. So yes. I am more than confident in my ability to kill you. Destruction sighed. He set down the bucket gently, carefully, as if it still mattered. I'm afraid, he said, I can't allow someone like you to take it. He straightened, meeting the Dragon Monarch's gaze. I might not be part of them anymore. I might have given up my position and my responsibility, my title. His voice was calm, but there was something that had not been awakened in a very long time within his tone. But I still have this responsibility to protect creation. The Dragon Monarch's eyes glowed, red and gold fire erupted from his body, covering him in scales, armor that was not armor, skin that was not skin, the transformation of a being who had long ago stopped being merely human. How sad this life of yours is, the Dragon Monarch said. Chained by everything, while I am chained by nothing. He spread his arms, and the flames around him grew to encompass the sky, the horizon, the entire world. Do your worst, Destruction said quietly. And the Dragon Monarch smiled. Earth, a quiet street in London. Cars rumbled past, their engines humming in the grey afternoon light. Pedestrians moved in steady streams, all of them unaware of the immortal presence walking among them. A street musician played something melancholy on a violin, the notes rising and falling. Pigeons gathered around a bench, waiting for crumbs that would never come. Death of the Endless walked through it all, unnoticed. She was small, as she often appeared, a young woman in dark clothing, her hair short and practical, her features unremarkable in the way that made her invisible to the crowds around her. She wore a simple black dress, flat shoes, a silver ank around her neck, and her eyes, when they met anyone's gaze, were kind. She walked through the streets of London, a child ran past her, laughing, chasing a ball. A man in a suit hurried toward a meeting he would forget by morning. Death watched them all. She did not judge, she had never judged. She simply observed. And when the moment came, when the child, the man, she would be there. Not as a terror or as a punishment. Simply as a transition. A door and a kindness. She was the end of all things, humans, gods, or even higher beings. And she was tired. The exhaustion was not new, it had been with her for billions of years, a weight that grew heavier with every passing century. But today, it felt different. Today, there was something else in the air. Something that made her pause mid-step, her foot hovering above the pavement. She stopped walking. The crowd flowed around her, oblivious. A tourist bumped into her shoulder, muttered an apology, and continued on. A dog sniffed at her ankles and moved on. The musician played on. Death stood still. Her hand rose to her chest, touching the silver ank. Her eyes lifted to the sky above London. The grey clouds hung low. And she felt it. Felt him. Her breath caught. Brother. The word escaped her lips in a whisper, barely audible even to herself. But it carried the weight of countless partings, of a family that had grown apart and apart and apart until they were scattered across the universe. Her face, usually so calm, so serene, cracked. Shock, that was the first thing. The surprise of feeling a presence she had not felt in so long, in a place she had not expected. A brother who had walked away from everything, from his role, his responsibility, his family, and had been content to disappear into the quiet corners of existence. And then something else appeared on her face. Sadness. Her eyes glistened, the corners of her mouth trembled, just slightly, before she pressed them together in a line. She closed her eyes and she could see him, even from here. Even across the impossible distance that separated her from whatever world he had chosen to hide in. She could see the meadow, the house, the flowers he had been so careful to water. She could see the figure descending from the sky, wreathed in flame, filled with hunger and ambition. She could see the moment when he had decided to fight. Oh, brother, she breathed. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 506, A Message for the Shadow Monarch. The sky had become a tomb. Once, it had been blue, soft and endless, the kind of sky that poets wrote about and painters tried desperately to capture. Now it was red, orange, black, a bruised and bleeding canvas painted by dragon fire that had fallen like divine judgment. The flames had consumed everything, the meadow, the flowers, the simple house that had stood for centuries, all ash. All memory, all gone. Dragons filled the sky. They were not the dragons of myth, their scales were the color of cooling magma, their eyes burned with the same fire that had reduced a world to cinders. They wheeled and circled above the burning landscape, their roars shaking the mountains, their wings casting shadows that stretched for miles. And at the center of them, one dragon descended. He was massive, larger than the others, older than the others. He crashed into the ground with the force of an asteroid, sending shockwaves across the charred earth. The flames parted around it, bowing to their master. The dragon shifted, scales receded, wings folded, the massive form compressed, reshaped, condensed into a smaller shape, a humanoid. The dragon monarch stood in the center of the crater his landing had created, one hand pressed against his chest, blood, thick and dripping from his lips. He coughed. What a tough bastard, he said to himself. His voice was strained, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His armor, that beautiful, scale-like armor, was cracked and broken in a dozen places. His red hair, usually immaculate, hung in tangled strands across his face. His dragon eyes flickered with exhaustion. But he was standing, he had won. He walked slowly across the broken ground, his footsteps leaving imprints in the ash. The flames parted around him. He passed through the wreckage of what had once been a meadow, past the smoking remains of a house that had known peace, toward the shattered mountain range that had been the site of the final battle. Smoke and fire curled from the mountains, the ground was still hot, so hot that it glowed in places, the rock itself melted and reformed in grotesque shapes. At the center of the devastation, half buried in rubble, a man lay. Destruction of the endless. He was on his back, his arms spread wide, his eyes open to the burning sky, his body was broken, so broken that it was a miracle he still breathed, still lived, still was. Blood pooled beneath him, his face was peaceful, almost serene, as if he had finally found the rest he had been seeking for so long. The Dragon Monarch stopped a few meters away, he looked down at the fallen endless with something that might have been respect. Your tricks, he said, his voice carrying across the burning silence, your magic, your power, all of it is useless against me. He wiped the blood from his lips. You are weak, you are not exactly endless. You die. Just like everything else in this universe. Destruction's eyes flickered toward the voice. His lips moved, his voice was barely a whisper. Elder, sister. The Dragon Monarch's brow furrowed. Elder sister. He looked around, his dragon eyes scanning the burning landscape, then his gaze settled on a point in the air, where reality seemed to act weird. Oh, the Dragon Monarch said, his voice flat. Her. Death of the Endless stepped out of the space. She appeared beside her brother, and she knelt beside him, her hand was gentle resting on his chest, her face was calm, but her kind eyes held a sorrow that words could never capture. Rest, little brother, she said softly. Destruction looked up at her, his smile was faint. I failed, I always knew I would. He said. In the end, I still fell victim to my own role. He paused, his voice growing weaker. To what I personify. Destruction, it was never something I chose, it was something I simply was. And in the end, it consumed me. Death shook her head. Everything has an end, she said. You fulfilled your part. Now rest and let me guide you. Destruction's eyes closed, his breathing slowed. His body, the body that had once held the concept of annihilation, the body that had stood against the Dragon Monarch and fought him to almost a standstill, began to fade. His form dissolved like dust in the wind, scattering across the burning ground, returning to the nothing from which all things came. A single tear traced a path down Death's cheek. She rose and her eyes found the Dragon Monarch. He stood watching her, his expression calm, predatory, interested. His body was broken, his armor cracked, his blood still dripping onto the ash. But his eyes held no fear of her. I already got what I wanted, but, he said. Do you wish to stand in my way as well? Death studied him, the flames around them flickered, casting shadows across her face. Even in your current state, she said, her voice soft, you wish to destroy more. You bring shame to that concept. One that you do not understand very well. Her arms crossed. Besides, I do not fight, I simply guide endings. And here, I am just doing my job, guiding my brothers. The Dragon Monarch's smile was thin, almost pitying. What a sad existence, he said. You endless are all the same, bound by rules that no one imposed. Chained by responsibilities that no one asked you to carry. He took a step forward, a single step, costing him more strength than he would ever admit. As for my current state, he continued, you do not have to worry about me, worry about yourself. And the Shadow Monarch. His eyes gleamed. I can almost smell him on you. You two have interacted before, haven't you? Of course you did, he would also seek you for your concept, he is smart after all. Death's expression did not change. That is not your concern. Perhaps not. The Dragon Monarch inclined his head. Death was silent for a moment. What is your name again? Or should I call you Destruction, now? My human name is not your concern, either, he said. But I know of the Shadow Monarch. He has killed half of the fools who call themselves monarchs, a useful development, if you care about such things. The Dragon Monarch laughed, a painful sound that turned into a bloody cough at the end. I also know what he is up to, he said. I have been watching and observing. The Shadow Monarch and I are the only ones who are different. The others are pawns, tools, sacrifices for greater purposes. I am only using them for my goals. He paused. And he is not the type of person who would be on my side. So I have never made contact with him. He looked at Death, his eyes burning. Since you know him, he said, give him my message, will you? Death waited. The Dragon Monarch coughed again, a spasm that bent him double, that brought more blood to his lips. He straightened slowly, his smile fixed, his eyes never leaving hers. I offer you an alliance, he said. We both seek strength, we both hate the monarchs and the rulers. We both embody a concept now. His smile widened, showing teeth that were just slightly too sharp. Or rather, I should say, while you Death of the Endless live, he cannot have full control of it. He spread his arms, gesturing at the burning world around them. Too bad, he continued. In that case, I will always be the strongest. No matter what he does, yet I still offer him to be my ally. We will together get rid of the so-called cosmic entities of the multiverse itself. This is the reason why we are here after all, to rule over them all. His smile sharpened. Refuse my friendly hand, he said, and your world will burn. The way I burned mine. Death regarded him for a long moment, the flames flickered, the dragon circled in the sky. Do not expect me to come back for you, she said, to deliver a reply. She then vanished. The dragon monarch stood alone in the burning silence. Then he laughed. Not like I want you to, he said to himself. The laughter turned into another cough, then another. He fell to one knee, his hand pressed against his chest, his body trembling with exhaustion. The blood came faster now, pooling on the ash beneath him. Fuck. He muttered. He looked up at the sky, at the dragons circling above him, at the burning world he had destroyed. Destruction was a formidable foe. If she wasn't bound by whatever binds her, I wouldn't have been able to walk away from this. He admitted. I had to use all of my strength for him, and more. His chest heaved. It will take a long time for me to recover. His eyes glowed red. But I have control over the concept of destruction now, he said. I will be invincible. He pushed himself to his feet, swaying slightly. You better not decline my offer, Shadow, he said to the empty air. Otherwise I will enjoy every moment of what I'll do to your world. He raised his hand. The dragons in the sky responded, a unified roar that shook the world, that split the sky, that announced the departure of their master. They descended, swirling around him, their massive forms obscuring the burning landscape. The dragon monarch disappeared and the dragons followed. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 507, Hidden in Plain Sight. Gotham City, a small cafe in the East End. The cafe was unremarkable in every way that mattered. It sat on a corner where the streetlights flickered, where the paint on the walls had faded from whatever color it had once been, where the coffee was strong and the pastries were stale and the clientele consisted mostly of people who had nowhere better to be. The windows were streaked with the residue of 1,000 rainy days. The tables wobbled if you leaned on them wrong. Yet it was perfect to both of them. Arthur Blackwynd sat in the corner booth, his back to the wall. He wore a simple jacket, dark and unremarkable, and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. His face was partially obscured by a carefully cultivated mustache that had taken him approximately 3 seconds to grow with shadow magic and approximately 30 seconds to regret. Across from him, Raven sipped her drink. She had perfected the art of looking completely ordinary while being anything but. Her hair was pulled back under a dark scarf, her usual cloak replaced by a simple coat. Her violet eyes were hidden behind a pair of sunglasses. She set down her cup. I told you this would work, she said, her voice filled with amusement. That mustache looks good on you. Arthur's arms were crossed and his expression was flat. Stop it. I'm very serious. She wasn't. Her smile gave her away, a small, teasing curve of her lips that she didn't even try to hide. Arthur's expression didn't change. Earlier, Raven continued, when you hit the street without any disguise, you had to teleport away because people swarmed you. After all, you are pretty famous or infamous. It really depends on the mood of the common people. She took another sip of her drink. Now look at you. Just another Gothamite enjoying a mediocre coffee in a mediocre cafe. It's not mediocre, Arthur said. It's terrible. Exactly. Mediocre would be an improvement. He almost smiled. Raven set down her cup and leaned forward, her teasing expression shifting into something more curious. Speaking of being hard to find, she said, I tried to locate you earlier. She paused, searching for the right words. I wanted to make sure you were all right. Arthur's eyes met hers. I couldn't find you, Raven continued. First time in a long time that's happened, and I'm stronger now, my magic is much more potent. She tilted her head. How did you do it? Arthur uncrossed his arms. He reached for his own cup, coffee, black, so bitter that it could strip paint, and took a sip. Then this means it's working, he said. If you of all people can't detect me. Raven's eyebrow rose. What's working? I'm intentionally making myself invisible to people who wield magic like you do. Arthur set down his cup. Those who can sense me should be very few out there. The ones who could find me without my permission. He paused. They exist. But I'd rather they had to work for it. Raven studied him for a moment. Then her smile returned. You praise me too much, she said. I kind of like it. She reached across the table, her fingers found his and squeezed gently. Arthur's hand turned, his fingers interlacing with hers. Raven leaned forward and kissed him. It was brief, a brush of lips, a moment of warmth, and Arthur's eyes closed for just a fraction of a second. When he opened them, something in his expression had shifted like a weight had been lifted. Raven pulled back, her smile still in place, her eyes searching his face. "What's on your mind?" she asked. "You seem here but not here at the same time." She tilted her head, her tone teasing. "Are you sure I'm not standing with a mere clone of you instead of the real you?" Arthur's brow furrowed. "It is the real me. I know. I'm not like Dee Dee," he continued. "She likes to do that, send after images of herself across the universe, appear in a dozen places at once." He shook his head. "I don't like using that. I can simply use my shadows if I need to be in multiple places, or teleport." Raven's smile widened. "I was kidding, I know you wouldn't dare use a clone for me." She gave him a teasing look. "You'd never hear the end of it." Arthur's lips twitched. "Probably not." Then his expression shifted, becoming more serious, more focused. "Speaking of the things I've been doing behind your back," he said. "I killed Steppenwolf, and I managed to gain some intel about Apocalypse." "Oh," Raven said softly. "No wonder you look grim, another shadow." Arthur was silent for a moment. "Yeah," he finally said. "Killing a new god didn't exactly feel good, knowing that Darkseid used him, sent him to die so he could see what I'm capable of." He shook his head. "Steppenwolf wasn't a victim or anything. He was a conqueror, a murderer, a monster. But he was also a tool, and I hate being used as a whetstone for someone else's plans." Raven's hand tightened on his. "You have an urge," she said. "To go directly to Apocalypse and unleash hell on Darkseid, I know that look." Arthur met her eyes. "Yes. And you're not going to do it." "I'm not going to do it." He sighed. "I want to, but I know he's smarter than that, his planet is a fortress. And Darkseid is simply an avatar. My goal is the real him, and he is on a different level entirely." Raven nodded slowly. "I think it's better to continue this weird and awkward stalemate between you two," she said. "We have plenty of problems at home already." Arthur's mouth curved slightly. "I know. Even my marshals advised against an attack and some of them are reckless. Baru would have led the charge himself if I'd let him, but they were smart enough to suggest waiting." "Let us deal with the problem of the monarchs first," Raven said. "Then we will deal with Darkseid." Arthur nodded. "That's the plan. But I know he'll still try to do something else, we need to be extra careful, especially you guys, he knows my weaknesses." "Ouch. But I get it, we will be." Raven picked up her cup again, took a sip, and then set it down. Her expression shifted, a redirection of the conversation. "Speaking of home," she said, "about Kara, she's still in the Fortress of Solitude." Her voice carried a hint of amusement. "She's taking the name of the fortress very seriously now." Arthur looked at her. "I think I know what's wrong with her." Raven's eyes widened slightly, then she nodded, the pieces clicking into place in her mind. "Oh," she said softly. "I see now." Arthur nodded. "Yeah." Raven's hand moved to her own belly, a small, unconscious gesture. "She's embarrassed," Raven said. "About her, well, you know." Arthur's voice was gentle. "Yeah. She'll probably say something like, 'I'm fat and ugly.' You know her." Raven's eyes softened. "That blonde idiot. She's not the only one who would react that way." Arthur's gaze met Raven's. "If you were pregnant, you would probably do the same." Raven's eyes widened. Her mouth opened, closed then opened again. "I would never," she said. Arthur's lips curved into a genuine smile. "Sure thing, demon princess." Raven opened her mouth to respond, then Arthur's phone buzzed. He glanced down at the screen. Unknown number. No caller ID. No identifying information of any kind. Raven leaned forward, trying to catch a glimpse. "Who is this?" Arthur's brow furrowed. "I don't know." He answered. "Hello." The voice on the other end was familiar and unmistakable. "Arthur. I have a task for you." Arthur was almost irritated by his voice. "Bruce. What kind of task?" "There is a suspiciously dangerous gate that appeared in Greece. It is classified as S-rank. But in reality, it should not be classified as S-rank." Batman's voice was clipped, precise. "To say the least, it is very dangerous. We are expecting something similar to the one you dealt with alongside the Titans here in Gotham." Arthur's eyes narrowed. "Why would I go there myself? I should just send a marshal, if it is serious." "You can do that," Batman said. "But I suggest otherwise. My guild member, Ethan, is there. I sent him as part of an international hunter collaboration. He's helping with the raid." Arthur was silent for a moment. "You want me to babysit your new Robin?" "I want you to witness a ruler vessel in action, he can also learn a thing or two from you." Batman replied. Besides, I am positive this specific raid holds some sort of surprises. Raven had been listening. She met Arthur's eyes and nodded once, a small gesture, encouraging him to accept. Arthur sighed. Very well, he said. You've got me interested. I'll go have a look. Batman's voice carried something that might have been satisfaction. You have my thanks. And my apologies for interrupting your time with Raven. Give her my regards. The call ended. Arthur stared at his phone for a moment. Then he looked around the cafe at the walls, at the windows, at the ceiling, at the spaces between shadows. How shameless, he muttered. No sense of privacy. He shook his head. I have shadows everywhere, I could be watching anyone at any time and yet I don't do what he does. Raven sighed. Batman. Batman. She picked up her cup, drained the last of her drink, and set it down with a decisive click. So, she said. We're heading to Greece. Arthur pocketed his phone. Yeah, he said. We're heading to Greece. He reached for her hand. She took it, and the world dissolved into shadow around them. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 508, Death's Grief. Apocalypse, the throne room of Darkseid. Darkseid sat on his throne. He was massive in both size and presence, even the light around him dimmed. The very concept of hope seemed to wither in his shadow. His burning eyes glowed with the Omega effect. His hand rested on the armrest of his throne. The metal groaned. Desaad knelt before him, his form hunched and trembling, his voice a dry rasp. He had been speaking for some time, his words a river of information and analysis and carefully calculated flattery. I told you, Master, that Steppenwolf would fail. Desaad's eyes darted upward, then down again. And it seems he did not merely fail. He gave them access to very sensitive information. About us, about Apocalypse and about. The armrest cracked. Darkseid's fingers had tightened. The metal, forged in the fires of a star, bent like clay. A web of fractures spread across its surface. Yes, Desaad, Darkseid said. His voice was calm, terribly calm. Yes, I am aware that Steppenwolf was a failure. His eyes burned brighter. Death is not a reward he deserves. Desaad's mouth opened and closed, his throat worked. Sweat beaded on his pale forehead. Master, he said carefully, I had to lie and manipulate Steppenwolf into believing he would receive our aid. Perhaps we should have aided him. It was a good chance to corner the Shadow Monarch. If we had truly sent the Furies or your elite. A coordinated assault. No. Darkseid's eyes fixed on Desaad, not angrily, but with a cold look that was somehow worse. You saw what he can do. Darkseid's voice was soft, almost contemplative. The planet that is under his control, Nyx, he calls it, is not something to be taken lightly. He commands an entire Lantern Corps, outside the jurisdiction of the Guardians. Outside the jurisdiction of the other petty corps, he has forged an army of shadows that answers to him and him alone. He paused. And he has allies on Earth. Powerful ones and intelligent ones. His eyes narrowed. Especially the Kryptonian and the Bat. Desaad nodded frantically. Yes, Master. The Kryptonian alone would be a formidable obstacle, but the Bat. The Bat is more dangerous than the Kryptonian, Darkseid interrupted. The Kryptonian has limits, the Bat has his brain. And the Shadow Monarch has given him access to information that will take years to fully process, but the Bat will be able to process it in less. Desaad's mouth snapped shut. Darkseid leaned back on his throne, the cracked armrest groaned beneath his weight. We should remain vigilant, he said. For now. Let them exhaust themselves, let them fight their wars, their monarchs, their petty battles. It will fall into pieces soon enough. Desaad's expression shifted. As you command, Master. We did learn quite a bit, after all, with the things happening on Earth. The dimensional gates, the chaos. His smile was thin, almost reptilian. Every battle they fight weakens them and every victory costs them something. Darkseid's lips curved. Exactly, Desaad. He looked past the kneeling scientist, past the walls of the throne room, past the boundaries of Apocalypse itself. I am simply waiting for the arrival of a good target. One that will be more than appropriate for our new force. Desaad's eyes widened. Ah yes, the project. Speak of it. Desaad straightened slightly, still kneeling, but with a new energy, a new eagerness. I have received word, Master. His voice was almost breathless. From your daughter. Darkseid's expression did not change. Grail, he said. She has taken a long time preparing for this. Of course, Master. And just as you said before, I have trust in her if you do. Desaad leaned forward. She has managed to infiltrate one of the so-called gates on Earth. She has captured the monsters there and sent them our way. His smile widened. They should be a good batch to create what I want. Darkseid regarded him for a long moment. Good, he finally said. Though these are not the ones that we want. What I want has yet to appear. Desaad nodded eagerly. Yes, Master. These will be mere prototypes. Experiments, tests. What I do. He paused, choosing his words carefully. What I do is all in your glory, my master. Darkseid's eyes bore into him. Good, carry on, Desaad, and do not disappoint me. Desaad's head bowed so low that his forehead nearly touched the floor. I wouldn't dare, master. He remained there, prostrate, trembling, waiting for dismissal that did not come. One more thing, Desaad said, his voice barely a whisper. She said she will remain there, on Earth for more, and I fear. He hesitated. I fear that will attract the attention of that person. Darkseid's eyes flickered. The Omega effect pulsed. It does not matter what she does, Darkseid said. As long as I get results. Desaad's relief was palpable. Of course, master. I will aid her with whatever I can, resources or information, whatever is required. Darkseid waved his hand, a dismissive gesture, a signal that the audience was over. Go. Desaad rose. Bowed and backed away from the throne, his steps quick and silent, his eyes never leaving his master's face until the shadows swallowed him. Darkseid sat alone. The throne room was silent. His hand rested on the cracked armrest, he simply sat, his eyes burning in the darkness, his mind turning over plans within plans within plans. Then Darkseid suddenly smiled. Interesting times, he murmured. Greece, the caldera of Thera. The Aegean Sea stretched toward the horizon, its surface catching the last light of the setting sun. The island of Thera, Santorini, as the tourists called it, rose from the water in a crescent of whitewashed buildings and blue-domed churches, a place of beauty that had been built on the bones of a volcano that had once destroyed civilizations. The gate stood at the center of the caldera. It was massive and pulsed with energy, its edges crackling with power that made the air taste of manna. The structure around it was temporary, functional, a staging area for hunters, a command center for the international coalition that had been assembled to deal with the threat within, tents, equipment and the constant sound of monitoring devices and the murmur of anxious voices. Arthur and Raven materialized at the edge of the caldera. Arthur's shadows receded around them, withdrawing into the ground like water finding its level. He looked around at the gate, at the staging area, at the distant figures of hunters preparing for battle. We're late, he said. Raven adjusted her coat, her eyes scanning the area. Fashionably so. The raid team already entered. Then we'll follow them. Arthur started walking toward the gate, then he stopped. A figure stood in front of the gate. She was small, unassuming, dressed in black, her dark hair short and practical. She stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her eyes fixed on the tear in reality as if she were studying a painting in a museum. A silver ankh hung around her neck. Raven's eyes widened. Dee. The figure turned. Death of the Endless smiled, a gentle smile, her eyes, when they met Raven's, were kind. When they moved to Arthur, something in them shifted. Grew deeper and more serious. Raven, she said. Arthur. Arthur's brow furrowed, his steps slowed. Strange place to find you, he said. Death did not answer immediately, she simply looked at him, studied him, as if she were seeing something in him that she hadn't seen before. Her smile remained in place, but there was something behind it. Arthur stopped a few feet away. The silence stretched. He could feel it, the weight of her presence. Death of the Endless did not appear casually unless it is in front of his home back in Gotham. She did not stand in the fading light of a Greek sunset and smile without reason. Something was wrong and Arthur knew it. His voice softened. What's wrong, Dee? He stepped closer, his eyes searching hers. Is something the matter? Death's smile flickered. For just a moment, the mask slipped. Her composure, that eternal, unshakable calm that had carried her through the deaths of gods, stars, and the births of galaxies cracked. Her eyes glistened, her lips pressed together, just slightly, as if holding something back. Then the smile returned. But it was different now, smaller and more fragile. My brother, she said softly. Destruction. Arthur's breath caught. I felt him, Death continued. I just guided his end. Raven moved to stand beside Arthur, her hand finding his. She said nothing, but her presence was a comfort. Arthur's voice was barely a whisper. Destruction of the Endless is dead. Death nodded. He was in a way already dead, he had removed himself from everything, from his role. From his family, from creation itself. He had found a quiet place for himself to live his days. Her voice caught. He just wanted to be left alone. Arthur's jaw tightened. What happened? Death looked at him, her eyes meeting his with an intensity that made the shadows around them seem to pulse. That person came for him, she said. Someone who wanted what he had, his concept. His power and his abandoned role. She paused. The Dragon Monarch did. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 509, The Dragon Monarch's Offer. Arthur's hands were on Didi's shoulders, not roughly. His violet eyes, usually so controlled, so measured, were wide with something that looked almost like disbelief. And Teresa's successor? Arthur's voice cracked. He killed Destruction of the Endless. He released Didi's shoulders, stepping back as if the news had physically struck him. His hands fell to his sides, fingers curling into fists. His jaw worked, words forming and dying on his lips. Of course, he finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. Of course he would go for him. Like you said. His concept. It's very much what the Dragon Monarch would want to have. He looked up at the sky, at the fading light, at nothing in particular. And now he does have it. Damn it, Arthur continued, his voice hardening. If I could only have sensed him before this happened. I would have prevented this. Raven moved to stand beside him, her hand finding his arm. Her voice was calm, she had learned to think before acting and her grip on his arm tightened. Whoa, hold on. You don't want to be reckless here, this is someone who managed to kill an endless. She paused, letting the words sink in. We might want to think rationally about what we can do, we need a proper plan to engage someone like this. Didi remained quiet throughout the exchange. Her eyes were on Arthur, watching him with that ancient gaze. The wind moved through her short dark hair. I can't sense him either, she finally said. I'm afraid he is someone outside of my reach. She paused. As much as you are, Arthur. I can sense you only because of your power, I only managed to find him through my brother, through destruction, he just happened to be the one that ended him. Arthur's jaw tightened. He should be much stronger now with the concept of destruction. Yes. But I still think I can kill him. Arthur's voice was flat, certain. Once and for all. Though I will try to take the battle as far away from Earth as possible. He looked at the gate, at the distant horizon. This planet wouldn't survive a full confrontation with him. Raven's voice rose, sharp with worry. Are you planning to fight him on your own? Arthur met her eyes. Yes. It is my responsibility, after all. And no, it is not. Raven's voice was firm, almost angry. We have talked about this, hell, even Clark said that when the time came, he would be glad to help. Everyone did. She gestured at the world around them, at the gate, at the distant lights of the island, at the entire planet. I mean, we have fought strong foes before, we took over hell itself. Arthur's expression softened. He reached out, his hands finding hers. Raven. She fell silent. This is different. His voice was gentle but unyielding. He killed an endless. That means he was preparing for a long time, and he achieved one of his goals. I know that he is much like me, one with full control over his powers, commanding an army of millions of dragons. He paused. Dragons, Raven. One of them alone is a calamity to Earth, let alone that number. Raven opened her mouth to speak. Destruction, Arthur continued, is a very fitting theme for him. One he takes very seriously, so yes, I will take this fight somewhere else, far away from here. Alone. His hand squeezed hers. Our destiny has always meant that we would clash someday. Raven looked away, her voice was small, almost childlike. But. Arthur released her hands and he turned back to Didi, and before she could react, he pulled her into an embrace. Didi's eyes widened. Her body stiffened just for a moment then relaxed into the hug. Her hands, hesitant at first, rose to rest against his back. I'm sorry about your little brother, Didi, Arthur said softly. He pulled back, meeting her eyes. I will make sure to avenge him. His voice hardened. I know how dangerous the Dragon Monarch can be, leaving him to roam the universe as a cosmic entity is something I cannot allow. Didi's expression was unreadable. It is fine, she said. It was his time. She paused. I have a message from the Dragon Monarch for you. Arthur's eyes narrowed. His hands fell from her shoulders towards her hands. He did leave one, after all. Didi nodded. He offered you an alliance, he said that you both seek strength and that you both hate the monarchs and the rulers, that you both embody a cosmic concept. She paused. Or rather, only he does. Because I death of the endless, while I live, you cannot have full control of death. And that is why he will always be the strongest. No matter what you do. Arthur's eyes blazed violet. He offered to rule with you, Didi continued. To destroy the cosmic entities of the multiverse, to claim everything. Her voice dropped. He said that if you refuse, your world will burn the way he burned his. The shadows around Arthur writhed. Violet energy flickered at the edges of his vision, dancing across his body, his skin, his eyes. His hands still holding Didi's trembled with barely contained power. He turned away and said nothing. Didi watched him for a long moment. Then she spoke again, her voice softer this time. I have a proposition for you, Arthur. Arthur didn't turn around. I know what you will suggest, and I will not hear it. His voice was flat, final. I said I don't want it. Didi stepped closer. That is the only way you will be able to ascend past the barrier that stands in front of you. She paused. Which is myself. Arthur turned, his eyes met hers. I don't want power at the cost of your own demise. Didi's expression softened. She looked at him, really looked, as if seeing something she had not noticed before. You were right about something, Arthur. He raised an eyebrow. My job is not something anyone would wish to have. Didi's voice was quiet, almost wistful. I know what it can do. I know the weight of it. Sometimes I find myself tired, so tired that I have to remind myself how to be mortal once every 100 years. To have that mortal life, to experience what they experience. Arthur's voice was gentle. Didi. She continued as if he hadn't spoken. I have an alternative. Her eyes met his. I would surrender my concept to you at the cost of myself ceasing to exist in the physical world. She held up a hand to forestall his objection. But my job will continue to be fulfilled by a replacement I choose. One that would have no memory of my old self. Arthur's brow furrowed. And my old self, Didi continued, would be part of you, like a ghost, haunting you wherever you go, one that would whisper in your ears every once in a while. Just to have a nice chat with you. She smiled. Arthur stared at her. That still sounds terrible, he finally said. You will not have an actual form, and having you as a ghost doesn't sound very pleasant for you or me. Raven stepped forward, her voice sharp. Yeah. It's kind of an awful fate. Didi's smile didn't waver. It sounded like a great idea to me. I would be free of my role. Arthur would get my concept and he would not have a disadvantage against the Dragon Monarch, and I would be forever close to him, someone I think very highly of. Raven's face turned red. So that's what you really want? Didi looked at her, her expression innocent. Is it wrong? Raven sputtered. No. I mean, yes. Arthur looked between them, his expression filled with confusion. How did a serious situation turn into this? Didi's smile softened. She stepped closer to Arthur, close enough to touch. I will leave you to think about this, she said. I have thought very well about this. And I think you should, too. Before it is too late. Her voice dropped. My brother was no easy foe, the Dragon Monarch is severely wounded, it will take time for him to recover, and once he does. She paused. I am not sure what he will do next, or where he will show up. Arthur was silent for a long moment. All right, he finally said. I'll think about it. Didi smiled and leaned in, and before Arthur could react, she pressed a light kiss to his cheek. Raven's eyes flashed. Didi stepped back. Her form began to fade, dissolving into the space between spaces. Think carefully, Arthur, she said. The multiverse itself is counting on you. Then she was gone. Arthur stood in the silence. Raven's voice was sharp, barely controlled. What a brilliant idea, she said. I know exactly what she is thinking. Arthur turned to her, his expression puzzled. It does sound like a good idea in theory. But the cost of her losing her entire physical self is just. That is not what I am referring to. Raven said. Arthur raised an eyebrow. Raven folded her arms. Wow. I am not sure if you are really airhead about her, or if you are pretending that she doesn't want you. Arthur blinked. Didi. Please, she is just too nice. Raven's voice dripped with sarcasm. Too nice and too touchy. And now she wants to be your eternal ghost that would be part of you. Okay. Arthur said. Let's enter the dungeon now, shall we? We'll talk about this later. Raven's eyes narrowed. We will definitely talk about this later. Arthur walked toward the gate, his steps quick, his expression carefully neutral. Raven followed, her arms still crossed, her mind already planning the conversation they would have when this was all over. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 510, Dragon's Dungeon. One moment Arthur and Raven stood in the fading light of the Greek sunset, the Aegean Sea glittering behind them. The next, they were inside the dungeon. The heat hit first, it was oppressive and suffocating, the ground beneath their feet was black, smooth and glassy and cracked in patterns that glowed with faint orange light. Fissures in the earth bled rivers of molten rock, their glow casting long, dancing shadows across the landscape. And in the distance, dominating everything, a volcano rose. It was massive, smoke billowed from its crater, staining the sky a perpetual twilight, red lightning crackled through the clouds, illuminating the landscape in flashes of blood-colored light. Arthur stopped walking and his eyes swept across the landscape, the obsidian plains, the rivers of lava, the volcano. "This is interesting," he said. No wonder Bruce said this gate was dangerous. Raven stood beside him, her hand raised, her eyes closed. Her brow furrowed. "The magic I'm sensing is pretty strong, huh?" Raven opened her eyes. "Pretty strong is an understatement, whatever lurks here is not some random monster, this is clearly stronger than the giant gate we dealt with." Arthur nodded slowly. "This looks like a red gate, no matter how you look at it." He paused. "But it's not, a red gate traps hunters inside until they clear it. This." He gestured at the landscape around them. "This is deliberate, someone created this recently." "Who?" Arthur was silent for a moment. "I have my suspicions, hopefully it is the rulers and not who I think it is." They walked across the obsidian plain, their footsteps echoing, the heat pressed against them, but neither showed any discomfort. Arthur's shadow armor had materialized around him. "You think the raid team is okay?" Raven asked. Arthur's eyes scanned the distance. "They are alive." His gaze sharpened. "I can sense the kid as well, Bruce's new Robin." Raven raised an eyebrow. "New Robin?" Arthur's lips twitched. "I'm just calling him that, because he's taking care of him. Ethan is also an orphan, a strong hunter, one of the vessels of the rulers. He's part of Bruce's guild, and Bruce is strictly monitoring him." Raven considered this. "I see now. Yeah, everything checks out." She smiled. "He is a Robin." Arthur's smile widened. "Exactly." Hell materialized before them. The shadow of the perfect Kryptonian clone stood tall, his eyes burning with the same fire as his master's. He knelt before Arthur, his voice a low rumble. "My king." Arthur's eyes were on the volcano. "I need you to scout ahead, fly around the area, I'm sensing dragons in this place." Hell's head rose. "Dragons, my king." "Yes. Apparently, the rulers did manage to capture some, if this place is their creation." Arthur's expression darkened. "The dragons here are not in a good mood, they are angry and they are not friendly." Hell's eyes gleamed. "My king, am I allowed to attack them?" Arthur considered this for a moment. Then he nodded. "Yeah." Hell rose and launched himself into the sky, his form disappearing into the smoke and ash, his presence a faint whisper in the back of Arthur's mind. Raven watched him go. He seemed so eager to fight. "He's always eager, actually all of my marshals are, you see I don't have grand marshal so they all try to impress me." Arthur began walking again, toward the volcano. He doesn't get to stretch his legs much, being a shadow marshal is mostly administrative work, believe it or not. Raven fell into step beside him. "Administrative work?" "Organizing the soldiers." Arthur's voice was dry. "So much of it, you have no idea how much work is involved in running an interdimensional immortal army, you should take a look at them in my world of eternal slumber." Raven laughed warmly and surprised. Arthur pointed toward the volcano's base. "They passed through here." Raven followed his gaze. A massive entrance gaped at the base of the mountain, a cave mouth carved its edges smooth and worn. Tracks led inside, the marks of dozens of boots. "Of course," Raven said. "And let me guess, there is a giant dragon inside." Arthur's eyes glowed violet. "From what I'm sensing alone, this might be one of Antares' lieutenants that they captured." His voice was flat, "An ancient dragon, on the level of my marshals." Raven stopped walking. "That's strong." Arthur turned to look at her. "Do you really think his soldiers are weaker than mine?" His voice was calm, patient. "If that were the case, there wouldn't be any sort of competition between us. My advantage is that my soldiers are immortal, while his are not. But he can easily erase my marshals from existence." Raven's eyes widened. "Now do you understand why only I can confront him?" Arthur continued. "Sending my soldiers against the Dragon Monarch is a death sentence for them. He would destroy them, erase them. Permanently." Raven was quiet for a moment. "I see," she finally said. "He really is something." "Yes, he is." Arthur's voice hardened. "And now since we just learned that he has obtained the concept of destruction, he is even more troublesome." They entered the cave, the passage was long, winding, descending deeper and deeper into the heart of the volcano. The walls glowed with heat, the air was filled with the scent of sulfur. Raven's hand found Arthur's, he squeezed it gently. They walked in silence, and what lay ahead opened before them. It was massive, like a cathedral of fire and stone, its ceiling lost in smoke and shadow. Rivers of lava cascaded down the walls, feeding a lake of molten rock at the center of the room. The heat was overwhelming, and at the center of it all, a battle raged. The raid team was spread across the chamber, their formations tight, their movements coordinated. They were all S-ranks, the best of the best, hunters who had faced monsters that would have broken lesser beings. They fought with discipline, with courage, with the desperate efficiency of those who knew that one mistake meant death in a place like this. At the center of the assault, a figure stood out. Ethan Jones moved like a force of nature. His gravity powers warped the air around him, pinning the dragon with invisible chains. The beast was massive, ancient, its scales the color of cooling magma, struggled against the weight pressing down on it. Its roar shook the chamber, sending tremors through the stone. "Strike," someone shouted, the raid leader, a grizzled S-rank from Bruce's Wayne Guild. "Cover yourself. Careful of his tail. The damn thing is just as dangerous as his dragon fire." The hunters scattered, diving behind outcroppings of rock as the dragon's tail swept across the chamber, carving furrows in the stone. A hunter who had been too slow was thrown across the room, his armor dented, his breath driven from his lungs. Ethan's hands were raised, his face set in concentration. Gravity distortions rippled around him, holding the dragon in place, giving the others time to regroup. "We need to hit it harder," Ethan shouted. "Its armor is too thick, but I think I can try to." "We know," the raid leader shouted back. "We're trying." Raven stood at the edge of the chamber, her eyes wide. "This is intense," she breathed. Arthur was gone. He had been standing beside her a moment ago, his hand in hers. Now there was nothing but empty space where he had been. Her eyes shot to the dragon. Arthur appeared above its head, his form materializing from a crack of displaced air. His shadow armor blazed with violet light. His eyes burned with the same fire, his spear, Thanatos Bronte, Death Thunder, crackled with energy that made the very air around him tremble. The dragon's eyes widened. "Shadow Monarch." Arthur swung. The spear descended in a single, terrible arc, a stroke of lightning given form, a blade of pure violet energy that cut through the dragon's neck like paper. The beast's roar turned into a gurgle, then silence. Its head separated from its body, tumbling through the air, hitting the ground with a sound like a mountain falling. Its body followed, the chamber shook and the hunters scattered, diving for cover as the massive corpse crashed to the ground. Lava splashed and stone cracked. The heat from the dragon's dying breath washed over them like a wave. And Arthur landed on the ground, his spear dissipating into motes of violet light, his expression calm. "Hi," he said. The chamber was silent. The hunters stared at him, at the men who had appeared from nowhere, who had killed a dragon with a single blow, who stood in the center of their battlefield as if he had just arrived for a casual meeting. Ethan's jaw dropped. "Mr. Arthur." Arthur turned to him, a small smile on his face. "Ethan." He looked at the dragon's corpse, then back at the young hunter. "Good work pinning it, your gravity manipulation has improved, this was no easy foe." Ethan blinked. Thank you." The raid leader stepped forward, his face pale. Who are you? How did you?" Arthur raised a hand. "Arthur Blackwynd," he said simply. "I'm here to help." The name rippled through the hunters like a shockwave. Whispers spread across the chamber. "The Arthur Blackwynd, the strongest hunter they call him, the one who killed the monarchs in Gotham." They looked at him with a mixture of awe and fear, as if they had just realized that the man standing before them was not merely powerful, but something far beyond their understanding. Raven appeared beside Arthur, her expression amused. "Nice entrance," she said. Arthur's smile widened. "I try." Ethan stepped forward, his voice eager. "Mr. Arthur, we didn't expect you to come here. If we knew, we would have waited for you." "I know." Arthur's voice was gentle. "But this gate is more dangerous than anyone realized, so Bruce wanted me to come and help." He looked at the dragon's corpse. "And it's a good thing I did, because this isn't even the boss." He gestured at the chamber, at the passage that led deeper into the volcano. "The boss," Arthur said, "is still ahead, the thing that created this place." He looked at the hunters, at their exhausted faces, at their weapons and armor, at the bruises and cuts they had already sustained. "You all should rest," Arthur said. "Heal and recover, I'll handle what's ahead." The raid leader opened his mouth to protest. "That's not." "I know." Arthur's voice was calm, but final. "But this is beyond your pay grade, trust me." Ethan stepped forward. "I can help, I'm strong enough." "I know you are." Arthur's smile was kind. "Even though you've already done enough, fine, you can come." Ethan nodded excitedly with a massive smile on his face. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 511, The Lieutenant of Antares. Arthur walked at the front, his shadow armor rippling with violet light. Raven moved beside him, her magic at the ready, and Ethan followed a few paces behind, ready to respond to the slightest threat. Arthur's stride faltered, his eyes didn't change. Raven noticed and her head tilted. Arthur. He raised a hand, a gesture to reassure her. The voice came from inside his mind, Hel's voice, calm and controlled. My king. Speak. I am currently in combat against 3 dragons. They are not as strong as me, but they are formidable foes. A pause. I ask your permission to kill them once again, they must join us. Arthur's lips curved. Oh, he said softly. Don't worry about that. His smile widened. Of course they will, you have all the freedom to do what you do best, so teach them a lesson. Very well, my king. The connection faded at the sound of a terrifying punch, one they could feel even here inside the volcano. Raven watched Arthur's expression, the way his smile lingered, the way his eyes gleamed with satisfaction. You've been quiet, she said, the moment we left the chamber after you killed that dragon. Arthur glanced at her. Well, maybe I'm excited. Excited. As much as my soldier right now, who wants to kill the dragons outside on his own. He paused, his voice carrying a note of genuine pleasure. I have only 1 dragon in my army. 2, with the one I just added, they are a formidable force. Every one I add to my shadow army is a significant firepower in my favor. Raven's eyebrows rose. Wow. You really can't feel fulfillment when it comes to adding more shadow soldiers. She gestured vaguely. I mean, you have Nyx and all the shadow lanterns, both the living and the shadow soldiers. Your marshals, the demons, and so on. She shook her head. When will it stop? Arthur's expression shifted, grew more serious. It will stop once there are no more enemies. Raven opened her mouth to respond. Arthur raised his hand and said, and speaking of my soldiers, I want someone to say hi to you. Shadows coiled around his legs, responding to his will. They pulled from the darkness, from his shadow coalescing into a form that was both familiar and unnerving. Steppenwolf materialized before them. The shadow of the new god knelt on one knee, his eyes burning with the same violet fire as his master. His voice was a low, respectful murmur. My queen. He bowed his head. You grace us with your presence. I hope I am not disturbing you. Raven stared at him. Her mouth opened and closed. Steppenwolf. She looked at Arthur. I almost forgot that you killed him. She shook her head slowly. Of course he is a shadow now. Arthur's smile returned. I thought you'd like to meet him properly. Raven's eyes narrowed, not at Arthur, but at the kneeling shadow. Would it be even weirder seeing Darkseid as a shadow soldier? Arthur shook his head. That might not be possible. His voice was flat, I am unable to make higher beings as shadow soldiers. But Steppenwolf is a new god. Raven said. Still just a mere new god. The real Darkseid is a cosmic, non-corporeal deity, he lives outside the physical universe, that's an actual higher being, much like Lucifer, the Endless and so on. Arthur paused. For now, he is outside of my reach, I questioned Steppenwolf, and of course. He glanced at the kneeling shadow. He knows nothing about his master, the avatar I mean. Let alone the real one. Steppenwolf's head bowed lower. I am sorry, my king. I failed you in life, I am of limited use in death. Arthur waved a dismissive hand. You're useful enough. Disappear. Steppenwolf dissolved into shadow, returning to the darkness from which he had come. Raven was silent for a moment. Well, she finally said, seems a bit like my late father in terms of power, I wonder who is stronger. Arthur didn't even consider the question. True Darkseid. His voice was flat and certain. Not really a competition there. Really? I mean, he was an interdimensional demon god. Raven's eyebrow rose. I've managed to erase your father inside your consciousness. Even though he was chained and weakened, he wouldn't really do anything to me even if he was free. Arthur added. Raven's lips curved a teasing smile. Who is stronger, then? Me or true Darkseid? Arthur blinked. Did you really put me on the spot like that? Come on, she said, her voice light, playful. Answer. Arthur opened his mouth, then he closed it immediately. I am not answering that. That's an answer in itself. Raven said, crossing her arms. It's an avoidance of an answer. That's the same thing. It's really not. Ethan walked behind them, his eyes wide, his mind racing. He had seen all about Arthur Blackwynd the Shadow Monarch even before he fought him, whether on the screen during the Gotham Gate or during different incidents, the man who commanded death itself, the man who had killed 3 Monarch on screen and monsters with the casual ease of someone swatting flies. The stories had painted a picture of a cold, distant figure, someone who had traded his very humanity for power, who had become something beyond mortal understanding. But the man walking in front of him was human. He was joking with his partner, he was bantering about power levels, he was smiling. This is the real Arthur Blackwynd, Ethan thought. The Shadow Monarch everyone is afraid of. He didn't show this side of him when he fought us in the sanctuary of the Justice League. He shook his head slowly. Many think he is non-human. No emotions, simply holds a terrifying power of death. He remembered the battle, the way Arthur had destroyed him and 2 other ruler vessels with casual ease, the way he had walked through their attacks like they were nothing. The one who destroyed me, alongside 2 more ruler vessels, in battle. And now he was here, walking through a volcano. Discussing his girlfriend's power level. Here he is. Normal like everyone else. Ethan's lips curved. They are discussing something I don't understand, in a place like this, while walking toward a dragon that might be a calamity-level monster, so casually talking. He watched Arthur and Raven, the way they moved together, the way they seemed to anticipate each other's thoughts, the way their banter was as natural as breathing. To achieve this level of power and confidence. Arthur stopped walking. He turned, his eyes finding Ethan. Oh, Ethan, can you sense this? Ethan blinked. Sense what? Arthur pointed with a single finger toward the darkness ahead, toward the passage that descended deeper into the volcano. There. Ethan focused his senses. It was faint, so faint that he almost missed it. A pulse of mana, so controlled, so contained, that it was almost imperceptible. It was the kind of power that didn't want to be found. Ethan's eyes widened and glowed brighter. Such magical power. He breathed. Why is it so imperceptible like this? Arthur clapped his hands together. This means that the monster ahead is something that confirms my suspicions. His voice was flat. This is a lieutenant of Antares, this is a monster that can rival one of my marshals, your teammates would have died to it. Ethan's breath caught. Prepare for a big battle, Arthur continued, because you'll be the one to kill it. Ethan stared at him. What? Raven sighed. Arthur. Arthur raised a hand, silencing them both. You hurt me. His voice was calm, patient. You are strong enough, you are capable enough, and you need to learn what it means to face something that terrifies you. You showed great potential when you fought me. Ethan's throat worked. But I have seen what you are capable of. Arthur's violet eyes met his. Ethan was silent. This dragon, Arthur continued, is a lieutenant of the Dragon Monarch. It is ancient, powerful, and angry because it is a prisoner. So it will try to kill you. He paused. But you will not let it. Ethan's jaw tightened. How do you know? Arthur smiled. Because I'll be watching. Ethan looked at the darkness ahead. He felt the pulse of power, the weight of the dragon's presence. He nodded. I will do it, he said. Arthur's smile widened. Good. He turned and walked toward the darkness. Raven fell into step beside him, speaking directly inside Arthur's head. You really think he can do this? I think this is a bad idea. Arthur's eyes gleamed. I know he can. Raven was silent for a moment. And if he can't? Arthur's expression didn't change. Then I will step in. His voice was soft, almost gentle. But he will not fail. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 512, Martial Hell vs. Ancient Dragons. The burning sky near the volcano. The sky above the volcano had become a battlefield as smoke and ash churned in thick clouds, illuminated from below by the crimson glow of lava and from above by the crackling red lightning that danced between the peaks. Hell moved through the sky like a ghost, his shadow form blazed with violet light, his eyes tracked the 3 dragons that circled him, their massive forms blotting out what little light remained. They were beautiful, in their way. Scales the color of magma, wings that stretched across the sky, eyes that burned with hatred. Fire dripped from their maws like saliva, each drop sizzling as it fell toward the plains below. They moved with like predators who had never known defeat. But Hell had known defeat, he had known death, and he had been reborn in something far greater than mere life. The largest of the 3 dragons, a beast whose horns were cracked with age, whose scales bore the scars of 1,000 battles, roared, its voice shaking the mountains. Know your place, Shadow, the dragon growled, its words carrying across the sky like thunder. You are nothing but a puppet, a ghost and a servant to a master who hides behind his armies, unlike our great king. The second dragon, sleeker, faster, its eyes burning with cunning circled behind Hell, its voice a hiss that cut through the wind. The Shadow Monarch sends his pets to do his bidding as usual, how fitting. He is too cowardly to face us himself. The third dragon, the youngest, laughed. Perhaps he is afraid, perhaps he knows that his shadows are nothing before true dragon fire. Hell said nothing, his face was calm and his eyes were steady. He had been prideful in life, he had died, and he had been remade, and he had learned something in that process that no living being could understand. Words did not matter, only actions. The largest dragon lunged, its maw opening wide, its throat glowing with the fire that would soon consume everything in its path. Hell moved forward. He shot through the dragon's fire like a bullet through paper, his shadow form shimmering with the heat, his violet eyes blazing. The dragon's jaws closed on empty air, its fire dissipating into the wind. Hell's fist connected with its skull. The impact sent shockwaves across the sky, visible ripples that pushed the clouds aside. The dragon's head snapped sideways, its eyes rolling, its roar cut short by the sheer force of the blow. Before it could recover, Hell was gone. The second dragon attacked, claws extended, fire streaming from its maw. Hell spun in midair, his body twisting with the grace of a dancer, and caught the dragon's claws in his hands. The creature's momentum was immense, enough to shatter mountains, enough to level cities. Hell held it in place. His body didn't bend, he stood in the sky like a statue, the dragon's claws pressed against his palms, its eyes wide with disbelief. What? Hell squeezed. The dragon's claws cracked. It screamed a high-pitched, desperate sound that echoed across the volcano. Its other claw swung toward Hell's head, its tail lashed toward his back, its fire built in its throat. Hell released its claws. He moved faster than the dragon could track, his hand closing around the horn on its skull. The horn was massive, longer than Hell was tall, its surface jagged and sharp. It had been a weapon for millennia, a tool of domination and terror. Hell tore it off. The dragon's scream turned into a shriek of agony, thick blood poured from the wound. Hell held the horn in his hand, its weight immense, its edge dripping with the dragon's lifeblood. He looked at it. Then he drove it into the dragon's neck. The horn pierced through scale and flesh and bone, emerging from the other side in a spray of blood. The dragon's eyes went wide then empty. Its body went limp, its wings folding, its fire dying. Hell released the horn. The dragon fell, it tumbled through the sky, end over end, its massive form casting a shadow across the volcano below. It crashed into the obsidian plain with a sound like a mountain falling, its body sending shockwaves across the landscape. The largest dragon watched its comrade fall. Hell was already moving. He flew straight at the dragon, not dodging, not weaving, but charging. The creature's fire erupted from its maw, a torrent of liquid flame that would have melted steel, would have vaporized stone. Hell flew through it. The fire washed over his shadow form like water over glass. It did not burn him and it did not slow him. He emerged from the flames with his eyes blazing, his fist already cocked back. And with super speed he tore through the dragon's skull. Not into it but through it. He emerged from the other side, covered in blood and fragments of bone. The dragon's body convulsed then went still. It hung in the sky for a moment, suspended by the force of Hell's momentum, before gravity reclaimed it. It fell. The third dragon, the youngest, the one who had laughed, stared at Hell with eyes wide with terror. It opened its maw. Fire erupted, not a stream, in a torrent, a column of destruction that could have carved through a mountain. It was the dragon's last hope, its final gambit, its desperate attempt to destroy the shadow that had killed its kin. Hell stood in the center of the flame. His arms were crossed, his expression was calm and the fire washed over him, around him, through him, and he did not move. The dragon's fire died. Its eyes widened. Hell reached out. His hand closed around the dragon's tail. The beast was massive, its body far more larger than Hell, its weight measured in tons, and it tried to fly away, its wings beating desperately against the sky, its claws scrabbling at the air. Hell didn't move. He held the tail with the casual ease of a man holding a rope. The dragon pulled, the dragon strained, and the dragon roared with both anger and even fear now. Release me this instant. Hell's eyes glowed violet. No. He spun. The dragon's body whipped through the air like a child's toy, end over end, its wings flapping uselessly, its screams lost to the wind. Hell spun faster, 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 until the dragon was a blur of scales and fire and terror. Then he released it. The dragon hurtled toward the ground at speeds that should have been impossible. The impact was cataclysmic, a shockwave that shook the volcano to its foundation, that sent massive fissures racing across the plains, that threw ash and stone into the sky like a shroud of mourning. The dragon lay in the center of the crater, its body broken, its wings shattered, its fire sputtering and dying. It tried to rise, its legs buckled and its head fell to the ground, its eyes glazed with pain. Hell descended. He landed in front of the dragon's face, his boots touching the ground with a soft thump. His violet eyes stared into the dragon's own. I'll teach you some manners, Hel said softly, once you are part of us. The dragon's eyes widened, and Hel's fist descended. It was not a single punch. It was a storm. His fists rained down on the dragon's face, each blow leaving a crater in the scales, each impact sending shockwaves through the creature's body. The dragon tried to scream, but the screams were lost beneath the rhythm of destruction. Bones shattered and his scales cracked. Blood sprayed across the ground. The dragon's body went still and Hel stepped back, his fist dripping with blood. He looked at the three corpses scattered across the volcanic plain, the first dragon with a horn through its neck, the second with its skull caved in, the third with its face reduced to pulp. He closed his eyes. It is done, my king. The words carried across the distance, through the shadows, into the mind of his master. A moment of silence. Then Arthur's voice, warm with approval. Good work, make sure to gather their corpses, I will need them. It shall be done. Hel's lips curved, just slightly, just for a moment. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 513, The Making of a Hunter. The inner cavern opened before Arthur, Raven, and Ethan. It was the boss room and it was massive, its walls veined with rivers of molten rock. The heat was overwhelming, shimmering in waves that distorted the air, and at the center of cavern, the dragon rested. He was enormous, larger than the one they had faced in the outer chamber, larger than any dragon Arthur had seen outside of his own memories. Its scales were pitch black, dark and cracked, with veins of orange light running through them. Its wings were folded against its back, their edges ragged with age and battle. Its breath came in slow pulses, each exhalation sending ripples of heat across the chamber. Arthur stopped at the entrance. His eyes swept across the cavern, cataloging every detail, the dragon's position, the layout of the chamber, the presence of any traps or hidden threats. His hand tightened on Raven's. This is the boss, the others are dead, he said softly. Raven's head tilted. What? 3 dragons outside, Arthur said, his voice carrying across the chamber. Hel dealt with them. They were all above those S-ranks in terms of power, but not even close to the dragon boss here inside. Raven's eyes widened. That's a relief, we don't want them to attack the team we left behind. Arthur turned to Ethan. The young hunter stood a few paces behind them, his face was calm but his hands trembling slightly at his sides, his eyes were fixed on the sleeping dragon, his breathing shallow. Are you ready? Arthur asked. Ethan's throat worked. His hand moved to the hilt of his sword, a blade of dark metal made by the shadow smith god, its edge gleaming with the faint blue light of his gravity powers. I am. His voice wavered. Just slightly. Arthur nodded and he stepped into the cavern. The moment his foot touched the stone, the dragon's eyes opened. They were massive, each one the size of a shield, their irises burning with the same fire that ran through the dragon's veins. They fixed on Arthur, and something ancient and terrible stirred in their depths. The dragon rose and his wings unfurled, a sound like thunder. His head rose high above them, its maw opening to reveal rows of teeth that could have crushed buildings. And he roared. The sound was not just noise, it was power, a wave of pure will that crashed against them, that pressed against their minds, their souls. The cavern shook, the lava surged. Ethan's hand flew to his face, shielding his eyes. His knees buckled. His breath came in ragged gasps. What a presence, he shouted, his voice barely audible over the roar. Arthur didn't move. He stood in the center of the wave, his shadow armor rippling, his expression calm. Dragon fear, he said, effective on weaker, lesser enemies. He glanced at Ethan. It has no effect on us. The roar faded and the dragon's eyes narrowed. The Shadow Monarch, he rumbled, his voice carrying across the chamber. Never thought there would be another day where I would see you again. Arthur scratched his head, his expression thoughtful. Man, he said, even though I have Ashbourne's memories, I can't seem to remember you. He tilted his head. Who might you be, other than the fact that you are one of Antares' lieutenants, of course? The dragon almost laughed, a low, rumbling sound that might have been amusement. Arrogant as ever, he straightened, its wings spreading wide. I am Vather. And yes, formerly one of the Great One's loyal lieutenants. But no more. Its voice darkened. I have disgraced him with my capture. Raven leaned closer to Arthur, her voice barely a whisper. I can't understand what he's saying, but he seems friendly. Vather's eyes burned brighter. But perhaps, it continued, killing you will earn me his favor once again. I would be able to leave this place and serve him like ancient times. Raven noticed the tone change and her expression shifted. Or maybe not. Arthur's smile returned. I almost admire such loyalty and devotion. He tilted his head. I can't wait to make you my shadow soldier. Vather's maw opened and fire erupted in a torrent, a column of liquid flame, and it rushed toward Arthur with the incredible speed. Arthur raised his hand, but Raven's barrier materialized in front of him before he could do anything. The fire crashed against it, spreading across its surface. The barrier held, its surface shimmering with violet light, its edges crackling with the strain of containing so much power. Arthur smiled. He turned to Raven, his eyes warm. Nice one. Raven's lips curved. It's nothing. Ethan moved. He shot forward in a blur, his sword raised, his gravity powers coiling around his blade. He crossed the distance between himself and the dragon in less than a second, his weapon aimed at Vather's eye. The dragon's head snapped toward him. Its wings swept across the chamber, catching Ethan mid-strike. The young hunter was thrown backward, his body tumbling across the stone, his sword skidding across the ground. You are sending me this little fragile runt to battle me? Vather's voice was a roar of disbelief. Me. A creature of destruction. Ethan pushed himself to his feet. Blood dripped from a cut on his forehead, his hands shook. You coward. Vather's eyes found Arthur. The monarch was always correct about you, you truly bring shame to monarchs. Arthur floated upward, his hand reaching out to Raven. She took it, rising beside him, carrying them both to a safe distance at the edge of the cavern. Arthur settled onto a ledge of stone, his arms crossed, his expression calm. Give me a nice show, will you, he called out. Vather's eyes blazed, his maw opened, fire building in his throat. Ethan was already moving, he appeared in front of the dragon's face, his sword blazing with gravity energy, his eyes burning with determination. The fire erupted and Ethan's sword came up. The blade caught the flame, deflecting it upward, sending it crashing against the ceiling with gravity. The stone melted, raining down in droplets of liquid rock. Ethan held his ground, his gravity powers warping the space around him, pushing the fire away from his body. Vather's eyes narrowed and the dragon moved. It was fast, faster than anything its size had any right to be. Its claws descended, each one the size of a spear, aimed at Ethan's head. Ethan dove, rolling across the stone, his sword coming up to deflect a blow that would have bisected him. The impact sent him flying. He crashed into the wall, his armor cracking, his breath driven from his lungs. He pushed himself up, his sword still in his hand, his eyes still burning. Vather's tail lashed out. Ethan dodged, barely. The tail passed within inches of his face, its wind slice carving a furrow in the stone behind him. Another lash. Ethan sidestepped, his gravity powers making him lighter and much more faster, yet the tail connected. Not with his body, with his arm. The wind slice was clean and perfect. Ethan's arm separated from his shoulder in a spray of blood, his sword falling to the ground with a clatter. He stared at the wound, his eyes wide, his mouth open. Then he screamed. Raven's grip on Arthur's hand tightened, her knuckles were white and her eyes were wide. This is bad, she said, her voice sharp with worry. He is clearly no match for him, we should help him. Arthur's eyes glowed violet. No. Raven's head snapped toward him. What do you mean no? She gestured at Ethan, who was clutching his bloody shoulder, his face pale, his body trembling. Look. He literally took out his entire arm. Just wait, Arthur said. And stay calm. He closed his eyes. And spoke directly into Ethan's mind. Is that all you've got? Ethan froze. His eyes darted around the cavern, searching for the source of the voice. The first real challenge you face, and you are in this state. Ethan's voice was a whisper, barely audible. I'm not strong enough to. This is only one of the dragon monarch's dragons. He might be one of the strong ones, but he has millions of dragons. Arthur's voice was cold, relentless. Think about what Earth would look like if they win. If you fall here to one mere dragon. Ethan's breath came in ragged gasps. He already looks down on you as a lesser life form. Will you give him the satisfaction of victory? He just severed your arm when he had the chance to sever your head. He is toying with you. Ethan's eyes widened. I will not aid you, Arthur continued. If you fall here, your team will die as well. And give it 2 days, and this dungeon will break. Vather will be out there in the world, killing millions. Ethan was silent, his body trembled. His eyes were fixed on the shoulder where his arm had been. The blood dripped onto the stone, pooling at his feet. Vather mistook the trembling for fear. The dragon laughed. Your soldier is weak and pathetic, it called to Arthur. What happened to your shadows? Bring them here if you do not wish to face me, I will be more than happy to send them to nothingness. Arthur smiled and he took Raven's hand. Let's leave, he said. We are done here. Raven's eyes went wide. Leave. What do you mean, Leah? Arthur didn't let her finish. They disappeared in a gust of shadows, a whisper of violet light, and the ledge was empty. Vather's laughter echoed across the cavern. Ethan stood alone, his arm was gone. His blood pooled at his feet. His enemy towered above him, with eyes burning with contempt. And somewhere, in the darkness of his own mind, Arthur's voice echoed one final time. Prove me wrong. Ethan's trembling stopped. His arm, the one that was gone, the one that had been severed, the one that lay on the ground in a pool of blood, twitched. Vathar's laughter faltered. Ethan raised his safe arm and magic and gravity warped around the wound. The blood stopped flowing. The flesh began to heal and reforming his severed arm. His sword rose from the ground, drawn by his telekinesis. Ethan's eyes, once wide with fear, now narrowed with something else. Come on, monster, you have not seen the last of me. Ethan's hand closed around his sword and he looked at Vathar with eyes that no longer held any fear at all. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories.